Chapter 351 The Mysterious Existence of the Demon World. The World of Demons. The sky was blood red. There were no sun, moon or stars in the sky. Only weird thunder and lightning, one after another. On the dark brown land, not a single blade of grass grew, and the air was filled with a heart-stopping aura of murderous intent and death. There was a thick, foul mist everywhere, and even the air became dark. It rained heavily, and even the rain was red, as if it was crying and bleeding. This world seems to be only blood and black, although it is called the demon realm. In fact, it is just a relatively large restricted area. Secret realms and restricted areas are, in the final analysis, just cracks in the interface. For thousands of years, the demon clan has been driven here by humans, making it difficult to escape, attacking the seal again and again, entering the Tanny world again and again, returned defeated again and again. The human race felt that they were cornered by the demon race. The demon clan believes that they are the ones who were driven into a desperate situation by the human race. For tens of thousands of years, the irreconcilable contradiction has caused the hatred between the two sides to continue to intensify and never end. More than 10,000 years ago, the demon clan almost succeeded. That time, the heavenly demon emperor and the great heavenly demon king led a large army, broke the seal, and reached the extraterritorial battlefield outside the seal. Pity. A skeleton staff came through the air and shattered the demon emperor's body. The heavenly demon clan panicked, and a small group rushed into the Tanny realm, fled in all directions, and formed the nightmare court that frightened the clan. But most of the heavenly demon legion returned to the heavenly demon realm. From then on, the seal on the extraterritorial battlefield was never opened again, until one day, an unpredictable existence came to the world of demons. Only then did the demon clan have hope. It was at that time that the demon's blood was sent into the Tanny realm by that mysterious being. However, in the nightmare court of Tanny realm, after much thought, I felt that I couldn't control the demonization, so I never dared to implement the devil's blood plan. What the demon clan wants is to take back the Tanny realm, instead of destroying the Tanny world. This is their home. It was the human race that shamelessly snatched the Tanny realm from their hands. It was also the human race that despicably drove them into the demon world. Even with the devil's blood in hand, several demon kings still did not dare to implement this plan. Among them, the fourth heavenly demon king reacted the most violently, and even fought with the great heavenly demon king. The fourth heavenly demon king, who was no weaker than the great heavenly demon king, finally stopped the devil's blood project. But in the end, this peak existence among the heavenly demon kings betrayed the heavenly demon clan and disappeared without a trace with Chen Han of the Chen family. More than 10,000 years have passed since the last impact on the seal. In the heavenly demon realm, the heavenly demon clan is gathering strength and is already planning the strongest counterattack. But at this point in time, the divine realm appeared in Tanny realm, climbing up the stairs and looking at the stairs that looked like a ladder to heaven. The demon emperor suddenly felt tired. That lord has great magical powers, and can obviously break the seal and lead the heavenly demon clan into the heavenly feather realm. But he has always refused to do so. He even sealed himself. Why? The demon emperor's right hand gently touched the fingers of his left hand. More than 10,000 years ago, her body was shattered. But after that adult arrived, he easily helped her reshape her body. Her current strength is better than before. But no matter how much her power increased, the broken divine bridge still could not be connected. And she has never taken the last step to become the legendary god. The demon emperor was very unwilling, since the divine bridge cannot connect powerful men of all races. Why does the divine realm appear in the Tanny world? Moreover, it is the realm of gods that comes from the little blue star. That little blue star only had cracks and star power more than 2,000 years ago. The Tanny realm has been developed for tens of thousands of years. She, the blind man and others have been unable to break through to the divine realm after living for tens of thousands of years. Why does blue star appear in the divine realm? The demon emperor couldn't understand. But even if the divine realm appears in Tanny realm, the demon clan must return to Tanny realm. They have been sealed for too long. This time, no matter what, we have to convince that adult to take action in person. Only such an existence can deal with those gods. Without this lord, the demon clan would have been completely desperate this time. What void pollution. What gods and demons fall. What a joke. Even if there is such a catastrophe, it should be led by the heavenly demon clan, who should control the Tanny realm and resist the so-called void pollution. The demon emperor quickened his pace. There was an unspeakable pressure hanging over this palace. even though she was only half a step away from reaching the divine realm. She couldn't fly. Moreover, the higher you go, the more terrifying the pressure becomes. Sweat began to flow down the Demon Emperor's face. But she held on, still accelerating, and kept going up and up. It seems like many years have passed. When she stepped onto the last step, the Demon Emperor breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Just walking up a few stairs made her feel like she was going through a catastrophe. "What's the matter?" Just as the Demon Emperor was organizing his words in his heart, a thunderous voice sounded in the void. Immediately, dark clouds rolled in the sky, condensing into a strange and terrifying face. Looking down at the Demon Emperor like it was scanning an ant, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's knees weakened. He knelt down and said respectfully, "Sir, over there in the Tanny realm, a divine realm has appeared. This is impossible." Above the void, the unpredictable being said with a hint of surprise in his eyes, "The sacred bridges of all living beings in the mortal world are broken. Unless you have the huge power of faith, it is impossible to connect the broken divine bridge." The Heavenly Demon King said respectfully, "My subordinates don't know what happened, but the Heavenly Demon King and the others spent a lot of money to pass the information over, and it is sure to be correct. And there is more than one god. They said that a large number of gods appeared. At least 15. Among them is the 6th Demon King of our demon tribe. But now, the 6th Heavenly Demon King has also sided with Tanny Realm and betrayed the Heavenly Demon Clan." The unpredictable existence in the void was silent for a moment. Then, his eyes flashed coldly and he said, "The time I have been sealing myself must be thousands of years." "Right. Thousands of years ago, I gave you the demon's blood and asked you to implement the devil's blood plan in the Tanny Realm and other worlds. But I just checked, and I didn't collect much power of faith at all. How brave are you to deceive me?" The words just fell. The Demon Emperor seemed to be pinched by the neck by an invisible hand and flew up. "Grown-ups." The Demon Emperor showed pain in his eyes and said in a hissing voice, "Please listen to my explanation." Bang! The body of the Demon Emperor was thrown to the ground. She fell to the ground, coughing violently. After regaining his composure, the Heavenly Demon Emperor said, "In the Heavenly Demon Realm, we have been implementing the Devil's Blood project for a long time. Thousands of years have passed, and all the Heavenly Demon clans and monsters in the Heavenly Demon Realm have been transformed into demons. You can see our loyalty." The existence in the void did not speak. The Heavenly Demon King continued, "In Tanny Realm, because there are only a few Heavenly Demon Kings, and we spent a huge price to send just a few demon statues, we have been worried that we cannot control it. So, over the years, the Great Sky Demon King and the others have adopted a step-by-step approach, using the Nightmare Court to absorb Star Warriors and implement the Devil's Blood plan under controllable circumstances. Although the effect is not very good, but please believe me, sir, and believe in the Demon Clan. We Celestial Demon Clan are loyal and will never dare to deceive you." The unpredictable existence in the void still didn't speak. The Demon Emperor said, "Sir, our power is too weak. If you are willing to take action, open the seal leading to Tanny Realm. We, the Heavenly Demon Clan, will be able to overwhelm the realm with a large army and directly enter the Heavenly Feather Realm. At that time, we will be able to fully control Tanny Realm, as well as other worlds such as Blue Star, and quickly implement the Devil's Blood plan. The unpredictable existence in the void snorted. The Demon Emperor rolled his eyes and said, "But it's really strange. Those gods from Blue Star have already begun to implement the Devil's Blood project. Why do you say, sir, that they have not received much power of faith?" "What?" The being in the void was stunned for a moment. "You, the Demon Clan, are not implementing the Devil's Blood project. But the people from Blue Star are implementing this plan?" "Yes," said the Heavenly Demon Emperor. "It's really unbelievable. I heard that the little Blue Star has been demonized by everyone. According to this, sir, you should have collected a lot of power of faith." "Impossible." The being in the void was shocked. "I hand over the blood of demons to you. But there are external forces using this blood of demons to promote the demonization of all people? I haven't collected much power of faith from Blue Star at all." This, the Demon Emperor hesitated and said, "Could it be related to the demon statue? Perhaps the god-level experts from Blue Star stole the demon statue from the hands of the Demon King of the 6th Heaven?" The being in the void shook his head. "It has nothing to do with the devil statue. Even if there is no demon statue, after using the demon's blood to demonize it, I will still collect the power of faith. What is going on? Tell me everything you know about Blue Star and Tanny Realm. And don't miss a word." "Yes, The Demon Emperor said. That's it. On the other side of the Tanny realm, the great heavenly demon king and others originally brought the Nightmare Garden and prepared to cooperate with us to break the seal in one fell swoop. But the demon king of the sixth heaven, who had disappeared for hundreds of years, suddenly returned to the Tanny realm from Blue Star. The sixth heavenly demon king, who broke through to the divine realm, appeared in a strong posture, suppressed several other heavenly demon kings in one fell swoop, and demanded a ceasefire between the heavenly demon clan and the Tanny realm. A group of demon kings immediately split into two factions. One of the factions felt that they could not compete with the demon king of the sixth heaven, so they chose to surrender. The other group of people followed the great heavenly demon king and hid in the secret realm. Immediately afterwards, the aura of a divine being rose into the sky in Tanny realm. The great heavenly demon king and others can't help but feel frightened. We originally had an advantage, but now our advantage is gone. No matter how many powerful people there are in the demigod realm, they can't compete with the gods. Not to mention so many terrifying gods. What is most difficult for the great sky demon king and the others to understand is that in the next period of time, the gods will continue to appear in Tanny realm. The divine realm keeps popping up. The existence in the void let out a light sigh. Yes, said the heavenly demon emperor. The new generation of human emperors who came from Blue Star seems to have mastered some kind of secret method that can help the demigod realm experts break through to the divine realm. Some kind of secret method? The being in the void laughed. Except for using the power of faith. Even I can't find a so-called secret method that can help mortals break through to the divine realm. Etc. The existence in the void's eyes changed. Damn it! Is someone trying to steal my power of faith? Blue Star pushed the Devil's Blood project. But I didn't collect the power of faith. Obviously, the power of faith was taken away. The Demon Emperor was shocked. How is this possible? Who else can snatch the power of faith from this existence? The existence in the void also had eyes full of disbelief. The Devil's Blood was brought down from the dark abyss. The power of faith of the creatures demonized by the Devil's Blood can only be collected by him. Could it be said that other members of the same race came down from the dark abyss and went to Blue Star? What bastard did it? The unpredictable existence in the void. Its eyes flickered and showed anger. That's fine. Give me another month to suppress the void pollution. I will open the seal and take a trip to Tanny realm. Void pollution. The Demon Emperor's expression changed drastically. Huh? The unpredictable existence in the void moved slightly. If I remember correctly, I have never told you about void pollution. Right. Looking at your expression, you actually already know about void pollution? As soon as he finished speaking, the Demon Emperor was pinched by the neck by an invisible hand and flew up. I just gave you a chance. The unpredictable existence in the void said. I asked you to tell it exactly, without missing a word. But you seem to be very dishonest. Sir, spare your life. The Demon King said in horror. I haven't finished what I just said. Explain. This time, the unpredictable existence in the void did not let go of the Demon Emperor. The Heavenly Demon King said. The sixth Heavenly Demon King requested a truce between the Heavenly Demon Clan and the Tanny realm because of void pollution. In a secret realm in the southern flame region of Tanny realm, hundreds of years ago, the Qin family discovered a strange and powerful demonic corpse. They said that the demon corpse is a void demon at the level of gods and demons. The power of the void demon can pollute and corrode all living things. Huh? Said the unpredictable existence in the void. A void demon actually appeared in Tanny realm? Too fast. Those damn old guys in the vast god realm have made this world full of holes. Sure enough, they have penetrated into the lower realm. The Heavenly Demon Emperor obviously did not understand and continued. I heard that the Qin family covets the power of the demon corpse and has been trying to absorb that power for hundreds of years. Absorb the power of the void? Ignorant mortals don't know their own abilities. The unpredictable existence in the void sneered. The Heavenly Demon Emperor said. Yes. Later on, I heard that the 6 demigods of the Qin family were all transformed into demons and fell into madness. Not even the 5-colored sacred stone could protect them. Call! A figure flashed on the field. A middle-aged man wearing a black robe appeared in front of the Demon Emperor out of thin air. What did you just say? 5-color sacred stone? Oops. It's a slip of the tongue. The Demon Emperor was shocked. She never told this adult about the colorful sacred stone in Tanny realm. The reason is to take possession of a few colorful sacred stones in Tanny realm as his own. What happened? Even this gentleman has heard of the 5-colored sacred stone? The Demon Emperor said tremblingly. My lord, have you heard of the 5-colored sacred stone? Originally, There were 2 colorful sacred stones in Tanny realm. One of them is in the 4 holy lands, and the other one fell into the hands of the leader of the demon cult. The 6th heavenly demon king went to Blue Star to hunt down the leader of the demon cult for that 5-colored sacred stone. Unexpectedly, there is a 5-color sacred stone in the secret realm of the Chen family, which suppresses the demon corpse. The middle-aged man in black robe threw the demon emperor away with a flick of his hand. Colorful divine stone. Colorful divine stone. Empress Dutin's 5-colored sacred stone has reached the lower realm? No matter what, I must get it back. The heavenly demon emperor. Gather the army. Early tomorrow morning, I will open the seal, rush into the Tanny realm, take back the colorful sacred stone, and take back the power of faith that originally belongs to me. Chapter 352. The demon god breaks the seal, and the whole world is shocked. Tanny world. Cultivation of the demonic sea. The Xiao Demon Sea is the cracked area in the middle of the 4 regions: the Eastern Heaven region, the Western Wasteland region, the Southern Flame region, and the Northern Cold region. The heavenly demon sect is located on the Dragon Island of the Demon Sea. Today, Long Island has become the Human King Island. The 4 major holy places of Tanny realm are gathered here, and countless strong men from sects and aristocratic families come here as pilgrims, making this harsh environment of demonic cultivators see extremely lively. Those demonic sects that were originally mixed up in the Xiao Demon Sea ran out in dejection and did not dare to come closer. Some smarter demon sects embraced the heavenly demon sect and became their younger brothers. A strong wind swept through. The waves are huge. In the courtyard, Chen Fan, Xiao Bai and the others were staring at a table of delicious food in a daze. Next to them, several royal chefs from the Great Yin dynasty in the Eastern Sky territory were explaining each delicacy. A figure fell from the sky. Feng Tianlin's big sleeves fluttered, and he waved towards Chen Fan. Brother Fan, it's time to eat. Feng Tianlin walked into the main hall. In the main hall, Chen Fan was listening to reports from several commanders of the demon-suppressing army on the battlefield outside the territory. Brother Fan, you are busy. Feng Tianlin turned around and entered the side hall. In the side hall, Chen Fan was holding the sky-breaking demon sword and was inscribing void characters on Fang Qingqing's heavenly demon staff. With great concentration. Beside them, Fang Qingqing and Chu Xian were both there. The only thing missing was Yi Hao. Feng Tianlin scratched his head depressedly. Well, Chen Fan is everywhere. If he hadn't known that Chen Fan had countless clones, he might have been so frightened that he had a schizophrenia. Chen Fan has released many clones now. There are clones in all 4 realms of the ancient god realm. There is also a clone sitting in the Chen family's secret realm of demonic corpses. There are also clones in foreign battlefields. Blue Star also has a doppelganger. There is no need for other people to detect the beast control space, and the avatar is left to monitor it. There is also a clone holding the sky-breaking demonic sword, giving it to. In addition, there are clones who are deducing them. Void Divine Body, 9 sky-breaking swords, and the Demon King's Whisper. Mainly the void energy consumed by the Void Divine Body and other later layers is too huge. Use clones to practice, and save as much as you can. What are you running around for? Chen Fan, who was engraving void characters on the heavenly demon staff, said without raising his head. You've been resting outside for 2 days. If you didn't have a good rest, what were you doing? The princess of the Tianqing dynasty in the Western Wilderness region invited me to be a guest of the Tianqing dynasty. Feng Tianlin came over, poured himself a glass of water, and said, I'll go over and take a look around. Shen Taonao blinked. Looking at your expression, it seems as if someone has raped you. Almost. Feng Tianlin said with a dark face. It's him. Shen Hongxiu glared and said, Don't say bad words. Feng Tianlin shrank his neck and said, Oh, you don't know what happened to me. If you knew, you would also scold me. Shen Hongxiu, Shen Naotao, and Li Fengxing immediately became energetic. They moved and appeared on the left and right sides of Feng Tianlin at the same time. Tell me what's going on. Feng Tianlin said angrily. You have met the princess of the Star Dynasty before. She is extremely beautiful and has a superb temperament. Then, Li Fengxing nodded. I also saw it at that time. You two looked at each other. The sky thunder touched the earth fire. The turtle met the bastard. And they hooked up. These words made Henry Chu, who had his eyes closed, open his eyes. Feng Tianlin almost couldn't help but hit someone. But he thought he couldn't beat Li Fengxing, so he had to give up. He said, It was only after I went to Tianqing Dynasty that I discovered that Tianqing dynasty still has a princess. Shen Tao was stunned. Isn't it normal for the emperor of the dynasty to have 3,000 beauties in his harem? There are many princesses? Feng Tianlin said with a sad face. The other princess. Call this princess ancestor. Everyone. Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing, who didn't care much at first, couldn't help but look over. Feng Tianlin said, the princess who invited me to the Tianqing dynasty looks like she is in her 20s, but she is actually over 3,000 years old. Now when the emperor of the Tianqing dynasty sees her, he has to call her ancestor. This woman. Chen Fan put down the sky-breaking demonic sword speechlessly. What happened to this guy seems a bit miserable. Feng Tianlin added, I have just broken through to the Holy Realm, and Her Royal Highness the Princess is already at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm. She almost hit me with a bow. Thankfully I said Brother Fan's name, so she didn't dare to take action. Chen Fan. Everyone. Feng Tianlin looked helpless. I don't believe in women anymore. Originally, I thought I had encountered beauty and love. Unexpectedly, I met an old monster. I'm a little envious of Yihao now. What does this have to do with Yihao? Everyone was stunned. Feng Tianlin said, Haozi is the person who understands emotions most thoroughly. So you see, when he was at Blue Star, he had hundreds of billions or even trillions, and he became Blue Star's hero. Countless women regarded him as their idol and were willing to sacrifice everything for him. But he remained unmoved, because he has seen through human nature. So, he is only willing to go to the succubus. Spit. Shen Hongxiu and the other girl spat at the same time. Feng Tianlin said, I am now ready to learn from Haozi. A group of people looked at Feng Tianlin with squinting eyes, full of contempt. Sudden. Everyone's eyes widened, including Chen Fan. At the gate, Yihao walked in with his hands behind his back. Contentedly, behind Yihao, followed a succubus with a hot figure and a beautiful face. Brothers, I'm back. Yihao waved his hand fiercely. Let me introduce to everyone. This is Jiao Jiao, the princess of the succubus tribe in the western wasteland. Just signed a contract with me. Everyone. Jiao Jia took a step forward, saluted Chen Fan and the others and said, Jiao has met all of you. Ah. Hello. Shen Hongxiu, who was originally very articulate, almost stuttered. Chen Fan and Henry Chu didn't even know what to say. The atmosphere was awkward and weird. Feng Tianlin's eyes widened with jealousy. Yihao finally got what he wanted. Just now, he was talking about the succubus, and he actually came back with the succubus princess. Feng Tianlin took a step forward, bowed slightly, and said, Your Highness, my name is Feng Tianlin. Do you have any sisters? Bang! As soon as Feng Tianlin finished speaking, Shen Hongxiu slapped him in the air and flew him away. Jiao Jiao covered her mouth and smiled, full of charm. At this moment, the temperature in the hall dropped sharply. Not good. Yihao was so shocked that he sent Jiao Jiao directly back to the beast control space, turned around and ran away. But as soon as he rushed out of the hall, a slender white hand in the void grabbed him. Open! Yihao shouted loudly, and forcefully used the power of the big hand to fly into the sky. But as soon as he flew into the sky, a colorful divine stone fell from the sky and hit his head with a bang. Yihao screamed and fell like a meteorite, creating a bottomless pit on the ground. Yi Hongyan. Yihao flew out of the pit with a disgraced face, flipped his wrist, took out the sky-bearing axe, and shouted, Hit me with a 5-color sacred stone? You are going too far. All around, countless strong men shook their heads. The two men started fighting again. The human palace on this island would be demolished into ruins sooner or later by them. Just above the void, Yi Hongyan slowly appeared, tilted her head and said, Bringing the succubus to Chen Fan. Do you want me to crush you to death? Yihao rolled his eyes and said, I signed the contract to control the beast. Can't I introduce it to Brother Fan? I'm warning you. Don't be too lenient. How many lifetimes have you cared about me? Yi Hongyan glanced at Yihao silently, then lowered her figure and walked into the hall. Yihao also felt that he spoke too harshly, so he waved his sky axe and said, I am. Suddenly, Chen Fan from the main hall rushed out like lightning with the sky-breaking demon sword. Yihao! Brother Fan, let me have a quarrel with my sister. You don't want to kill me with the sky-breaking demon sword, do you? Shut up. Chen Fan said. The demon tribe is attacking the seal on the battlefield outside the territory. What? In the main hall, a powerful man in the realm of gods rose into the sky. The blind man said in a deep voice, What do the demon clan think? Do they still want to fight us? The sixth heavenly demon king looked a little ugly and said, the great heavenly demon king and others should pass the information here to the heavenly demon realm. They know clearly that so many gods have been born in Blue Star and Tanny realm. But they still dare to attack the seal. I'm afraid the being from the demon tribe is coming out. The faces of the blind men immediately became extremely solemn. Behind the demon clan, there is a being of the level of a god and a demon, and they have known about it for a long time. Ordinary gods are definitely incomparable to gods and demons. There is a group of gods here, and it has only been a few days since they broke through to the god realm. But the god realm member of the heavenly demon tribe has no idea how many years he has been in the god realm. The divine realm is also divided into levels. This group of divine realms are all just common realms. Only Chen Fan has reached the wishful realm. A group of strong men all looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan said, blind grandpa, you are standing still in Xiao Demon Sea. Hong Yan, Henry Chu, and the others went over to take a look. The words just fell. Chen Fan, Chu Xian, and others have disappeared without a trace. The lame man looked at the sixth heavenly demon king and said, as the heavenly demon king of the heavenly demon clan, do you know nothing about the existence of the heavenly demon clan? The sixth heavenly demon king shook his head and said, I entered the heavenly feather realm when the heavenly demon emperor's body was shattered by the heavenly demon staff. After that, Datian demon king and I hid in Tanny realm, and the remnant soul of the heavenly demon emperor led his army back to the heavenly demon realm. That existence came to the world of demons only after more than 4,000 years passed. The demon's blood was also sent to Tanny realm through secret methods at that time. Neither I nor the great heavenly demon king and the others know much about that existence. After a pause, the sixth heavenly demon king said again, not only us. I'm afraid even the heavenly demon emperor doesn't know much about it. That adult seems to have been seriously injured. So after giving the demon blood to the demon clan, he fell into a long sleep. The heavenly demon emperor must be trying to use his power to break the seal and enter the heavenly feather realm. The faces of the group of strong men around them became a little ugly. The demon clan clearly knows about the void pollution and the void demon. But they still do this. Even if the human race was wrong back then, they should not be driven into the demon world. But now even countless gods and demons may fall, and billions of living beings are threatened with destruction. Under such circumstances, can't we let go of the hatred between races? The blind man was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned around and said, Chun Han, go to the passage between Tianyi Realm and Blue Star again and seal that passage completely. Lame man, go and inform the people of the 4 holy lands and the major sects and families. The cripple was stunned. What do you want to do? You have no confidence in Xiaofan and Yi Hongyan? Prepare for the worst, the blind man said. This is not a question of confidence. How long has it been since Xiaofan was born? He still needs time. It takes a lot of time, a lot of void energy, and a lot of faith. It's too risky to let him fight those ancient gods and demons. The reason why I was able to kill the six-eyed Abyss Lord was because the six-eyed Abyss Lord was in the ancient seal. But the gods and demons coming from the demon realm are not sealed now. The group of strong men around them were frightened. I understand what blind old man means, Chen Han said. Don't the heavenly demon clan want the Tianyi realm? If you can't stop them, then give them Tianyi realm. Everyone was shocked. Chen Han added, we can all retreat to Blue Star and add the ancient god realm and other 4 realms to Blue Star. Everyone. Chen Han moved and disappeared. But his voice rang out again. I'll seal the Blue Star passage first. The spiritual consciousness of a group of strong men immediately rose into the sky and headed towards the battlefield outside the territory. Extraterritorial battlefield. Ripples rippled in the void. Chen Fan, Yi Hongyan, and others appeared in front of the seal out of thin air. When the old emperor saw Chen Fan and others coming over, he couldn't help but sigh and said, I thought that the situation was stable and I could rest. But I didn't expect it. Chen Fan's gaze went beyond the old man emperor and fell on the demon-suppressing army behind him. A demon-suppressing army wearing black armor looked murderous. They are the elites among the elites selected by the 4 major holy lands and major sects and families. For so many years, it was the old emperor who led the demon-suppressing army and guarded the seal. Chen Fan nodded slightly and said, Thank you for your hard work. A group of strong men from the demon-suppressing army bowed their heads slightly. Chen Fan said, I will send everyone into the ancient god realm. Leave it to us here. Neither the old emperor nor the strong men of the demon-suppressing army said anything. The war between gods and demons is not something ordinary mortals can participate in, even if the old man emperor has broken through to the divine realm. He may not be qualified to participate. Chen Fan opened the portal in the beast-controlling space, activated the void chain, and sent the Old Man Emperor and the demon-suppressing army all into the ancient god realm. At this time, he raised his head and looked at the huge space portal in front of him. On the space portal, the light kept flashing, as if lightning exploded. There is an extremely terrifying force that is constantly impacting the seal. This seal won't last long. Henry Chu frowned and said, "The existence of the Heavenly Demon Clan should have been in the Heavenly Demon Clan for thousands of years. He has not personally attacked the seal for thousands of years. Why does he want to break the seal at this time?" Yi Hao sneered and said, "No matter what the reason is, if he dares to come out to cause trouble, I will chop him into ashes with an axe." Fang Qingqing reminded, "Don't be careless. The divine realm is divided into many levels. We are not sure at all what level of cultivation the other party is. Be careful." The crowd rose into the air, spread out slowly, and surrounded the sealed door in a fan shape. Chen Fan held the sky-breaking demon sword, twisted his neck, and said lightly, "It feels like I haven't moved my muscles and bones for a long time. Suddenly I'm looking forward to it." Channels of divine knowledge came through the air. In addition to the blind man and a group of powerful gods, Chen Fan also sensed the aura of the great heavenly demon king and others. Snort! Chen Fan snorted lightly and reached out to grab the spot where the auras of the great heavenly demon king and others came from. Call! A vortex appeared in the void. The great heavenly demon king and the other 4 people rolled out of the whirlpool in embarrassment. How can it be? The eyes of the great heavenly demon king and others suddenly showed a look of despair. Their location is hundreds of thousands of miles away from the battlefield outside the territory. With their peak mental strength in the demigod realm, they could barely sense a little bit of the aura here. As a result, Chen Fan casually grabbed them and brought them here from hundreds of thousands of miles away. I gave you a chance. Chen Fan looked down at the 4 people below him coldly and said, I want the Heavenly Demon Clan and the human race to cease the war. I am willing to set aside an area in the Tanny realm for the Heavenly Demon Clan so that the Heavenly Demon Clan and the human race can coexist peacefully. You have to go through this trouble. If the void pollution is not solved, even if I give the entire Tianyu realm to you, what's the use? The great heavenly demon king gritted his teeth and said, Give us the entire Tianyu realm? The Tianyu realm originally belongs to our heavenly demon clan. Chen Fan, you also have the blood of the demon clan flowing in your body. You traitor. Boom! 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 The bodies of the 4 demon kings exploded into blood mist. It didn't make sense, and Chen Fan didn't bother to say it. At this time, on the high portal, spider web-like cracks appeared in the seal. Immediately, boom! The seal exploded. The dazzling light is like the sun exploding. A huge demon head emerged from the portal. God realm. The demon grinned. It's unimaginable that the realm of gods can be born in the mortal world. Boy, are you the one who stole my power of faith? What he responded to was a sword that opened the world. A ray of sword light seemed to split the space and fell towards the demon's head. The pearls of rice also emit brilliance. The demon sneered, and the huge demon claw simply squeezed towards the sword light. The dark sword light sliced open the huge devil's claws diagonally. Demon. Immediately, 4 colorful sacred stones fell and spun rapidly around the demon's head. The power of the 5-colored sacred stone instantly suppressed the demon's head. Colorful divine stone. The devil is happy instead of angry. But before he could react, there was a flash of red light in the sky, and Chaos Ling had already wrapped around his head. The terrifying power directly wrapped the mountain-like head into a small circle. Chaos Ling! Sky Demon Staff? Taishu Holy Mirror! Tian Axe? Don't fight! Don't fight! Oh! Spare my life! Chapter 353, The Lower Demon God. The Secret of the God Realm. As a low-level demon in the Dark Abyss, Natanos never imagined that one day he would be beaten by a group of supreme holy objects at the level of ancestor gods of the vast world of gods. Colorful divine stone, heavenly demon staff, chaos ribbon, and the sky-breaking demon sword. This will kill people. Natanos was so frightened that he no longer had the self-esteem of a lower demon god, and shouted crazily, Your Majesty the Empress! Your Highness the Princess! Lord God King! Please spare your life! I'm Natanos! Boom! 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 During the short time that Natanos was begging for mercy, artifacts such as the 5-colored divine stone and the sky-bearing axe had already been blasted several times on his body. Natanos' body, which was originally the size of a mountain, was smashed into half its size, and his breath was sluggish. No wonder Yi Hongyan and the others. The aura released by Natanos was truly terrifying. Far more than the six-eyed Abyss Lord in the 5th restricted area. Once he breaks out of the seal, there is no certainty that everyone can trap him. Stop! Chen Fan heard the demon yelling and withdrew the sky-breaking demon sword. But the chains of void still cooperated with the chaos ling to penetrate the opponent's body and seal it tightly. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you know me?" Natanos, who was stuck in the sealed door, shook his head. "I don't know him." Chen Fan waved his hand. "Keep fighting." Boom! 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 Natanos was beaten until he screamed strangely, and his head shrank again. "Ah!" Natanos panicked. "Your Majesty the Empress Yi Hongyan! Help! He knows me!" Yi Hongyan waved her hand gently to stop everyone from taking action. "Your Majesty!" Natanos looked at Yi Hongyan with tears in his eyes. "Don't you remember the little devil who followed the boss back then?" "Boss?" Yi Hongyan frowned. "Who is your boss?" Natanos shouted. "Have you even forgotten my boss? The Demon King! The Demon King who fought against countless gods for you!" Yi Hongyan was stunned for a moment, pointed at Chen Fan and said, "Then why don't you know him?" "I've never seen him." "How could I know him?" Natanos said. "But I know the sky-breaking demon sword in his hand. It's my boss's sword." Chen Fan scratched his head. "Is your boss called Chen Fan?" "Presumptuous!" Natanos shouted loudly. "As his descendant? How dare you call out his name? You should call him Demon King." "I don't need it," Chen Fan said calmly. "Because my name is Chen Fan." Natanos. Yi Hao took a step forward and said, "Big head, do you know us?" "I know you." Natanos nodded. "You are His Royal Highness Yi Hao, the Crown Prince of Dutin Yi Clan. The person next to you is Shin Tao Tao, the God King of the Angel God Clan." Bai Rouge raised his eyebrows. "It seems that everything is right." Suddenly, Natanos reacted, staring at Chen Fan with his eyes wide open. "What did you just say? What is your name?" "This guy is a bit immodest," Chen Fan said a little speechlessly. "I am Chen Fan, the King of Demons." Natanos froze. Next moment, he cried out in pain. The cry was earth-shattering. Strong winds swept through and the earth shook. Circles of storm swept in all directions. If Chen Fan hadn't sent the demon-suppressing army into the ancient god realm, I'm afraid the demon-suppressing army would have been completely dead and wounded by now. Except for those who have void divine bodies, and those who have colorful divine stones, and other exotic treasures in their hands. Ordinary divine realms cannot withstand such a terrifying impact. "Boss, it's really you. We have been waiting for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years." Natanos' tears turned into a torrential flood, rolling down. Shin Tao said for a while, "Brother Fan didn't even cry like this when he found his parents. How wrong this guy has been." Shin Hongxiu and others glared at Shin Nato fiercely. "Do not cry," Chen Fan shouted softly. "It's so noisy." Natanos immediately stopped talking, and then struggled to get out. "Do not move," Chen Fan said coldly. "If you move again, I'll chop off your head." Okay. I won't move. I won't move." Natanos was startled. Yi Hao flew to Chen Fan and said, "This guy does know us. And he was crying just now. Brother Fan, are you worried that there is something wrong with him?" Yi Hongyan said, "This guy is a real demon. Once he gets out, we may not be able to control him. You never go too far wrong." Henry Chu also said, "Even if he comes from the dark abyss of the vast divine world, it does not mean that he must be a friend rather than an enemy. I remember Chen Fan said at the beginning that he also has many enemies in the dark abyss. If it weren't for the help of the old demon dragon, his position as the Demon King might not be secure." When Natanos heard these words, he immediately said, "Seal me, and then check my memory after sealing. I, Natanos, will live forever and ever, and will only be loyal to the King of Demons. Heaven and earth can tell the difference." As he said that, he looked at Shin Hongxiu and said, "I'll let go of my soul's defense. Your Highness, Princess, you can use the Chaos Silk to bind my soul. Then you can rest assured." "Right." Shin Hongxiu was furious. "You are calling Her Majesty Yi Hongyan the Empress, and calling me Her Royal Highness the Princess. Are you trying to make me feel inferior? Is she my mother?" "Natanos," Yi Hongyan said. "Yes, but I don't like getting something for nothing." "Call!" Shin Hongxiu struck with a sword, but Yi Hongyan easily dodged it. Shin Tao frowned and said, "It's right to call you Princess. You are my sister and I am the God King. Aren't you the princess? Shin Hongxiu gritted her teeth. But she didn't know how to argue. She felt so angry that she had nowhere to vent her anger. Qin Fan said, Hongxiu, use the chaos silk to lock his soul. With my void chain, it's impossible for him to resist. Yes. Shin Hongxiu looked up with a dark face and said, let go of your soul. I'm going to activate Chaos Ling. Yes. Natano swallowed hard. The Chaos Ling spun quickly in the air, like a red snake, and slithered into Natano's body. This guy really let go of his soul defense and showed no resistance. Shin Hongxiu said, I have trapped his soul. If he dares to move, my Chaos Ling can easily crush his soul and make him fly away. Qin Fan nodded. Then climb out. The head is here. The butt is over there. The posture is indecent. It's really embarrassing. Isn't this all your fault? Natano struggled to crawl out, groaning for a while before crawling out of the sealed door and transforming into a middle-aged man. Before Qin Fan could react, Call! With a roar, Natano's rushed to Qin Fan and hugged Qin Fan's right leg. Ouch! The guy cried loudly again. Boss! I finally see you again! I finally see you again! I thought I would never see you again! The cry made everyone present feel moved. Qin Fan's emotions were also affected. He sighed softly and said nothing. At this moment, the shouts of murder within the seal shook the sky. The Heavenly Demon Emperor led a group of powerful heavenly demons and rushed out with overwhelming momentum. As soon as they broke out of the sealed door, the Heavenly Demon Emperor and a group of powerful heavenly demon clan members were stunned for a moment. Before attacking the seal, they thought about countless scenarios. But I never imagined this scene. Natanos, who was regarded as the god of heavenly demons by the Heavenly Demon Clan, was holding a young man's lap and crying like a child. What's the situation? The Demon Emperor was so frightened that he almost turned around and ran away. Interesting. Qin Fan raised his head slightly and looked at the Demon Emperor and others. With his current level of cultivation, even without using any means, he could clearly feel the surging murderous aura on the bodies of the Heavenly Demon Emperor and other powerful heavenly demons. It's not that these people don't know the horror of void pollution. It's not like they don't know the consequences of void pollution. But they are still unwilling to compromise, and still want to kill the Tanny world and bleed it into a river. Back then, the conflict between the Demon Clan and the Angel God Clan in the Dark Abyss was not necessarily deeper than the conflict between the Heavenly Demon Clan and the human race. Qin Fan thought, and countless void chains flew out, easily piercing the bodies of the Demon Emperor and others. Ah! The screams were endless. A strong man from the Heavenzoon demon tribe was brought up to the sky by the chains of the void, and he kept howling miserably in the air. Show me your memories! Qin Fan's eyes flashed, and he began to scan the memories of the Demon Emperor and others. Massive murder. The murderous intention surged. Hatred. Boundless hatred. Because of this hatred, they are desperate. What kind of void pollution? What kind of catastrophe? The Heavenly Demon Clan doesn't care at all. They just want to kill all the humans, then rule the entire Tanny world. In contrast, the heavenly demons who stayed in the Tanny realm, including the 6th Heavenly Demon King and others who had been sealed for hundreds of years, have lost their hostility and hatred because they have been with the human race for a long time. But these demons in the demon world are not willing to compromise. What they thought before attacking the seal was to let Natanos take action, kill all the Tanny realm and the Blue Star human race, and then dominate the world. This negative emotion and evil thoughts are even stronger than countless demons. Qin Fan frowned. It's no wonder that the great Heavenly Demon King and others were frightened by the auras of him and a group of powerful gods. But in the end, they were still unwilling to compromise or cease the war. This kind of hatred is difficult to resolve. Even if it can be resolved, it will probably take many years. But today, Qin Fan is not willing to distinguish who is right and who is wrong. The void is like countless sharp swords, hovering above the head. What are the wars between countries and the hatred between races? The Demon Clan and the Angelic Clan in the God Realm had fought for countless thousands of years. And finally, through the coordination of him, Shin Tao and others, they peacefully coexisted. This group of short-sighted demons, Qin Fan thought, and put away the void chain. Bang, bang, bang! A group of strong men from the Demon Clan fell to the ground and subconsciously groped their chests. No scars on chest. It was as if he had just been penetrated by chains. It was just an illusion. But the unspeakable pain was still there. How could it be an illusion? The Demon Emperor and others looked away. But they did not dare to move. Even the devil held the young man's thigh and cried bitterly. Who can resist such an existence? In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is just a joke. The demon clan doesn't even have a chance to return to the demon realm. The other party only needs one thought, and they will be wiped out. The demon king was completely disheartened and sat down on the ground. Behind him, a group of strong men from the demon clan did not come forward to help him. Everyone was just like the demon emperor, with lifeless eyes. Killing and resistance are both based on sufficient strength. Without strength, you are just like a grasshopper, facing these strong men in front of them. They are not even qualified to jump. At this time, Qin Fan said, "The Qianyu realm will set aside a large area for the Tianma clan to recuperate. You can pick any place you want. Starting from today, there will be a complete truce between the demon clan and the human race. I'm only saying this for the last time. Whoever dares to resist will be destroyed." His voice was very soft, as if he were chatting with a friend. But there is no room for argument. No resistance allowed. It's like the King of Gods is announcing to the world. The demon emperor and others were completely stunned. They thought that what awaited them was a dead end. But I didn't expect that another village would see a bright future. Tianyu realm is actually willing to set aside an area for the demon clan? Do the demons and humans coexist peacefully? Natanos wiped away his tears and stood up. The pressure of the lower demon god was released, covering all the powerful demons who came out of the sealed door. Then, he said coldly, "Didn't you hear what the demon king said?" Under his pressure, bang, 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 including the heavenly demon emperor. A group of powerful heavenly demons couldn't resist at all, and they all knelt down. Demon king? Even the demon god is standing by like a little brother? Who is he? Didn't Tianyu realm say that there was only one new human emperor who was stronger? Why did a demon king appear? But the demon emperor and others did not dare to say anything. Suddenly, a figure flashed in the sky, and the demon king of the sixth heaven appeared next to Qin Fan. She sighed and said, "I am the new generation of demon emperor. You don't have to be frightened. The suffering of the demon tribe is over. Both sides don't need to mention the past grudges. From today on, the demon clan no longer has to live in the barren demon realm and endure that terrible oppression. But a catastrophe is coming, and the gods and demons will fall. We need to go hand in hand with the human race to resist the pollution of the void." A group of strong men from the demon tribe fell silent. After a while, the heavenly demon emperor lowered his head and said respectfully, "See the heavenly demon emperor." Behind, a group of strong men from the heavenly demon clan shouted in unison, "See the heavenly demon emperor." On the sixth day, the demon king looked at Qin Fan again, with a puzzled look on his face. "You just scared us so much. Blind old man and the others are ready to lead everyone to retreat into the four realms, including Blue Star and Ancient God Realm." Natanos' eyes widened. "Ancient God Realm? Boss, can you enter the Ancient God Realm now? Those old guys in the vast God Realm have been looking for the entrance to the Ancient God Realm for so many years, but they have never found it. What are you looking for at the entrance to the Ancient God Realm?" Qin Fan said lightly, "Are you going in there to die?" "Huh?" Natanos was stunned for a moment. Yi Hongyan said, "The Ancient God Realm and other four realms have been completely occupied by void demons. Perhaps we use these four realms to trap those void demons back then." Natanos. Qin Fan looked at Natanos and said, "How did you come to the mortal world? Is there a reverse passage from the divine world to the mortal world?" "It didn't happen before," Natanos said. "The reverse passage was sealed by you and Her Majesty the Empress. But the God Realm is now being eroded by void pollution. Those old guys from the ancient demon realm and the Dutin God Realm have planted the world tree to plunder the vitality of all realms and heaven and earth for themselves, causing the plane to be riddled with holes. The God Realm and countless mortals, the world is all connected." Qin Fan was stunned, pointed at the cracks in the sky and said, "Are these cracks made by those old guys in the God Realm?" Everyone was also stunned for a while. Such cracks began to appear in Tianyu realm tens of thousands of years ago, and countless secret realms and restricted areas appeared. Blue stars only began to appear more than 2,000 years ago. Many interfaces are connected because of those old guys in the God Realm? Natanos nodded and said, "After the Void Rebellion, void pollution spread throughout the God Realm, and the major gods suffered heavy casualties. Boss, you and Her Majesty the Empress will open up shelters for the major Protoss and block the pollution of the void. But then, you all fell. Many thousands of years have passed, and the power of the shelter is about to be exhausted, and it is almost unable to withstand the power of the void. Those old guys thought of this dirty trick. They planted the world tree and let the roots of the world tree start from the vast God Realm and extend towards all realms. breaking the planes abruptly, causing chaos in countless planes and countless cracks. They used the world tree to absorb the vitality of all realms of heaven and earth to support the power of the refuges of the major gods. Qin Fan and others' faces were as dark as water. Is this good news or bad news? Originally, they speculated that all the gods and demons in the divine world had perished because of the void. Therefore, there is no demon god to be found in the ancient god realm and other four realms. There are only void demons. Endless void demons. But listening to what Natano said, after the huge changes in the vast divine world, the major gods seemed to have survived. When Chu Xian dreamed that all around the heaven sacrifice monument were the corpses of the ancient demons, Yi Hao dreamed of his father and asked him to take the Tantian divine pillar to the dark abyss to find Qin Fan. The chaos in the void mentioned by Natanos may be that great change. All the major Protoss suffered heavy casualties. But Qin Fan and the others finally opened up a shelter, giving the major Protoss a chance to breathe. It has caused suffering to countless mortals in the mortal world, because there were so many cracks in the sky. The human races in the mortal world such as Tanny Realm and Blue Star were attacked by endless monsters, and were almost wiped out. Everything is due to void pollution. At this time, Li Fengxing suddenly asked, "Since you came from the God realm to the heavenly demon realm, can you return from the heavenly demon realm to the God realm now?" "I'm afraid not." Natano shook his head and said, "I just brought a ray of consciousness to the demon world in the dark abyss. My strength is too weak. Returning to the divine realm from the mortal realm is as difficult as ascending to heaven." Everyone was stunned. Is this guy just a ray of consciousness coming? Is a ray of consciousness so powerful? Fortunately, he is Qin Fan's younger brother. Otherwise, I am afraid that this time we will really have to follow the blind old man's plan and hide in the four realms including Blue Star and Ancient God Realm. Qin Fan said, "Since there is a passage, there will always be a way. But there is no need to rush now." With that said, Qin Fan looked at Natanos and said, "The demon blood you got is my blood?" The demon emperor and others were shocked. Natanos smiled awkwardly and said, "Boss, the barrier of our demonic abyss is about to collapse. A group of old guys can't do anything. So they diluted the blood you left countless times to prepare us to descend to the mortal world and to the mortal world. The world uses your blood to gain the power of faith, then resurrect you. Only if you are resurrected can we have hope. Only in this world can there be hope." Qin Fan fell silent. The demon god of the dark abyss came to the mortal world to use his blood to gather the power of faith. Everything is still related to him. But when the devil's blood plan is launched, creatures in many planes may be completely demonized, lose control, and eventually disappear into thin air. "Is it worth doing this?" Qin Fan raised his head slightly, looked at the crack in the air, and sighed. Chapter 354, Changes in Heaven and Earth. Chaos in the World of Gods. Cultivation of the Demonic Sea. Renwang Island once again regained its bustle and bustle. The news that the heavenly demon clan entered the Tanny realm has spread widely. But it's different than before. This time, it's no longer a disaster. The demon god from the upper realm entered the Tanny realm and spread throughout the world. But people are just curious. No more panic. Some people say that the demon god who came from the upper world was crazy and violent. But the new generation of emperor held his head and beat him so violently that he cried. Some people say that the demon god from the upper world is very powerful. His Majesty the Human Emperor, Empress Yi Hongyan, and others joined forces and paid a heavy price to suppress it. Others said that the demon god who came from the upper realm wanted to lead the demon tribe to invade the Tanny realm, but was finally killed by the human emperor's sword. Rumors abound. But no matter which rumor it is good news. Today's foreign battlefields are no longer battlefields, but have become tourist destinations for countless people. Because the new generation of emperor directly opened the sealed door. The heavenly demon realm, which was once a horrifying sight, is now open to anyone. This place, which is many times larger than an ordinary secret realm, has a harsh environment, barren land, and resources that have been almost exhausted by the demon clan. Now it has become a tourist destination. The old man Huang and the demon-suppressing army on the battlefield outside the territory finally completed their merits and left free and easy. At this time, in the main hall, Natanos was talking about things in the vast divine world. Qin Fan's face was as dark as water, as if he were an outsider, listening to this story. On both sides below, the weakest person is both at the peak of the demigod realm. Li Mu, Zhang Jiang and others who came from Blue Star. People from the four major holy places of Tanny realm. People from several top sects and families. And several heavenly demon kings under the leadership of the sixth heavenly demon king. except for a few people from the demon clan. All the others are in the divine realm, a group of top experts in the Tanny realm. Already the demon kings of the demon tribe were all frightened when they heard Natano's story. Compared with Blue Star and Tanny realm, Kanwu God realm is too chaotic. Tens of thousands of years ago, a void chaos occurred in the vast divine world. In fact, this is not the first time the void has invaded, but every time in the past, it was easily blocked by the demon king and demon lord. But this time the void chaos is different. This time, the major Protoss suffered heavy losses. Even the most powerful men, such as the king of demons and the king of angels, fell one after another. The world of gods was in chaos. This is a catastrophe, known as the doomsday of the gods. The originally prosperous world of gods turned into H.L. Void demons poured into the vast god realm in large numbers. The major Protoss don't even know where they came from. Overnight, powerful Protoss disappeared into the long river of history. Even the Tianlong clan and the Dutin clan were almost wiped out. The power of void demons does not lie in their strength, but the void pollution they release can assimilate any living being, including the gods. Whether it is the Angel God clan, the Demon clan, the Ancient Demon clan, or the Heavenly Dragon clan, they fought frantically with the void demons, and once had the absolute upper hand. However, due to the pollution of the void, they turned into void demons, and turned to kill the gods in the vast god realm. The killings were overwhelming. Chaos. Like the end of the world. This battle has been fought for thousands of years. More and more of the gods in the vast god realm are transformed into void demons. The vast divine world fell into boundless despair. This is a war with no victory in sight. In order to prevent void pollution from penetrating into other planes, powerful men such as the Demon King and the Angel God King sealed the passages from the vast divine world to other planes. In the end, it was the Demon King who found the crack in the void and sealed it with a sky-breaking demonic sword. Only then did the vast god realm get a chance to breathe. But the catastrophe is not over yet. Although all the void demons that emerged from the cracks in the void were killed. How to deal with the void demons that the major Protoss turned into? The patriarch of the Dutin clan and the father of the Dutin Empress, Yi Hongyan, single-handedly blocked 4 powerful void demons, but was eventually contaminated by the void. At the last moment, he used the heaven-bearing divine pillar to suppress himself. The previous generation of God King of the Angel God clan, the mother of the Angel God King Shinodo, led the Angel God clan to retreat. The god's body was shattered by the void demon, and the soul was contaminated. He instantly turned into a void demon, and was finally suppressed and sealed by Shinhongxiu with the Chaos Silk. These powerful men who respected the vast world of gods eventually became void demons, lost their self-awareness, and were sealed one by one. However, sealed, they are still spreading void pollution. Every powerful person who is sealed is a source of void pollution. The gods who are close to them will slowly turn into void demons. Ordinary barrier seals cannot resist this kind of void corrosion. Finally, under the leadership of the Demon King, several peak supremes took action at the same time and opened up a shelter space for the major Protoss. In the originally endless vast god realm, there is the dark abyss inhabited by countless demon clans, the Dutin divine realm of the Dutin clan, and the territory of the Tianlong clan. Each powerful divine clan occupies an area comparable to a world. However, under the impact of void pollution, the Demon King and other powerful people could only open up small shelters in areas such as the Dark Abyss and the Dutin divine realm to allow the major gods to recuperate. Pity. In order to seal those void demons and open up a sanctuary for the gods, several supreme beings exhausted their divine power and died one after another. The entire vast divine world has become crueler and darker than the previous Dark Abyss. Time flies. Tens of thousands of years have passed. Void pollution continues. However, after tens of thousands of years, the power of the major Protoss sanctuaries is about to be exhausted. War happens again. But this war is not a war between the vast god realm and the void demon. It is a war between the gods. The major Protoss began to frantically compete for resources and fight. The war between the gods actually happened many years ago. Once upon a time, the demon clan in the Dark Abyss was like a rat crossing the street. Everyone yelled and beat them. Once the demons break out of the Dark Abyss, any god who sees them will go up and chop them to death. The angels and gods have been staring at the demons for countless years, and both sides look like they are fighting to the death. But this kind of war between the gods has always been just a small fight. No large-scale war broke out. Later, the Demon King came out and suppressed the world for eternity, making all the major gods lose their temper. the major Protoss finally stopped. This being from the bottom of the dark abyss climbed up the dark abyss and wandered around the vast divine world when he was just a little skeleton when he first awakened his consciousness. He was in the dark abyss, being hunted by countless demons. After he climbed up into the dark abyss, he was hunted by countless gods. When he grew up, a demon giant in the dark abyss wanted to kill him, and then quickly, the god kings of the major god clans even personally took action to suppress him. It is in such a situation the demon king conquered the world and unified the god realm. From then on, the vast divine world gained unprecedented peace. The major Protoss no longer fight to the death. Even the demon clan has emerged from the dark abyss and coexisted peacefully with other gods. It is said that a long time ago, a demon king appeared in the dark abyss, leading the dark abyss to its peak. But I don't know why. Even those old monsters, who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, don't remember these things. It was as if there was a force in the dark that erased the existence of the demon king from the memory of all living beings. The old demon dragon in the dark abyss said that the current demon king is actually the demon king back then. However, people simply do not remember that there was such a demon king back then. Just a few words, and they only exist in vague legends. But no matter what, because of the appearance of this demon king, the vast world of gods has ushered in a new life. The subsequent void pollution was also because of this demon king that the god realm had a chance to survive. But the demon king still fell. How he fell, no one knows. Even the demon giants in the dark abyss kept it secret. The major Protoss said that the demon king and angel god king fell because they exhausted their divine power in order to suppress the void demon and open a sanctuary. Some people also say that the demon king is reincarnated to find the power to suppress the void. Anyway, everything was very sudden. The demon king falls. The angel god king fell. The ancient demon lord fell. Fall of Tianlong emperor. One after another. The most powerful men disappeared one after another. This caused countless Protoss to fall into despair. Without them, how long can the sanctuary protect the Protoss? Really? After tens of thousands of years, the power of the sanctuary began to decline and face collapse. The major Protoss became crazy again. In order to compete for resources, they started a war again. Instigated by some people, Dark Abyss once again became the unlucky man. Because the Dark Abyss is where the devil lives. The gods hated the void demon to the extreme. Although many powerful people know that there is a huge difference between the demons of the void and the demons of the Dark Abyss. But at this time, they can no longer control that much. The demon king is no longer here. The old demon dragon deep in the Dark Abyss is also growing old. Countless gods gathered in the Dark Abyss. The demon clan in the Dark Abyss is about to face annihilation. But this battle did not start. Because, when countless powerful gods gathered in the Dark Abyss, the sky-breaking demon sword came through the air and hovered above the Dark Abyss. The powerful men of the major divine races were frightened. Facing the sky-breaking demon sword, countless powerful men from the god clan instantly became a rabble. This magic sword was the sword of the demon king back then. The demon king took this knife and swept across the void demons, sealing the cracks in the void. At his peak, even if he was the god king, who dared to say that he could take the demon king's sword? The demon king is gone. But the demon sword is still there. The gods retreated. The crisis in the Dark Abyss has finally passed. But since then, the suppression of Dark Abyss has been everywhere. It is even more exaggerated than it was many thousands of years ago. Devil, gods hate, and ghosts hate. Except for a few Protoss who had good relations with the demon king back then. The other Protoss regarded the demons as enemies, and wanted to kill them all. The demons in the Dark Abyss, unless they are extremely powerful, would not dare to climb up the Dark Abyss. And as the power of the sanctuary is exhausted, in addition to grabbing resources, the major Protoss began to rack their brains and try various methods. Some old monsters finally disobeyed the demon king's orders and planted the seeds of the world tree that had been sealed in ancient times. The world tree grew, not only breaking the seal between the god realm and other planes, but its roots also headed towards thousands of worlds. As a result, countless cracks appeared in the mortal plane. Many planes are connected to each other through cracks. Chaos. But facing the crisis of extinction, the gods couldn't care so much. On the one hand, they used the world tree to extract the vitality of heaven and earth from all the worlds to consolidate the protection seals of the major gods. On the other hand, they also sent gods to the mortal world through the cracks, began to pass down the Taoism, and gathered the power of faith. In order to gather the power of faith, the major gods are constantly fighting. In some mortal realms, Angels and demons fight to the death. In some small worlds, the Tianlong clan and the Dutin clan are fighting against each other. In other small worlds, more than 3 gods appeared, fighting for territory, belief, and fighting, eventually completely destroying the small world. The demon clan in the dark abyss began to send countless demons to the lower world to collect faith. But the goals of the demon clan and other gods are different. The demon clan used the drop of blood left by the demon king to collect faith, and wanted to use the power of faith to cooperate with that drop of blood to resurrect the demon king. All the worlds are in chaos, because the world tree opened the seal of the divine realm. Void pollution also spread to many mortal realms. None of the gods can resist the pollution of the void. How can mortals resist? Many worlds have turned into demonic worlds. No! It's the world of void demons. Nothing is more despairing than this. Some gods came to the mortal world and wanted to collect the power of faith. After discovering that void pollution had spread in some worlds, they had no choice but to completely destroy the world. Destroy all living things in this world. This is what they call purification. The so-called gods are sometimes worse than demons. Although the demons in the dark abyss prey on the weak, demons at the level of gods and demons can already control their emotions and desires, and will not kill indiscriminately. But those superior gods will kill anything for themselves. I can't stand the dark abyss anymore. Several great demons found the Angel God clan and the Dutin clan, who were friends with the dark abyss. But tens of thousands of years have passed, and great changes have occurred in each of the Protoss. After the death of Angel God King Shen Daotao and Princess Shen Hongxiu, the Angel God clan has been controlled by the Killing Angel. The Killing Angel was Uncle Shen Daotao, who was almost killed by the Demon King with a knife because he attacked the dark abyss. In the end, the Angel God King came forward and saved his life. But after the fall of the Angel God King, the Killing Angel took control of the Angel God clan. This strongman, who was famous for his killings, originally hated the Demon clan very much and wanted to kill them all. No more Demon King. No Angel God King. No Demon Lord. The Killing Angel took action directly and seriously injured several demons who came for help. He even led a group of powerful angels and gods to chase down several big demons and reach the dark abyss. If the old demon dragon hadn't repelled them with a roar, they might even have taken the opportunity to rush into the dark abyss and turn the dark abyss upside down. The same goes for the Tianlong clan. The new generation of Tianlong Emperor no longer regards the demons as friends. They even lured the powerful demon clan into the territory of the Tianlong clan and killed them one by one. The dark abyss is besieged on all sides. Countless powerful demon clan men fell into despair. When the demon king fell, he once told them to wait patiently. But they can't wait any longer, because they can't see the future at all. There is no future in the dark abyss. There is no future in the divine world either. The world tree swallows up the vitality of heaven and earth in all the worlds. Just like killing a chicken to retrieve the eggs. When all the heavens and worlds are polluted by emptiness, how long can the divine realm last? When the heavens and worlds are filled with void demons, what should the gods do? The gods are divided and fight to the death. The demon clan of Dark Abyss also split into several factions and started fighting. Natanos was disappointed. After sending a ray of consciousness to the lower world, he directly sealed himself and fell into a deep sleep. But he didn't expect. The world he descended into was already polluted by void. Although the void demon transformed from a mortal is not very powerful. But after Natanos cleared out those void demons, he found that the negative aura in his body was constantly rising. It turns out that void pollution does not just come from those powerful void demons. Ordinary void demons can also release void pollution. However, that kind of void pollution is very weak. So weak that ordinary gods cannot sense it at all. Continuously killing void demons for thousands of years. The void pollution on Natanos also continued to increase. When he came to the demon realm, Natanos had already fallen into a semi-mad state. He can still stay awake without using his divine powers. Once he uses his divine power frequently, he may fall into madness. Natanos had no choice but to let this ray of consciousness fall into a deep sleep, and then urge the demon clan to implement the Devil's Blood Project in the Tanny realm. But the demon clan has its own plans. The demons just wanted to take advantage of Natanos. On the one hand, they concealed the fact that there were colorful divine stones in Tanny realm. At the same time, because they were afraid of losing control, they did not directly implement the Devil's Blood Project, but only demonized the Star Warriors attracted to the Nightmare Garden on a small scale. Sleeping Natanos knew nothing, until a divine realm appeared in Tanny realm, and the Demon Emperor had no choice but to wake him up. After saying that, Natanos' eyes turned red, and he looked at Shin Fan. Eh? Natanos was stunned for a moment. Boss, why did you fall asleep? I've been talking about it for a long time. I'm listening. Shin Fan opened his eyes. In the main hall, everyone has different expressions. The blind man, Li Mu and others had long known Shin Fan's identity as the King of Demons, so they didn't have much reaction after hearing these stories. But other people who didn't know Shin Fan's identity had their eyes widened with disbelief at this moment. At this moment, Shin Naotao, Shin Hongxiu, Li Fengxing and others were clenching their fists and gnashing their teeth. None of them recovered memories of their previous lives. Even, they haven't had a few dreams of past lives. Unlike Shin Fan, who dreams from time to time. Many dreams can be pieced together to create a life. But no matter what, Shin Taotao and the others have long accepted that identity. Now that Natanos has said something about the God Realm, Shin Daodao and the others can't wait to go up to the God Realm immediately and chop that bullshit-killing angel into 8 big pieces. At this time, the Demon King of the 6th Heaven said, First summon back all the gods in the 4 realms including the ancient God Realm. Disperse the divine and demigod realms throughout the Tianyu Realm. Then implement the demon blood plan. With so many powerful people sitting here, we can demonize the entire Tianyu world while ensuring minimal losses and casualties. The blind man nodded. In the name of the 4 holy lands, summon the entire Tianyu realm 7th grade beast masters and star warriors. Let them enter the ancient God realm and other 4 realms, and transform the void into demons. After that, consider entering other worlds. Shin Fan nodded slightly. Okay. Chapter 355 The clone enters a different world. Ancient God Realm. Inside the Tianlong Hall, Natanos was filled with demonic energy and began to struggle crazily. Void pollution is almost reaching 100%. Li Mu, Blind Man and others behind were all extremely nervous. Others transformed into void demons. Shin Fan could easily suppress them without taking any measures. But in order to demonize Natanos in the void, a group of strong men have been busy for 3 months. In the past 3 months, the blind man led a group of strong men from the divine realm, took the divine array that Natanos brought from the divine realm, and set up a sealing array in the Tianlong Palace to prevent Natanos from being attacked by the void demon. After being transformed, he ran away. In addition, the sky-breaking demon sword and the 5-color divine stone were also used. Void chains penetrated Natanos' body early. Roar! Natanos, who was gradually losing control, completely transformed into a demon form, even under the suppression of the sealing formation, as well as peerless magic weapons such as the sky-breaking demon sword and the 5-color divine stone. His body still grew crazily. Li Fengxing became very strenuous and had to control the Tianlong temple to continue to grow in order to adapt to Natanos' body, while Shin Fan was using the void chain to control Natanos. He was also activating the Whisper of the Demon King to suppress Natanos. The entire Tianlong Palace rumbled and shook. All the powerful men in the divine realm who maintained the sealing formation had their faces turned extremely pale, and they were sweating profusely. Are beings of this level like Natanos just low-level gods and demons in the divine world? How terrifying must the middle-level gods and demons and the upper-level gods and demons be? What kind of terrifying state did the Demon King reach at his peak? The void pollution level is 100%. When Shin Fan saw this, he immediately activated Purify. Ugh! Natanos, who was in demonic state, howled miserably, and black energy emanated from his body. After a while, boom! Natanos lay heavily on the ground and returned to his middle-aged appearance. He lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Boss, what just happened to me? I seem to be completely in a state of chaos and can't control myself at all. Around him, the blind man and a group of powerful gods sat down on the ground with a plop. Shin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and said, The demonization of the void was successful. I have just helped you to completely purify it. From now on, you don't have to worry about void pollution anymore. Brush! Natanos brushed his hand and crawled to Shin Fan. Although Shin Fan had told him all this before, he still felt incredible now. Will I never be polluted by void again? Natanos swallowed hard. If it is contaminated by the void again, won't it fall into chaos again? Yes. Shin Fan nodded slightly and said, After you are purified, the void pollution will reach 100% again. You will only become more excited, but you will not lose your self-awareness and then fall into chaos and madness. He pointed out the Tianlong Palace and said, Look over there. There are many people with demonic energy billowing from their bodies. They are the ones who were purified And then the void pollution reached 100% again. In order to explore the void and study the void pollution, they all voluntarily maintained the void pollution at 100%. The blind man came over and said, "For now, by keeping the void pollution level at 100%, not only have no problems been found, but unexpected benefits have emerged. Their cultivation speed is actually much faster than others." Nanos. Immediately, his eye circles turned red, and his eyes were full of anticipation. "Boss, when will we return to the God Realm? You can purify the void pollution. We should return to God Realm as soon as possible." Yi Hongyan came over, sat next to Chen Fan, and said, "Your subordinate doesn't seem to be able to work very well with his head." Nanos. I don't remember how many years ago Her Majesty the Empress commented on him like this. Unexpectedly, after reincarnation, the Empress, who had no memory of her previous life, would still comment on him like this. Suddenly, Li Fengxing ran over and said, "Yes, Brother Fan, when will we fight back to the God Realm?" Yi Hongyan glanced at Li Fengxing speechlessly. This guy is in an unstable state now. One moment he is very smart, and the other moment he is very dull. "Kill the H.L.," Yi Hao said, holding the axe to the sky. "We can't even defeat Nanos now. So why don't we rush to the God Realm to die?" Li Fengxing scratched his head. "But didn't he say that the God Realm originally belonged to us?" "That was before," Shen Taodao said. "Didn't you listen to what Nanos said? The Angel God clan has been controlled by the Killing Angel. The Tianlong clan and other divine clans have also experienced civil strife. If we return to the God Realm and are recognized by others, countless powerful enemies will immediately rush out, eager to crush us to ashes." Fang Qingqing nodded. "When our strength is not strong enough, a random god may kill us. I hit Nanos before, and while he was still stuck in the sealed door, we went up together and smashed the sky-breaking demon sword, Chaos Ribbon, and the 5-colored divine stone out. We only hit him twice, but he didn't scream, causing fatal injuries to him. What will happen if you face other powerful demons?" Nanos stood silently on the edge and whispered, "Your Highness, actually, I am very strong." Fang Qingqing, Yi Hongyan said, "Nanos has become a demon in the void. We, as a group, have to work hard and use the divine formation he brought to prepare for 3 months. With the little power we have now, if we return to the God Realm and face those demons who are much more powerful than you, we will be no different from ants." When Shen Hongxiu heard this, she said unconvinced, "We are already at the 5th level of the void divine body now. Even if we cannot defeat them, we can more than protect ourselves. What's the use of self-preservation?" Yi Hongyan said. "Are you always in a state of escaping as a virtual soul?" Shen Hongxiu, Li Mu said. "There is no need to rush back to the God Realm. They have been supporting us for tens of thousands of years, and we don't care about these 10 or 8 years. The top priority is that we should look for other planes and continue to implement the Devil's Blood project in order to collect the power of faith and void energy," the blind man said. "In the past 3 months, we have sent countless strong men into secret realms and restricted areas to find passages to other worlds. Unfortunately, there is no good news yet." Chen Han sighed and said, "All secret realms or forbidden areas are actually the cracks between the two worlds. But not just any crack can truly connect the two worlds. Those passages connecting the two worlds all have chaotic space storms that ordinary people dare not touch. And the power of a powerful person in the divine realm can even stir up the storm, causing the spatial storm to erupt with even more terrifying destructive power." Qin Fan's mother, the 4th Heaven Demon King, said, "It's not impossible." Everyone looked at Qin Fan's mother. She said, "Just let Xiao Fan's clone go." Everyone's eyes lit up. The Demon King on the 4th day continued. "First of all, he can accurately control the power of the clone to adapt to the space storm in those cracks. Secondly, his clone is also a void divine body. He can use the void soul state of the void divine body to enter the space storm without disturbing the space storm. In the end, he has countless clones." Everyone's eyes immediately fell on Qin Fan again. Qin Fan nodded. "I am also preparing to do this." At this moment, a message came from the clone sitting in the Xiao Demon Sea. Qin Fan's expression moved slightly, and he said, "The people from Haotian Temple and 4 Elephants, Holy Land discovered 2 restricted areas in the Northern Cold Territory and the Western Wilderness Territory where the space turbulence is relatively weak." "Great!" Everyone was overjoyed. Li Fengxing geared up. "If we can't return to the God Realm for the time being, let's conquer the lower realm first." Snapped. Bai Rouge slapped him on the back of the head and said, What a conquest! Now we are not trying to conquer another world, but we are trying to use the Devil's Blood project to help our uncle collect the power of faith and void energy. Li Fengxing rubbed his head and said, Isn't that still the same meaning? Bai Rouge was furious. With a thought, Chen Fan used the void chain to send some people back to the Angel God King realm and other realms, and then brought others back to the Chanyu realm to practice the Demon Sea. Let's divide the troops into 2 groups. A figure came out of Chen Fan. The original figure and the clone led a group of people respectively to the Northern Cold Territory and the Western Wilderness Territory. The Xiu Demon Sea is located in the middle of the 4 regions of Tanny realm. Although Chen Fan's current strength is not comparable to that of Natano's, the Void Divine Body has reached the 7th level. After turning into a virtual soul, it has reached hundreds of thousands of miles in a blink of an eye. Only a few breaths of time. He was already standing in front of a restricted area in the snowy northern cold region. At the entrance to the restricted area, 2 women immediately came to greet them. See His Majesty the Human Emperor. No courtesy, Chen Fan said. Is it because the spatial turbulence in this restricted area is relatively weak? One woman nodded and said, Yes. Originally, this restricted area has few resources, so the nearby sect families have not explored it much. 3 months ago, after His Majesty the Human Emperor gave the order, we searched all over the place and sent people to check every secret realm and restricted area. Only then did we discover that the spatial turbulence in this restricted area was much weaker than in other restricted areas. Chen Fan nodded. Go in and have a look. With a thought in his mind, a ray of light enveloped everyone. And then he stepped into the restricted area. It's different from the snowy outside. This restricted area is filled with yellow sand. No wonder the nearby sect families are too lazy to explore. Looking around, there was not a single plant or tree in sight. Who would want to waste time in a place like this? In the desert, some sand beasts occasionally appear, and their levels are not high. The highest level is only level 15, and their number is very small. Led by the 2 men from Haotian Palace, Chen Fan led a group of people across the desert like the wind and stood next to a huge gap, standing on the edge of the crack. Looking down, I saw a huge vortex forming below the crack. The chaotic star power rolled and rolled. If an ordinary Saint Realm expert jumped, he would probably be torn to pieces in an instant. And this kind of space storm is already the safest space storm discovered by Haotian Temple. A strong man from the Haotian Palace said, We have extracted the memories of some monsters in this forbidden area. We can probably determine that the world connected to this forbidden area should be a world of orcs. A world of orcs? Chen Fan was stunned. A tribe? The powerful man from Haotian Palace was stunned for a moment, and then said, You should be talking about a computer game on Earth. Right. We can't be completely sure. After all, the monsters living in this restricted area are not the first batch to come. The monsters in this restricted area now are many generations later. They have limited knowledge of their ancestors' affairs. But the world on the other side of the space channel may indeed be similar to the tribe in the game you just mentioned. Most of them are filled with such huge humanoid creatures. I'll go. Li Fengxing became excited and said, Brother Fan, let me go. I'm going to look for any blood elves. Chen Fan kicked Li Fengxing away. This guy's gaming addiction is much greater than his. At first, everyone was trapped in the Tianlong Palace in the 5th restricted area, racking their brains to become stronger. And even if they wanted to escape, Li Fengxing could hide in a corner and play a single-player game alone. For Li Fengxing, he is not afraid if the sky falls, as long as there are games to play. Yi Hao took a step forward, glanced at Li Fengxing with disdain and said, I think about the blood elves all day long. Don't tell people that I know you. Brother Fan, let me go, Shin Taodao said. Obviously, Haozi is also targeting the blood elves. I heard about the beauties of the blood elves. That's true. A group of women around looked at Shin Taodao silently, making Shin Taodao swallow back the second half of what he said. Is this guy really the Angel God King? The Angel God King is such a second-rate person. Suddenly, Henry Chu said, Let Shin Fan go. Shin Hongxiu and Bai Rouge's expressions darkened, and they all looked at Henry Chu. Henry Chu said expressionlessly, Let Shin Fan's clone go. For other people, even if they can get through, they may not be able to come back. We are too far behind him now. If we have the time and energy, it is better to cultivate in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. Xian Chu is right. Chen Fan nodded and said, That's it. Use all your strength to explore the restricted areas and secret realms, and then leave it to my clone. As he said that, a figure came out of Chen Fan. The figure was holding 2 bottles. In a bottle is the devil's blood, brought by Nanos. The blood of Chen Fan's previous life. In a bottle is Chen Fan's current blood. Everyone looked at the two bottles with extremely strange expressions. Chen Fan's clone took a similar ring, put away the two bottles of blood, and then smiled at everyone. Then I'll go. Yi Hongyan and the others nodded slightly. Be careful. Chen Fan's clone quickly disintegrated and then jumped into the vortex below. The virtual soul state is completely like nothingness. The space storm below did not change at all. Li Fengxing stared at the vortex below for a while, then moved his fingers slightly. A stone the size of an egg flew down. Boom! It was obviously just a small stone falling. But the whirlpool burst out with extremely terrifying power. And the storm was raging. Shen Hongxiu was furious and punched Li Fengxing. Are you sick? He just jumped down. What if he hasn't left the passage yet? Shen Taodao said. Brother Fan, I have reason to believe that this guy wants to murder you. You said before that in the dream, he wanted to kill you all the time. No. He actually wanted to kill all of us. Li Fengxing squatted down with his head in his arms. Don't taint someone's innocence. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, Over there in the western wasteland. My clone also went in. People from the Four Elephants, Holy Land said that it seems to be a world of succubus. Yi Hao turned around and left. I'm a little urgent to urinate. So let's go first. Chapter 356 The World of Succubi. The Angels and Gods. Boom! Chen Fan did somersaults in the air, jumped into the air, and landed on the ground. The dark brown land stretches endlessly. The big mushroom-like trees shone with a strange light. This world is as beautiful as a fairy tale world. Sudden. Above the void, winds and clouds surged. Two vortexes appeared at the same time. From the whirlpool, two figures came out. Seeing those two figures, Chen Fan's eyes widened immediately. He has two horns on his head, two wings on his back, and a tail behind his back. He wears very little clothing. What a succubus! Although, the succubus sign by Yi Hao seems to be different. The two people in front of me have fairer skin. Crack! Just as Chen Fan was sizing up the two succubi, two whips rolled towards him like dragons. God realm? Chen Fan was startled, and his body instantly entered the virtual soul state and disappeared without a trace. It's not that he's afraid of the divine realm. Even if it's just a clone, there is absolutely no way an ordinary god can be his opponent. However, the available information proves that all creatures in the mortal world can only cultivate to the semi-god realm. As for the divine bridges in the demigod realm, all of them were broken. Unless you use the power of faith, you can't connect to the divine bridge at all. Is there actually a divine realm in this world? Chen Fan's body became translucent, and his spiritual consciousness said, You too. Kill without saying a word. Is this how you treat guests? There is a language barrier between the two parties, but there is no obstacle to communication of ideas. Who are you? Above the void, a succubus grabbed a whip and sent waves of thoughts. Why do you want to invade our world? Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, the whip of another succubus had already been rolled over, but the whip cut through his body, as if it was just touching a shadow. The succubus looked at the succubus communicating with Chen Fan and jabbered a few words in a language that Chen Fan couldn't understand. The eyes of the two succubi became extremely solemn. They were not sure about Chen Fan's background. But this method of turning into nothingness has become invincible. Anyone who sees it will get a headache. Chen Fan said, I just came to travel around this world, not to invade it. The two succubi looked at each other, straightened their chests, and tilted their heads in a charming manner. TSK. This figure. This temperament. Is it because of the uniqueness of succubi in this world? Or because they are already in the divine realm? It feels like these two are more like aloof queens compared to the succubus princess Jiajiu signed by Yi Hao. Chen Fan just wanted to continue talking. Call! The spatial turbulence in the interface channel surges again. Someone is coming again. Couldn't it be that boy Yi Hao? Bang! Fong Qingqing quickly spun in the air and stepped on the air with her feet, as if she were stepping on the ground, with her feet as the center. Ripples rippled in all directions. Chen Fan. Fong Qingqing's face turned red. She raised her head and said timidly, The Empress is afraid that you will be in danger here. So let me come with you and take a look. Chen Fan. This reason. At this time, the two whips quickly rolled towards Fong Qingqing. God realm? Fong Qingqing was also taken aback, and her body instantly disappeared. The two strong succubi were a little dumbfounded. Do all people from another world have such incredible abilities? God-level attacks couldn't hurt them at all? One of the succubi frowned and gently clasped the palm of his left hand. A big mountain rumbled down, pressing on Fong Qingqing's head. The attack method is a bit single. Fang Qingqing grabbed the heavenly demon staff and walked out of the mountain. In the virtual soul state. Unless there is a being of the level of Natanos, ordinary attacks will have no effect at all. Fang Qingqing's spiritual consciousness said, "Why is there a divine realm in this world? How do you break through to the divine realm?" The two succubi were silent. Fang Qingqing laughed. "It seems that no matter what world, the strong are respected. Then, let me see how capable you are." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Qingqing summoned the goblins and the ice-white python. At this time, Goblin Xiaobu had already broken through to the divine realm, became the king of goblins, and unified the goblin clan in Tianyu realm. But his appearance is still the same as before. The ice-white python also broke through to the divine realm and evolved into a frost dragon. As soon as they came out, they all ran to Chen Fan. It was as if they were not Fang Qingqing's beasts at all, but Chen Fan's beasts. Fang Qingqing. The ice-white python spoke human words and said, "Sir, do you like these two succubi? Don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll capture them in a moment." Chen Fan. The goblin glanced at Fang Qingqing on the other side and slapped his forehead. Even if the ice-white python becomes a giant frost dragon, even if he breaks through to the divine realm, he is still like this. Next moment, the ice-white python suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. He got excited and said, "Actually, I just wanted to lighten the atmosphere and make a joke." Boom! The light on the sky demon staff flashed. An array of white light fell on the head of the ice-white python. The huge frost dragon howled miserably and fell down, crushing a mountain below. Fang Qingqing thought. And another summoning circle immediately appeared under the frost dragon's body. Don't! The ice-white python grabbed the edge of the summoning circle with its claws and shouted repeatedly, "I won't dare next time! I won't dare again! Call!" Before he finished speaking, Fang Qingqing took back the beast-controlling space. Fang Qingqing's face was as dark as water, and she looked at the goblin silently. Shibu trembled, raised his arms and shouted, "These succubi who only know how to show off their faces should be killed. Wearing so little is indecent. Leave it to me, and I'll cripple them." As he spoke, the goblin brandished his axe and charged forward. On the other side, the two succubi watched the goblins rushing towards them, and their hearts were filled with excitement. There are goblins in this world too, but goblins can be called the lowest race, not even qualified to carry their shoes. How come someone from another world summoned a god-level goblin? Can goblins break through to the divine realm? What happened to this world? Even if a demon breaks through to the divine realm, they won't feel much. But goblin. Bah! As soon as the goblin rushed in front of the two succubi, its body grew crazily, just like the heaven and earth in the Earth's myths and legends. His axe, which was modeled after Yihao's heavenly axe, struck a succubus with one stroke. The succubus's face darkened, and he grunted. The whip in his hand came first, and rolled towards the goblin's neck like lightning. Goblin's personality is not like Gongzi's, who likes to fight hard. Seeing the whip flying towards him, the goblin's body flashed with lightning, and he and his axe disappeared in an instant. Wow! The other succubus was startled and hurriedly warned. I saw the goblin, who had already used Thunder Flash to get around to the other side of the succubus, and swept over with his axe. The huge axe, like a mountain, brought up a long line of white air in the void. At first glance, it looked like the entire space had been cut open. The succubus was startled and did not dare to force the attack, so she wanted to move out. But at this moment, a faint light flashed in the goblin's eyes. Spiritual Spike! The skill copy from Xiao He was like a sharp needle piercing into the sea of succubus consciousness. The succubus screamed and subconsciously held her head with both hands, and the huge axis swept across at this moment. The other succubus was shocked. His wrist shook, and the whip in his hand wanted to fly out to save his companion. But Fang Qingqing stood in front of her, with the heavenly demon staff in her hand. The critical moment, Chen Fan appeared in front of the succubus out of thin air. He raised his hand slightly, and grabbed the giant axe that the goblin swept over. Lord Chen Fan! The goblin did not dare to move rashly, and returned to his green-skinned dwarf appearance. Die! The succubus recovered. The whip in her hand was as straight as a sword, and penetrated Chen Fan's chest. Chen Fan. Fang Qingqing's face darkened. Xiao Bu! Kill her! The goblin glanced at Chen Fan. Chen Fan said, We are here to do business, not to kill people. Don't always think about fighting and killing. As he spoke, chains of voids flew out from Chen Fan's body, piercing through the bodies of the two divine realm succubi in the blink of an eye. The two succubi groaned miserably, and their power was instantly sealed. Chen Fan then said, I don't want to invade your world. I just need your world's help. I hope you will cooperate with me well and avoid a lot of physical pain. At this time, countless white feathers suddenly dropped from the sky. Oh! Chen Fan raised his head and said, Qingqing, let Xiaobu return to the beast control space. It seems that some angels and gods are coming. Fang Qingqing's strength was far inferior to that of Chen Fan's clone. When she heard, Angel God Clan, she was stunned for a moment. After reacting, she immediately sent the goblin back to the beast control space. The next moment, countless white feathers suddenly turned into sharp swords, forming a whirlwind of 10,000 swords and rolling towards Chen Fan. This power. Fang Qingqing was startled and immediately entered the virtual soul state and disappeared without a trace. In her perception, the power of any feather is much more powerful than those two succubi. Is it really the Angel God Clan? The angels and gods from the God realm came to this plane? He saw endless sharp swords constantly passing through Chen Fan's body, which had become virtual. Chen Fan couldn't help but frown. The clone's virtual soul state cannot withstand such an attack for too long. What? Fang Qingqing was shocked. Although Chen Fan is just a clone, the level of the void divine body is 2 levels higher than hers. Unable to deal with the attack from the Angel God Clan? Could it be that the angelic Protoss hidden in the dark is as powerful as Natanos? I saw a dazzling light flashing in the sky. A woman with a pair of white wings slowly floated down. Her eyes were unwavering, and she just looked at Chen Fan in his virtual soul state silently. Since the lower world, I have never encountered such a strange opponent. Which clan of gods are you from? The angel Protoss glanced at Chen Fan and said through his spiritual consciousness, Your divine power is very strange. I have never encountered it before. Monster name, Angel God Clan. Shen Nuo. Combat power level, Nirvana God Realm 5th Heaven. Race level, Supreme God Clan. Monster attribute Thunder. Wind. The same level of cultivation as Natanos. Chen Fan had a headache. Even if he himself comes, a god with such a level of cultivation may not be able to do it. In the end, maybe with the help of the sky-breaking demon sword and the void divine body, both sides will be injured in a fight. But if you want to suppress the opponent, your strength is far from enough. Chen Fan's expression moved slightly, and he also said via voice transmission, I am Yi Hao's cousin from the Dutin clan. Yi Feng. Shen Nu. You don't recognize me. Bold. Shen Nu's voice from the Angel God clan exploded in Chen Fan's mind. Prince Yi Hao doesn't have a cousin named Yi Feng at all. Who are you? Why do you know my name? The sharp sword that crazily attacked Chen Fan. Its light and speed skyrocketed, although it still penetrated Chen Fan's body like a phantom. But Chen Fan has already felt the pain. His strength is being consumed by those sharp swords. The Angel God Clan, one of the most powerful god clan in the vast god realm, indeed has some tricks. She can actually attack even the void soul state of the void divine body. Sure enough, the gap in strength between the two sides was still too big. Stop! Fang Qingqing also saw Chen Fan's situation and showed up. Shen Nu tilted his head. Subsequently, her eyes widened with disbelief. It's not impossible, Fang Qingqing said in a deep voice. Shen Nu, don't you recognize me? Bang! Shen Nu, who was originally extremely arrogant, had red eyes, and with a bang, he knelt on one knee in the void. Shen Nu of the Angel God Clan. Please see Her Royal Highness the Heavenly Demon Princess. Your Highness Princess, are you still alive? Dead, Fang Qingqing said. Is it okay to be reincarnated and come back? Shen Nu swayed and moved to Fang Qingqing out of thin air. Fang Qingqing was startled and subconsciously wanted to enter the virtual soul state. But she gritted her teeth secretly, still put on a condescending look, and looked at Shen Nu silently. Shen Nu cried out in pain. Your Highness, after your death, the divine world has been in chaos. Fang Qingqing looked at Chen Fan and said, It seems that this is not the Killing Angel clan. The Killing Angel? Shen Nu's eyes showed hatred. It's the Killing Angel, forcing us to become homeless. Just to avoid his oppression, we had to escape into the void and descend to the lower realm. The two succubi looked at the scene blankly. There is only one god in this world. That was Master Shen Nu in front of him. But now, Master Shen Nu knelt in front of that woman, crying bitterly. Could it be said that those two people also came down from the god realm? Fang Qingqing glanced at Chen Fan, who was not far away, snorted and said, Put away your attack. Do you know who the person you are attacking is? Shen Nu withdrew the attack immediately, then glanced at Chen Fan and shook his head. Is this person a servant of Her Highness the Princess? but I didn't feel the power of the demon in him. Chen Fan looked at Fang Qingqing with a playful smile and said, "It seems that I look like your servant." Fang Qingqing's face turned red and she said, "He is Chen Fan. What's this name? He's the king of demons?" Shen Nua looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Chen Fan nodded slightly. "It seems so." After a pause, Chen Fan added, "I should have brought Tao Ao and Hongxiu over." "What did you say?" Shen Nua's body trembled, and he looked at Chen Fan with infinite expectations in his eyes. Chen Fan sighed and said, "Shen Hongxiu, Shen Naotao are at the other end of the passage." Chapter 357 in the World of Orcs. The Savior is Goblin? Chen Fan, Shen Nua, and Fang Qingqing stood in front of the passage between the two realms. Shen Nua's face looked a little ugly. "King, if I jump into this vortex, no matter how I restrain my divine power will stir up this spatial storm. My divine body may be able to support this kind of space storm, but this space channel may collapse because of it. And if you use a clone to get over, the power of the clone may not be able to withstand this spatial storm." Knowing that the angel god king was at the other end of the passage, Shen Nua was full of expectations. But trying to pass through this space channel is as difficult as climbing to the sky. There are space storms in the passages of both realms. Not every passage can be traveled freely, especially the powerful Protoss. The more powerful it is, the more likely it is that the divine power will stir up space storms, and eventually cause the space passage to collapse. By then, you don't know where it will be swept away by the storm. "No need to rush back," Chen Fan said. "How long have you? How long have it been since Tao Tao and I fell?" Shen Nua said. 68,345 years. Chen Fan said speechlessly. "There is no need to be so precise. I forgot to ask Natanos before. I heard him tell a story. I thought it should be about 30,000 years ago. I didn't expect it to take so long." Fang Qingqing stopped talking. Chen Fan sighed and said, "Unfortunately, it is impossible to determine the time when the sky-breaking demon sword was cast." Shen Nua was stunned and said, "King, why do you need to determine the time when the sky-breaking demon sword will be cast?" Chen Fan silently looked at the vortex of the space passage and said, "I have had many dreams, and they were all about things in the vast divine world. There are some dreams among them that are most likely not from this life you just mentioned. In other words, there is actually another life ahead of the Demon King. The Angel God King and Empress Dutin also had previous lives. The sky-breaking demon sword was forged in that life." "Ah," Shen Nua looked at Chen Fan blankly. Chen Fan continued, "When I was casting the sky-breaking demon sword, someone told me that this world has less than 3 million years left." "Ah," Shen Nua exclaimed in surprise. Chen Fan said, "So, I would like to confirm how many years have passed since the sky-breaking demon sword was successfully cast. How many years are left in this world?" Shen Nua and Fang Qingqing both looked at Chen Fan with horror in their eyes. Chen Fan laughed and said, "Don't look at me like that. The soldiers will cover up the water and the earth. This is our fate and our disaster. Since you can't avoid it, just face it calmly." Shen Nua sobbed softly. This angelic Protoss, who has lived for who knows how many years, for some reason, likes to cry. When I cry, I can't stop my tears. Chen Fan had no experience in comforting women. When he saw this, he looked at Fang Qingqing with a troubled expression. Qingqing pursed her lips and said, "That's enough. Stop crying." Her tone was not very serious, but as soon as the words were spoken, Shen Nua immediately stopped speaking and wiped away the tears on his face. Behind them, two powerful succubus figures were stunned and speechless. "All right," Chen Fan said. "Tell me the purpose of my coming here." Long story short, Chen Fan fully revealed the Devil's Blood project. He also told Shen Nua about the void pollution and other matters. After hearing this, Shen Nua didn't come back to his senses for a while. "What are you thinking about?" Chen Fan waved his palm a few times in front of Shen Nua. Ah, Shen Nua's eyes were firm, and he nodded fiercely. "Wang, don't worry. Leave it to me." As she spoke, she turned around and started chirping at the two succubi behind her. The two succubi stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. But they never dared to question what Shen Nua, who towered over them, said. However, hearing about void pollution for the first time, and hearing about the crisis in the God Realm from Shen Nua's mouth, the two succubus God Realm powerhouses also set off huge waves in their hearts. Chen Fan handed 2 bottles of blood to Shen Nua, and explained in detail the dilution multiples, and various details of the demonization. Shen Nua nodded. "I understand. Don't worry. I will take care of it. King, You and your royal highness, please go to my temple to have a rest. I will take care of other matters. I will arrange for several succubi to serve me. Ahem. Fong Qingqing coughed lightly and said, we still have a lot of things to do. Let's go back to this. Qin Fan and I will go back. And one of your clones will go over there with us to see Hong Xiu and Nao Tao. Qin Fan looked at Fong Qingqing speechlessly. I can't do it if I come here to play separately. You obviously saw that there are a lot of succubi here. So you don't want me to stay for another minute. Right? Fong Qingqing's face turned red. And she turned her head away, pretending not to see Qin Fan. Yes, Shenhua said excitedly. Then let's go. As she spoke, her body swayed and a clone emerged. Qin Fan looked at the sky silently. I haven't even had a cup of tea yet. Fong Qingqing pursed her lips and turned around. Let's go. Wait a minute, Qin Fan said expressionlessly. I will copy your void divine body to Shenhua first. Fong Qingqing stopped. Shenhua was stunned for a moment. Void divine body? Copy? The next moment, Shenhua's body shook, and his eyes showed a look of disbelief. The reincarnated demon king is obviously so weak. But can he give such a strange and powerful divine body to others? Feeling the vast and unpredictable power in the void characters in the body, Shenhua was ecstatic. Is this the void divine body that the demon king is talking about? Really? Their demise was not due to exhaustion of cultivation at all. They are going to find a way to deal with the void. This void divine body is much more powerful than all the divine bodies of the supreme gods in the god realm. Although it had just been turned on, Shenhua felt the power of the void divine body and danced with joy. Be more reserved. Qin Fan frowned and used void energy to help Shenhua open the void divine body to the 5th level. For the time being, it can only be opened up to the 5th level. The void energy required for the 6th level and above is too huge. Even Chu Xian and Yihao have only opened to the 6th floor. We can only wait for the void energy to rise to a certain level before we can consider giving it to Shenhua and Natanos to open it to the 6th level and above. It's unimaginable. It's really unimaginable. Although Shenhua stopped dancing, the ecstasy in his eyes did not diminish by half. King! The void divine body you gave me can almost crush the divine body of the angels and gods. Even the divine body of the angel god king and the divine body of the heavenly dragon emperor are completely incomparable to the void divine body. Fong Qingqing sighed and said, this is what Qin Fan paid for with his life. Qin Fan took the sky-breaking demon sword into the void, deduced the void, and studied the void. Fong Qingqing and Chu Xian already knew these things. Although the details are not yet known, the causes and consequences are probably known. Alright, Qin Fan said. You should adapt to the void divine body first, and then create a clone. The 5th level is the virtual soul. The clone enters the virtual soul state and can enter and exit the space channel at will without disturbing the space storm. Yes. Shenhua closed his eyes and began to feel the changes in the void divine body. In the blink of an eye, he opened the void divine body, then climbed up one level at a time, breaking through to the 5th level. Shenhua was also shocked and inexplicable. After a while, she opened her eyes, and another clone came out, nodded and said, although I can't use it freely yet, there is no problem in entering the virtual soul state. Qin Fan opened his mouth, looked at Fong Qingqing, and said, I left a clone here to cultivate the succubus and increase the energy of the void. Fong Qingqing glanced at Qin Fan steadily and nodded. Okay, I will also leave a clone here to help you. Qin Fan. There was a flash of light on the two of them, and a clone emerged from each of them. Another world. Qin Fan is on the run. This is the world of orcs, very much like the tribes of Azeroth. However, Qin Fan had been chased for a long time and had not yet met the beautiful blood elf. But now, behind him, a group of tough orc ants are chasing after him. Stop chasing me! Qin Fan turned around and roared. If I chase you again, I will kill you. Little brother, don't run away. A towering ant with fangs said, we will take good care of you. Get lost. Qin Fan said without looking back. Get lost. He would rather be chased by a succubus or blood elf. But this group of orc ants really made his lungs explode with anger. Even if it's just a clone, he can easily kill the opponent. However, he has no grudges against others, and he came to this world to implement the Devil's Blood Project. If he really started a killing, he didn't know what kind of trouble it would cause. These orcs are so weird. He is absolutely not afraid of death. When he saw him, he was like a wolf that had been hungry for 7 days and 7 nights, chasing after him. None of the void demons in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms are as resilient as them. Qin Fan suppressed batch after batch. But he was too lazy to suppress them. So he could only turn into a virtual soul state. As a result, he turned into a virtual soul state. And the orc ants refused to leave. They were chattering beside him, commenting on his face, his figure, and his conversation. There are still people who are imagining the scenery after holding him in their arms. Qin Fan almost vomited. After cultivating to this point, he never imagined that one day he would come to such a world. A world where strength was not respected but appearance was. With no other choice, Qin Fan entered the virtual soul state again and disappeared without a trace. What to do next? As long as you show up, you are guaranteed to be greeted by a swarm of wild bees and butterflies. Hidden into the void and moved out. Qin Fan pondered for a long time, then transformed into a tower and appeared. With a flick of his hand, a mirror appeared in front of him. But he couldn't decide whether the tower in the mirror was considered handsome or ugly in this world. Irritable. Let's sense the aura of the strongest person in the world first. Regardless of whether it is the divine realm or the semi-divine realm. Go ahead and give it a beating first. And then conquer it. Qin Fan closed his eyes slightly. And his consciousness swept out in all directions. This world is so weird. It's bigger than Tanny realm. However, the number of the orcs is very small. Far less than that of the humans in the Tanny realm. Looking at the nymphomaniacal looks of those orc annies. Shouldn't they have 1 litter in their lifetime, and a huge number of them? Oh! Understood. When Qin Fan's consciousness covered the entire world of orcs, he finally understood why the number of orcs was so small. The number of male orcs in this world is less than 1/10 of the number of female orcs. The male orcs all have haggard colors and withered faces. It's so difficult for men in this world. One person has to deal with more than a dozen women. In the beginning, it may feel like heaven. In a few days, it will probably turn into H.L. Tauren, Lion Tribe, Snake Tribe, Bear Tribe, Kobold Tribe, Tiger Tribe, Fox Tribe, Wolf Tribe. Huh? Are there really night elves? So beautiful. Her figure is not inferior to that of a succubus. Fortunately, Li Fengxing didn't come. Otherwise, Fengxing would probably become one of those skinny men in a few days. This world is much larger than Tanny realm. But there are only 3 demigod realms. They are all women. But speaking of it, normal men have been tortured into this state. They work all day long and have no time to practice. It is normal for the 3 demigods to be all women. It's a pity that among the 3 demigods, one is a Tauren, one is a kobold, and one is a lion. After thinking about it, Qin Fan simply turned himself into a goblin. A strong Tauren might be attracted by those women accidentally. Green-skinned dwarf. They won't be interested. Right? Qin Fan touched his head. In the past, it was just emeralds lying on the head. And only the head was a little green. It's fine now. All green. It's so green. But with Lu looking like this, Qin Fan felt a sense of security. In this way, there should be no need to worry about being chased by the orc ants. With a thought, Qin Fan entered the virtual soul state and moved tens of thousands of miles away. Just on that plane, 3 demigods were fighting fiercely. What a shocking scene this is. 3 demigods. But they are like 3 shrews. You slap me in the face, and I grab your hair. The armors worn by the 3 of them were all in tatters. His hair was also a mess. In this way, none of the 3 people wanted to give up and kept fighting. This world is so weird. Judging from their temperament, crushing them with powerful force may not be able to convince them. Do you still want to sell your divine body? That's impossible. I would rather die. Qin Fan touched his chin, his mind spinning. Roar! The 3 demigod-level women roared simultaneously and separated. They saw them dropped and began to take out the wine and food and wolf down the food. Yes. Wouldn't it be better to continue fighting after eating and drinking? Right? How did you achieve this kind of IQ and temperament to reach the demigod realm? The 3 demigods continued to fight like this. The sky was dark and the earth was dark. But they didn't destroy the world. What a miracle! After a while, after the 3 women had eaten and drank enough, they started fighting again. Qin Fan. This can be a bit troublesome. The people in this world all look like they are not afraid of death. And they all seem to be missing a muscle. Even if you use force to suppress them, they may not be obedient. And if they don't obey, this devil's blood plan will not be implemented at all. Qin Fan narrowed his eyes and appeared. The 3 void chains pierced through the bodies of the 3 demigod-level women at the same time with a clattering sound. The 3 women screamed, and their power was instantly sealed by the void chains. Chen Fan's spiritual consciousness transmitted. Everyone, listen to what I have to say. Man! Green man! What a beautiful man! The pain on the faces of the three women disappeared instantly, and they stared at Chen Fan, who had transformed into a goblin. Chen Fan, if that doesn't work, I'll ask Xiao Bu to bring all the goblins over. The number of goblins in Tanny realm is very large. The only trouble is, can the goblins cope with these women who are like wolves and tigers? If that doesn't work, let Shido Shinichi send all the men from the Yang Kingdom to this world. It's time for those guys from Yang Kingdom to make some contributions. Chen Fan felt powerless for a while. As the king of demons, this was the first time in his life that he felt such despair. It was an indescribable feeling. He felt that he was very helpless now. Chapter 358, The Domineering Golden Horned Dragon of Coal Pond. Void Energy, 98 trillion. Host, Chen Fan. Level, Reland 3rd Heaven. Void Divine Power, 49,993 cards plus. Spiritual Sense, 39 WE plus. Power of Faith, 850.9 billion plus. Void Pollution Degree, 645/800. Sitting in the main hall, looking at the attribute panel, Chen Fan remained silent. Although helping Chu Xian and the others to open the Void Divine Body to the 7th level, a lot of void energy was consumed. But the void energy still reached 98 trillion. The main reason is that the void energy harvested by the powerful gods is extremely huge. In the ancient god realm, a strong man in the divine realm could sweep tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands, or millions of void demons with just a thought, and wipe them out in a matter of breaths. At the same time, Chen Fan's clone is still helping Tanny Realm and Blue Star, as well as the world of Succubus, and continues to cultivate beasts. Even the Star Warriors have opened the beast-controlling space and signed a contract to control the beasts. Gather sand to form a tower. A little adds up to a lot. All Beastmasters, and Star Warriors will collect void energy after killing monsters. Even though the void energy consumption is huge, the recovery speed is also very fast. Just a little weird. The world of orcs that the clone went to has no reaction until now, because of the space storm barrier. The original person in Tanny Realm did not receive the message from the clone from another world. In the details of void energy, Chen Fan did not see an increase from the orc world. Chen Fan took another look at the system panel. 98 trillion. It is enough to open the 8th level of the void divine body. The previous 7th level consumed 40 trillion. When the void energy was insufficient, he tried to open the 8th layer, which showed that it was 88 trillion. Now that the 8th level of the void divine body is opened, there are still 10 trillion. But the void energy consumed by the void god body is too huge. After Chen Fan opened the 8th level, Chu Xian and Yihao had to wait for a long time if they wanted to open the 8th level. Unless, find multiple different worlds in a short period of time and cultivate those few different worlds. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. More and more powerful people in the divine realm were cultivated by him. But the void energy was still not enough. Far from enough. Now Yi Hongyan and Chu Xian's void divine bodies have reached the 7th level. But under the request of Yi Hongyan and others, Chen Fan will not help them break through in a short period of time. Everyone's requirements are surprisingly consistent. That is, wait until Chen Fan's void divine body reaches its peak before considering other people. After all, the 7th level of the void divine body is already shocking enough. The 1st level of the void divine body is skin refining. The 2nd level, Tong Mai. The 3rd level, the devil's heart. The 4th layer is the bone. The 5th level, virtual soul. The 6th level, awakening void particles. On the 7th level, void particles grow into clones. At the 8th level, void particles evolve into black holes. This 7th level is the awakening of countless clones. With countless clones and the cooperation of virtual souls, even if Chu Xian and the others are still at the bottom of the divine realm, they can easily deal with demons like Shenhua and Natanos. After having countless clones, Chu Xian and the others also started another way of cultivation. They released their clones and began to practice alone. A large number of clones are deducing the 8th level of the void divine body day and night. There is also a clone focusing on the deduction of whispers of the Demon King. If you practice like this, you can make 1,000 miles, even without Chen Fan using void energy or the power of faith to improve again. The cultivation of Chu Xian, Yihao and others still improved by leaps and bounds, making others envious and jealous. Chen Fan's eyes fell on the pollution level of the void. The void pollution degree has reached 645. Unlike Yuan Songhai and others who reached 100% void pollution, Chen Fan still didn't feel anything abnormal even though he reached 645 points of void pollution. There was no black energy coming out of his whole body. I don't know if it's because of the void divine body. With the void divine body activated to the 7th level, he was not affected at all even if the void pollution level reached 645 points. Chen Fan was a little hesitant. He has kept this void pollution degree without purification, just to deduce the void. However, deducing the void comes with certain risks, because no one could predict what kind of state Chen Fan would be in if he became completely demonized. Although Chen Fan had already copied purification to Chu Xian and Yi Hongyan. But if he, who controls everything, falls into extreme demonization, Henry Chu and the others may not be able to suppress him. If you want to suppress or even seal Chen Fan's true identity, you still have to rely on Chen Fan himself. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, the light on his body kept flashing, and clones came out one after another. A group of clones stood in front of him. Chen Fan glanced at a group of clones. Each clone also has an attribute panel. There is also a void pollution degree on the attribute panel, but it's different from the original one. The original body's void pollution degree has reached 645, but the clone's void pollution degree is only within 10. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, one of the clones aimed his palm at the other clones, activating the purification. A group of clones purified each other. The void pollution degree of all clones has become 0. This is also the reason why Chen Fan has never purified the void pollution of this deity. After Avatar, bring your own system. It's like the system made a copy. Apart from being far inferior to the original in terms of strength, the clone has everything it should have. Void chain, void imprisonment, sky-breaking demon sword, as well as skills such as Demon King Whisper and purification. Therefore, Chen Fan's clone in the Succubus world has begun to cultivate succubi with the cooperation of Shenhua, the angel god. If the clone can be purified, Chen Fan will have no worries. When the void pollution level approached 800, he was going to distribute all his power to the clone, and then let the clone activate the void chain to seal the original body, and then see what kind of changes would happen in the end. At this time, Yi Hongyan, Yi Hao, and others walked in with a group of people. They are also doppelgangers. Their true deities are now fighting endlessly in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. Both Blue Star and Tanny realm have made new discoveries. Yi Hongyan walked over slowly and said, "There are many restricted areas, and the space storm at the space gate has stabilized. Ordinary powerful people in the divine realm cannot enter, but the virtual soul state can enter normally. I plan to let Henry Chu and Yi Hao all separate themselves, and then form a team to go to the different worlds." Chen Fan said, "Every team still needs a clone of me. Otherwise, you can only collect the power of faith, but not the energy of the void. For the power of faith, just rely on the Devil's Blood Project. First use the blood of demons to demonize, and then use the blood of the living Chen Fan to purify it. And then you can collect the power of faith. But if it is just like this, the void energy cannot be collected, unless Chen Fan helps the demonized person or his beast, and cultivates it once. He will be able to harvest the void energy. In contrast, Star Warriors perform miracles, because after Chen Fan used the power of faith to help the Star Warriors open up a space for beast control, it was tantamount to nurturing them. This is much simpler than Chen Fan cultivating those beasts. Back in Blue Star, it took just a few seconds to help thousands of Star Warriors open up a space for beast control. It was really easy. Breeding beasts is different. Although in the eyes of others, it is easy for Chen Fan to cultivate beasts. After all, it only took a short time for him to use the power of faith to help the demigod realm break through to the divine realm. However, as an ordinary demonized beast master or beast master, Chen Fan definitely cannot use the power of faith. He can only collect materials and cook hot pot like he did in Blue Star. 1 person and 2 people. Simple and easy. 10 people and 100 people are nothing. But billions of people. This is a huge project. Even if Chen Fan has countless clones, it still feels like he is being squeezed dry when operating it. Henry Chu glanced at a group of Chen Fan's clones and said, "Are you ready to open the 8th level of the void divine body?" Yi Hao and Shen Tao beside them immediately became excited. At the 8th level, void particles evolve into black holes. Theoretically speaking, every clone can turn into a black hole? This is simply unimaginable. On the 7th level of the void divine body, facing Natanos and Shenhua, even if they couldn't defeat them, they could easily escape and were considered immortal. But if you open the 8th level of the void divine body, although Natanos and Shenhua were at the pinnacle of lower demon gods, they were unable to compete with the black hole. What's more, there are countless black holes. This is equivalent to saying that if the 8th level is opened, even someone who has just broken through to the divine realm will instantly crush lower-level demon gods, like Natanos and Shinua, who have been practicing for many thousands of years. The first few levels of the Void Divine Body are terrifying enough. This 8th level directly raises the combat power to the level of a mid-level demon. No. According to Natanos and Shinua, the median demon god cannot actually compete with the big black hole. Qinfan nodded and said, "Some time ago, the void energy was enough. Now we can open the 8th level. It's just that we are not fighting a powerful demon now, so I haven't been in a hurry to open it." Qinfan raised his head and saw the orange cat holding a can, eating it and nodding at him. This foodie. But why does that can look familiar? Qinfan couldn't help but ask. "What are you eating?" Orange cat handed over the can and said, "Limu brought it from Blue Star. He said it was developed by Blue Star using fish meat from a secret realm. It's so delicious. Even better than the royal banquet of the Great Yin Dynasty. I've eaten more than a dozen cans, and I can't stop. Would you like some?" Gongzi walked to Qinfan and sat down, rolled his eyes and said, "Boss, don't eat. I heard Limu say that it is the latest generation of cat food from Blue Star." Orange cat. Qinfan and others. "I'm going to kill Limu." The orange cat's voice still echoed in the hall. But the person had disappeared. Soon, there was a roar outside. It seemed that the orange cat had found Limu and started fighting. Qinfan said with a black line on his face, "Orange cat, a battle at the divine level will set off a tsunami. If you destroy Human Emperor Island, I will beat you to death." Outside, it instantly became silent. The orange cat rushed back angrily, sat down on the chair, and crossed his legs. "He is your senior brother, and you are deliberately favoring him." Sudden, Qinfan raised his head and looked into the void with a strange expression. Everyone was stunned. Yi Hongyang couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Qinfan rolled his eyes and said, "The clone that went to the orc world is back." "So fast?" Yi Hao asked. "Is it done?" Qinfan said speechlessly, "It failed." "What?" Everyone was shocked. Yi Hongyang frowned and said, "In that world, is there a powerful demon?" "No." Qinfan shook his head and said, "The strongest ones are the 3 demigods." Everyone. Qinfan said this about the situation in the orc world. The whole place fell silent. "It's really tricky." Yi Hao scratched his head and said, "Brother Fan, have you ever tried to maim them directly? I don't believe it. With their spiritual enlightenment to this level, they can still not be afraid of death. Even the void demon is actually afraid of death. It's just that he is controlled by endless killing intent and evil thoughts. And he wants to kill like crazy. Last time I was in the ancient demon world, I killed a god-level void demon with an axe. A group of demons around him turned around and ran away. They all jumped into the crack." Shintao nodded and said, "There is no race that is not afraid of death. And there is no creature that is not afraid of death. Kill a few of them to scare the monkeys. There's no way those orc ants won't be afraid of him." Qinfan sighed and said, "I turned into a goblin and locked 3 demigods with void chains. Even when they were in agony, they still praised me for being handsome." Everyone. Goblin. At this moment, a Shamat young man stood up and said expressionlessly, "Sir, let me go. I will conquer them." Everyone's eyes were turned to the Shamat boy. Kolpan Golden Horn Dragon. Li Fengxing's Beast Master. This guy has evolved into a giant frost dragon. After turning into a human form, he fell in love with Shamat. Not only did he kill Matt himself, he also turned Li Fengxing's group of Beast Masters into killing Matt. Now, Li Fengxing was a little afraid to recognize this group of beasts. After all, as a powerful person in the divine realm, as the Dragon Emperor, it is really wrong to lead a group of killers through the city. "Are you going to conquer them?" The young man transformed into an ice-white python sneered and said, "Are you going to be the chief horse? Are you sure you can handle those orc ants?" "I can," Handan Golden Horn Dragon said. "We have been following Mr. Qinfan for so long, but we have not made any achievements. It's time for us to show our worth." Ice-white python. The Handan Golden Horn Dragon looked at Li Fengxing's other beasts. Horn tiger, green fire deer, black ice poison ant, bone dragon. Beholder. A group of killers had firm eyes and nodded at the same time. Everyone. Qinfan looked for Li Fengxing in the crowd. Then, he looked towards a corner behind the crowd. In the corner, Li Fengxing squatted on the ground, drawing circles in despair. "Uh-huh." Qinfan hummed for a long time before saying, "Xiaohan." "Yes." Yes! Yes! Han Golden Horn Dragon and the others straightened their chests, being praised by Chen Fan. All of them looked radiant. Anger burst out from the eyes of the ice-white python. The Han Golden Horn Dragon had always been trampled under his feet, bullied and suppressed by him. Suddenly, this guy actually rode on his head. This made the ice-white python feel intolerable. But I don't know how to win this kind of battle. You can't just go to the orc world. Right? I like the beautiful snake, but I don't like the orc ant. Suddenly, the cold pool golden horn dragon pointed at the ice-white python again. Sir, let Lao Bai go with us. Ice-white python. He looked at Fong Qingqing as if asking for help. Fong Qingqing's face turned red, and she turned her head. Goblin Shibu came over, stood up on tiptoes, patted the ice-white python on the shoulder, and said, Old Bai, go ahead. I'll go with you. As the Goblin King, I will bring the goblins over to help you. Ice-white python. He really wanted to strangle the goblin to death. The ice-white python's lips trembled as it looked at Chen Fan. Lord Chen Fan. Well, I'm very pleased that you have such an idea. Chen Fan nodded. Okay, then you can go together. Ice-white python. Chen Fan added. However, although you, Xiao Han, and Shibu are already void divine bodies, they are only the first level of the void divine body. Let me help you open the void divine body to the 5th level of void soul. The Han Golden Horn Dragons and others were extremely excited. Thank you, Lord Chen Fan. Please wait a moment. The ice-white python rolled his eyes and said, Sir, can you help Xiao Han reach the 7th level of the void divine body? Everyone was stunned. The Golden Horn Dragon in Handan was also stunned for a moment. Everyone knows that these two guys have always been inseparable. They are both pythons, and they have also evolved into frost dragons. They have always been competing in secret. Why did the ice-white python suddenly help the Cold Pond Golden Horn Dragon to speak? He actually wants Chen Fan to help Handan Golden Horn Dragon unlock the void divine body to the 7th level? The 7th floor. Ordinary people don't have this qualification. The ice-white python narrowed its eyes and said, After you help him unlock the 7th level, he will have countless clones. When the time comes, there will be no need for us to go there. He alone can take care of the entire orc world. Snapped. Fong Qingqing, who had never beaten her own beast before, slapped the ice-white python and flew it away. The ice-white python covered its face and ran back again, feeling extremely aggrieved. He saw the golden horn dragon in the cold pool, posing as if the wind was blowing and the Yishuan warrior was gone and never returned, and said, If Lord Chen Fan really helps me open the void divine body to the 7th level, then you don't need to go. Just leave it to me alone. In order to help Lord Chen Fan, in order to repay Lord Chen Fan, I, the King of the Frost Dragon, am willing to do my best to conquer the world of orcs. Chen Fan. Everyone. A group of killers looked at their boss with tearful eyes and burning eyes. Okay. Li Fingxing, who had been drawing circles in the corner, walked over and said, Let them go. But on the 7th level of the void divine body, don't dream for the time being. The 6th and 7th levels combined require 50 trillion void energy. Everyone has worked hard for more than half a year to save such a huge amount of void energy. Everyone looked at Li Fingxing. This guy is definitely schizophrenic. I was still drawing circles just now, but in the blink of an eye, the majesty of the legendary Tianlong Emperor appeared again. When he speaks, he is strict and domineering. Li Fingxing added, Let them go according to what I just said. Plus the ice-white python and the goblins. So many gods have passed. Plus Brother Fan's clone. If you still can't handle the orc world, don't come back. Chen Fan glanced at Li Fingxing depressedly. What you mean by this is that if it doesn't work out, my clone doesn't have to come back? When Li Fingxing saw Chen Fan's eyes, he immediately put on a smile and said, Brother Fan's clones can come back and leave them there to fend for themselves. The ice-white python has no love in life. After a while, he looked at Chen Fan and said, Sir, are there any blood elf girls over there? Snapped. Fong Qingqing slapped the ice-white python directly to the ground with another slap. Everyone smiled. The Handan Golden Horn Dragon walked over, shook the colorful hair on his head coolly, patted the ice-white python on the shoulder, and said, Brother, this is a great cause. After we finish this world of orcs, Lord Chen Fan will definitely help us improve our void divine body. I would rather not have the void divine body ice-white python to kill the Cold Pond Golden Horn Dragon. This was the first time he was tricked by this guy, and he was so tricked that he had no power to fight back. Chapter 359 Black Holes. Countless black holes. Orc world. The cold pool golden horn dragon trampled the 3 demigod orcs under its feet. All around, the huge orc army was trembling. But the strange thing is that both the 3 demigod female orcs, who were trampled under their feet, and the huge orc army looked at the young man who transformed into a golden horn dragon in the cold pool. And they were ecstatic. More than 90% of the orc army are women. Men basically only play small roles such as cooks. The world of orcs, which advocates strength and respects strength, is really in short supply of men. Especially there is a shortage of such handsome and powerful men. In the situation of being suppressed, all the female orcs looked at Hondan golden horn dragon and horn tiger and other slayers with burning eyes. It is really scary. You see, countless female orcs are staring at Hondan golden horn dragon and horn tiger like hungry wolves. If the ice white python were high profile, it would probably be hard to escape. The ice white python wanted to hide behind the goblin, but Xiaobu was too short to cover his tall and majestic body. Standing behind the goblin, the ice white python looked even taller and more handsome. The ice white python looked around again, and found that the boy who had turned into a bone dragon was still the tallest, suitable for protecting him from the wind and rain. He quietly moved his steps and stood behind the bone dragon. This time, the sense of security has increased several times. The ice white python had the urge to cry. It turns out that being Loki is so beautiful. Why were you so high profile before? Sure enough, you still have to be as Loki as Mr. Chen Fan. And let the whole world know that you are Loki. At this time, the golden horn dragon of the cold pond turned around and searched around. His consciousness locked on the ice white python behind the bone dragon and said, "Oh, loud bye. My brother. We have already shot them. Come out. Say a few words. I'm talking about your uncle." The ice white python almost couldn't help but want to kill the cold pond golden horn dragon. But here, only the goblins have a better relationship with me. If there was a real fight, Hondan golden horn dragon, horn tiger, and a group of other young men would swarm him, and he might be cut into pieces in an instant. The ice white python said, "Xiaohan, you are the leader now. You have the final say in everything. I'm just a younger brother, so I won't get involved. I will support you from behind and bring you tea and water." So frustrated. What a shame. How could the majestic frost dragon be so humble and say such shameless words? The ice white python really wanted to cry. "Oh, my brother!" The cold pool golden horn dragon pushed the bone dragon away and held the hand of the ice white python. Ice white python. Next moment, roar! Countless female orcs went crazy and roared. Their faces flushed. Cold pond golden horn dragon, ice white python. Waves of thought wavered back and forth in the void. "So handsome. Have you seen that person next to the adult with colorful hair? He is extremely handsome. It's unimaginable that there are such handsome men in the world. No matter what, I want him to marry me. It's not your turn. Samba, go get in line. Bitch, if you dare to snatch that adult from me, you and I are incompatible with each other." Waves of thought shocked the cold pond golden horn dragon and the ice white python. The golden horn dragon in Hondan was furious, because he is the protagonist. But now the limelight has been stolen by the ice white python. The ice white python was also furious. He wants to keep a low profile. But now he is being dragged to the fire by the golden horn dragon of Cold Pond. What to do now? Sudden, Goblin said. "Oh, bye. I discovered the night elf beauties and the Naga tribe!" Exclamation point. The ice white python almost jumped up. "Where?" Goblin said. "If the sun that is about to set now is considered the west, the night elf should be due north. On the seaside to the south of the Naga tribe, 80,000 miles due north, there is a group of night elves. However, it looks very weak. No wonder there are no night elves in this orc army. Their combat power is not qualified to join this army." The goblin hasn't finished speaking yet. The ice white python turned into a white light and was thousands of miles away in an instant. "Xiaohan, I leave this place to you and Xiaobu and the others." The voice of the ice white python sounded in the void. "Leave the night elves and Nagas to me. No one else can snatch them away. Xiaohan, you also said that this is a great cause. It can help Lord Chen Fan collect more void energy. Don't screw it up. Otherwise, you won't be able to do anything with your master and Master Chen Fan." The golden horn dragon in Hondan looked livid. Why is this happening? This time, he can obviously play with the ice white python to death. Didn't it mean that there are no blood elves or night elves? Lord Chen Fan didn't say there were Nagas here. This is just great. Instead, the ice white python took to the water like a fish in water. Endless void. The stars shine brightly. Meteorites are floating in the void. Some are still, and some are still moving slowly. Chen Fan sat cross-legged on a meteorite. Around him, chains of void circled around him like a dragnet. In the distance, Yi Hongyan, Chu Xian and others looked at him silently. Sudden, behind Chen Fan, a black hole the size of a pinhole appeared. That black hole is getting bigger quickly. The surrounding meteorites immediately received a huge pulling force and converged crazily towards the black hole. Under Chen Fan's control, the black hole was only 2 meters in diameter. But the meteorite with a diameter of 100 feet still flew in quickly. And then in the face of an unimaginable force, it compressed crazily, kept getting smaller, and was finally swallowed by the black hole. In the distance, Yi Hongyan activated 4 colorful sacred stones. Except for the 5-colored sacred stone in the Chen family's demonic corpse secret realm. The other 5-colored sacred stones have all returned to her hands. At this time, Yi Hongyan sacrificed the colorful sacred stone. Chu Xian activated the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. The 12 wings of the nagging God King grew in size crazily, enveloping everyone in them. All the divine weapons were deployed, layer after layer of defense. In addition, Shenhua and Natanos, who are at the lower level of the gods and demons, one on the left and one on the right, input their power into the colorful divine stones and other divine weapons to help everyone resist the devouring power of the black hole. Even so, everyone is still like a canoe in a tsunami, feeling that it may be torn to pieces at any time. Just a black hole. So powerful? Is the black hole too strong? Or are people like myself too weak? Yi Hongyan, Henry Chu and others were surprised and happy. The 8th level of the void divine body is where all clones can turn into black holes. But now, Chen Fan has only activated 1 black hole. Moreover, there is also the power to consciously control the black hole. The previous 7 levels of void divine body seem to be laying the foundation and preparing for the 8th level. With the opening of the 8th level, Chen Fan's strength increased more than 1,000 times? Before this, although Chen Fan had a void soul, void chains and void imprisonment, he would still be at a disadvantage against Natanos or Shenhua in a single fight. Even with the sky-breaking demon sword, it is still impossible to kill existences of the level of Natanos and Shenhua. But after the 8th level of the void divine body, everything changed. Maybe a black hole can't threaten Shenhua and Natanos. But Chen Fan has countless black holes. What is this concept? Let alone the lower demon god. Even if the middle demon god comes, it will be a dead end. Chen Fan was sitting in front of the black hole, as if he didn't exist at all, not being pulled by the black hole at all. The black hole that can swallow even light is completely under his control. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. When the black hole expanded to 100 meters, Yi Hao on the other side shouted, "Brother Fan, we can't hold on anymore. We can't get bigger." The faces of Natanos and Shenhua also became very ugly. The two of them joined forces and cooperated with the 5-colored sacred stone, the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and other magical weapons. But they couldn't resist the power of the black hole. Looking at it like this, unless Yi Hongyan and Chu Xian reach the level of Natanos and Shenhua, even if they hold the projection clones of the colorful sacred stone and the Heaven Sacrificial Monument, they will not be able to withstand the current level. Black hole. With a thought, Chen Fan compressed the black hole to less than a foot in diameter. Then, the void chains on his body came out, trapping Yi Hongyan, Chu Xian and everyone else, and sent them into the beast controlling space. After entering the beast control space, everyone let out a heavy breath. Shen Tao said subconsciously, "Brother Fan's beast control space is equivalent to another layer of space. This other layer of space will not be able to block He. Call!" Yi Hao and Shen Hongxiu covered Shen's mouth at the same time. Yi Hongyan and Henry Chu glanced at Shen Natos speechlessly. "I'm scared of this guy." Natanos was stunned. "What's wrong? Why do the adults look so panicked?" Shenhua said thoughtfully. "Could it be said that after His Majesty the God King is reincarnated, he can still use the Great Prophecy technique?" Natanos was startled. The Great Prophecy? The Great Prophecy that destroyed the giant demon tribe with just one sentence? Huh? Shen Tao broke away from Shen Hongxiu and Yi Hao's hands, walked to Shenhua, and said, "Was I so awesome back then? Destroyed the giant monster clan with just one sentence?" Shenhua lowered his head slightly and said, "Yes, the Great Prophecy technique is the pinnacle divine skill of the Angel God clan. But several generations of Angel God kings have not succeeded in practicing it. And Your Majesty, a few years after you were born, You mastered the great prophecy technique. Shen Naoto's eyebrows are dancing with joy. His chest is raised, and he is looking forward to Zixiong. Everyone, Shen Taotao said calmly. Everything is fine. While looking at the black hole. You can tell us about us. Well, tell us about what happened to me back then. Yes, Shen Nuo said. The great prophecy technique can control rules and laws. His Majesty the God King can change the rules and laws with just one word. Back then, the giant monster clan united with the Tianlong clan to commit evil. His Majesty the God King was very angry and said, "Let the giant monster clan be wiped out." With such a simple sentence, the giant monster clan, which was a little weaker than the Tianlong clan, began to turn into flesh one by one. In the end, only the clan leader and 10 elders, relying on the clan-suppressing treasure of the giant monster clan, barely survived. The major Protoss are walking on thin ice with trepidation and no longer dare to underestimate our angel Protoss. Ha ha ha. Shen Daodao laughed wildly. Everyone. Shen Nato patted Yi Hao and Li Fengxing's shoulders lightly and said, "You too. Remember to be polite to me in the future. Otherwise, I will curse you little Gigi to lose an inch every day." Yi Hao and Li Fengxing looked livid. Shen Hongxiu was furious and slapped Shen Daodao to the ground. At this time, there was another strange movement around Shen Fan in the outside world. Black holes appeared one after another, like black balls, floating around Shen Fan. All around, with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. All the meteorites have been swallowed up and become empty. Shen Fan felt the power of the black holes around him, and suddenly felt like crying. Combining those dreams, he could probably determine that the void system was created by him, Chu Xian, and the others with the help of heavenly Tao. This system brings together the power of a group of ancestral gods and heaven. But even so, it's still not enough. Therefore, it was only later that he entered the void after getting the sky-breaking demon sword. If you want to deal with the void and resist the void, you must study the void and deduce the void. The sky-breaking demonic sword was integrated into 2/3 of the power of heaven, helping him open the door to the void and allowing him to enter the void. Shen Fan didn't know how many years he had been deducing in the void, but in the end, he still paid the price with his life. That time in the secret hall of Yang Kingdom, he dreamed that he was finally surrounded by the Void Lord and the Void Lord. Finally, driven by the law of heaven, countless gods appeared to help him. Before his death, he used the ancient god world and other 4 realms to seal those void monarchs and a void master. A desperate dream. Many ancestor gods gave their lives. Countless gods were wiped out. Until now, he has achieved the 8th level of the void divine body. Hope is rising. However, although the void divine body is strong, his own power is still too weak. Shen Fan couldn't figure out how strong he was at the peak of his previous life. However, the sky-breaking demon sword itself can open a black hole. At his peak, he held the strongest sky-breaking demonic sword, but he was still unable to compete with the Lord of the Void. He still has a long way to go. But how much time is left? The sadness that seemed to come from ancient times made Shen Fan's eyes a little red. Fine. It's different from back then. At that time, Chu Xian, Yi Hongyan, and the others had all fallen. He was the only one left in the world. But now, they are all by their side. He has never been fighting alone. With a thought in Shen Fan's mind, all the black holes gathered together. Endless darkness appeared behind him. The indescribable, terrifying gravity attracted the distant stars, and then swallowed them up. After devouring a few stars, Shen Fan suddenly discovered that the power of the void had increased a lot. Those stars contained powerful energy, just like the sun of the earth. Perhaps these stars are far inferior to the Earth's sun, but the number was huge. And after being swallowed by the black hole, his void power actually increased significantly. In Shen Fan's mind, he recalled the scene in his dream of forging the sky-breaking demon sword. The goddess seemed to have swallowed hundreds of thousands of huge stars before finally successfully casting the sky-breaking demon sword. If his black hole continues to develop, can it theoretically swallow the entire main universe? The sadness in my heart dissipates. The confidence in Shen Fan's heart slowly rose. There isn't much void energy left. I hope Handan Golden Horn Dragon and the others can successfully solve the world of orcs. Not enough. If you want to help Henry Chu and the others open the 8th level of the void divine body, it will take a long time and require even greater void energy. It was hard for Shen Fan to imagine. But after a group of them all open the 8th level of the void divine body, what does void pollution mean? Swallow them all. Swallow the galaxies piece by piece. No. You should just break into the void and swallow it. Devour the entire void. Ha 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 ha! Chen Fan laughed wildly and stood up. The next moment, he had already grasped the sky-breaking demon sword. And the black hole behind him instantly converged on the sky-breaking demon sword like a sword light. Brush! Chen Fan stood in the starry sky and slashed out with one strike. In the endless void of the universe, an endless crack instantly appeared. The stars on both sides of the crack were instantly sucked in, and then swallowed up. A storm swept through. Space collapses. Can the Lord of the Void withstand such a sword? Chen Fan's confidence increased greatly. He hasn't been this relaxed for a long time, since Blue Star came to Tanny Realm. After the Void Divine body broke through to the 8th level, the mountain weighing on his heart seemed to be broken. Now, even if he returns to the God Realm, he has nothing to fear, Chen Fan thought. And the black hole, which was like a crack in the universe, disappeared instantly. The beast control space opened and everyone walked out. Holy shit! Holy shit! Yi Hao turned around and looked around. This is so domineering! Brother Fan, did you kill an entire star field with one knife? Shen Tao clenched his hands into fists. I want to open the 8th level of the Void Divine Body. I must open the 8th level of the Void Divine Body. Shinno and Natanos also looked at all this in disbelief. Natanos said, this level of attack was even possible when the king had not yet reached his peak. Huh? Yi Hao and others seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of ice water. Natanos then said, but with the king's current divine power and cultivation level, it is simply unimaginable to unleash such a devastating attack. If the king's cultivation level and divine power can be restored to the state before, with the same sword, I'm afraid it can easily destroy an ancestor god level existence. Yi Hongyan immediately asked, with this power now, can he compete with an existence at the level of a killing angel? It's still a little difficult, Shenhua said. That killing angel is, after all, the uncle of His Majesty the God King. Although his strength is far inferior to His Majesty the God King's peak, he has lived for countless thousands of years. Natano sneered and said, even if the killing angel cannot be killed, it is almost impossible for the killing angel to hurt the king. With a virtual soul and a black hole of this level, the killing angel can only stare at it. Chen Fan nodded slightly. With that said, I can probably determine the strength of those king-level beings in the God Realm. Very good. Continue to search for new worlds and open up new worlds. After I help you all open the 8th level of the Void Divine Body, we will find a way back to the God Realm. And then fight back to the God Realm. Natanos nodded and said, King, the God Realm is actually a universe. The God Realm actually contains countless small worlds and countless stars. When the time comes, we can return to the God Realm and defeat those gods. We can collect endless void energy and the power of faith. At this time, Chen Fan's expression moved slightly, and he said, the demon corpse in the Chen family's demon corpse secret realm has moved strangely. What? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Chen Fan said, it's strange that my clone sensed the consciousness inside the demon corpse. The demon corpse should have awakened its consciousness early, but it fell into a deep sleep after the battle with the Protoss in the colorful sacred stone. Now I extract its power and use it to help blind Grandpa and the others break through. It may have stimulated his consciousness and awakened his sleeping consciousness. Yi Hao sneered and said, Brother Fan, go down and try and see if you can swallow it directly with a black hole. Yi Hongyan shook her head and said, all secret realms and restricted areas are just cracks between the two realms, and the space is not stable. Once the black hole is activated, the secret realm may collapse directly. Yes, Chen Fan said. Then let's lead it out of the secret realm and lead it to the Tianyu realm. The words just fell. He has turned into a virtual soul, enveloped everyone, crossed the starry sky, and returned to Tianyu realm. At this time, outside the Chen family's secret realm of demon corpses, the clones of the blind man and others were driving away the strong men guarding the place. Chapter 360. Let go of that demon corpse and let me do it. Spread. Outside the demonic corpse secret realm, when he saw Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan appearing, Li Mu waved his hand. A group of powerful men in the divine realm breathed a sigh of relief and quickly dispersed. Yi Hongyan and Chu Xian also swayed at the same time and surrounded the gate of the demonic corpse secret realm in a fan shape. The blind man flew over and said in a deep voice, it's a bit troublesome. Although a lot of divine power has been extracted from the demon corpse during this period, after it wakes up, it is still powerful. If your clone hadn't blocked it with void chains, we might have all been hit hard. Chen Fan nodded and said, let everyone continue to retreat. Release the demon corpse. The blind man was startled. Are you going to let it out? Chen Fan said. If you fight inside, it is likely that the entire secret realm will collapse, and everyone inside will fall in. The blind man and the lame were all stunned for a moment. After not seeing each other for a few days, has Chen Fan and the others' cultivation strength skyrocketed like crazy again? A fight would actually cause the secret realm to collapse? But the blind men had no doubt about Chen Fan's statement. As soon as the message was transmitted, all the powerful gods immediately retreated again and opened up the barriers. A battle of this level could destroy an area tens of thousands of miles away if not careful. Fortunately, except for the Chen family, there are no main cities or human groups nearby. After a while, a light flashed on the space door of the demonic corpse secret realm, and Chen Fan's clone rushed out in a somewhat embarrassed manner. He smiled awkwardly and said, "The strength of that thing is not much stronger than the original Six-Eyed Abyss Lord. But the original Six-Eyed Abyss Lord was suppressed by the ancient divine formation. The formation in this demonic corpse secret realm is not very strong." As he spoke, he turned into a ray of light and escaped into his body. Chen Fan, Yi Hongyan, and others slowly retreated. I saw the star power vibrating in the space gate, forming a storm that surged outward. Then, a huge head poked out. Just when his head poked out, a terrifying demonic power swept over him, making many powerful gods, who were far away, feel terrified. It's so scary that when I was sleeping before, I didn't feel this kind of breath at all. This is the real devil. We, the lowest level gods, facing this kind of demon are like ants meeting a giant eagle. Don't worry. His Majesty is here. Behind His Majesty the human emperor, there are two adults, Shanu and Natanos. It will not be difficult to deal with this kind of demon. In the void, streams of spiritual consciousness rolled around and communicated rapidly. At this time, Yi Hao stepped forward in the air and said calmly, "Brother Fan, let's practice our skills. It'll be fine if Xian Chu and I take action this time. We can't defeat you. You better take action." Yi Hongyan glanced at Yi Hao and said, "Don't be too pretentious. Although it's just a corpse. When a great god cooperated with the five-color sacred stone, it was only a defeat for both parties." Upon seeing this, Natano said, "The prince is already at the 7th level of the void divine body, and with the divine axe in his hand, he is already invincible. With the addition of the demon lord and the sky sacrifice monument, this battle won't be a big problem." Seeing what Natano said, Yi Hongyan stopped talking. Henry Chu nodded slightly and walked out. The two of them summoned the beast at the same time. Dark Bloodstone Man, Shadow Demon, Desert Wind Eagle, Heavy Beetle King, Heavenly Sacred Cow, Holy Moon Morning Glory, Orange Red Poisonous Spider, Earth-Splitting Fire Dragon. All the beasts have turned into human forms. All the beast masters are already in the divine realm. All the beast masters are at least on the 1st level of the void divine body. It was said that Yi Hao and Henry Chu joined forces. But when these beasts came out, it looked like a team fight. Because everyone has at least 20 beasts. All the beasts have been upgraded and evolved by Chen Fan. And now they have become legendary beasts. Lao Shirbajia's Tian Wang Shinya had the word God in its name very early on. But in fact it had almost no sense of existence. But now, the heavenly sacred ox has turned into the ancient auspicious beast green ox. There is no divine word in the race, but it has become a true divine beast. Just standing in the void releases a vast and unpredictable pressure. Holy Moon Morning Glory, the most adorable royal beast besides Emerald, has now transformed into a beautiful girl, becoming the god of flowers. With a heroic spirit, the shadow demon caught on the way to the demon city is now dressed in black armor, and his whole body is vague and invisible. He is already a god-level shadow assassin that even Li Mu and others dare not provoke easily. All these beast-controlling beasts are completely different from what they were back then. The only thing that hasn't changed is their names. Both themselves and the Beastmaster himself have feelings for the original name. So the Dark-Blooded Stone Man is still a Dark-Blooded Stone Man. Chu Xian calls him Stone, and Chen Fan calls him Shaoan. The Desert Wind Eagle is still called the Desert Wind Eagle, even though the Desert Wind Eagle has obviously evolved into the Golden Winged Daping King. Such divine beasts gather together and release such overwhelming pressure that they actually suppress the aura of the demonic corpse that poked its head out. The powerful gods, who were already so far away, were amazed, and their eyes were filled with jealousy. Many of them have also broken through to the divine realm in terms of beast control. But it really can't be compared with Chu Xian's beast control. Especially the beasts, who were the first to follow Chu Xian and Yi Hao. Basically, if there is good food, they eat it first. If there is a good opportunity, They will come first. The beast masters who came from behind behaved well, and did not dare to fight. Even if it is the void divine body, it must be opened first by the dark blood stone man and others. There's nothing we can do about it. Who has the best relationship with Shen Fan? At this time, the light on many of the beasts flickered, and they returned to their original forms one after another. Although they have all transformed into human forms, a large number of them are still used to fighting in their own way. The bone dragon roared in the air. A faint light flashed in the beholder's eyes. The carapace of the heavy beetle king is comparable to a magic weapon. Suddenly, the majestic music victory sounded. Everyone, all the beast masters, glanced at Li Fengxing. This music is very suitable for the occasion. Passionate and surging. But I don't know why. If it was released by Shen Fan, everyone might not feel anything special. But instead their hearts would really rise, and their fighting spirit would rise. But Li Fengxing was released. It always tastes weird, seeing everyone looking at him. Li Fengxing nodded slightly, saying that you're welcome. Everyone. Shen Taoao rolled his eyes and said, "The guy only has one leg left, so we can start fighting. How's he? If you can't beat me, I am the god and king." Shen Taoao turned to look at Shen Nu and said, "What did I call myself before? What should I call myself more domineering?" Everyone. Shen Nu lowered his voice and said, "This god king." Shen Naonao grinned and was about to speak. Shen Hongxiu sighed and said, "It's understandable. Only this guy can call himself the stupid god king." Dot. Shen Taoao opened his mouth, and after a while, he pointed at the demon corpse whose last leg had moved out of the space door, and said, "This guy's lower body is not stable. He will definitely fall." Boom! The demon corpse stepped out, as if it had stepped on the air, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Like a big earthquake, a huge mushroom cloud rises into the sky. Everyone. In the smoke and dust in the sky, Yi Hao's figure flashed quickly. He didn't even call out to Xian Chu or his beast master. He used Thunder Flash first and rushed into the mushroom cloud. With a wave of the sky-reaching axe, the endless divine light split the smoke and dust. And with one axe, the left arm of the demonic corpse was cut off. Chu Xian. All beasts. These guys are more shameless than the last. Henry Chu just wanted to speak. The heavy beetle king charged, and had already rushed to the demon corpse. When the other beasts saw this, they roared and rushed out. Above the void, Shen Fan and Yi Hongyan were stunned, after helping these beasts to break through to the divine realm, because they were too strong. Even if they entered the four realms such as the ancient god realm, each beast was on its own, and there was no longer a group of beasts fighting together like before. Did not expect? With Yi Hao taking the lead, all the beasts seemed to be rushing to attack and instantly became a mess. What about the promised team fight? Henry Chu patted his forehead speechlessly. Among his group of beast masters, only the dark-blooded stone man was still waiting for his orders. All the other beasts were led astray by the heavy beetle king. Henry Chu smiled bitterly, shook his head, and casually threw the heaven sacrifice tablet in his hand. The heaven sacrifice monument rose in the wind and turned into a huge tombstone, rumbling down towards the demon corpse. The demonic corpse, which was struggling desperately to get up, felt like a planet was pressing down on it. And with a bang, it fell to the ground again. Henry Chu tilted his head slightly and said, "Stone, go hit his right foot." The dark-blooded stone man, who could no longer hold back, nodded slightly, took a step forward, and instantly moved behind the demon corpse. The giant hammer in his hand hit the demon corpse's right foot with a rumble. Boom! The dark-blooded stone man, the Tian Wang divine ox, and several other beasts beside him were all blown away by the force of the backlash. The divine bull of heaven was furious and wanted to curse at the dark-blooded stone man. Boom! The demon corpse slapped the ground with its right arm, and its huge body immediately stood up. The crazy and terrifying momentum swept away in all directions like a tsunami. All the beasts that rushed over screamed and were all thrown backwards. Although they have evolved into mythical beasts, and although they are already in the divine realm, they are still far from the power of the demon corpse. Except for Yi Hao and Chu Xian, who entered the virtual soul and easily avoided the tsunami. All the royal beasts were blown away like kites with broken strings and fell down. This battle scene is unbearable to watch. Yi Hongyan smiled and shook her head. Beside, Gongzi took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Are you all idiots? Don't you know how to cooperate? Although it is a corpse, its power is comparable to the peak of the next demon god. The realm of the free world, the realm of wishful thinking, the realm of free heaven, and the realm of nirvana are all considered lower-level demons. A group of beast masters are still around the 5th level of the mortal realm. But the current power of the demon corpse is at least the nirvana god realm. Perhaps the power of the demon corpse cannot compare to Shinua and Natanos. But compared with these beasts, they are many times stronger. If they hadn't had the void divine body, the energy that the demon corpse had just exploded would have been enough to destroy them in an instant. After hearing Gongzi's reminder, all the beasts retreated instead of advancing, and began to add buffs to each other. The Dark Blood Stone Man added blazing god armor to all his friends. Holy Moon Morning Glory raised her right hand, and a series of healing apertures fell from the sky, falling on all the beasts with incomparable precision. The same goes for the other beasts. One by one, they began to stack buffs on each other and increase their buffs. When they were ready, Gongzi directly gave them a bloodthirst of the gods. The aura of a group of god-level beasts instantly increased dramatically. Holy Moon Morning Glory said in a deep voice, "Don't be greedy for success and rush forward. We will contain him from the outside and attack his base." A group of beasts quickly dispersed and began to discuss countermeasures using their spiritual consciousness. At this time, Chu Xian and Yi Hao had already rushed forward and fought with the demon corpse, under the suppression of the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. Although the demon corpse can still resist, it is difficult to fully exert its power. Chu Xian's void divine power condensed into a giant sword and slashed the demon corpse's head wildly. Yi Hao has the sky-breaking axe in his hand. In terms of attack power alone, except for Chen Fan's sky-breaking demon sword, no other magic weapon can match it. The demon corpse didn't care much about Chu Xian's attack, but felt the threat of the heavenly axe, and actually waved the remaining arm, trying to crush Yi Hao. But Yi Hao's virtual soul is also used very skillfully. He urged the thunder and lightning to cooperate with the moon steps to avoid the attack of the demon corpse. Once you can't dodge, go directly to the virtual soul to attack. Demon corpses whose power is at the peak of lower demon gods can still cause damage to virtual souls. But this kind of damage is not painful at all for Yi Hao, who is already at the 7th level of the void divine body. Even if it does cause some damage to Yi Hao, the recovery of the void divine body can immediately repair the injury. Chen Fan, who was still very weak in cultivation at the beginning, when facing the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss, his arms were shattered into powder, and new arms could grow instantly. What's more, Yi Hao now? Yi Hao laughed loudly, not taking the attack of the demonic corpse seriously at all. Every time he dodged, he immediately struck back with an axe. Chu Xian, who was originally slightly stronger than Yi Hao, became Yi Hao's assistant because he no longer had the magic weapon in his hands and had to control the Heaven Sacrifice Monument to suppress the demonic corpses. On the periphery, a group of beast masters knew that their attacks would be difficult to cause harm to the demon corpse, and they immediately quickly discussed new countermeasures. Groups of beasts gathered together to pass on their power to the dark-blooded stone men. Then the dark-blooded stone man took action, swung his sledgehammer, and smashed at the demonic corpse. How huge is the power of more than 40 divine beasts? Such power was all concentrated on the dark-blooded stone man. Although the giant hammer in his hand was far from comparable to Yi Hao's heaven-reaching divine axe, one hammer hit still made the demonic corpse stagger and become unsteady. Somewhat decent. Yi Hongyan nodded slightly. Chen Fan glanced at Gongzi with a smile and said, "Fortunately, Gongzi reminded me." The little girl transformed from emerald looked up at Gongzi, grinning. Xiaobai glanced at Gongzi and said calmly, "Well done. Continue to give them the bloodthirst of the gods." Gongzi scratched his head in embarrassment and added a bloodlust to all the beasts. When Xiao Hei saw this, he couldn't help but yelled, "Idiots! Idiots! The boss has copied my spike of divine consciousness for you. You all use the spike of divine consciousness at the demon corpse at the same time." A group of beast masters were stunned for a moment. Yes, their strength is still too weak compared to this demon corpse. At most, they can only be regarded as Yi Hao's support, and it is difficult to cause much damage to the demon corpse. If you use spikes of spiritual consciousness, the effect may be better. Back then, Xiao Hei's mental spikes, combined with Chen Fan's, had killed many powerful men across levels. A group of beasts. You looked at me, I looked at you, and nodded at the same time. The sharp spikes of their spiritual consciousness immediately began to attack the demonic corpse crazily. Perhaps, their spiritual attacks at this level are like the thorn of a mosquito, causing no harm to people. But when dozens of mosquitoes bite one person, what a shame! The demon corpse's own sea of consciousness was already on the verge of collapse. His original consciousness had already been crushed by the sleeping being on the colorful divine stone. The current demonic corpse has only developed a ray of consciousness because of its divine power over time. Such a ray of consciousness is far from enough to match the power of the demon god under the demon corpse. If we talk about the power of the demon corpse, it is equivalent to the peak of the lower demon god. Then this ray of consciousness of his may be just a little bit stronger than the ordinary divine realm. One after another, spikes of spiritual consciousness hit him, and the demonic corpse immediately roared and staggered, no longer caring about Yihao's attack. It started running wildly. Yihao seized the opportunity, dodged past Lei, and struck down the remaining arm of the demon corpse with another axe. The sky sacrifice monument above the demon corpse flashed with light and immediately swallowed up the power of that arm. Ha 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 ha! Yihao laughed wildly, urged the moon step to quickly turn in the air, walked around behind the demon corpse, and hit the demon corpse's head with an axe. Is it going to end? A group of beasts were overjoyed. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A big mouth suddenly opened on the back of the demon corpse's head. In the big mouth, a tongue full of spikes swung out and caught Yihao tightly before Yihao's axe fell. Ah! Yihao's body was pierced by the sharp thorns. He screamed, and then quickly entered the virtual soul. Everyone, Henry Chu shouted softly and said, a demon god level existence. Even if its limbs are completely severed, even if the limbs cannot grow back, it can still transform into endless attacks. Be careful. In the distance, a figure flashed, and Yihao appeared, rubbing his body crazily and saying, oh no! The spikes on that tongue are poisonous. It's like I was hit with itching powder back then. Even if it is extremely poisonous, the void divine body doesn't care at all. But itchy powder, the magic skill used by Chen Fan back then, still made Yihao embarrassed. Yi Hongyan was furious. If you fight like this, if you don't have the void divine body, you don't know how you died. Chen Fan also shook his head. The axe to the sky was almost snatched away. Don't tell people that you know me. Xiao Hei's last strike. If you can't beat me, retreat and let me come. Jade flew over. Her eyes widened, and said, Xiao Hei, can you beat that demon corpse? Xiao Hei's face turned red and he said, it should be okay. A group of people and beast masters around looked at Xiao Hei with disdain. This is so shameless. Xiao Hei said he is second. Absolutely no one dares to claim first. At this time, the demon corpse had just wrapped around Yihao's tongue, and like a demon dragon, it rolled towards Henry Chu. And the tongue in his frontal mouth also went around behind Henry Chu and rolled around crazily. Henry Chu immediately entered the virtual soul state. Shin Taodao said, both tongues have so many spikes. If they are accidentally knotted, will they kill themselves? The words just fell. The tongues in the two mouths of the demon corpse whirred and mixed with each other after penetrating through the virtual soul state of Henry Chu. Everyone. When Henry Chu saw this, he immediately appeared, grabbed the two knotted tongues with both hands, pulled hard, and threw them quickly. The huge body of the demon corpse was instantly thrown up like a meteor hammer, filled with demonic energy, and crashed to the ground with a rumble. Ah! Yihao shouted. Let go of that demon corpse and let me come! Chapter 361. The consciousness of the Void Demon Emperor arrives. Yihao was afraid that Xian Chu would take the credit for killing the demon corpse. So he moved back in a blink of an eye and chopped off the demon corpse's head with an axe. Between lightning and flint, the broken shoulder-length arm of the demon corpse suddenly grew out, and struck Yihao with a punch. Boom! Yihao screamed. His body broke into two pieces and flew backwards. Everyone present was immediately surprised. The demon corpse turned over and stood up, swatting towards Henry Chu with two huge palms, like swatting flies. Chu Xian moved quickly on the field with his U-steps and thunder flash. Boom! 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 Every time the demonic corpse slaps the mountain, the earth will collapse. On the other side, only half of Yihao's body was left, floating in the air with a gloomy expression. After a while, his broken body grew quickly and flew to Chen Fan. Brother Fan, there is something wrong with this demon corpse. There is nothing wrong, Chen Fan said. The power of the demon corpse far exceeds ours. Only slightly worse than Natano's and Shen Nuo. It's just that the consciousness awakened after being sealed cannot match this kind of power and demonic body. So you treat it like a wooden stake. Yi Hongyan glanced at Yihao, who was looking a little embarrassed, and said, the power of the heavenly axe is enough to break through his defense. But your own strength is far from enough to match the heavenly axe. Yihao was speechless. Fang Qingqing said, we can't continue fighting like this. That demon corpse can resist the devouring of the heaven sacrifice monument. with the heaven-bearing axe alone. Unless he is cut into countless pieces or his consciousness is crushed, it will probably be a time-consuming and laborious battle to consume his power. Yi Hao waved his hand to stop a group of beasts that were about to kill them, then scratched his head and said, "How about Ching Ching and Hongxiu? You guys come together too?" Everyone looked at Yi Hao speechlessly. This guy used the demon corpse as a wooden stake to chop it up, trying to steal the credit from Henry Chu. Now that I have suffered a severe blow, I know that the demon corpse is not easy to deal with. So I want to invite friends to join me. Li Fengxing and Shen Hongxiu immediately started gearing up. In recent times, their cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. But in the ancient god realm, because of fishing, they did not encounter a strong enough enemy. So Kong has strength and magic weapons, but lacks experience in fighting such a powerful enemy. Now that she has such a goal, even Yi Hongyan feels a little itchy. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. "Be careful!" Almost as soon as his voice rang out, Chen Fan had already moved out and slashed out with his sword. Brush! The peerless sword light seemed to cut through the space. He! In the void, a cold laughter sounded. Everyone saw only a wisp of black mist. And after dodging Chen Fan's knife, they escaped into the demon corpse like lightning. Who? Yi Hongyan and others were surprised. Henry Chu also took the opportunity to retreat. Void demon! Chen Fan stared at the demon corpse coldly and said, "A strong man from the void emerged from a restricted area in the western wasteland." What? Everyone was shocked. Yi Hongyan's eyes narrowed slightly. After the demon corpse came out of the demon corpse secret realm, its aura spread throughout the Tanny realm. Did it actually lead out the hidden void demon? It's not necessarily hidden, Chen Fan said. For so many years, except for this demon corpse in the demon corpse secret realm, no other void demons have appeared in Tanny realm. And no void pollution has appeared. This guy probably came from another world connected to the restricted area. Everyone's heart suddenly sank. Can penetrate the double-spaced door of the restricted area, sense the breath of the demon corpse, and then rush over immediately. He also easily dodged Chen Fan's knife. This weird void powerhouse is probably much more difficult to deal with than the demon corpse itself. On the other hand, for such a powerful person to come from the world on the other side of the restricted area, does it mean that that world has been polluted by the void and has completely fallen? Chen Fan made a gesture. Everyone present immediately dispersed, surrounding the demonic corpse. The blind man and Li Mu, who had already retreated, also received the message and retreated again. This time, the faces of Yi Hongyan and Yi Hao became extremely solemn, and they did not take action easily. Although the previous demon corpse was powerful, its consciousness was confused and blurred. Even if it was just Yi Hao and Chu Xian joining forces, it would not pose much of a threat. But now, I saw the demon corpse standing there, motionless. The monstrous demonic energy surrounding him was like a storm, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Yi Hongyan said via voice transmission. The new void demon is fighting against the demon corpse's consciousness to seize control of the demon corpse. Chen Fan took a step forward and slashed with the sky-breaking demonic sword in his hand. Brush! The head of the demon corpse was struck by the sword light and instantly exploded into nothingness. The power of the sky-breaking demon sword is far greater than that of the sky-breaking axe. Even if the demon corpse can still grow ahead, this knife has already weakened its power by a large amount. Chen Fan succeeded with one strike, and the second strike followed quickly, slashing down from top to bottom toward the headless corpse. Roar! A furious roar came from the belly of the headless corpse. Endless demonic energy gathered into a spear, and one shot was fired at the sword energy. In the loud rumbling sound, the sword energy and the spear were annihilated into nothingness at the same time. He. A strange female voice rang in everyone's mind. Thank you for your knife, which helped me easily crush the consciousness in the corpse. The sound transmission from the divine consciousness is not language, but the purest fluctuation of thoughts. This kind of fluctuation of thoughts can be expressed more clearly than words. Chen Fan held the sky-breaking demonic sword and remained silent. On the side, Xiao Bai clenched his fist. In everyone's minds, the voice continued to sound. This small mortal world actually has more than one such magical weapon. This trip was not in vain. This is the first time we meet. I am Void Demon Emperor Tower 5. The expressions of Shen Hongxiu and others immediately changed again. Chen Fan tilted his head and said, Demon Emperor of the Void? How does it compare with the Lord of the Void? If you force it through, the passage will definitely collapse. So, you are just a wisp of consciousness that came here? Void Demon Emperor Ta Wu actually nodded and said, Yes. Shin Hongxiu and Henry Chu looked at each other, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Fan added, "Tell me why you came here." Void Demon Emperor Pagoda 5 said, "Void assimilation. Let the void cover all universes. This is why I tell you so much. I'm here to kill you. Or be killed by you. No matter what it is. I will never find someone like you to talk to again. Then it must be the latter," Yi Hongyan said lightly. "After we finish chatting with you, we will crush your consciousness and purify the void pollution. You all know about void pollution." Void Demon Emperor Pagoda 5 said, "Can you tell me why you know about Void Monarch?" Chen Fan nodded and said, "Let me tell you why we know about the Lord of the Void. Tell us how the Void Demon Emperor compares with the Void Lord." Void Demon Emperor Ta Wu nodded. "Okay, everyone." Void Demon Emperor Pagoda 5 said, "There are only 13 Void Monarchs in the entire Void world. That is the Supreme Being of Void. The Supreme Being of Heaven and Earth. Only. A long time ago, a remarkable being appeared in your universe. He killed several Void Monarchs with one sword and sealed several more Void Monarchs. Today, there are only 3 Void Lords left in the Void world." Everyone glanced at Chen Fan silently. Void Demon Emperor Ta Wu continued, "Below the Void Lord is the Void Demon God. Below the Demon God is the Demon Emperor. I am the Demon Emperor of the Void world, commanding hundreds of millions of Void Demons. Below the Demon Emperor, there is also the Demon Emperor, the Demon King. Now, can you tell me why you know the Lord of the Void?" Chen Fan nodded, pointed at Natanos and said, "He told us, everyone." Natanos smiled sarcastically and said, "I come from the vast god realm and am a demon god under the King of Demons. How could I not know about the Lord of the Void, the King of Demons?" The expressions on the 5 faces of the Void Demon Emperor Tower changed, and they even subconsciously took a step back. "Are you a subordinate of the King of Demons?" Natanos sneered and said, "It seems that you also know that it is my boss who killed a group of you Void Monarchs with one knife." The Void Demon Emperor Tower's eyes changed. He looked around, then regained his composure and said, "Your divine realm is about to fall. Is that why you made birds and beasts sand?" Natanos was furious. "I'll make you a beast. It's okay if you don't come today. Now that you have come, you will definitely die. Okay." Void Demon Emperor Pagoda Wu nodded slightly and said, "It's not only a matter of life and death." Yi Hao was stunned, looked at Chen Fan and said, "Brother Fan, could this guy have traveled from the earth?" I saw streaks of black energy rising into the sky all around. A black armored demon several feet tall slowly walked out of the dark void and guarded the Void Demon Emperor Tower in the center. Every black armored demon exudes a turbulent and terrifying aura. Chen Fan tilted his head slightly. "Hongyan, Hongxiu, Haozi, help me trap these black armored demons. Leave Tower 5 to me. Nathanos, Shin Nuo, each of you is on your side and activates a barrier to prevent the aftermath of the fighting here from sweeping away." Yi Hongyan and others flashed forward and faced a black armored demon. Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others also spread out and followed Yi Hongyan and the others. The battlefield is naturally separated. On one side were Yi Hongyan and Shin Hongxiu, facing a black armored demon. On one side was Chen Fan alone, facing the Void Demon Emperor Tower 5. Shin Nu and Natanos also appeared on the east and west sides respectively, opening a barrier. But he saw Taz smile slightly, and black energy surged around his body, and the boundless demonic energy instantly enveloped an area of 10,000 miles in radius. But her figure disappeared out of thin air. After this, Void Demon Emperor devoured the consciousness of the most powerful person in another world. He probably stayed in that world for many thousands of years, so he was tainted with the breath and habits of the creatures in the lower world. No matter how strong or weak the other demons are, they fight hard and respect strength. This Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 is so cautious and strange. Just after Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 disappeared, several more black armored demons with majestic aura fell from the void and attacked Chen Fan wildly. Wishful land! Chen Fan stood in the void and his eyes suddenly shrank. Every black armored demon released by Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 actually possesses the power of Rui Realm, in terms of cultivation level and strength alone. Each of these black armored demons is already superior to Yi Hongyan and Fang Qingqing. If Yi Hongyan and the others had not reached the 7th level of their void divine body, and did not have the colorful divine stones and other divine weapons in their hands, they would not be able to fight against this kind of existence. Is it an energy body condensed using secret techniques? Chen Fan quickly transmitted a message and said, "Use the void chain to swallow their power." Henry Chu and others nodded at the same time. Soon enough, at the moment when Chen Fan's mind was spinning. For black armored demons had already surrounded him. Snort! Chen Fan snorted softly, turned his body like a top, used his divine power to rush out, and slashed out with a sharp sword. Brush! The peerless sword light circled Chen Fan like a horse, and then swept past the 4 black armored demons. Boom, boom, boom! The sky-breaking demon sword really has the power to block and kill gods, even without the power to activate the 8th level black hole. The sword light swept across like this, and the 4 black armored demons instantly dispersed into countless dots of light. The black armored demon at the level of Realm looked like paper in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. His body became looming, and he had entered a semi-virtual state. Then, the huge virtual soul swept out in all directions, covering the 10,000-mile area shrouded in demonic energy. But at this moment, the dots of light in the sky that had just been chopped apart by his knife gathered together and took on the appearance of the black armored demon again. Can't be killed? Chen Fan sneered. The sky-breaking demon sword is no ordinary magic weapon. It is impossible to recover the power that was destroyed by the sky-breaking demon sword. The 6-eyed Abyss Lord, who was in the 5th restricted area of the demon city, had his head and arms cut off, and he couldn't grow them back at all. These little bits of light condensed into a black armored demon again, and its power could only come from the Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 hidden in the darkness. How many times you can condense it? How many times I can chop it? Chen Fan used a lightning flash to escape from the gap surrounded by 4 black armored demons. Before the 4 black armored demons could react, Chen Fan turned around and slashed out with his sword. Brush! The 4 black armored demons instantly exploded into countless dots of light. But soon, those dots of light converged into the black armored demon again. Chen Fan was too lazy to pay attention to these black armored demons and pushed the virtual soul away, hoping to use the virtual soul state to find the 5th true form of the Void Demon Emperor Tower. At this time, a white and slender palm suddenly poked out from the void behind him, and a palm struck his back like lightning. Boom! Chen Fan, who was in a semi-virtual state, couldn't dodge, and his body was blasted out like a meteorite, smashing the ground below into a mess. Such power has already surpassed Natano's and Shinul. He was already at the 8th level of the Void Divine Body. In his semi-virtual soul state, he was hit by this palm, and his chest was extremely tight, and his eyes turned black. Before Chen Fan could stand up, streaks of demonic energy rushed towards the place where he fell like a black dragon. Snort! Chen Fan put his palms on the ground, and with a thought in his mind, he moved out like lightning. Call out! In the midst of lightning and flint, Chen Fan's figure appeared at the place where he had been slapped before, and slashed down towards the jade hand with a knife. Huh? The soft cry of Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 came from the void, and the arm directly turned into dots of light and disappeared. Before Chen Fan could think of a countermeasure, black armored demons emerged from the void again and surrounded him from all directions. Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 is not at all as innocent as she showed before. She hid in the dark, urging the black armored demon to attack, and waited for the opportunity to act, which greatly increased Chen Fan's pressure. But until now, he still has not activated the black hole. The light of the sky-breaking devil sword surged, and the power of the Void Divine Body burst out instantly. Brush! The terrifying sword light that was thousands of feet long swept across, completely crushing the besieging group of black armored demons. Void Soul! After sweeping away a group of black armored demons with one strike, Chen Fan had already activated his virtual soul to the extreme before those demons appeared. The black armored demon is nothing to fear. The most important thing is to find Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 first. Void Demon Emperor Pagoda 5 had just swallowed the demon corpse's consciousness not long ago, so it was impossible to perfectly fit with the demon corpse. She is hiding in the dark now, probably because she is adapting to this power. Delaying it will only be detrimental to yourself. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, the virtual soul was activated to the extreme, covering an area of 20,000 miles in radius. The billowing demonic energy was suppressed instantly, and the Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 hidden in the dark also appeared in Chen Fan's sight. Void Chain! Void Chains immediately flew out toward Void Demon Emperor Tower 5. Call! Void Demon Emperor Pagoda 5 seemed to teleport, avoiding the Void Chain, appearing behind Chen Fan, and punched Chen Fan in the back of the heart. Too fast. But what I'm waiting for is your punch. Chen Fan's entire body instantly turned into a black hole when the Void Demon Emperor Tower struck with a punch. What? The 5 major figures in the Void Demon Emperor Tower were shocked. But now I want to hold back my fist. It's already too late. Is the power of black holes easy? The Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 in its heyday may be able to compete with the power of this black hole. Even if you can't fight it, there may be a way to deal with it. But the fifth one in the Void Demon Emperor Tower is just a wisp of consciousness-controlled demon corpse. And it's very close at hand. Brush! The terrifying suction force of the black hole swallowed up 5 of the Void Demon Emperor Tower in an instant. No! An unwilling roar came from the black hole. Next moment, Chen Fan appeared, and the black hole turned into the size of a peanut and appeared in the palm of his right hand. On the other side, without the control of Void Demon Emperor Tower 5, the black armored demons were all locked one by Yi Hongyan using void chains. A group of people used the black armored demon as a battery and began to charge themselves. They are still in the ordinary realm. The strongest among them, Yi Hongyan and Chu Xian, are still at the 5th level of the free mortal realm. But the black armored demon is in a wishful realm that is superior to the ordinary realm. Ordinary people in the free world, such as Li Mu and Blind Man, would never be able to swallow such power. But Yi Hongyan and the others' void divine bodies have reached the 7th level, although countless clones have not yet reached the 8th level of the black hole. They are like black holes, frantically absorbing the power of the black armored demon. The same goes for Chen Fan. Chen Fan raised his palm and silently refined the Void Demon Emperor Tower 5. As expected of the Demon Emperor, even though just a ray of consciousness invaded the body of the demon corpse, it was not crushed within the black hole for a while. As Chen Fan thought, small black holes appeared one after another around him. One by one, the black holes approached the black hole above the palm, and then quickly merged together. 3 minutes later, Chen Fan gently shook his hand. The black hole in his palm sank into his palm, and the aura around him surged crazily. Everyone looked towards Chen Fan. Yi Hao and others showed jealousy in their eyes. Brother Fan, this feast is so delicious! A clone came out of Chen Fan and said, You continue. I will go to the world occupied by Void Demon Emperor Tower 5. The voice still echoes in the void. But this clone of Chen Fan has already crossed the void and headed towards the restricted area in the western wasteland. The blind man and Li Mu all flew back. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. They have been watching the game from the outside. I never expected that Chen Fan would activate such a weird thing. The cripple touched his chin and said, That thing Xiao Fan just activated couldn't be a black hole. Right. I was tens of thousands of miles away, and it felt like I was about to be pulled over by that thing. It scared me to death. Black hole. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Many people have not thought in that direction. Chapter 362 The Fog of the Void. A secret that even the Demon Emperor of the Void doesn't know. Cultivation of the Demonic Sea. Human Emperor Island. In the main hall, except for Chen Fan, everyone's expressions were a little solemn. Over this period of time, with the help of Chen Fan, powerful people in the divine realm have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. The strength of Li Mu, Blind Man and others who were the first to break through to the divine realm also improved by leaps and bounds. Yi Hao, Chu Xian and others, with the help of Chen Fan, opened the void divine body to the 7th level. Unexpectedly, a demonic corpse awakened its consciousness, and a ray of consciousness from the Void Demon Emperor came, almost forcing everyone to a desperate situation. Everyone felt like they had been hit in the head with a stick and were a little dizzy. If Chen Fan hadn't activated his void divine body to the 8th level, this battle would have been even more difficult. Facing the demon corpse, even Yi Hao, who was arrogant at the beginning, was deeply affected. The secret realm where the Void Demon Emperor came to consciousness, the exit and the passage between the two realms have all been sealed by Chen Fan using void confinement. But now Chen Fan's clone has gone to that world, and his life and death are unknown. In the main hall, everyone looked at me and I looked at you, but no one said anything. Even Xiao Hei, who is usually mean-mouthed, remained silent at this moment. Sudden, Natano said angrily, There are only these 4 worlds, Blue Star, Tanny World, Orc World, and Succubus World. They are too few. If you want to help the king significantly increase the void energy in a short period of time, the best way is to start a war. What? Everyone was stunned for a moment and looked at Natanos. Start a war? Who is fighting whom? A war between nations. A war between races, Natano said. Boom! As soon as he said these words, the hall instantly exploded. In the early days of Blue Star, wars broke out in many countries, but they were later mediated by martial ancestor Chen Han. Later, several disciples of martial ancestor Chen Han became the strongest in several major countries, and only then did Blue Star become peaceful. The Qianyu realm and the Tianma clan have been fighting to the death for tens of thousands of years. Finally, with the arrival of Chen Fan, the two sides shook hands and made peace. This Natanos actually said he wanted to start a war? Worthy of being the devil of the Dark Abyss. This guy doesn't take human life seriously at all. Many people looked at Natanos with strange looks. Weird, but also filled with hatred. Shenhua said coldly, "A devil is a devil. Even if he is already a low-level devil, he still regards human life as nothing but grass and mortals as ants. You mean to let everyone kill each other to increase the energy of the void?" "Right." Natanos snorted coldly and said, "Shenhua, there is no need to stand on the moral high ground and ridicule me. What about demons? Without our demon king of the Dark Abyss, the entire universe would have perished. Without the king, do you think you can still sit here and ridicule me?" Shenhua gritted his teeth and did not refute. If Chen Fan wasn't here, she would definitely retort and fight with Natanos. But Chen Fan is here, with the demon king here. She also realized that she had just made a sarcastic comment about the demon and had committed a crime of disrespect. Natanos said again, "Correct your sentence again. I don't regard human life as nothing, nor do I regard ordinary people as ants. In order to deal with void pollution, even if I am just a little devil, I am willing to become this ant. Although you have a low status among the Angel God clan, you should know some things. According to legend, several powerful ancestor gods once blocked the invasion of the void countless thousands of years ago. But at that time, several ancestor gods died one after another. And in the end only one person was left. And at the last moment, our Dark Abyss, you angels and gods, should have recorded that at the last moment. Countless gods were sent into the void by a force. They are all voluntary. Countless Protoss voluntarily dedicated their power to the last ancestor god. And this was the only way to gain millions of years of peace for this world." Shenhua's eyes twitched, and he remained silent. "These legends are unclear, but the Angel God clan does have records. However, no one can be sure whether it is true or false. This is still the case for the gods. What can mortals do? If there was no void pollution in this mortal world and no void demon emperor appeared, maybe she would be willing to wait here quietly and help the demon king and angel god king grow. However, there is a void demon emperor even in the lower realm, in the mortal world. Besides the few beings in front of me, who else can compete with a being like the void demon emperor? In order to help the demon king and the others grow quickly, they must obtain a large amount of void energy. But now there are only 4 realms including Blue Star and Tanny realm. Other worlds still need time. Next time, if an existence at the level of the void demon emperor comes over, can the demon king be stopped?" Shenhua wanted to argue a few words. "But I don't know how to speak." Natanos added, "The way you look at me is very strange. I know that you all regard me as a devil who does all kinds of evil. I don't want to explain. What I want to say is that what mortals lack most is always reason. For the sake of profit, wars in the mortal world have never stopped. I've read the history of Blue Star. How many years did the various countries of Blue Star fight before Master Chen Zaiwazu appeared in Blue Star? How many years have the various forces in a country been fighting? I have also read the history of Tianyu realm. Before I came to the heavenly demon realm, how many years did the Tianyu realm and the heavenly demon clan fight? Even if there is no heavenly demon clan, when will the war between the major dynasties in Tianyu realm stop again?" Natanos said, "Blue Star. Because of the martial ancestor, peace has been restored. The Tianyu world has restored peace because of the king's intervention. But martial ancestor cannot stay in Blue Star forever. The king will also return to the god realm. After they leave, without their presence as a deterrent, wars between dynasties and races will soon continue. This is the bad nature of human beings and the bad nature of all lower creatures." Hearing the last sentence, Yi Hongyan couldn't help but said, "Inferior creatures? Do the gods have fewer wars than mortals? How many years have countless demon races been fighting in the Dark Abyss? How many years have the Angel Clan, Heavenly Dragon Clan and other Protoss been attacking the Dark Abyss?" Natanos stood up, bent down towards Yi Hongyan, and said, "Your Majesty, I apologize for my disrespect. Yes, in fact, the same goes for the gods. War can never end. Through the efforts of Her Majesty the Empress and the King, the God realm has been peaceful for tens of thousands of years. But after you fell, the Angel God clan and the Dutin clan, who were originally friendly with Dark Abyss, killed us in Dark Abyss until we shed rivers of blood. The other Protoss are also fighting to the death to seize resources. Without experiencing these catastrophes, we would never be able to believe that both mortals And gods are no different from ants in this world. Nothing is eternal. Nothing is immortal. Only my king is immortal. The atmosphere in the hall became even weirder. Natano speaks again. Enough. Chen Fan opened his eyes, interrupted Natano's, and said, I am not a peacemaker. But as far as I can see, there is only peace and no war. I am the king of demons. And I am also the lower creature you call me. Bang. Natano's knelt down on one knee and lowered his head. Chen Fan said, I will not allow mortals in these worlds to kill each other. After tens of millions of years, maybe I won't be able to control it. But now, I can take care of it. Natano's lowered his head, not daring to say a word. Chen Fan continued, in addition, you must not forget, worlds such as Blue Star and Tanny Realm are not just collecting void energy for me. They are still dedicating their faith. In a sense, the power of faith is more rare than the energy of the void. I don't understand what your pig head is thinking. You let them kill each other to help me increase the energy of the void. If they all die, who will provide me with the power of faith? Natano's was too scared to speak. Chen Fan said, the four realms such as Blue Star and Tanny Realm are naturally far from enough. But I still have four realms including the Ancient God Realm. One Ancient God Realm is probably bigger than the thousands of Tanny Realms. Until now, Blind Grandpa and the others have not found the edge of the Ancient God Realm and other four realms. There are endless void demons in the Ancient God Realm and other four realms, which are enough to help me increase my void energy. Yes. Natano's lowered his head. I know my mistake. Get up. Chen Fan waved his hand, and an irresistible force lifted Natano's up. Natano's blushed and sat back down. Yi Hongyan said, from today on, all of our clones will enter the four realms including the Ancient God Realm. 10,000 clones are not enough. Then 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. When 10 million gods enter the four realms including the Ancient God Realm, it's just a matter of cleaning up the void garbage, and at the same time increasing the energy of the void. Li Mu's eyes lit up. Yes. Almost forgot. Just now I was thinking that we still have too few powerful men in the divine realm. But I forgot about your clones. The blind man nodded and said, not bad. Let the clone enter the Ancient God Realm and other four realms. Kill him and turn the world upside down. The Ancient God Realm and other four realms are countless times larger than the Tanny Realm. We don't even have to look for those void demons specifically. As soon as they show up, countless void demons will fly like moths to a flame, in an endless stream. Natano said sarcastically, let me enter the Ancient God Realm and other four realms. I can also create hundreds of clones. Enrichu said, killing the void demon can also hone combat skills and improve combat experience. This time we fought against the demonic corpse, and some idiot started hacking away at him. It was so funny. Yi Hao was furious. Who are you calling a slut? Enrichu snorted lightly and said nothing. Yi Hao was furious. I want to duel with you. Enrichu looked at Chen Fan and said, don't waste time. Let's enter the Ancient God Realm and other four realms now. Yi Hao was so angry that he said, I'm talking to you. Stop arguing. Yi Hongyan glared and said, if you yell again, I'll kill you. Yi Hao looked at Yi Hongyan resentfully. Am I really your biological brother? I wasn't adopted. Right. Snapped. Yi Hongyan slapped Yi Hao away. Yi Hao pity and ran back again. Brother Fan, let me go to the Ancient God Realm. The Ancient God Realm has the Tong-Tian Divine Pillar. I always feel that the Ancient God Realm has a special relationship with my Dutin clan. Enrichu said, I'll go to the Ancient Demon Realm. Shen Tao Ao. I'm going to the Angel God King Realm. Li Fengqing. Which realm should I go to? The blind man walked up to Chen Fan and said, can you sense the clone of the world polluted by the void? Chen Fan shook his head. The spatial storm in the passage between the two realms blocks the spiritual consciousness and cannot be sensed. However, it is certain that the clone was not destroyed. Yi Hongyan said, theoretically, a clone that can turn into a black hole should not be destroyed. Right. Natano said, no, black holes will collapse too. It depends on the strength of the opponent. But an existence at the level of the Void Demon Emperor, even if she is in that world, it is impossible to annihilate the black hole. Even if the king just lost a clone, she can't kill the king's clone. In this world, all living creatures have turned into void demons. The void has covered the entire world. Countless demons were biting each other and fighting endlessly in chaos. In such a terrible world, Void Demon Emperor Tower 5, and Chen Fan who turned into a black hole. You look at me, I look at you. I feel a little embarrassed. Say it without hesitation. Chen Fan lost this battle. A very complete loss. Although Chen Fan was not sure whether the Void Demon Emperor Pagoda 5 in front of him was the true form of the deity. But the power of his clone was simply unable to compete with an existence of this level. As soon as Chen Fan entered this world, he was detected by the 5 senses of the Void Demon Emperor Tower. The two sides fought for several rounds, and Chen Fan was beaten several times. But no matter how he explodes, Chen Fan can absorb the power of this world and condense it into shape. Void Demon Emperor Pagoda 5 was also extremely depressed. She had never been so embarrassed and depressed when fighting other Void Demon Emperors to the death. This is immortality in the true sense of the word. The strange thing is that Chen Fan's power is obviously very weak, and he is only in the ordinary realm. This kind of power is also at the bottom of the vast divine world. But she couldn't capture Chen Fan alive, destroy him, or devour him. And when Chen Fan turned into a black hole, she could only retreat. Chen Fan even turned into a black hole in front of her and swallowed up a large number of void demons. If she continues like this, she, the Void Demon Emperor, will become a mere commander. The 5 members of the Void Demon Emperor Tower blinked in pain. Ever since she devoured the most powerful person in this world, her emotions have become richer and richer. Now she will also be worried, depressed, and angry. However, this kind of emotion from the main universe seems pretty good. Void Demon Emperor Pagoda Wu glanced at the black hole depressedly, and said faintly, "You always turn into a black hole and keep devouring it, which is meaningless. Would you like to come out for a drink?" From the black hole, Chen Fan's voice came out. "The Void Demon also likes to drink? This is a very strange thing." Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 said, "I found this kind of thing in the memory of the strongest person in this world after devouring him. After trying it a few times, I couldn't stop. I sometimes wonder, what is the purpose of the existence of the Void Demon? Mortals in the main world have joys, sorrows, and joys, as well as fine wines and delicacies. However, we treat all other creatures, even our own kind, as food but do not feel the beauty of that food." Chen Fan said, "So, why did you pollute this world and turn all the creatures in this world into void demons?" Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 was silent. After a while, she said, "Before, I thought it was to make myself stronger and to survive. The world of void demons is extremely cruel. The so-called Void Demon Emperor will become food for other demon emperors if he is not careful. So I have to keep getting stronger. But after coming to this world, I was trapped here for a long time. I can't get out. Even if I sensed the aura of the demonic corpse before and went to the world where you are, I could only come with my consciousness but not myself. This place has become my prison. So I've been thinking about this for thousands of years. Although I am imprisoned here, at the same time, I also have a guarantee of safety. I no longer have to be in a void world, always on tenterhooks and fighting for life and death. So I thought, since I am already very safe, why should I think about going to other worlds and infecting the void?" Chen Fan said nothing. Void Demon Emperor Pagoda 5 pointed at his head and continued, "I don't know why, but there is a sense of mission in my head, as if it is an innate sense of mission. There is a mission that drives all void demons to pollute and destroy other living beings. I don't know why. Before devouring the most powerful person in this world, I didn't know how to think like this, and I didn't even think about why. Then I started thinking about it. But no matter what, I couldn't figure out what was going on." Chen Fan became a little interested in Void Demon Emperor Tower 5. Judging from the previous dreams, this was the first time he encountered such a void demon that could communicate. And it is a relatively high-level void demon. Chen Fan appeared, walked to Void Demon Emperor Tower 5, picked up a glass of wine, drank it down, and said, "Is there a possibility that the so-called mission in your head has been tampered with?" "What?" Void Demon Emperor Ta was surprised. She had never thought of this statement. Chen Fan said, "When you were in Tanny Realm before, you said that the Lord of the Void is the supreme being in the void world?" Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 was slightly startled. "What's the problem?" Chen Fan shook his head and said, "Where is the Lord of the Void? There is no one above." Void Demon Emperor Ta Wu shook his head and said, "The Void Monarch is the supreme existence in the void world, and there are only 13 of them. You don't know?" Chen Fan frowned and said, "In fact, the Void Lord is not the most powerful existence in the void world. Beyond the Lord of the Void, there is also the Lord of the Void. This is impossible." Void Demon Emperor Tower's expression changed greatly. "I have lived in the void world for countless thousands of years, and I have never heard of the Lord of the Void. I don't even know. How can you know? Chapter 363, Purification. Own people. I heard it from a senior in the God realm. Naturally, Qin Fan would not say that he had fought against the Lord of the Void. He said calmly, "There is no doubt about this. There are 13 Void Lords in total. And now there are only 3 left. There are only 3 Lords of the Void. And one of them has been sealed. The person who sealed the Lord of the Void is the one who killed the Lord of the Void, as you said before." The eyes of Void Demon Emperor Pagoda were full of disbelief. How could I not know about such a thing? Qin Fan was also a little surprised. You have lived in the Void for countless thousands of years, and became the Demon Emperor of the Void. Have you never heard of the Lord of the Void? No. Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 said, I've never heard of it. Whether the Void Demon God, who is a higher level than us, knows, I am not sure. But the Void Demon Emperor I've seen doesn't know the same thing as me. In our understanding, the Void Lord is the supreme existence. Qin Fan was silent for a moment and said, What exactly is Void? The 5 palms of the Void Demon Emperor Tower flicked lightly. Between the 2 of them, a starry sky appeared. On it, there are planets floating one after another. Void Demon Emperor Ta pointed at a ball and said, This ball is not the planet you imagined. It is a universe. Qin Fan. Void Demon Emperor Ta added, This piece of nothingness between different universes is the Void. But we who live in the Void cannot see these universes. As the Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 said these words, the darkness and nothingness began to tear apart and divide into many parts. Behind every universe, there is a void, just like a shadow. Void Demon Emperor Pagoda 5 said, The Void and the real universe can be understood as darkness and light. The Void is darkness, and the real universe is light. They are interdependent and do not interfere with each other. But I don't know when it started, and I don't know why. The power of part of the universe was weakened and penetrated by the power of the Void. The universe penetrated by the Void is sensed by the Void Demon. In the Void, many powerful beings began to invade those universes and assimilate each universe into the Void. Qin Fan frowned. What's the point of doing this? I don't know. Void Demon Emperor Ta Wu shook his head and said, All Void demons have chaotic and crazy consciousness, filled with endless negative auras. It is our nature to destroy and devour. There is no need for a more powerful existence to drive or command. All the Void demons who sense the real universe will be like hungry wolves who see food and pounce on it crazily. However, after reaching the Void Demon Emperor level, we have been able to barely control our negative emotions. We already have our own thinking, and we know how to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. Qin Fan said, But even the Void Demon Emperor will still pounce on the real universe like other Void demons. That's because of the mission I just mentioned. Void Demon Emperor Tower Wu pointed at his head and said, Our heads carry an indescribable mission. As if we were born with it. Before I came to the real universe, this sense of mission drove me to constantly devour and destroy. Until I came to this world and swallowed up the strongest person in this world. I suddenly realized there was something wrong with this mission. I don't understand where the mission comes from, nor the significance of what we Void demons are doing. Qin Fan's expression changed and he said, After the Void demon enters the real universe and continues to devour mortal beings and devouring gods, will it produce mortal thoughts like you? Yes, but very few. Void Demon Emperor Ta Wu said, Many thousands of years ago, I once saw a Void Demon Emperor cry. At that time, I didn't understand what tears were. He devoured many gods. And suddenly, just like the monsters in your world, he opened his spiritual wisdom and understood good and evil. He told me that all Void demons are a conspiracy. But I don't understand. I have also devoured countless creatures. But I found no abnormalities and no changes. Until I came to this world and swallowed up the strongest person in this world. Her strength is far from being able to compete with mine. But her will is extremely strong. It was because of her will that I became like this. Sometimes, I can't tell whether I am the Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 or Nano who is polluted by the Void. Is Nano the most powerful person in this world? Not even the powerful beings in the God realm could change the mind of the Void Demon. But Nano relied on her own will to change the Void Demon Emperor Tower 5. This is a respectable strongman. Void Demon Emperor Ta Wu said, When I first devoured her, I fused her memory. But at that time, I still didn't understand why she would fight to the death for the lives of this world. She obviously had the chance to escape to other worlds. But she didn't want to run away. She gave her life and soul for the lives of this world. Many years later, I discovered that mortals call that kind of feeling love. Weird stuff. As he said that, the Void Demon Emperor Tower stretched out his hands, and grabbed a demon with a head covered with spikes. Void Demon Emperor Ta Wu said, "Look at this demon. He was afraid, and fear kept him from taking any action. But he still wanted to kill me and eat me. There is no love in the Void Demon. Not even emotion. They also have no concept of being of the same race. No matter whether I am of the same race or not. If I am weaker than him, he will not hesitate to pounce on me and swallow me. When you come to this world to kill, he won't have any feelings about you killing other people of your own kind. He will even take the opportunity to devour the broken limbs and souls of other members of his race. So, after I discovered the changes in myself, I began to be curious about the feelings of the creatures in this universe. I studied it for years. Many years later, I was shocked to find that because I studied the emotions of this side of the universe, I could actually begin to suppress the chaotic and crazy negative emotions. That's when I realized that the Void Demon is not emotionless. Negative emotions such as destruction and killing are also a kind of emotion. But they are just negative emotions. After I studied emotions, I probably developed positive emotions. So I was able to barely suppress the chaotic and crazy negative emotions. This is why I can be here and talk to you for so long." Chen Fan slowly raised his head. "Perhaps I can help you completely suppress your negative emotions. To be precise, I can help you purify the evil thoughts of the Void Demon." Void Demon Emperor Pagoda 5 laughed dumbly. "This is impossible. It's just a coincidence that I became what I am now. The negative emotions of the Void Demon cannot be suppressed. As powerful as the Void Demon God, even the Void Lord cannot suppress him." Chen Fan smiled and said, "Why not give it a try? With my current power, I can't kill you, or even pose much of a threat to you." Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 was silent. Then, she laughed again and said, "Before I swallowed Nano, I would not have thought about this kind of problem. I'll leave the answer, yes or no. But now, I will think about whether this is your conspiracy and whether you will cause harm to me. I don't know whether this kind of thinking is good or bad. That's fine. Why don't you try?" Void Demon Emperor Pagoda Wu raised his head slightly and said, "How do you want to operate? And how should I cooperate with you?" "No need to cooperate." Chen Fan raised his palm and said, "It hurts a bit. Just bear with it for a while. It hurts." Void Demon Emperor Ta Wu smiled bitterly and said, "For Void Demon, this does not exist. Even if the hands and feet are chopped into pieces. As long as there is consciousness, the Void Demon will continue to devour and destroy." Chen Fan didn't speak, but directly activated Purification on Void Demon Emperor Tower 5. Zitsizi! Countless black smoke rose from the 5 bodies of the Void Demon Emperor Tower. After a while, the black smoke disappeared without a trace. Void Demon Emperor Pagoda 5 actually radiated a holy light. "This is..." Void Demon Emperor Ta looked at his palm. His eyes filled with disbelief. "What a strange feeling. The sense of mission is gone. All the negative emotions of killing and destruction have also disappeared. You can actually purify the void?" Chen Fan said calmly. "How do you feel now?" The Void Demon Emperor Ta closed his eyes, sensed it for a while, and then said, "Peace has never existed before. I can't explain it. But I actually feel so comfortable basking in the sun. The breeze blows and the fragrance of flowers overflows. I have never experienced this feeling before." As she spoke, she frowned and looked at the demon she had just captured. "This thing is so annoying." Void Demon. Void Demon Emperor Pagoda Wu raised his head slightly. "The whole world is filled with void demons. They are really annoying." As she spoke, she stood up, floated slowly, and opened her hands. Chen Fan was startled and flew up in a hurry to stop her. "What do you want to do?" "Purification," Void Demon Emperor Ta Wu said. "I want to purify this world and destroy all these void demons." "No," Chen Fan shouted softly and said. "These void demons are the indigenous people of this world. And they are the people Nano wants to protect with all his life. The person Nano is trying to protect with all his life." The Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 looked at his hands blankly and fell into confusion. "Why is this? Why should I kill the person I am trying to protect with all my life? No, I'm not Nano. I am Void Demon Emperor Tower 5. But these void demons make me extremely disgusted. There is only evil in them." Chen Fan said, "I can purify them. I can help restore this world to its original state." The 5 major figures in the Void Demon Emperor Tower were overjoyed and looked at Chen Fan expectantly. Chen Fan said, "Give me some time." Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 nodded. "Okay." Chen Fan took a deep breath, and the void chains on his body carrying the power of purification and his blood, extended infinitely in all directions. Chi. Void chains penetrated through the void demons. The purifying power and blood on the void chain purified the void demons one by one. Those grotesque, ferocious and violent void demons all returned to their original state, looking at their companions around them with blank expressions. The purified void demons began to provide Qin Fan with the power of faith. Time passes slowly. More than 6 hours later, Qin Fan exhaled heavily and took back the void chain. All the creatures in this world have been purified. This kind of power really makes me envious. Void Demon Emperor Pagoda 5 expressed sincere admiration and said, I can feel that void pollution has completely disappeared from this world. Qin Fan looked at Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 silently and said, Are you still Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 now? Void Demon Emperor Ta Wu was stunned for a moment and said, Call me Nano. The memory of the Void Demon Emperor is only destruction, killing, and devouring. This kind of memory is not worth cherishing. Your purification is like helping me break free from a prison. Now, I feel relaxed and comfortable as I have never felt before. I don't know how to thank you enough for bringing me back to life. From today on, there is no Void Demon Emperor Tower 5 here. Only Nano. Qin Fan raised his head slightly and said, Nano, join us in fighting against void pollution. Nano nodded without hesitation. Okay. Qin Fan added, I will find a way to help you get out of here. Nano frowned. It's difficult. The real universe is much more complicated than the void. There are countless cracks in the mortal world now, connecting all worlds. But not every crack can allow people to travel through, especially with my power. No matter how I restrain my breath and power, my power will stir up the space storm and eventually cause the space channel to collapse. Some small worlds cannot even support the arrival of my true self. There will be a way, Qin Fan said. But for now, you can separate the weakest clone and follow me to the Tanny realm. Nano smiled slightly. Okay. While speaking, Nano's body flashed with light, and a figure walked out. Her clone nodded slightly towards Qin Fan. The two of them immediately headed towards the passage back to Tanny realm. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the passage, Nano was still a little worried. Even with this clone, it is very difficult to get through. So, last time, I could only bring a ray of consciousness to Tanny realm. Qin Fan didn't say anything. He just entered the state of virtual soul, and then enveloped Nano. Very strange feeling, Nano said. How did you achieve this state? As if you have returned to the void? Qin Fan said calmly. In the vast world, all laws are boundless, and all things are infinite. Whether it is the void or the real universe, there are infinite mysteries. This is nonsense. Saying it means not saying it. But Nano didn't ask any more questions. Nano, enveloped by Qin Fan's virtual soul, easily crossed the space channel and returned to the Tanny realm. The two of them only moved a few times in the air before landing on the Human Emperor Island in the Demon Sea. On the Human Emperor Island, Yi Hao was the first to burst out laughing. Brother Fan! Damn it! Before he finished speaking, Yi Hao suddenly entered the virtual soul state, and then used the sky-bearing axe. At the same time, Henry Chu, Yi Hongyan and others quickly rose up and surrounded Nano. Be patient and don't be impatient. Qin Fan's true self walked out of the hall and said, She is no longer Void Demon Emperor Tower 5. Her name is Nano now. Aw? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Xiaohei flew over and said, Boss, did you seduce her? Qin Fan held down Xiaohei's head and beat him all over. Gengzi and Xiaobai shook their heads repeatedly. I've never seen anyone so deserving of a beating. Qin Fan sent a message from his spiritual consciousness and told what happened to Nano. Everyone was stunned. Everyone thought that Qin Fan's clone would go through several deadly battles in that world and finally escape back to Tanny realm. Never imagined. He actually incited rebellion against Void Demon Emperor Tower 5. And it's effortless. Chatted for a while. Then cast Purify. A Void Demon Emperor becomes one of our own. Yi Hao scratched his head. I don't even dare to shoot movies like this. Qin Fan smiled and said, Actually, in the final analysis, it is still the contribution of Nano, the strongest person in that world. Her unparalleled tenacity has changed Void Demon Emperor Tower 5. That's how I found the opportunity. Otherwise, I can only return to Tanny realm in despair. Yi Hongyan looked at Qin Fan and said, What do you want to do now? Qin Fan said, After I purified that world, the power of faith has begun to rise crazily. But the void energy has not increased. We must arrange for another clone to go to that world, and with Nano's cooperation, cultivate the creatures of that world. As for Nano, Chen Fan did not continue. Frankly speaking, he actually didn't think it through. No matter what, Nano is now Void Demon Emperor Tower 5. And this cannot be changed. Even if he has completely purified the Void Demon Emperor. Who knows what he is thinking now? Among them, there are still risks of uncertainty. Sudden, Li Fengxing took a step forward and said, Brother Fan, leave your power to the clone. After weakening the original power to the extreme, let me go to that world. Huh? Qin Fan and others all looked at Li Fengxing. The tone of this guy's words is a bit like Tianlong Emperor Li Feng's. Okay. But it's also different from the second-rate guy from Dahai City. Then Li Fengxing said, Go over here and discuss with Nano to sign a contract with Nano to be your beast master. All problems are solved. Everyone. Qin Fan. Even Qin Fan never thought about signing a contract with the Void Demon Emperor. At this time, Nano was stunned for a moment and said, What does signing mean? Sign a contract? Li Fengxing instantly transformed into the virtual soul state, and then said, This virtual soul state is the void divine body given to us by Brother Fan. If you sign a contract with Brother Fan and become his soul partner, he can also give you the void divine body. After that, he can send you into the beast control space and leave the world that restrains you at any time. Finally, Brother Fan can help you become stronger. Brother Fan. Now use the power of faith to help me improve my cultivation level and show her. Oh no. He has really turned into the appearance of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. So cunning. Everyone. Qin Fan nodded slightly and directly used the power of faith to help Li Fengxing improve to a higher level. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao were all furious. Their cultivation realm is the same. That is to say, Henry Chu and Yi Hongyan are just a little stronger. After these idiots said a few words, they broke through to a new level and were much better than them. Nano was also shocked. For a strong man of this level, Qin Fan could help his opponent improve in just a few seconds. What kind of power is this? What a terrifying method this is. Nano blinked and said, Then you, please go over immediately and sign a contract with me. I'm willing to sign a contract with you. Everyone. Chapter 364. Everyone is drunk and I am sober. Beast name, Void Demon Emperor. Nano. Combat power level, High Demon God, Emperor Realm 1st level. Race level, Ancient Void Myth. Beast control attribute, Void Demon. Requirements for breaking through to the 2nd level of the Imperial Realm, the 1st method. The power of 990 billion faith. The 2nd method, racial level evolution route, none. Looking at Nano's attribute panel, Qin Fan fell silent. Race level evolution route, none. Does this mean that Nano's racial level is actually the highest? But above the Void Demon Emperor, aren't there the Void Demon God and the Void Lord? In other words, the racial level of the Void Demon Emperor is actually the same as that of the Void Lord. Is it just that the level of cultivation is different? The signing with Nano went very smoothly. Just like when I signed a contract with Xiaobai. The Void Demon Emperor with the mind of a mortal is already different from other Void Demons. After being purified by Qin Fan, Nano now looks nothing like the Void Demon except that she still has the chaotic memories of the Void Demon Emperor and the dark divine power. This actually made Qin Fan secretly relieved. In any case, beings of this level are far stronger than Shenhua and Netanos. Once a problem occurs, it will be a big trouble. Qin Fan was not afraid. But an existence of Nano's level could destroy an entire world with just a roar. So Qin Fan had to guard against it. Now that the contract is signed, and the souls of both parties are linked, Qin Fan can feel everything in Nano's heart through the contract. And suppress Nano through the contract. Without any hidden worries. The most important is, one more powerful thug. You know, in the 4 realms including the ancient God realm, there are memories in the dark dreams that seal the Void Lord. With Nano's help, the heaven-breaking demonic sword and other magical weapons, and the 8th level of the Void Divine Body, Qin Fan's pressure suddenly dropped. High Demon God, Emperor Realm 1st level. Qin Fan asked, I heard you say before that there is a Void Demon Emperor and a Void Demon King under the Void Demon Emperor. In the Void world, there should be no such thing as a superior demon god. Right? No. Nano said, Higher Demon God, Emperor Realm, Tianji Realm. These are the realms of the gods in this universe. The Void world is divided from top to bottom. Void Lord, Void Demon God, Void Demon Emperor, Void Demon Emperor, Void Demon King, Void Demon. Qin Fan nodded slightly. He had already heard Netanos talk about the realm of cultivation in the God realm. The lower demon gods, the realm of the free world. the realm of wishful thinking, the realm of free heaven, and the realm of nirvana, the intermediate demon god, the realm of all phenomena, the realm of netherworld, the realm of immortality, and the realm of reincarnation. High-ranking demon gods, Tantian realm, broken realm, Tianji realm, and imperial realm. The pinnacle of the upper demon god is the imperial realm, and the imperial realm is also divided into 5 heavens. Nano is the demon emperor of the void, which is almost the first level of the emperor realm among the upper demon gods. And Natanos and Shinnuo are both at the pinnacle of the demon god, the 5th level of nirvana god realm. Chuxian and the others are still at the bottom of the lower demon gods. Although Qinfan has opened the 8th level of the void divine body, and the power of the black hole can compete with the intermediate demon god. The void divine power and cultivation realm are still only the 3rd level of Rui realm among the lower demon gods. The road to growth has been smooth, but it's still tough. The power of faith has been accumulating, but the current power of faith is not even enough to help Nano break through to the 1st level. But this is normal. After all, he is already at the peak of the demon god. Even if it is promoted to 1 level, it is still a world of difference. Qinfan thought for a moment and said, "Both you and I will leave a clone in this world. Your clone cooperates with my clone to cultivate the creatures in this world." Nano was stunned for a moment. "Why do you want to cultivate the creatures in this world?" Qinfan said, "I can collect void energy and the power of faith from them." "Okay." Nano nodded. Although she nodded, she still couldn't understand what Qinfan did. "Then," she said hesitantly, "my power is too strong. Can I pass through that space channel?" "It's very simple," Qinfan said. "You just need to enter my beast control space." With that said, Qinfan thought and sent Nano into the beast controlling space, then entered the virtual soul state and returned to the Tanny realm. After returning to Tanny realm, Nano was allowed to leave the beast controlling space. "Incredible," Nano said. "The power of space. Many powerful void demons also control the power of space. But the condensed space cannot be so perfect and solid. I just tried it. With my own power, I can't destroy that space." Qinfan. Yes. The void demon's thinking is still incomprehensible. Even though Nano already has the mind of a mortal, it's still easy for her to do something outrageous if she's not careful. She actually wants to try to destroy the beast controlling space. Nano said with a curious look on his face. "How did you do that space? I can clearly see the space barrier, but my power cannot shake the space barrier at all. Don't do this kind of thing again next time." Qinfan almost roared. "That is my beast control space. If you destroy the beast control space, big trouble will happen." Qinfan didn't know what the big deal was, but for now, that's the last refuge. Moreover, the beast controlling space is also connected to the 4 realms including the ancient god realm. If the beast controlling space is destroyed, how can we enter the 4 realms including the ancient god realm in the future? "Oh." Nano nodded. Qinfan added another sentence. "The thinking of the void demon is different from the thinking of all the creatures in this universe. From now on, if you have any questions in your mind, you can communicate with me through your thoughts. Your power is too strong. You can't try it casually. Just like this world. If you don't control it well, you might destroy it with just 1 slap." "I understand." Nano nodded. "I have restrained my power and breath, and I will not let my power leak out. By the way, I just saw an orange cat in that dimension. It's so cute." Qinfan. He thought Nano would ask what the 4 doors in the beast control space were for, and where they led to. Unexpectedly, Nano asked about the orange cat's clone. The idiot orange cat didn't know what kind of medicine he took. He entered the ancient god realm, and went to kill the void demon with Gongzi and his brothers. But he has split up many avatars, and shows off everywhere. Some clones, leading a group of people from the demon sect, wandered around in various dynasties. Some clones took advantage of the powerful men from the 4 holy lands to enter the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, and went to the forbidden areas of the 4 holy lands to steal things. The other clones went back to Blue Star to enjoy the nightlife. All of the above are fairly normal. But he also put a clone to sleep in the beast control space. What kind of fetish is this? Is it because you were used to sleeping in the beast controlling space? Qinfan waved at Nano, and the 2 of them stepped out in 1 step. Although there was no power in the space, it was as if the space was folded, and they moved to the Demon Cultivator Sea King Island. On the Human Emperor Island, figures immediately rose into the sky. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Nano. The existence of this level, no matter how she restrained her aura, was still extremely amazing. Although everyone knows that Qinfan brought her here. After all, the contract has been successfully signed. But there is still a ray of fear in the hearts of many people that cannot be driven away, especially Shinnu and Natanos. The group of people followed Shin Fan and walked into the main hall. Suddenly, Nano pulled Shin Fan's sleeve, pointed at the two people under a big tree and said, "Kissing! What does it feel like?" Shin Fan. He and everyone looked in the direction Nano pointed. Then, everyone stayed for a while. The two people hugging each other under the big tree. A majestic and handsome man with soaring momentum. A clear water hibiscus. Not stained by dust. The boy is Shin Fan's old beast-controlling ape. The girl is Yi Hao's beast-controlling holy moon morning glory Hua Hua. The two of them hugged each other at this time, looking like they wanted to kiss until eternity. If the old ape is replaced by an orange cat or a gangster, no one will feel too much. The orange cat was originally the leader of the demon sect and was unscrupulous. Gongzi also has no taboos in his actions. He dares to defy heaven and earth. What does a kiss mean? But Lao Yuan and Hua Hua also felt something strange. The two stopped and looked over. As soon as I saw the crowd, the faces of the two of them flushed red. Ahem! Shin Fan coughed lightly and said, "You continue. We haven't seen anything." Except for Nano. Everyone turned their heads and followed Shin Fan into the hall. The ice-white python fell a few steps behind and walked to the side of the Phantom King Green Python and Golden Horn Beast. He stretched out his hand to hold the Phantom King Green Python and Golden Horn Beast's little hand. Snapped! The little girl slapped the ice-white python directly. Rogue! Ice-white python. Everyone. Why is this happening? The ice-white python looked at Yi Hao and asked. Boss Hao, why is this? Yi Haola said with a long face. She didn't beat you to death. You're lucky. You brought a group of blood elves back from that world. And now you have the nerve to ask why. Snapped. Yi Hongyan came up from behind and slapped Yi Hao on the head. Yi Hao's face was full of innocence. Sister, am I wrong? Yi Hongyan walked past him and said calmly. What qualifications does a person who brought a group of succubi to Tanny realm have to criticize others? Yi Hao. The ice-white python whispered. Boss Hao, didn't I learn that from you? Yi Hao was furious. Get out! Behind him, the Handan golden horn dragon narrowed his eyes, nodded slightly, and thought to himself. It seems that my status is now much higher than that of the ice-white python. I brought back a group of orc girls from the orc world, and a group of bosses were moved to tears. They all said that I had sacrificed their own happiness. The guy from the ice-white python brought back a group of blood elves, and Miss Ching Ching was so angry that she beat him up. Others also called him a pervert. Humph! Xiaohan, I finally defeated you. From now on, I am the real Frost Dragon, and you are just a little colored dragon. At night, the dinner party is going on. In the main hall, people were drinking wine and drinking wine. Handan Golden Horn Dragon and a group of killers sat in a corner and looked around silently during the entire banquet. Except for Lord Shin Fan and a few other people. Everyone else was drunk. In fact, one can never be drunk in the divine realm. But they haven't been this relaxed in a long time. Everyone put away their magical power and became completely drunk. Not to mention the ice-white python and Gongzi. They were already walking with difficulty. But there is no golden horn dragon in Handan. He was still wide awake. He likes this state very much. Everyone is drunk and I am alone. Just like Lord Shin Fan. In this state, he silently observed his surroundings. Li Fengxing pulled Yi Hao and kept drinking. Yi Hao was not drunk. But Li Fengxing was completely drunk. The golden horn dragon in Handan narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Fengxing definitely has schizophrenia. He can be extremely smart at one moment and turn into a fool at the next. I'm not bragging. Please listen to me first. Hey, this is the life of a person. Brother, all that needs to be said is in the wine. Now, ask your Ji Long to light a fire for me. I can't find my lighter. That little skeleton. Bring me 2 more boxes of wine, and I'll tell you the truth. I really can't drink anymore. One last drink. We are all our own people. If something happens in the future, brother, let me tell you. Don't tell anyone else. That's the way I am. If you're good to me, I'll be good to you. I've always been Li Fengxing. Handan Golden Horn Dragon couldn't help but shook his head. A strong man in the divine realm has opened the 7th level of the void divine body. To be so drunk and still looking for a lighter really brings down the quality of Master Shin Fan's team. The other side. The old ape is picking vegetables for the holy moon morning glory. It's so jealous. Is this love? A ferocious ape and a flower began to fall in love. But these two people have the best hearts, and have never bullied Handan Golden Horned Flood Dragon. Handan Golden Horned Flood Dragon does not dare to be evil, and can only be envious and jealous in his heart. The Golden Horned Dragon in Handan picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Wine is really a good thing. It can make people forget their worries. Lingfeng drank too much. And Feng Tianlin also drank too much. The two of them blushed and had thick necks, as if they had sworn hatred and almost started fighting. Shen Hongxiu on the side came to break up the fight and asked why they were fighting. Lingfeng said that he wanted Feng Tianlin to go back to Blue Star with him and find some beauties from Yang Kingdom. But Feng Tianlin said that the beauties in ancient costumes in Tanny realm are more exciting than those in Yanghua. Shen Hongxiu was furious, held down their heads, and rubbed their faces on the ground. Sun Xiaoxiao also drank too much. This girl who came from Earth with Master Chen Fan heard that Chen Fan was still her savior. When she was in Donghai City, she secretly liked Master Chen Fan. But with so many beauties around Master Chen Fan, she didn't even have a chance. Now taking advantage of the drunkenness, Sun Xiaoxiao desperately tried to squeeze into Master Chen Fan. The issue is, Shen Hongxiu and Empress Yi Hongyan are not drunk. How could they give you this opportunity? Really? Handan Golden Horned Dragon saw that after Sun Xiaoxiao took a few steps, he returned to the same place inexplicably. Then Sun Xiaoxiao walked forward again. After taking a few steps, he returned to the same place inexplicably. The drunk Sun Xiaoxiao didn't realize that something was wrong, but he was still working hard and persisting. Oh, man, that. The Golden Horned Dragon in Handan sighed secretly in his heart. Sometimes, these beast masters are not as clear as the beast masters. Love has always been a luxury. Where can you get it if you want it? Handan Golden Horned Dragon drank another glass of wine. However, after drinking it, he immediately used his energy to expel the alcohol from his body. He doesn't like the feeling of being drunk. He likes to watch everything soberly. Beside him, two orc beauties came over and lay in his arms. The Golden Horned Dragon in Handan smiled slightly. Everyone thought that he had suffered a great injustice this time when he went to the orc world. But no one knows that he actually enjoys it. I'm a giant frost dragon. I'm not a human being. How could the aesthetics of a frost dragon be the same as that of humans? The night elves in the orc world were all given to the ice white python. But the other beauties are all mine. It's all mine. You know nothing. The Golden Horned Dragon in the cold pool poured a glass of wine and handed it to the Tauren Princess in his arms. The Tauren Princess smiled happily, opened her mouth, and drank it all in one gulp. Sudden, Chen Fan raised his head and said, Nano, I will take you to the ancient god realm. Chapter 365 Tower Seal. Headless Demon God. These 4 doors lead to 4 different worlds. Standing in Chen Fan's beast control space, Nano looked curious. Chen Fan glanced at Nano silently. When I brought Nano from another world, I used the beast control space. But Nano only noticed the cuteness of the orange cat in the beast controlling space, and didn't pay any attention to the portals in the 4 realms such as the ancient god realm. It was only now that she became interested in these 4 space doors. Nano's focus is indeed different. Chen Fan said, These 4 realms are all death places for us. We explored inside for a long time and found no other creatures except the Void Demon. Only the Void Demon? Nano was slightly startled and said, So, these 4 realms are actually prisons for the Void Demon? You can say that. Chen Fan nodded and said, In fact, many powerful Void Demons have been suppressed in the 4 realms. And because of the pollution of these powerful Void Demons, it is very likely that the original creatures inside have been contaminated and turned into Void Demons. You come with me. With that said, Chen Fan used the Void Chain to wrap up Nano and enter the ancient god realm. This location is still where the tower is. On top of the tower, there is Chaos Ling wrapped around it. And above the void is Li Fengxing's Tianlong Palace. Chen Fan has always regarded this area as the place for Void Demon transformation. The strong men from Blue Star and Tianyi Realm were continuously sent in, then entered the Tianlong Palace, and then transformed into Void Demons, and finally were purified. Now in the Tianlong Palace, there are more than 300 people sitting cross-legged, accepting the pollution of the void. Around them, Chen Fan had several clones, as steady as a rock. What is that? As soon as Nano appeared in the ancient god realm, he noticed the tower immediately. The tower was wrapped with Chaos Ling, which she had never seen before. After she swallowed the consciousness of the demon corpse before, she controlled the demon corpse to fight against everyone. Shen Hongxiu once activated Chaos Ling. Chen Fan said, There should be a void demon suppressed below. A very powerful void demon. The reason why it is said to be powerful is that until now, Chun Fan could not see the attribute panel, nor could he sense the divine power around the tower. Nano frowned. I don't know why, but it feels very familiar. Familiar feeling? Chun Fan was stunned. Are you familiar with this tower? Or, I have never seen this tower before, Nano said, but I sensed an indescribable familiar feeling from it. Sudden, Nano was startled. Headless demon god. It turns out to be him. He sensed my breath and woke up. The words just fell. The tower below began to shake violently. Everyone get out of here. Chun Fan gave a light drink, entered the virtual soul state, and moved everyone tens of thousands of miles away. On the other side, the deities of Yi Hongyan and Yi Hao also entered the virtual soul state and quickly came through the air. Brother Fan, what's wrong? Why is there something strange happening in the tower? Did Nano trigger it? I sensed it. That thing wants to break free from the shackles of Chaos Ling. Spread out and prepare for battle. Around Yi Hongyan, 5 colorful sacred stones rotated rapidly. Li Fengxing took back the Tianlong Palace. Chu Xian holds the heavenly monument in his hand. Yi Hao also wielded the sky axe. A group of people quickly dispersed, surrounded the tower, and stood ready. At this time, an attribute panel finally appeared in front of Chun Fan. Monster name, Void Demon. Headless. Combat power level, high-ranking demon god at its peak. It was the God King and the Great Emperor level. But now it has only the middle stage of the Emperor level. Race level, Ancient Void Myth. Monster attribute, Void Demon. God King Great Emperor level? Chun Fan was surprised. This is the peak level of his and Shen Taodao's previous life. The Demon King, the Angel God King, and the Demon Lord are all at the level of God Kings and Emperors. Although this headless demon has been severely damaged and has been sealed for countless years, he still has the strength of the middle stage of the Emperor realm. And Nano is only at the first level of the Emperor realm. Careful! Chun Fan shouted softly and said, this guy was at the level of the God King back then. Although his power is now at a loss, he still has the strength of the middle stage of the Emperor level. What? Everyone was shocked. At first, it was only Nano's wisp of consciousness that controlled the demonic corpse. It was difficult for them to compete with the demonic corpse. Yi Hao and Chu Xian could only rely on the power of the void divine body to barely resist. If it were Nano himself, I'm afraid everyone would have to enter the virtual soul state. And the headless demon god mentioned by Chun Fan is actually many times more powerful than Nano. Void Demon Emperor. Void Demon God. This is the Void Demon God above the Void Demon Emperor. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if it has been sealed for countless years, it is probably not something that ordinary Void Demon Emperors can resist. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao all looked at Chun Fan. The gap between the two sides is really too big. Chu Xian suddenly threw the Heaven Sacrifice tablet in his hand. Suppress it! The Heaven Sacrifice monument grew crazily, and with a loud rumbling sound, it crashed down towards the high tower. Yi Hongyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and 5 colorful sacred stones flew out at the same speed, encircling the entire tower. Yi Hao said in a deep voice, the Chaos Silk alone has suppressed this guy for countless thousands of years. With the Heaven Sacrifice monument and the complete 5-color sacred stone, theoretically it should be able to completely suppress him. It's difficult, Li Fengxing said. After all, the magic weapons in our hands are just projection clones. Although it is not sure whether the Chaos Ling that locks the tower is also a projection clone. It is obviously much more powerful than what we have in our hands. It's just like the sky-breaking demonic sword that Brother Fan got back then. 3 sky-breaking magic swords were fused. And finally the 6-eyed Abyss Lord was killed. Yi Hao immediately looked at Yi Hongyan. Sister, is your 5-color sacred stone also a projection clone? How would I know? Yi Hongyan frowned. Yi Hao said, but in the 5th restricted area, a 5-color sacred stone can cooperate with a large formation to suppress the 6-eyed Abyss Lord. And in the secret realm of the demon corpse, another 5-color sacred stone can also suppress the demon corpse. Fong Qingqing shook her head and said, in the 5th restricted area, there is the ancient seal formation, the Tianlong Palace, and the sky-breaking demon sword. In the demonic corpse secret realm, there is not 1 colorful divine stone, but 2. The other one later ended up in the hands of Shen Fan's mother. Shen Taoao said a little irritably, what are you talking about? Just hit it! Brother Fan is now on the 8th level of the Void Divine Body, and we are also on the 7th level. Although we are not as good as Brother Fan, we are not like before where we can only stare from the sidelines. In addition, there is the high-level demon Nano. as well as Shinua and Natanos. I don't believe it. With our cooperation, Brother Fan, we can't deal with a thing that's still sealed. Chin Fan waved his hand gently and said, "Lock the tower with void chains." The words just fell. Boom! Boom! Within the tower, two huge arms penetrated out. Seeing this, Yi Hongyan turned her head and glanced at Shin Hongxiu, and shouted softly, "Hongxiu, let's see if we can activate the chaos link on the tower." "I'm trying." Shin Hongxiu nodded, with a thought in everyone's mind. Void chains suddenly penetrated and entangled the two arms and the tower, and the chaotic ribbons wrapped around the tower suddenly shrank and strangled the tower. Roar! An angry roar came from within the tower. The two arms that had penetrated the tower actually became dry at this moment, as if the power within them had been greatly restricted by the chaos ling. "Howsy!" Chen Fan shouted loudly. "Clear!" Yi Hao responded. The two of them flashed at the same time and appeared in front of a huge arm. Brush! The heaven-breaking demon sword and the heaven-bearing divine axe were chopped down at the same time. Boom! The two huge arms broke off and fell to the ground. But before everyone could rejoice, black mist rose from the two arms that landed on the ground, and instantly split into a mountain-like demon. At the same time, as if being summoned, countless void demons crazily crawled out from the cracks in the tens of thousands of miles nearby. The aura displayed by a group of void demons has far exceeded that of Li Mu and others in the divine realm, although the fishing initially caught a large number of god-level demons. For some unknown reason, there was no movement in the cracks. No matter how long Li Mu and the others hovered over the crack, no god-level demon appeared again. It looks like those demons are indeed hiding. Chen Fan looked at the dense crowd of demons below and frowned. Although the number of demons crawling out of the cracks was huge, they were not a threat to anyone in the ordinary divine realm. The real threat is the demon that splits from the two arms. The headless demon god might have let them cut off these two arms on purpose. "Xiao Bai! Gonzi!" Chen Fan shouted coldly. "I leave those demons below to you." "Yeah." Xiao Bai took a step forward and waved his arm gently. Gongzi and Jade, as well as the Hanan Golden Horn Dragon, the Dark Blood Stone Man and other beasts, all followed Xiao Bai with a huff. Xiao Bai led this group of beast masters and rushed down directly into the void demon group. Nano frowned and said, "This won't work." "What?" Everyone was stunned for a moment. Nano said, "Don't fight here. Let Xiao Bai and the others disperse all the void demons 50,000 miles away. 50,000 miles or something like that. No matter whether they are dead or alive. These void demons may be devoured by the headless demon in the seal. Once he swallows a sufficient number of void demons, he may take the opportunity to break out of the seal." Tens of thousands of miles away, the blind man, Li Mu and the others, the powerful gods, took action immediately. They dispersed into many teams, cutting off the batches of void demons crawling out of the cracks into a small group, and defeated them one by one. "Swallow?" But Chen Fan, Yi Hao and others couldn't help laughing. "Han Yan, you and Hongxiu, as well as Chu Xian, control the seal and suppress the tower," Chen Fan said. "Others, use the void chain to kill all the demon cubs." The first one to take action was Bai Rouge. Bai Rouge handed the Taishu Holy Mirror into the hands of a clone. Her true form, like Chen Fan, activated the chains of the void, like a string of grasshoppers, stringing together batches of void demons. And she held the clone of the Taishu Holy Mirror, and shook the Taishu Holy Mirror at will. And a ray of light enveloped a large number of void demons. The void demon, covered by the light of the Taishu Holy Mirror, disappeared in an instant, and was moved into the space of the Taishu Holy Mirror by the Taishu Holy Mirror. Fang Qingqing took a step forward and threw the demon staff in her hand. The demon staff flashed in the air and turned into a huge monster. I saw that the monster was as big as a mountain, with a skull, 8 arms, and countless long hairs on its back. No, that's not long hair at all. That's Tian Long. Heavenly dragons sprouted from the monster's back like tentacles. Li Fingqing. At this time, everyone also thought about it. Fang Qingqing's heavenly demon staff seemed to have been stolen by Chen Fan. After Chen Fan stole the heavenly demon staff, because of Li Fingqing's mischief, he went to the Tianlong clan and killed hundreds of heavenly dragons, pulled out the dragon's tendons, and cooperated with the powerful demons in the dark abyss to refine the heavenly demon staff again. Therefore, the originally very nice-looking sky demon staff now has a skull on it, making it extremely weird. At this time, the huge strange-looking demon stepped out and trampled a god-level demon on the ground into a meat pie. Then, His 8 arms suddenly grew larger. And with 2 clicks, he hugged the tower. Not only that, the countless heavenly dragons on its back were also roaring and getting stronger, wrapping around the tower one after another. Everyone. Fang Qingqing's use of the demon staff is really weird. I always feel that Shen Hongxiu should use this magic staff, because Shen Hongxiu's quirky temperament is the most suitable for this kind of weird stuff. At this time, under the suppression of several rare treasures, although the tower was still shaking, it was no longer as crazy as before. Chen Fan separated himself into clones. Part of the clone activated the void chain to seal the headless demon in the tower. Some of the clones also activated the void chains, quickly piercing through the bodies of the void demons, and stringing countless void demons together. In the distance, the blind man and Li Mu sighed as they watched this scene. Human wave tactics? Insectsy tactics? How can it be compared to Chen Fan's clone tactics? No matter how many void demons there are, they can't be more than Chen Fan and his clones. On the other side, Shen Nue and Natanos burst into tears. According to legend, the divine world was polluted by the void and attacked by void demons. Countless powerful demon gods fell. Perhaps all the powerful gods did not expect such a day. Right? The war between the god realm and the void demon is like facing an endless sea of insects. There are too many void demons. Void pollution turns mortals, gods and demons, and even demons in the dark abyss into void demons. How to fight this kind of war? The more you fight, the more void demons you get. It's simply disappointing. Even if a being at the level of gods and demons can create many clones, how can they compare to the endless void demons? But now, this feeling is completely reversed. Just Chen Fan and Yi Hao were instantly at a disadvantage against the overwhelming void demons on the field. I alone surround you all. Is this the void divine body created by the Demon King? No wonder it's called the void divine body. This is completely a divine body created for the void demon. Shen Nue and Natanos looked at each other and took a step forward at the same time, creating many clones and joining the battle. Tower 5! When this sound sounded, everyone's heads felt as if they had been hit hard by a hammer. Nano's eyes were cold and he said, "My name is Nato. My name is Nano. Headless demon god. You, who made me grovel countless thousands of years ago. Will this day happen to you? After you sensed my breath, you woke up anxiously. Do you want to swallow me and break the seal?" On the high tower, the infinite demonic energy rolled like a tide, condensing into a giant face with only one eye. Looking at Nano coldly, Nano raised her head slightly, looked at the giant face, and said lightly, "It's really pitiful. A being at the level of the void demon god is being manipulated by others without even realizing it." With that said, Nano waved her hand casually. Boom! The giant face in the sky was instantly shattered into nothingness. Chapter 366 Void Confinement. As the giant face in the void was shattered, the demon formed by splitting the 2 arms of the headless demon suddenly began to gather and merge rapidly. Obviously, the headless demon still underestimated everyone. At this time, I found that I couldn't win with numbers, so I immediately changed my style of play. The originally huge number of void demons began to decrease sharply due to the fusion, and the void demons with terrifying auras were like giants standing among the sheep, becoming extremely eye-catching. Void demons formed from the melting of countless demons, all without heads. Although these demons vary greatly in size and appearance, without exception, they all have no heads. Nano took a step forward, stared at the tower, and said, "I'll keep an eye on him, and you guys get rid of those minions." Hearing this, Xiao Hei said a little unhappy, "Later. Don't speak to us in a commanding tone. You are just our little brother." Nano didn't seem to hear anything, and just stared at the tower silently. The headless demon god sealed in the tower is the biggest threat, although there are divine weapons such as Chaos Ling and Heaven's Sacrifice Monument to suppress it. Existences of this level may break out of the seal in the next second. On the other side, Yi Hao was taken aback and said, "Brother Fan, our void chains are too weak to penetrate the bodies of these headless demons." At this time, the headless demons, after the fusion, were still frantically devouring the demons crawling out of the surrounding cracks. Although Chen Fan and Yi Hao's clones had wiped out a large number of demons in a short period of time, they were still crawling out of the cracks. And these demons crawling out of the cracks seemed to have become nutrients for the headless demon. Each demon, as soon as it gets close to the headless demon, will turn into black energy and then merge into the body of the headless demon, because they keep devouring those demons. The bodies of the headless demons are also getting bigger. The aura released by each headless demon is also getting stronger crazily. "Howsy! Dao Ao!" Shinduo. Natanos. You guys cooperate with me and get rid of these headless demons. In the void, Fan sank quickly and slashed out with a demonic sword in his hand. Brush! The dominating sword light flashed quickly in the darkness, and the two headless demons were blasted into ashes with one strike. The headless demon that was killed by the sky-breaking demon sword completely turned into black energy. Although the black energy is surging and still wants to come together, it is like a broken mirror that cannot be spliced together. When Chu Xian saw this, he pointed like a sword and pointed at the heavenly monument. A terrifying power was immediately released from the heaven sacrifice monument, swallowing up the black mist. Ha 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 ha! Yihao laughed wildly, took one step first, and split open a headless demon with an axe. Seeing this, Shin Tao refused to show weakness. The 12 wings of the God King behind him, each golden feather, turned into countless giant swords, and instantly cut a headless demon into countless pieces. Upon seeing this, several headless demons immediately moved out quickly, trying to avoid Shin Fan and the others. They roared continuously, crushing towards Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others. Thunder Blade! Xiaobai was not afraid and slashed casually with his right hand. The huge thunder blade transformed from the divine power of the void slashed down diagonally, sending a headless demon flying away. Xiaobai frowned. The strength of her and Gongzi was actually not much worse than that of Yihao and the others. But they don't have a divine axe like Yihao in their hands. Ordinary attacks are difficult to cause much damage to these headless demons. At this time, the demonic energy was billowing in the void, and the headless demon god appeared again. He looked at Shin Fan bitterly, gritted his teeth and said, I recognize the knife in your hand. It hurts my soul, damages my vitality, and makes me angry. Do you know what the consequences will be? As he spoke, the giant face transformed into a humanoid form. The long gown is like smoke. The figure is like charm. The eyes are opening and closing. The eyes are blurred. The eyebrows are slightly furrowed. And there are thousands of enchanting features. Everyone. Yihao couldn't help but look at Nano and asked, Is this guy a female? Nano was stunned for a moment and replied, Void demons. Regardless of male or female. It's just that after fighting with the gods of this universe for tens of millions of years, they were also influenced by the gods of this world. And they like to transform into the appearance of the powerful people of this universe. Shin Tao shouted, Hazi, where is your concentration? You already have a succubus clan and a harem of 3,000 beauties. Why do you get so upset when you see a woman? Trouble your sister? Yihao said. I'm just a little curious. He saw the woman transform from the headless demon god, staring at the sky-breaking demon sword in Shin Fan's hand. The malicious look in those eyes was like the fire of H.L., which made people feel frightened. Shin Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and said calmly, Headless demon god, you have been sleeping for so many years. Haven't you figured it out yet? I could seal you back then, but I can crush you now. The headless demon obviously did not recognize Shin Fan. The appearance of Shin Fan now was different from that in his previous life. So when Shin Nu and Natanos saw Shin Fan, they did not recognize him. But Shin Fan is now a void god, and he does not have the dark power of the demon king at all. Both appearance and smell are different from those days. The headless demon said coldly, These magic weapons cannot trap me. Shin Fan smiled brightly and said, A ray of remnant soul. I am not ashamed of my words. The headless demon was really pissed off by Shin Fan. An extremely beautiful face was completely distorted into a terrifying appearance at this moment. She stretched out her hands casually. The two nearest headless demons instantly turned into black light and disappeared into her palms. At the same time, within the tower, streaks of black energy also escaped from the gaps on Chaos Ling and the Sky Demon, and then merged into her body. Not good! Nano was taken aback. The headless demon has cut his power into countless parts, trying to let these powers leak out, and then combine them with the outside world. This approach will significantly reduce her strength, but it is very likely that he will break out of the seal. Say this with this sentence. Call out! A ray of black light crushed the head of a heavenly dragon, then flew out like lightning and hovered in front of the woman transformed into a headless demon. Black knife? Everyone was stunned. Did the sealed headless demon god give away his weapon? Everyone felt the threat posed by the black knife. It seems that it is a magic knife from H.L. Under the gaze of everyone, the headless demon god smiled solemnly, moved his hands, and moved his fingers slightly. Whirring! The black knife suspended in front of her was split into 5 pieces. Next moment, the 5 knives, like 5 streams of light, quickly swam through the air and struck Chen Fan from 5 different directions like lightning. Chen Fan quickly took a deep breath, activated the 9 heaven-breaking swords, stepped forward and slashed rapidly. 5 times in a row. Dang dang dang. The sky-breaking demon sword and the black sword clashed together, creating a hurricane of energy. Under that terrifying huge impact, Chen Fan groaned, and his body flew back uncontrollably. And Shen Newell, who was closest to him, also exclaimed and quickly backed away. At this moment, behind Chen Fan, a figure appeared like a ghost. Its fingers turned into claws, and it grabbed the back of his head. It's another headless demon. Snort! Chen Fan was not surprised but happy, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Just when he seemed unable to dodge, and was about to be caught by the 5 fingers of another headless demon, his body instantly turned into a black hole. With a roar, the black hole enveloped the entire body of the headless demon and pulled it in. Impossible! The headless demon in the form of a woman on the other side was shocked. How can a mere low-level demon have such power? Click! The headless demon god, who was swallowed by the black hole, actually grabbed the edge of the black hole with his 2 arms, trying to struggle out. However, the sky-breaking demonic sword on the side quickly spun and severed both arms of the headless demon god with 1 strike. Almost at the same time, 5 black knives penetrated into the black hole like lightning, making no sound. Who are you? The headless demon god's eyes showed fear. Although she is still in the seal, the power she sends out is definitely not something that ordinary low-level demon gods can contend with. On the other side, Shen Newell and the Tanos, who were at the peak of the lower demon gods, were obviously much stronger than Chen Fan, but they were unable to fight against the headless demon god transformed by her power. How could the human race in front of him have such terrifying power? Except for the sky-breaking demon sword in his hand. Black hole. Many powerful demon gods are not afraid. However, it is absolutely impossible to exert the power of a black hole. A powerful black hole can easily swallow up an entire galaxy. Call out! From the black hole, a black knife flew out. The black hole disappeared and Chen Fan appeared, holding the black knife between his 2 fingers. The headless demon remained silent. I think back then, in this universe, only the God King and the Great Emperor could compete with him. Unexpectedly, when she woke up after being sealed for countless years, her magic sword was snatched away by him as soon as she met him. This kind of thing is simply unimaginable. I saw Chen Fan let go of his hands at the same time. The sky-breaking demonic sword and the black knife were suspended in front of him. Immediately, the sky-breaking magic sword flashed with light, and like a big snake, it was swallowed directly by the black sword. Be bold! The figure of the headless demon god appeared in front of Chen Fan out of thin air. Her body spun like a top, and her right foot kicked like a knife towards the handle of the sky-breaking demonic sword. Bang! The sky-breaking demon sword flew out. The headless demon spun in the air like a whirlwind. Its legs were like windmills, and kicked Chen Fan on the chest, kicking Chen Fan back again and again. Call! Chen Fan used a lightning flash to teleport to the back and lower part of the headless demon god, and grabbed the latter's ankle. Before the headless demon god could react, Chen Fan twisted his waist and suddenly threw the headless demon god to the ground. Boom! The landslide and the ground cracked, and a huge pit appeared. The void demons surrounding him were all blown away. Chen Fan made a move with 1 hand, and the sky-breaking demon sword flew back like a flash of lightning, and was caught in his hand. At this time, the headless demon god in the pit rose into the sky with a loud bang. Chen Fan turned his wrist, grabbed the sky-destroying demon sword backwards, and stabbed the headless demon god charging down below. Laugh! The headless demon avoided it at the critical moment and moved out. Crunch! Crunch! Countless black vines sprouted from the ground and wrapped around Chen Fan's feet like snakes. Above the void, the headless demon god transformed into a woman, returned to his original weird demon appearance, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed it towards Chen Fan. Call! Chen Fan, who was entangled in black vines, disappeared out of thin air and appeared behind the headless demon god with its huge mouth opened, and swept across with a knife. Boom! After the body of the headless demon god broke into 2 pieces, it instantly exploded into space into dots of light all over the sky. The countless bits of light began to gather quickly again, but once again the headless demon gathered into human form. Its aura had dropped a lot. Does the void demon god only have these methods? Chen Fan said calmly. If you only have this little means, you will only die. The words just fell. Black holes appeared one after another above the heads of the headless demons that Yihao and others' void chains could not penetrate. Whether it was a headless demon or other void demons, or even dirt, sand and gravel, they were all swallowed up by the black holes in an instant. Yihao, Shen Taotao, and others immediately escaped from the battlefield and handed over the entire battlefield to Chen Fan. In the blink of an eye, there was only a headless demon god who turned into a woman. The headless demon god stood in the void, not daring to take action easily. I can't get out of trouble. This level of power cannot compete with a black hole. The headless demon god rolled his eyes, took a step back, and his entire body quickly faded away. Is it too late to run away at this time? Chen Fan sneered. In an instant, black holes appeared out of thin air around the headless demon. The originally transparent body of the headless demon god returned to normal with a brush. Damn it! The headless demon god turned into a black wind, which penetrated directly through the edges of the black holes. Even though he was not his true self, even if he only sent out a little bit of power, Chen Fan's black hole was not able to trap him. Void confinement! Above the void, Chen Fan was not too surprised by the escaped headless demon. He just stretched out his right hand and grabbed it casually. The headless demon god who had just escaped from the edge of the black hole. Before he could react, his entire body was already imprisoned by a square space. Impossible! The headless demon god roared. How can a mere low-level demon god be able to control this level of space power? Chen Fan didn't say anything, and just lightly grasped the palm of his right hand. TSK, 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 TSK! The space where the headless demon was imprisoned seemed to have turned into countless layers of space, crisscrossing each other. The headless demon god imprisoned inside had no power to resist, and his body was cut into countless pieces. Every fragment is imprisoned in a small space. Originally, the headless demon god had the power to even escape from a black hole. But after being cut into countless pieces and imprisoned in countless spaces, the power of the headless demon god was also imprisoned in countless different spaces. Damn it! I've never seen Brother Fan use this trick before. The headless demon god, who cannot be trapped by the black hole of the void, is unable to escape from the void. I want to learn this trick too. Amidst the exclamations of Yihao and Shen Taotao, a huge black hole shrouded down, swallowing up the space that was cut into countless pieces. As soon as he swallowed it, Chen Fan immediately sat down cross-legged and began to refine the power of the headless demon. But the tower that was still shaking suddenly returned to calm at this moment. Nano also breathed a sigh of relief. The headless demon seems to have fallen into a deep sleep again. It seems that she has consumed a lot of power over the past countless years. This time, in order to swallow my power, I gave away my clone and the magic knife at any cost. But in the end it was. Shen Hongqiu added to her. But he lost his wife and lost his troops. Oh, yes, yes, that's what it means. Nano nodded repeatedly. Yi Hongyan walked over with a solemn expression and said, but our true deity cannot keep an eye on this place all the time. It will definitely not work if we don't completely deal with the headless demon. Shen Taotao flew over and said, what a terrifying force this is. If this power is swallowed up, will we also reach the level of the upper demon god? Yi Hao and Li Fingxing also had fiery looks in their eyes. Chapter 367, Looking for the Passage to the God Realm and Preparing to Go to the God Realm. Cultivation of the Demonic Sea. Human Emperor Island. Everyone in the hall frowned. The lame man and the deaf man had a huge quarrel over their plan to deal with the headless demon. Divine Realm experts such as Li Mu and Ziding Shinichi were also divided into many factions and argued endlessly. The clones of Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan were all silent. Chen Fan's true form is still fused with the power of the headless demon in the beast-controlling space. After the black hole swallowed the headless demon god's clone, the power had not yet truly been taken over. It far exceeds the power of Shenhua and Natanos. Even if Chen Fan possesses the black hole, it will take some time to digest it. Therefore, he can only leave one clone in this hall. And Yi Hongyan, Chu Xian, and others are now devouring the void demons in Bairouge's Taishu Holy Mirror. Back then, Bairouge took the mirror and looked around, as if scanning in countless void demons. Even if Chu Xian and Yi Hao divide and eat these void demons, they may still be able to break through to the intermediate level of demon gods. Even if you can't break through to the middle level demon god and reach the peak of the lower level demon god, it shouldn't be a big problem. A crisis actually fulfilled them. But the threat from the headless demon is still like a big stone, weighing on everyone's hearts, making it difficult to breathe. At this time, Chen Fan looked at the noise of the people below and was speechless for a while. We've been arguing for a long time. still haven't come up with a result. No way. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are a joke. How easy is it to deal with the headless demon god, who is at the peak of the upper demon god? The headless demon is still sealed, but it only leaked a little bit of power, forcing Chen Fan to use his trump cards, Void Confinement, and Black Hole, if he were allowed to break out of the seal. Suddenly, Chen Fan opened his eyes, looked at Nano's clone, and said, "Nano, can the Void Demon directly devour other living beings to gain their power? We have signed Void Demons before, and they all like to devour, but I didn't find that they have this ability." The entire hall fell silent. Everyone looked at Nano. This is indeed a very critical issue. In the previous battle, the headless demon god summoned countless void demons, and finally devoured and fused many demons. The seal that had been sealed for countless years had knocked down his cultivation level from the level of God King to the level of Demon God. But he can actually summon countless void demons in the cracks, and then devour and fuse these void demons. This ability is somewhat similar to Chen Fan's Void Chain and Black Hole. "There is no such ability." Nano directly denied it and said, "Void demons like to devour and destroy. After devouring it, you can indeed gain part of the power of the devoured person, but not a lot. The void demon devours some creatures, and the power it obtains from the other party is often not even 1% of the other party's power." Everyone present heard this, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, although the headless demon can devour and fuse other demons, it is not as terrifying as everyone sees. This devourment of the headless demon is far inferior to Chen Fan's void chains and black holes. The void chain can really drain the enemy's power, leaving no trace behind. The black hole doesn't even have any dregs left. It is directly crushed into nothingness, Nano said. And the devouring of the void demon is closely related to the level. Only a powerful void demon can devour a low-level void demon and gain a certain level of power. Void demons of the same level, even if they devour each other, will still be difficult to take away their power. It takes a long time to seize the power of an existence of the same level. For example, the headless demon god whose cultivation realm has been knocked down to the peak of a high-level demon god. If he wants to devour a being who is also at the peak of a high-level demon god, it will take at least 100,000 years. Of course, I am only in the early stage of becoming a demon god. If he devours me, he can take away 1/10 of my power in a short period of time. Hearing this, the blind man said, "Currently, the void demon area that the headless demon can summon is an area of 70,000 to 80,000 miles in radius. Because of the previous battle, almost all the void demons in this area were wiped out. In the future, if the headless demon god wants to summon the void demon and devour the void demon, it will not be that simple." Chen Fan's father, Shen Han, nodded and said, "Even if he can summon void demons in a larger area, our people can separate them and stop them one by one, unless he breaks out of the seal and escapes somewhere else. As long as the headless demon is still sealed, it will be almost impossible to use this method to escape." At this time, Li Fingxing, who had been silent, suddenly said, "There is one thing that I have always felt is strange." Everyone looked at Li Fingxing. Looking at this expression, this guy has switched to the Tianlong Emperor. "State again." Li Fingxing frowned and said, "Judging from the previous movements caused by the headless demon, the towering Chaos Ling should not be able to trap him when there are no other gods and demons nearby." Everyone was shocked. Li Fingxing said, "Everyone has seen it. When he wanted to break the seal, Henry Chu used the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. Sister Hongyan used the 5-colored Divine Stone, and Qingqing even turned the Heavenly Demon Staff into a Heavenly Demon, hugging him, tower. If there is no Heaven Sacrifice Monument, no colorful Sacred Stone, no Heavenly Demon Staff, and no Nano taking action, does it mean that the Headless Demon God can break out of the seal directly?" Everyone, Li Fingxing added. "So, what has he been waiting for all these years? Why hasn't the seal been broken?" Chen Fan and everyone else were lost in thought. Many people have not thought of this. Maybe someone thought about it, but didn't think much about it. Yes, judging from the previous situation, it seems that the headless demon god can break out of the seal if he loses a little strength. "Why did you stay put until you sensed Nano's aura, and did you want to break the seal?" the blind man said. "I have checked before. Although there is a divine formation near the tower, the sealing formation is far inferior to the ancient divine formation in the 5th restricted area. And there are no guardians like little stone men around here. Back in the 5th restricted area, the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss, in order to break through the seal, would let those feared demons attack the seal every day. But these sealed places in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms are all very peaceful. Really weird. Deterrence, Yi Hongyan said. Perhaps it is the deterrence from the sky-breaking demon sword and the Tantian divine pillar. Or maybe there are actually ancient gods and demons guarding the 4 realms including the ancient god realm. But we are just too weak to discover them. Hearing this, everyone nodded slightly. Judging from Qinfan's dream, the ancient god realm and other 4 realms may have suppressed the existence of the Void Lord. The ones who suppress the Void Monarch should be powerful divine weapons such as the sky-breaking demon sword and the Tantian divine pillar. Now the magic weapons in Qinfan and Chu Xian's hands are just projection clones. Just a projection clone can suppress an existence like the headless demon god. How terrifying must the original gods such as the sky-breaking demon sword and the heaven-bearing divine pillar be? As for the ancient gods and demons, the blind man and Qinfan also thought of the golden eyes they saw in the void. Therefore, Yi Hongyan's guess is very likely to be true. There may really be powerful ancient gods and demons sitting in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. Chen Han frowned and said, "The question is, how to find them? Also, assuming that there are ancient gods and demons who control these 4 realms, how powerful are they? Beings such as the headless demon god have been sealed until now, but they have not been crushed. Does this mean that the power of the gods and demons who sit in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms is not enough to destroy existences such as the headless demon god?" Everyone felt a headache. If there are powerful gods and demons in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, this is undoubtedly excellent news. If there really is such a god and demon, if he shows up and joins forces with Qinfan and the others, they may be able to clean out such powerful void demons as the headless demon god. At that time, not only can the power of the Chaos Ling and other artifacts be recovered, but also the void chains and black holes can be used to swallow up all the power of those powerful void demons, allowing Qinfan and Chu Xian to continue to grow stronger and return to the level of the ancestor gods. After a moment of silence, Qinfan said, "Let's do this. The plan to search for another world will continue. After finding it, my clone will enter the other world to implement the Devil's Blood plan. Then, Blind Grandpa, you continue to explore the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. I hope we can really find the gods and demons who guard the ancient god world and other 4 realms." At last, Qinfan raised his head slightly and said, "I am going to the heavenly demon realm and the Succubus demon realm to check for space cracks." Li Fengxi immediately said, "Brother Fan, do you want to find a passage to the divine world?" Everyone was immediately surprised. Bai Ruch said, "Uncle Master, although your void divine body has reached the 8th level now, is it too risky to enter the divine realm with the cultivation level of a lower demon god? Nathanos and Shenua talked about it, and the god realm is now in chaos. The gods are fighting on their own, and they are attacking each other to compete for resources. As soon as you, the original demon king, appear, I'm afraid there will be countless powerful people who want to kill you." Nathanos nodded and said, "The dark abyss is not a piece of iron. Even in the dark abyss, some dark demons are ready to move. If they know that you have returned, I am afraid they will take advantage of your lack of growth. Attack you." Qinfan said calmly, "I can transform into a virtual soul and a black hole. What can they do to me?" Nano said, "It's hard to say that a God King level existence can still destroy you in the form of a black hole. I don't know much about the God realm, but I heard Shenua say before that the Angel clan has been controlled by the Killing Angel. The Killing Angel may not be as good as Shen Tao from back then, but after all, it is still a God King Emperor level existence." Qinfan said, "The strength of my virtual soul and black hole state does not depend on my cultivation level, but on the strength of my divine power. After I completely devour the power of the headless demon god's clone, I may be able to break through to the middle demon god in one fell swoop, with the power of the intermediate demon god level, activating the virtual soul and the black hole. I should be able to remain invincible even if I face a God King level existence." Everyone nodded. Qinfan added, "In addition, if I go to the God realm with myself, even if I am defeated, I still have the 4 realms such as the Beast Control Space and the Ancient God Realm as trump cards." Yi Hongyan nodded and said, "Then, let's just leave some clones in the lower realm. I have also entered the 4 realms including the Ancient God Realm. At that time, maybe we can find an opportunity to quietly return to the Dutin Divine Realm. If we can find help from a high-ranking demon god, or even a God King level existence, we can easily eliminate the Void Demon God in a sealed land." Yi Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, Our void chains can swallow the power of those void demons. Killing one of them may help one of us break through to the upper-level demon god. Natanos immediately stood up and said, King, let me take you to see the demon realm first. But the space storm in the passage I came through was extremely fierce. It was extremely difficult to go upstream. Natanos, don't forget Brother Fan's methods, Shin Dao Dao said. Although Brother Fan said that I will go there, he can leave his power to the clone. And then the clone can enter the 4 realms including the ancient god realm. When the time comes, the extremely weak deity will be able to enter the virtual soul state and enter other worlds or the divine world without disturbing the space storm. Natanos laughed. I forgot. Chin Fan's body flashed with light, and he split into 2 clones, saying, Then, Natanos, Shin Nuo, please take my clone to see the demon realm and the succubus realm. Yi Hongyan's body also flickered with light, and she split into a clone and said, I will accompany you to the succubus world. Huh? Chin Fan looked at Yi Hongyan speechlessly. Do you think I am Housie? Do you think I will always miss succubus? Many people present lowered their heads and kept expressionless. Yi Hongyan said lightly, I just haven't been to the succubus realm and want to see it. Chin Fan said, Who believes this? Are you leaving? Yi Hongyan pushed Chin Fan. Yi Hao laughed loudly. Brother Fan, there is a price for wanting to be my brother-in-law. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Yi Hongyan slapped him and flew him away. Shin Hongxiu rolled her eyes, split into a clone, ran to the other Chin Fan, and said, I will accompany you to the demon realm. Chin Fan's face turned dark. There are no succubi in the heavenly demon realm. All the heavenly demons have moved to the Tanny realm. What are you doing there? Shin Hongxiu shrugged and said, Look at the scenery. The figure on the field flashed, and Yi Hao ran back, sighed and said, Brother Fan, this is called self-binding. You helped us open the 7th level of the void divine body, and we have countless clones. If you want to separate and go out to find the succubus, that's impossible. Because no matter how many clones you create, they will still be watching you. Chin Fan was furious and slapped Yi Hao to the ground. You think I'm like you? Staring at the succubus every day. Natanos couldn't stand listening anymore. So he patted Yi Hao's shoulder lightly and said, Your Highness, my king is the king of demons. He may not like succubi. You have to know that there are countless races of demons. And there are demons with 7 or 8 breasts. Do you think they are succubi? Before Natanos could finish speaking, he was kicked out by Chin Fan. Yi Hao's eyes widened, and he looked at Chin Fan. Brother Fan, your taste shouldn't be that strong. Right. After saying this, he sighed and moved out. Yi Hongyan wanted to hit him, but failed. On the 4th day, the Demon King and Chin Han looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 368 The World of Giants. Blue Star. Magic City. The entrance to the 8th restricted area. Chin Fan was sitting on the stone under the big tree, eating ice cream. On the side, several powerful people from the Demon City stared intently. After a while, a fat man from the First Martial Arts University flew over with 2 big watermelons on his shoulders. Brother Fan, the watermelon is here! The little fat man was already shouting before he arrived. Chin Fan turned his head and was about to speak when the sole of the little fat man's foot slipped and 2 big watermelons flew up. Chin Fan was speechless. With a flick of his finger, 2 big watermelons flew over and landed firmly on the stone next to him. The little fat man blushed. Several powerful people from the Demon City looked at him sideways. A 7th level person can't catch 2 big watermelons. I don't know if anyone will believe it if it is spread. It's probably because Chin Fan helped them cultivate the beasts too quickly. Their strength has grown by leaps and bounds, and they still can't control this power at all. Where are the people? Chin Fan asked while eating ice cream. The little fat man said, That silly girl ran to fight with the students from the Magic University of Martial Arts. She was beaten with a black nose and a swollen face. She went to Zhongchen to seek revenge. Zhongchen just helped her find a place. And someone from the Zhong family in the imperial capital came to find Zhongchen. Chin Fan was furious. I've been waiting here all morning. As he spoke, Chin Fan stood up and his spiritual consciousness shot out of the sky, covering the entire demonic city in the blink of an eye. After finding Zhongchen and the girl, with a thought in Chin Fan's mind, the void chain escaped like lightning and directly tied up the 2 people. Bang! A girl and Zhongchen fell to the ground at the same time. Who? The woman turned over and rolled up. Who dares to sneak attack me? Zhongchen's face turned red and he got up. Uncle, I'm sorry. After I received your message, I was ready to bring her over. But someone from home came and pulled me and refused to let me go. Hey! The girl stood up and said, Are you Zhang Qin's Uncle Qin Fan? They said you were very powerful and killed the demon king of the sixth heaven? Qin Fan, the girl added. They also said that you are the son of Wu Zhu? Qin Fan. The girl looked at Qin Fan a little bit crazy. Her eyes bright and bright. Classmate Qin Fan, do you have a girlfriend? The little fat man said with a dark face. Yes. Brother Fan's girlfriend is Yi Hongyan, the empress of the demon clan. Girl. Qin Fan looked at the little fat man. Are these idiots the girls who discovered the crack in the space in the 8th restricted area? Tisk. The girl said a little dissatisfied. Although you are very powerful, and although you are the son of Wu Zhu, it is too rude for you to say that I am a second-rate person. Shut up. Zhang Chen couldn't stand it anymore. You are the only idiot who dares to talk nonsense like this in front of my uncle. Qin Fan waved his hand to show that he didn't care, and said, This classmate, your beast has entered the space crack in the 8th restricted area before, and successfully returned again? Yes, the girl said. Yesterday, several classmates and I entered the 8th restricted area. As a result, while besieging authority with demon, one of my seven-tailed demon fox fell into the space crack. Originally, we thought it was dead. I didn't expect that after I waited outside for a few hours. It came back and told me that it had seen another world. It's just that the world was full of giants like that, which scared it so much that it didn't dare to stay long. A strong man from the demon city on the side stepped forward and said, We have already checked the space crack inside before. The space storm in the crack is very strange. It seems to be in a state of chaos and disorder. The clone of an 8th level powerful man was torn into pieces by the storm as soon as he got close. Many of the magic weapons we put in, as well as detectors without star power fluctuations, were instantly destroyed by the storm. Another strongman said, This classmate's seven-tailed demon fox has a combat power level of 15. When the seven-tailed demon fox was involved, it was around 5:30 in the afternoon. Qin Fan glanced at the time. It's 4:30. Qin Fan looked at the girl and said, Summon the seven-tailed demon fox and let me take a look. The girl nodded and summoned the seven-tailed demon fox. Qin Fan sensed it and nodded slightly. It does have the aura of another world on it. Not bad. The little demon fox discovered a world of giants. Qin Fan turned to look at a strong man from the demon city and said, From today on, all the beasts of this female classmate can be sent to the number 9 store and will be cultivated for free for life. The strong man from the demon city said respectfully. Yes. The girl was shocked. Qin Fan waved his hand and said, Let's go in and take a look first. Under his leadership, everyone immediately entered the 8th restricted area. This is a wild jungle, although it has not yet been explored by the pioneering group, because most of the monsters inside have left the restricted area and signed contracts with humans. The restricted area has become much safer. When students from various martial arts universities in the Magic City enter here, monsters even take the initiative to help guide them in order to gain the favor of these students. Ever since Qin Fan broke through to the Divine Realm and led Xiaobai and the others directly to the Demigod Realm, the news spread throughout the world. To various secret realms and restricted areas, the monsters went crazy, crawling out of secret realms and forbidden areas, rushing towards the main cities, wanting to sign contracts with human beast masters. From ancient times to the present, humans and monsters have never been so harmonious. Now, whether it is the wilderness outside the main city, or the secret realm or restricted area, the monsters have become extremely friendly. In addition to the huge benefits that can be obtained by signing contracts with humans, there are also intimidation from the powerful saints and demigods in the main cities. A monster with intelligence turned on is not a fool. Which monster in a restricted area dares to attack humans? And who could be arrogant if they could be slaughtered if not careful? Qin Fan stepped in the air, and a cloud of energy around him carried everyone, like wind and lightning, towards the direction pointed by the girl. He turned around, glanced at Zhang Chen and said, What's wrong? You look worried? Zhang Chen smiled bitterly and said, Not only those people at home, uncle, but also the elders of the Zhang family in the imperial capital. Many people came over, but they didn't dare to come to see you. So they came to me and wanted me to find the Lord's mansion in the demon city, open the back door for them, and let people from the Zhang family in the imperial capital enter the Tanny realm. Don't you dare to see me? Qin Fan sneered. Is it because of my master? Zhang Chen nodded slightly. Qin Fan's master, Zhang Hai, was from the Zhang family in the imperial capital and Zhang Zhang's biological brother. Although Qin Fan didn't know much about the Zhang family, He had heard more or less about it from Zhang Chen and Bai Rouge. The general meaning is that the relationship between Master Zhang Hai and the Zhang family is actually not very good. The Zhang family gave birth to a genius, Zhang Jiang, who became the disciple of martial ancestor and the most powerful person in Blue Star. Zhang Hai, who had average martial arts talent, was obviously left out in the cold. Over the years, even though Zhang Hai became a master of beast breeding, he was still overshadowed by his younger brother Zhang Jiang. Zhang Jiang certainly respected his brother very much. But those old guys from the Zhang family put all their thoughts on Zhang Jiang and were proud of Zhang Jiang. But they completely gave up on Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai ran away from the Zhang family in anger and traveled around the world. In the end, Zhang Jiang came forward and asked his brother to go to Donghai City to help his disciple by Tanny Yusho. And Zhang Haikai arrived in Donghai City. Now Zhang Hai's disciple Chen Fan has become the #1 person in Blue Star and the human emperor. The Zhang family wanted to hug their thighs again, but it was too late. Although Zhang Jiang wanted to mediate, he also knew that his brother had suffered a lot of grievances back then. So he simply went to Tianyu Realm with Li Mu and others and stopped paying attention to the Zhang family's affairs. Although Zhang Hai was still in the Magic City, the old men of the Zhang family couldn't bear to look for him. Finally, they found Zhang Chen. The Zhang family really wants to go to Tianyu Realm. In fact, it's not just the Zhang family. The entire Blue Star, countless families, and countless forces all want to go to Tianyu Realm. Now that Tianyu Realm and Blue Star are connected, everyone already knows that Tianyu Realm is many times larger than Blue Star and has countless times more resources. Enter the Tianyu world. Do business with the major dynasties and families in the Tianyu world, and exchange what you have. And it is possible for an ordinary family to rise in a short period of time. Not to mention, the real person of human emperor Chen Fan is also in Tianyu Realm. It was a huge and fascinating world. Nowadays, there is a human emperor sitting in charge, and the 4 holy places are guarding the 4 directions. The security is the same as that of Blue Star. Who doesn't want to go? But Li Mu had people seal the passage, so ordinary people and ordinary families couldn't get through. Now, any family that wants to go to Tianyu Realm can queue up from the Demon City to Yang Country. As for Zhang Hai, he only occasionally cultivates beasts in the #9 store and the Demon City beast breeding base, and spends most of his time cultivating the void divine body given to him by Chen Fan. Zhang Chen told Zhang Hai about the old guys from the Zhang family coming to the Magic City. But Zhang Hai just smiled and said nothing. Chen Fan smiled and said, "When you go back later, tell those old guys to go find my master. You need to make it clear to them. It's useless to look for anyone but my master. Even if you look for my brother Pastor Li and my senior brother Zhang Jiang, it will be useless. It is absolutely impossible for the Zhang family to want to go to Tianyu Realm without my master's permission. Of course, you are an exception. You can travel between Tianyu Realm and Blue Star at any time." Zhang Chen nodded. "I understand." At this time, the little fat man said timidly, "Brother Fan, when can I also go to Tianyu Realm? I miss Brother Hao and the others a little." Zhang Chen sneered and said, "I see you are thinking of the Succubus tribe led by Yi Hao. Right?" Chen Fan was stunned. "Has the news about Haozi and Succubus reached Blue Star? Who told it back?" Zhang Chen scratched his head. "I don't know who sent it back. Anyway, last month, the Yi family was in turmoil. Yi Hao and his mother went to the Demon City Lord's palace and said they were going to Tianyu Realm to find Yi Hao. Hao beat this useless son to death." "Chen Fan," Zhang Chen said, "in this period of time, people who have gone to Yejia to propose marriage have crossed the threshold of Yejia. His parents are choosing carefully. Suddenly there was news that Yi Hao signed a contract with Princess Succubus. To be honest, intermarriage between different races has never happened before, but it is really difficult for ordinary people to accept it." The girl next to him suddenly said, "Isn't Chen Fan together with the demon empress Yi Hongyan?" "Chen Fan." Zhang Chen was furious. "If you don't speak, no one will say you are mute." The girl's head shrank, and she didn't dare to speak anymore. The 2 strong men on the side turned their heads and looked into the distance. Seeing this, the little fat man said, "Brother Hao and his parents are mainly worried that when the time comes, Brother Hao and the succubus princess will not know whether the child born will be a human or a succubus. I heard that male succubi are all muscular men, with 2 horns on their heads and 2 wings on their backs." The little fat man's voice became smaller and smaller, because he found Chen Fan staring at him silently. Chen Fan grinned, turned to look at a strong man from the Demon City and said, Give the Yi family people passes, and let Halsey and his parents go to Tanny realm. The strong man from the demon city opened his mouth. And after a while he nodded and said, "Okay." After a pause, Shen Fan continued, "If the Shen family, Chu family and other families want to go, let them go. The Qianyu world is very safe now. Whether it's for sightseeing or developing resources. Just go if you want. There's no need to be so stuck." Similarly, it's the same in Tanny realm. Princesses and princes from those dynasties, and children of various sects and families want to come to Blue Star. Just let them come. They are rich in resources over there. But like in ancient times, they are all bumpkins. The technological products here allow them to use various resources to exchange them for a drone that is regarded as a toy by children. You can pay a high price for it. Sell it to them. And they will just keep it fresh. The two powerful men from the demon city nodded. Yes. Hearing this, the little fat man couldn't help but said, "Brother Fan, when can we go to the ancient god realm?" Shen Fan rolled his eyes and said, "You can't even catch a watermelon. And you still want to go to the ancient god realm? Let's go to Tanny realm first. Tanny realm is now as safe as Blue Star. But the 4 realms including the ancient god realm are extremely dangerous. Let's wait until you are in the holy realm." "Ah?" the little fat man said with a disappointed face. "You want the holy realm? Even in the holy realm, there are many dangers." Shen Fan said, "A few days ago, a sealed void demon god in the ancient god realm awakened. And we spent all our efforts to crush its clone." "The demon god of the void?" said the little fat man. "Is he stronger than the demon king of the 6th heaven?" Shen Fan blinked and said, "The 6th heavenly demon king in the divine realm. For the void demon." As he spoke, Shen Fan took a bite of the ice cream and said, "It's just like a small mouthful of ice cream." "Everyone, we're here." The girl suddenly pointed forward and said, "It's right there. Under the cliff." Shen Fan increased his speed and moved everyone to the top of the cliff as if teleporting. I saw a small whirlpool below the cliff. At first glance, the vortex looks ordinary. But under Shen Fan's gaze, a terrifying storm was clearly surging inside. However, Shen Fan didn't pay attention to this level of storm. The most important thing is that at the other end of this passage is another world. Some secret realms or restricted areas are also connected to other worlds. But not every world has such intelligent creatures. Some worlds are completely monster worlds. That kind of world didn't have much value to Shen Fan. It was at most a relatively large restricted area. Only a world with higher intelligence can implement the Devil's Blood Plan and Cultivation Plan. Normally, the 7-tailed demon fox said that at the other end of this passage is a world of giants. Shen Fan's body flashed with light. And a clone split out, entered the state of virtual soul, and jumped directly into the whirlpool. The little fat man was stunned. "It feels like Brother Fan is a bit like a virus now. He can divide infinitely. When will we have this ability?" The world of demons. There was a flash of light in the crack, and Shen Fan got out. Natanos immediately stepped forward and said, "King, can you go up? Can it lead to the god realm?" "It's a bit difficult," Shen Fan said. "Even if I enter the state of virtual soul, the surging space storm is still like a rolling river, preventing me from continuing upward. The clone is not powerful enough." Shen Fan frowned and said, "My power is strong enough, but it can easily stir up spatial storms. You have to find a balance. I'll try a few more times. After you find the balance point, let me go in." Chapter 369 God Realm. Angel Holy Realm. Dark. Nothingness. Only the endless space storm is sweeping. In the virtual soul state, Shen Fan felt that he had traveled for a long time. And it felt as if only a moment had passed. The power of space is mysterious and unpredictable. Although Shen Fan has opened the 8th level of the void divine body, and can transform into a black hole, his understanding of black holes and space is obviously still a beginner. Even in the virtual soul state, he was still affected by the space storm. If the power is too strong, it will stir up space storms. The strength is too weak, and it is impossible to swim against the current. Shen Fan also found the final balance point through his clones, and after many attempts. At this time, he was like a fish swimming upstream. Sudden, there was a little light ahead. Shen Fan increased his speed and penetrated through the vortex. The space storm all disappeared instantly. Shen Fan turned into a physical entity and fell down. This is a large canyon shrouded in thick fog. Star power that is 100 times more abundant than Tanny realm surges in the void. The gravity here is 10 times that of worlds such as Blue Star and Tanny realm. Shen Fan's body slowly floated up, and his field of vision became wider. At the same time, His consciousness spread in all directions, covering an area tens of thousands of miles around in the blink of an eye. There is a space barrier. This should also be a place similar to a secret realm or a restricted area. It seems that we have really reached the God realm. Apart from the God realm, where else could there be such abundant star power? Chen Fan had heard Natano say before that because of the threat of void pollution, some old guys in the God realm planted the world tree. The world tree shook the seals of the God realm and billions of small worlds. Eventually, the roots of the world tree opened countless cracks, penetrated into each world, and then began to extract the star power of those worlds. After the death of powerful men such as the King of Demons and the King of Angels, the God realm once again faced a catastrophe and was invaded by the void. These old guys, in order to keep themselves alive, no longer care about the life and death of mortals. The world tree continuously extracts the vitality of heaven and earth from each world and uses it for the major gods. But in many mortal worlds, the vitality of heaven and earth has been depleted because of this. There were myths and legends about the earth many years ago, but then the vitality of heaven and earth suddenly dried up, and it entered the age of ending Dharma. Perhaps it was because the vitality of heaven and earth was drained away by the world tree. Chen Fan sat cross-legged in the void, deep in thought. In the beast-controlling space, Natanos had already shouted, "King! We have arrived in the God realm! This is where my consciousness came to the other world!" Chen Fan didn't even raise his head and said in his mind, "Where is this?" Natanos said, "This is the Sanchung Mountain northwest of the Holy Land of Angels, among the areas with a radius of tens of millions of miles. Only this secret realm has relatively stable space storms. So I sneaked in here secretly with the help of an angel Protoss." "Angel's Holy Land?" Natanos said. "King, do you want to call the angel god king and princess over?" The angel god king and princess he spoke of were none other than Shin Daotao and Shin Hongxiu. "Why did you call them here?" Chen Fan said. "Their power is not as strong as yours now. As soon as they appear in the God realm, they will be immediately hunted down by the killing angels. I'll go out and check the situation first. It's best to go back to the Dark Abyss first and find the old demon dragon. With the help of the old demon dragon, it will not be difficult to get back the Dark Abyss." Natanos nodded excitedly. "Yes, there are many God-level monsters in this secret realm, but these monsters have been contaminated by the void. For many God-level monsters, the highest void pollution level has reached 45%. The secret realm or restricted area is actually the crack in the passage between the two worlds. Even the creatures in this place are polluted by the void. One can imagine how chaotic the God realm is now." According to what Shinua and Natanos said, all the major gods and demons opened shelters and hid, and these shelters blocked the pollution of the void. This situation is somewhat similar to the mortal world. The mortal world was threatened by monsters in secret realms and restricted areas, and eventually main cities were built. The divine world was originally divided into many areas. The Dark Abyss is the territory of the Demon Clan and the Holy Land of Dark Creatures. The Dutin Divine Realm is the territory of the Dutin Clan. Angel Holy Realm is the territory of the Angel God Clan. The powerful Protoss occupies various regions. In many areas, there are actually many other Protoss surviving. Many vassal Protoss dependent on the powerful Protoss. But now, the prosperity of the gods is no longer there. The vast Dutin Divine Realm seems to be constantly being compressed into a small area centered on the Tongtian Divine Pillar. The area supported by several divine pillars reaching the sky is the refuge of the Dutin Clan. The same goes for the Dark Abyss. The shelter of the Dark Abyss was opened by the ancient dragon. It is a small area at the bottom of the Dark Abyss. The Protoss, which was extremely powerful back then, is now struggling to survive and is in a difficult situation. Powerful men such as the Demon King and the Angel God King finally brought peace to the Protoss and stopped the endless wars between the major Protoss. But the void pollution appeared again, and now the major Protoss are even crazier than before. In order to support the sanctuary, to seize the huge resources, and to plunder the powerful power, the gods were killed one by one. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and thought. Countless void chains flew out, pierced through the bodies of all the god-level monsters in this secret realm, and then brought those god-level monsters to the front. Each of the god-level monsters had frightened faces and was unable to move. There are only a few monsters with relatively high pollution in the void, which are extremely fierce. Even if they can't break free, they still roar and make threatening sounds towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan activated Purification and purified all the monsters. This time, it suddenly became much quieter. Then, in the beast-controlling space, A clone of Qinfan walked out and also used the Void Chain, dragging all the god-level monsters into the Angel God King realm. Choosing to surrender, he signed a contract with Chu Xian and Yi Hao. Choose to resist and kill immediately. Qinfan stood up, took a step forward, and appeared at the exit of this secret realm. Without hesitation, he stepped out. The vitality of heaven and earth in the outside world is more abundant than in the secret realm. The star power between heaven and earth is almost so rich that it turns into liquid. For ordinary people, one day of training in a place like this is probably worth hundreds of days of training in Blue Star or Tianyu realm. These shameless things in the divine world. All the star power in other worlds has been robbed. Natano said this is the northwest of the angel realm. Qinfan raised his head and glanced. Damn! 3 sons. I had had so many dreams, but I had never dreamed of such a scene. The strange thing is that there are 3 suns hanging in the sky, but they are not hot at all. At this moment, a huge roar came from Qinfan's right side. Qinfan moved, stepped in the air, and flew towards the direction where the movement came from. Before anyone arrived, his consciousness had already locked onto the area where there was movement. I saw a 3-party melee in that valley, and the fight turned upside down. One of them is an angel girl with white wings on her back and wearing a short skirt. On the other side, demonic energy surged around him, and he looked fierce. At first glance, he looked like a demon clan from the dark abyss. But the third party is 2 void demons as big as mountains. The demons of the void and the demons of the dark abyss are both demons. Even for the angelic Protoss, it is difficult to distinguish between the two. But Qinfan's system can see everything clearly. Qinfan entered the virtual soul state. He increased his speed and appeared on the edge of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. It was a bit messy, for angels and gods besieged 2 demons. The 2 demon clans ran to fight the void demon again. The void demon said, "You are all my food." The 3 parties fought in a melee, and the sky was dark and the earth was dark. Qinfan did not show up. The angel Protoss is now in the hands of the killing angel. With his current level of cultivation, even with void confinement and black holes, it would still be very difficult to contend with a God King level existence. Secretly go to the Dark Abyss and find the old demon dragon. The key is to get the Dark Abyss back first. When the time comes, hide in the Dark Abyss. Absorb the endless power of faith of the demons and the energy of the void, and wait for a long time before you can solve the problems of other gods. And now, in the lower realm, Qinfan's clones have also entered one world after another and begun to implement the Devil's Blood Project. At the same time, many powerful people in the divine realm are killing people crazily in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, acting as tool men. It still takes time. However, the following 2 demon clans seem to be unable to hold on any longer. These 2 idiots. I can't defeat 4 angel girls, but I still have to attack the void demon. Are all the muscles growing inside the head? Can't you hide a little? Let the void demon attack the angel girl, and then attack the angel girl from the other side? Just when Qinfan was speechless, an angel Protoss suddenly left the battle group. Then, the angel Protoss pointed his fingers like a sword and muttered something. Hey, the angel girl is going to use her big moves. Run away. Qinfan couldn't help but want to remind those 2 demon clans. Next moment, 2 giant swords exuding holy light fell from the sky with the sound of wind and thunder. The target of the giant sword is not the 2 void demons, but the 2 demon clans. Careful! The 2 demon clans were shocked and moved towards both sides at the same time. As soon as the 2 moved away, the opportunity was seized by 3 other angels and gods. The 3 people moved, and one of them released white light from his hands, briefly holding back the 2 void demons. The swords in the hands of the other 2 people turned into a white light, piercing through the 2 demons like lightning. The 2 demons groaned, and their bodies fell rapidly like meteorites. Qinfan, who was hiding in the dark, blinked speechlessly. He had had many dreams in the past, in which he had dealt with various divine races, but he did not remember that the demon race could be so stupid. But then again, it seems normal. After all, they are demons. Even if he is already a lower-level demon, he is still a demon. When demons fight, they like to go straight and win with strength. And there are indeed fewer twists and turns. Qinfan shook his head, and the void chain shot out like lightning, shattering the 2 giant swords in one move. Don't wait for the 3 parties on the field to react. Several void chains flew out, and 4 angels and gods, 2 demons, and 2 void demons were all instantly imprisoned. With a thought in Qinfan's mind, He pulled everyone who was imprisoned into the beast control space. Then, he himself stepped into the beast controlling space. Purify! As soon as he entered the beast controlling space, Chen Fan purified all the people he had captured. The void pollution level of 4 angels and 2 demons has reached 15%. In today's God realm, it seems very risky to go outside for a stroll. As for the 2 void demons, Chen Fan was too lazy to purify them, and used the void chain to drain their power instantly. 2 demons. For angels and gods have been knocked unconscious by Chen Fan. But these 2 demons did not. The 2 of them were frightened to death as they watched the 2 void demons turn into mummies in the blink of an eye. Natanos glanced at Chen Fan strangely and said, Wang, these 2 idiots don't seem to recognize me. It's normal that they don't know Chen Fan. The current Chen Fan's appearance and aura are completely different from those in his previous life. But after all, Natanos is a well-known being in the Dark Abyss. It is a bit unreasonable for the 2 demons not to know him. Natanos seemed to feel a little embarrassed. So he came closer and said in devil language, Hey, you 2 boys, do you know me? The 2 demons shook their heads. Natanos frowned and said, Why do you appear in the Holy Angel Realm? With such little strength? How dare you come to the Angel Holy Realm? Aren't you afraid of being killed by those angel girls? A demon clan said, The fruits of the world tree of Angel Holy Realm are ripe, and many gods have sneaked in quietly. We 2 brothers also want to try our luck. The fruit of the world tree? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Natanos said, The branches of the world tree can only be found in the Angel Holy Realm, Dutin God Realm, Tianlong Realm, and other major divine realms. We have none in the Dark Abyss. Legend has it that the world tree extracts the energy of heaven and earth from billions of small worlds. Just one of the fruits it grows can turn an ordinary Protoss into the peak of a low-level demon god, or even break through to a mid-level demon god. But that thing only matures once every 10,000 years, and the quantity is extremely limited. These 2 idiots actually want to get involved. They are desperate. Both demons lowered their heads. One of them said, We were stopped by them before we even touched the edge of the world tree. I don't know what's going on. But the Killing Angel King is actually able to drive the Void Demon. The Angel God clan is like raising a dog, forming one defense line after another around the world tree. The 2 of us brothers managed to avoid the patrols of the Angel God clan, but were discovered by 2 Void Demons, so we had to fight to the death with them. Now, my lord, the 4 of them have no choice but to help themselves. Please don't hurt them. Chen Fan looked at Natanos and said, We should pull them over and listen. No wonder these 2 guys are desperately attacking the Void Demon. But they don't attack the 4 angel girls. I almost got killed just now. And they're still talking for each other. Natanos looked strange and said, King, isn't this what you asked for back then? Chen Fan, Natanos said, When there was a void pollution, the angels and gods suffered heavy casualties in order to protect us. The demons, even Her Royal Highness the Princess, almost died for you. So you order the demons to protect the angels and gods. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Is there such a thing? The 2 demons stared at Chen Fan with their eyes widened. King? Which king? Let the demons protect the king of the angels and gods. Isn't that the legendary demon king who has fallen for many thousands of years? The only king who fell in love with His Royal Highness, the Angel God Clan Princess, was the demon king back then. Suddenly, Natanos shouted softly, You bastard! Why don't you kneel down when you see the demon king? Plop! The 2 demons knelt down directly, with tears in their eyes. Chapter 370, The Fruit of the World Tree. Snapped. Chen Fan slapped Natanos on the head. Why are you pretending to compete? The situation is unclear now, and my identity is known to others. If I am not careful, I will become a street rat. This metaphor is inappropriate. Anyway, that's what it means. Natanos said, King, you are not just the king of demons. Back then, you were the supreme divine king in the divine world. Even other gods are willing to surrender, as long as you raise your arms and call out, Shock your sister? Chen Fan felt his head hurt. Natanos' head is probably full of muscles, and he likes to go straight and hit hard. King of demons. That is already a thing of the past. Now that he's back, he can't even find all his memories. He can't tell who are his enemies and who are his friends. Moreover, his cultivation strength is still difficult to compete with the mid-level demon god. The world of gods is in chaos again. Even the angel god clan, which had a very good relationship with the demon clan back then, is now under the leadership of the Killing Angel King, and is constantly hunting down the demon clan when they see them. Many other Protoss are also fighting among themselves. Once people know that the Demon King is back, or that Empress Dutin is back, there will probably be more chaos. King. Chen Fan was still angry with Nanos. But the two demons were already crying loudly. The two of them, one on the left and the other on the right, hugged Chen Fan's legs and burst into tears. Chen Fan was speechless. He had had so many dreams, but he didn't know that demons like crying while hugging their thighs so much. But from the cries of Nanos and these two guys, he could hear a lot of grievance and joy. It seems that his status in the god realm was quite high back then. Although most of the dreams are about being chased constantly. Stop crying and get up! Chen Fan was also a little emotional and gently patted the shoulders of the two demons. The two demons kept wiping their tears, but the tears couldn't stop falling. Tell me about the god realm, Chen Fan said. Thanos has been away from the god realm for a long time, and I don't know what is going on in the god realm now. Did you just talk about the fruits of the world tree? There are fruits of the world tree in the holy land of angels? The topic changed, and the two demons immediately stopped crying. One of them said, We don't know who spread the news. Almost 3 months ago, there was news that the fruits of the world tree in the northwest of the angel holy land were ripe. After hearing the news, all the major gods are ready to take action. Although our two brothers are of low strength, we still want to try our luck. After all, one fruit from the world tree is enough to change our destiny. If we don't get one, we can become the middle-level demon god. And in the past few years, the angel god clan has been in internal strife. The killing angel king and the fallen angel king have been at war with each other. The angel god clan has also been severely damaged, suffering from internal and external troubles. Wait a minute, Chen Fan said. I'll bring the others over to listen. With that said, Chen Fan's void chain flew into the angel god king realm, pulling in one of Shen Daodao's and Shen Hongxiu's clones. Yi Hao saw the two demons and was stunned for a moment. Brother Fan, which world have you entered? Have you discovered the divine realm again? I've arrived at the god realm, Chen Fan said. My current location is in the angel holy realm of the angel god clan. Huh! Shen Taoao almost jumped up and said excitedly, Are you on my territory? The two demons looked at this group of people with wide eyes. They didn't recognize Chen Fan's appearance. Even Nanos. They didn't know him. They only heard his name. But Shen Naodao and Yi Hongyan looked the same as in their previous lives. In the god realm, the images of the major god kings are everywhere. Seeing such a large group of god kings appearing in this strange space, the two demons were trembling and walking on thin ice. Chen Fan told some of the things he had just learned. Then, he asked the demon who had just spoken to continue speaking. The demon nodded and said, Because of the internal strife among the angel god clan, the angel holy realm is now divided into two large parts, and the two parts are fighting endlessly. And other gods are also ready to take action because of the fruits of the world tree. I heard that some high-level demon gods have sneaked in. This has doubled the pressure on the angel god clan. We also want to take advantage of the chaos and see if we can try our luck. Yi Hongyan frowned and said, The words that the fruits of the world tree in the holy angel realm are ripe mean that actually the fruits of the world tree in various regions of the god realm mature at different times? Yes, it's different, Natano said. The branches of the world tree penetrate the entire divine world. Many holy realms have branches of the world tree. But the vitality of heaven and earth in each holy realm is different. The more abundant the vitality of heaven and earth is, the faster the fruits of the world tree will mature. There are several branches of the world tree in the angel holy realm of the angel god clan. But now only the northwest one has ripe fruits. As he said that, Natanos looked at Chen Fan with excitement and said, Wang, it's better to come early than to come at the right time. Let's just carry him all together. Bang! Shen Taoao kicked Natanos to the ground. Why the hell are you going to destroy my nest in front of me? Natanos rubbed his waist, stood up awkwardly and said, Your Majesty the God King, I didn't mean to take away your nest. I meant to take away the nest of the killing angel king. That bastard is very difficult to deal with the dark abyss, forcing the angels and gods to fight endlessly with us demons. The fallen angel king was unwilling to obey his orders, so he led a group of high-level angels to rebel. Back then, you and your highness the princess were preparing to form an alliance with the dark abyss. The person who opposed it the most was the killing angel king. Shen Taoao touched his chin and said, If you say that, I want to do it myself. Shen Hongxiu glanced at Shen Taoao with disdain and said, You do it yourself? Are you going to die yourself? You have practiced until now, and you are just a low-level demon god. As soon as you get out, you might be killed. Shen Nato rolled his eyes, but did not argue. Yi Hongyan nodded and said, "This matter needs to be discussed in the long run. You too. Tell us about the current situation in the God Realm. How is the Dutin clan? How is the Sky Demon clan?" The two demons nodded and spoke out the current situation in a fast tone. Pretty much what Natano said originally. Except for the Dutin clan. The other supreme divine clans all experienced great changes. Like the Angel God clan. When Shen Daotao and Shen Hongxiu were still there. Even if the killing Angel King was dissatisfied, he could not compete with Shen Daotao and Shen Hongxiu. So he never dared to act rashly. But after the death of the Angel God King and Princess, the killing Angel King rose up and took control of the entire Angel God clan in one fell swoop. Although the fallen Angel King behind him had the help of Dark Abyss, he was still at a disadvantage and could not truly fight against the killing Angel King. The same goes for the Tianlong clan. At that time, the Tianlong Emperor was fierce, powerful, supreme, and cunning. The city was extremely deep. Under his rule, the Tianlong clan was like an iron barrel. But after the fall of Tianlong Emperor Li Fengxing, the Tianlong clan is now divided into 8 factions. They don't obey anyone, and they will fight if anything happens. They say that all dragons have muscles inside their heads. Without Tianlong Emperor Li Fengxing, the Tianlong clan is now in chaos. There is no need for the invasion of the gods from outside. They can probably kill themselves. Everyone couldn't help but glance at Li Fengxing. But I saw that Li Fengxing was very fascinated. As if a child was listening to an adult telling a story. This bastard. Everyone turned their heads speechlessly. The same goes for the Sky Demon clan and the Holy Spirit clan, which are now divided into several major factions. Every Protoss has a faction that supports the Dark Abyss. But the other factions all want to kill all the Dark Abyss. The reason is simple. Many of the strong ones among them have always regarded the Void Demons and the Demon clan of the Dark Abyss as the same race. Regardless of whether they are Void Demons or Demon clan, they are all demons. As long as it is a demon, it should not exist in the divine world. The world of gods is now coming to an end, and all the major gods have been forced to a desperate situation. It is all the devil's fault. Of course, Dark Abyss is not willing to take the blame. But those gods recognize this. And there was nothing they could do. Without the Demon King, the Dark Abyss now has no say at all among the major Protoss. The strength of the old Demon Dragon can actually intimidate those gods and emperors. But the old Demon Dragon is getting old. And now he still has to support the shelter of the Dark Abyss. But he can't care about those bad things. In fact, the old Demon Dragon has not come out for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, within the Dark Abyss, the major demon clans were also turned upside down. All the major demon gods want to become the king of demons. They all believe that I am the greatest in the world. And they will kill anyone who disobeys. Then guys like the killing Angel King added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. And in the end the fight in the Dark Abyss became more lively than outside. Demons fall all the time. Many weak demons even left the Dark Abyss because of this. It's scary outside too. If you stay in many places outside for a long time, you will be easily contaminated by the void. But there is no way staying in the Dark Abyss. If you are not careful, a demon will come out from behind and swallow you. It will ask you if you are afraid. No one can bear to be in constant fear for many years. Many demons can only truly breathe a sigh of relief when they go to some of the Protoss who had good relations with the Demon King back then and enter the sanctuaries of those Protoss. Among so many divine clans, only the Dutin clan is the calmest now. Although Empress Dutin is fallen, the ancestors of the Dutin clan who can rival the old Demon Dragon are still there. There are also a few divine pillars that reach the sky. Even if other Protoss coveted the Tantian divine pillar, they would not dare to take advantage of the Dutin clan. Snapped. Chen Fan clapped his palms and said, "That's it. Han Yan, you and Haozi quietly return to the Tianai clan in the capital. Go back separately and enter the village quietly. No need to shoot." Shen Tao immediately said, "What about us? Shall we go back to the Angel God clan?" Fan Qingqing said, "Should I return to the Heavenly Demon clan?" "What the HL?" Shen Fan said, "Sent to your door to be slaughtered? With such little power, even with a void divine body, they can't compete with the higher level demon gods, let alone the existence of the God King and the Great Emperor. And once the news about our return is leaked, the God Realm will probably be even more chaotic." Chen Fan said, "Hong Yan and Haozi are going back, but don't reveal their identities yet. Let's go back in a different way. Try not to use the colorful divine stone and the heaven-reaching divine axe." Yi Hongyan nodded slightly. "Okay." Yi Hao blinked and said, "Brother Fan, You probably want to steal the fruit of the world tree of the Angel God clan by yourself. Right. As for the Dutin clan, it's okay for my sister to go back. I'll go with you to steal the fruits of the world tree of the Angel God clan. Bai Rouge was extremely excited and rubbed his hands together. I'll go too. Fong Qingqing blinked. I'll go too. Shen Nua rolled his eyes repeatedly. When it came to stealing the fruits of the world tree of the Angel God clan, they all became so excited. No. Qin Fan shook his head and said, without using the magic weapon in hand. Howsy? You are of no use at all, and I can't even use you as bait. Tao is different. Tao Tao can be used as bait. Shin Tao Tao. Yi Hao. Qin Fan rolled his eyes and said, I already have a plan in mind. Now Tao's 12 wings of the God King, combined with the Void Soul, are extremely fast and can attract the attention of the powerful ones from the Angel God clan. Rouge's Taishu Holy Mirror is weird and unpredictable. Although it may not be able to kill the Middle Demon God, it is no problem to temporarily seal the Middle Demon God. Plus Nano. Maybe we can have some fun with the Killing Angel King. Bai Rouge made fists with both hands and waved them repeatedly. Just do it. While talking, Yi Hongyan was the first to change her appearance. Everyone. I saw her transformed into Xiao Bai's appearance, with her eyes wide open, like gems. Qin Fan. Seeing this, Yi Hao turned around and transformed into Gongzi's human form. Shen Tao Tao rolled his eyes and transformed into an orange cat humanoid. Li Fingxing turned into Xiao Hei. Qin Fan rolled his eyes and looked at the 4 angels and gods who were still unconscious on the ground. Everyone's eyes also fell on the 4 angels and gods. Immediately, everyone released a void chain, piercing the body of one of them. After sensing it for a while, the auras of everyone changed rapidly, and white wings sprouted from behind. Everyone, including Qin Fan, turned into angels and gods. Shen Tao Ao was a little speechless. I returned to my own territory, and I even wanted to transform into an angel and a god. Stop talking nonsense, Shen Hongxiu said. Now we are in the Holy Angel realm. If we don't change and become the Angel God clan, we will definitely be in constant trouble. Qin Fan checked the memories of the 4 angels and gods through the void chain, frowned and said, these 4 people seem to have been brainwashed by the Killing Angel King, and they are loyal to the Killing Angel King wholeheartedly. So they also killed 2 demons without mercy before. I found the aura of the Killing Angel King in their consciousness. Shen Hongxiu was stunned and said angrily, can it be broken? No. Qin Fan shook his head. My current power is far different from that of the God King. If I break it rashly, I may destroy their sea of consciousness accidentally. Shen Daedala said with a long face. Let's imprison him in the Tianlong Palace of the Ancient God Realm first. Li Fingxing said hurriedly. You still use my Tianlong Palace as a prison cell? It's just 4 low-level angels. Just throw them out. Stay in the Tianlong Palace and have someone guard you. Shen Hongxiu smiled and said, okay, just throw them out. With a thought in Qin Fan's mind, the void chains wrapped around the 4 angels and Protoss and threw them out. After the 4 people landed on the ground, they all woke up soon. The 4 of them discovered that the void demon and the 2 demon clansmen had disappeared. They rubbed their heads and quickly left the place. Qin Fan looked at the 2 demons and said, don't go out. I'll take you to the Ancient God Realm. Ancient God Realm? The 2 demons were stunned for a moment. Natano said, go. Someone will explain it to you when you get there. With a thought in Qin Fan's mind, the void chain wrapped around the 2 demons and sent them into the Ancient God Realm. Then, he opened a beast control space and walked out with Yi Hongyan and others who had changed their appearance. Yi Hongyan stretched out her hand and grabbed Yi Hao's shoulder. Before Yi Hao could react, the 2 of them had disappeared. Qin Fan nodded towards the people behind him. Everyone immediately entered the virtual soul state, as if they had merged into the void. Shen Nua nodded slightly towards Qin Fan. Wang, let me lead the way. I know the specific location. Qin Fan pointed his hand. Let's go! A group of people immediately headed to the location of the world tree, led by Shen Nua. Shen Tao Tao rubbed his hands together. Yeah, I don't know why. Even though I'm stealing something from my own house, I'm still so excited. Everyone. Li Fingxing nodded. When I think about going to steal your things with Brother Fan, I am extremely excited. Shen Tao Tao. Something feels wrong. Chapter 371 targeted by a powerful demon. Qin Fan turned his head and looked at Shen Nato silently. Shen Tao Ao was stunned. Brother Fan, what's wrong? I pretended to be very good. Everyone also looked at Shen Tao Ao silently. Shen Tao turned into the human form of an orange cat. The issue is, when the orange cat guy first transformed, he transformed in the shape of Henry Chu. Later, when Henry Chu's mother saw him like that, she once misunderstood that Henry Chu and his father were having sex outside. Shen Tao blinked and reacted. He glanced at Henry Chu. At this time, Henry Chu had transformed into his beast-controlling shadow demon. Shen Tao had no choice but to say, "Forget it. Then I will turn into a dragon-blooded lion." As soon as he finished speaking, a muscular man appeared in front of everyone. "Everyone remembers it," Chen Fan said. "If you can't fight, then run away. We are not here to fight. We are here to steal. We are here to rob. Whether it's the Angel Protoss or other powerful Protoss. Don't waste time with them. So, never use the magic weapon in your hand. Things like the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the Chaos Silk will definitely be recognized once they appear in the world. There will definitely be an uproar then." Everyone nodded. A little excited. Sudden, Henry Chu, who had been silent for the whole time, said, "I remember that Shenhua and Natano said at the beginning that the God Realm is equivalent to a strange universe. No, the Divine World should be said to be multiple universes. Dutin Divine Realm is considered a universe. The Tianlong Realm is considered a universe. The Holy Land of Angels is also considered a universe. There are also many planets and many mortal worlds in these universes. We can't reveal our identity now, and we don't dare to reveal our identity. So we can surround the cities from the countryside like the great man of Earth did?" Chen Fan stopped. Everyone also looked at Henry Chu. Chu Xian said, "Except for the Dutin clan, it will be difficult for us to get other gods into our hands in a short period of time. Even in the Dark Abyss. If you have the help of the old demon dragon after you return, you may not be able to conquer other powerful demon races. Or in other words, strong demons. But during this period, we can't do nothing. In the lower realm, our clones are trying to find another world. Now in this divine world, starting from the smaller and weaker mortal worlds, we are implementing the Devil's Blood plan one by one. You can even use a black hole to swallow the entire world, and then send it to the ancient God realm and other 4 realms. Slow development. Wait until you reach the middle level of Demon God, or even the upper level Demon God, and then start to take back the powerful gods such as the Ancient Demon Clan and the Sky Demon Clan." Chen Fan immediately laughed. "Okay, I'll do as you say." The Angel Holy Realm is really too big, as Henry Chu said. According to Shenhua and Natano's description, the Angel Holy Realm is actually equivalent to a universe. This universe is divided into countless huge star fields and countless planets. Although the core area where the Angel Protoss live is called the Angel Holy Realm, because the ruler of this universe is the Angel Protoss. Other Protoss are also accustomed to calling this part of the universe the Angel Holy Realm. In this Angel Holy Realm, there are other gods living in many star fields. There are the Pegasus God Clan, the Golden God Clan, and the Celestial Elephant God Clan. One by one, the gods occupy the star field where the heaven and earth are full of vitality. There are also many mortal planets in these star fields. The major gods control the mortal planets in their own areas and absorb the power of faith through these mortal planets. The area that the branches of the world penetrate is the real Angel Holy Realm, or the core area of the real Angel Holy Realm. This is the area where the Angel God Clan lives. Any other Protoss who comes uninvited will be endlessly hunted by the angels and Protoss. Many thousands of years ago, almost no one dared to trespass into the Holy Land of Angels except for the legendary Demon King. But it's different now. Because of the Void Invasion, the core area of the Angel God Clan has further shrunk and tightened. The most prosperous areas back then have now become extremely desolate. Most of the Angelic Protoss have also moved to the sanctuary in the core area, coupled with the huge temptation of the fruits of the world tree. Nowadays, in this Angel Holy Realm, powerful gods from other divine realms can be seen everywhere. Too many people, even though the Angelic Protoss had laid out layers of defenses, they still couldn't stop these Protoss who heard the news. In fact, it's more than just a powerful Protoss. The 2 demons saved by Chen Fan were also at the bottom among the lower demon gods. They dared to enter the Angelic Holy Realm and wanted to fish in troubled waters. The cultivation of the gods usually takes 10,000 years as a unit. One fruit of the world tree may be worth hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. This is really too tempting. After the invasion of the void and the chaos in the divine world, the gods also went a little crazy. Along the way, Chen Fan and Shen Tao saw battles between the Angel God Clan and other God Clan everywhere. There are the Ancient Demon Clan, the Celestial Demon Clan, and the Holy Spirit Clan. Qin Fan and others have encountered almost all the powerful divine clans they know except the Dutin clan. The Angelic Protoss defended themselves everywhere, and were exhausted. It is estimated that this is also the case when the fruits of the world tree of the ancient demon clan and other powerful gods are ripe. Qin Fan and others used the virtual soul to avoid the major Protoss and Angel Protoss, and headed all the way to the location of the trunk of the world tree. But the closer they got to their destination, the more cautious Qin Fan and others became. After traveling millions of miles from where they rescued the two demons, they had already felt the existence of the ancient divine formation. Although this kind of ancient divine formation cannot stop the virtual soul, but it still made Qin Fan and others cautious. In addition to the functions of defense, suppression, and bombardment, large formations also have a powerful monitoring function. The strong person who maintains the formation, sitting at a certain node, does not need to release his spiritual consciousness at all, and can pass through the formation to know the goings-on in all areas within the formation. Although the Void Soul is magical, it is possible for it to reveal flaws when facing a mid-level demon or falling into an ancient divine formation. After entering this ancient formation, Qin Fan and others saw more and more intermediate demon gods. The middle-level demon gods, who can kill this far, are all extraordinary and holy. In order to avoid the battle between them and the Angel God clan, Qin Fan and the others could only keep taking detours. Even the mid-level demon god cannot really shake the virtual soul state. But the powerful middle demon can already harm Shen Tao and Chu Xian, who are in the virtual soul state. Only Qin Fan, who had swallowed the void demon god's clone, could completely ignore the attack of the middle demon god, because he was only one step away from stepping into the middle demon god. King! The restricted area of World Tree is ahead. Shen Nua pointed forward and said, the area in front is not only covered with heavy formations, but it is also shrouded in the aura of the Killing Angel King's demon sword of killing. Even if a high-level demon is trapped, he may fall completely if he is not careful. That's a star field, and the trunk of the world tree runs through many of the planets. So powerful. Qin Fan and others were stunned. Although the method that can kill high-level demon gods may not kill them in the virtual soul state, it can definitely cause great harm to them in the virtual soul state. Although except for Qin Fan, everyone came here as clones. But the purpose of this trip is to snatch the fruits of the world tree. It would be quite embarrassing if after rushing in, he was killed without even seeing the fruit of the world tree. I saw. Qin Fan narrowed his eyes and said, 80,000 miles away. There is endless killing intent surging. That should be the restricted area of the world tree that Shen Nua mentioned. No wonder the Angel Protoss didn't use too much power to block other Protoss. Even if we let those middle-level demon gods in and enter the restricted area, I'm afraid they will only become cannon fodder. Shen Tao scratched his head in annoyance. What should we do? Go over first and then talk. Qin Fan waved his hand gently, and everyone immediately and quietly touched it. When they reached the edge of the restricted area, Qin Fan and others circled around the edge of the star field, but did not dare to rush in. Outside the star territory, some high-level demon gods from the Protoss clan were fighting with high-level demon gods from the Angel Protoss clan. Shen Hongqiu said, you are my master now. It is too dangerous to break in rashly. Let us go in and take a look. We are all just clones. It will be okay even if it is reduced to ashes. Qin Fan nodded and said, spread out and look for opportunities to enter. I will enter the beast control space and wait for you here. And then I will send a clone out. Nathanos, you also go back to the beast control space. Nathanos weakly pointed at Shen Nua and said, where is she? She is from the Angel God clan. Even if she is discovered, it won't be a big problem. Qin Fan said. Nathanos had no choice but to obediently enter the beast-controlling space. Everyone looked at each other and immediately dispersed, heading towards the edge of the star field. Qin Fan condensed a clone and flew upward, trying to find an opportunity. And his true self, also in the virtual soul state, quickly flew towards the other side. In this area, ordinary high-level demon gods would not dare to enter easily. Trying to grab the fruit of the world tree from the hands of the Angel Protoss is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Qin Fan glanced at the star field filled with the aura of the killing demon sword, frowned, and then completely entered the virtual soul state, spreading towards the periphery. Really? As soon as the virtual soul extended out, Qin Fan sensed the auras hidden in the void. A group of people outside were fighting with the Angel Protoss. But there are already many powerful demons inside. Sneaking in secretly, these guys are all lurking nearby, seemingly waiting for an opportunity. In other words, they actually want others to take action to lure away the angels and gods so that they can reap the benefits. Chen Fan, who was in the virtual soul state, immediately moved around the hidden strong men as soon as he came into contact with them. A strong man of this level is no small matter. He was not sure whether the virtual soul state would be seen through by them. It's better to be careful. Chen Fan made a big circle and stopped in the void again. There are countless powerful high-level demons hidden on the periphery of the entire star field. Among them, there is even a high-ranking demon from the Angel God clan. Everyone is waiting. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the fruits of the world tree to mature? Shinua has also been away from the God realm for a long time, and his knowledge is limited, so these things have not been mentioned before. It's a pity that no one from the Dutin clan was seen. As of now, Chen Fan feels that the only people he can trust and can be a helping hand are the people from the Dutin clan. After all, the other Protoss, including the Dark Abyss, are now in chaos, and the sky is dark. Chen Fan's memories of his past life were limited to broken dreams. Even in the Dark Abyss, Chen Fan could not determine which demon clan was still loyal to him. Chen Fan himself entered the state of virtual soul, like a fish swimming around in the starry sky. On the other side, his clone has begun to try to enter the area enveloped by the aura of the killing demon sword. He has countless clones, and even if one clone falls into it or even dies, there won't be much loss. Chen Fan, in his virtual soul state, quietly penetrated the barrier of the divine formation. Although this ancient divine formation is powerful, it still cannot stop the virtual soul that can penetrate even space storms. But just like in a space storm, Chen Fan could already feel the pressure of the formation. In addition to the pressure of the large formation, there is also the terrifying aura of the killing demon sword. The demon killing sword may not be as good as the 12 wings of the God King, but after all, it is the divine weapon of the God King and the great killing angel king, and has been sacrificed and refined by it for countless years. Just the aura it released enveloped this huge star field. Even Chen Fan, who is in the virtual soul state, felt the threat of the killing demon sword. That solid murderous intention seems to be able to instantly cut any creature that enters this place into nothingness. Although Chen Fan was in the state of virtual soul, he was still infected by the murderous intention and was a little impetuous. No wonder so many powerful high-level demons are hiding outside and don't dare to rush in easily. Chen Fan quietly moved toward the center of the star field. More than 3 hours later, Chen Fan, who was carefully avoiding the superior demon god of the Angel God clan, suddenly felt something, and his virtual soul sank into a meteorite, motionless. Next moment, boom! It seemed like tens of thousands of angry thunders exploded at the same time. A terrifying storm is setting off in this star field. The unmanned star shattered into nothingness in an instant. Be bold! In the void, a powerful man from the Angel God clan rose into the sky. Here we go! Chen Fan, who was hiding in the meteorite, raised his head and felt a little gloating. Although there is a divine formation blocking the same space, his true self hiding in the outside world has already transmitted the information. The high-level demon gods that have been dormant outside for a long time have launched an attack. I don't know if they have reached some kind of agreement privately. Powerful men from different divine realms and different divine races actually chose to attack at the same time. One high-ranking demon god took action at the same time, and the divine formation that enveloped this star field was instantly shaken violently. Even if the killing angel king is personally stationed here, he probably wouldn't dare to withstand the bombardment of so many powerful demon gods. The strong men of the Angel God clan were furious. A strong man from the Angelic Protoss race flew into the sky, and some people worked together to maintain the formation and resist the attack. Some people rushed out of the formation, approached the superior demon god from outside, and started fighting. Chen Fan in the meteorite thought, and the virtual soul increased his speed to the extreme and rushed towards the center of the star field. Henry Chu and Shin Tao Tao, on the other side, also seized this opportunity and rushed towards the location of the world tree mentioned by Shin Nuo. Let's hit. The more intense the fight, the better. You're in charge of the fights. We are responsible for picking the fruit. Chen Fan sneered, and his virtual soul crossed one planet after another. Sudden. Chen Fan was slightly startled. His virtual soul, in the state of nothingness, seemed to be contaminated with something from unknown time. It's like a fish swimming in the river and getting hung up on a waterweed. Just behind his virtual soul, there was a small wisp of black energy. If it weren't for his extremely clear perception of his virtual soul, it would be difficult to even detect that wisp of black energy. Made. Chen Fan's hair stood on end. Someone actually spotted me. The virtual soul, which can penetrate even space storms, was not only discovered, but also exploited. The only ones who can do this kind of thing are probably the pinnacle ones among the high-level demon gods. It may even be a god-king level existence. Black Air. This is not the power of the angels and gods. Either he is a strong man from the Sky Demon clan, or he is a strong man from the Dark Abyss. At this moment, a very clear female voice rang in Shinfan's mind. Keep moving forward, or I will kill you. Chapter 372. The Conspiracy of the Angels and Gods. Chaos. The woman lurking in the dark can hide from the strong men of the angels and gods, and can quietly cling to the virtual soul. Her strength can be regarded as extraordinary and holy. An existence of this level, even if it is not the level of God King and Great Emperor, is at least the pinnacle of the highest level of demon gods, and is definitely famous in the god realm. But after Shinfan was surprised, he didn't pay too much attention. After the 8th level of the Void Divine Body, the clone can already transform into a black hole. Even for a being at the level of the God King and the Great Emperor, it might not be that easy to kill him. What's more, it's just a clone. In his virtual soul state, Shinfan was like a transparent fish, constantly moving forward. Hey! Which clan of gods are you from? The powerful being attached to the virtual soul became even more curious when he saw that Shinfan remained silent. Your divine power is very weird. I have never seen it before in the god realm. How do you achieve this state of almost nothingness? Obviously, he doesn't even have the power of the middle demon god. Shinfan said calmly. Who are you? Bastard! The mysterious existence shouted coldly. I am asking you now. This little low-level demon god dares to sneak into the killing array. He is very courageous. Shinfan said. The so-called cooperation is based on mutual benefit. A being like you wouldn't worry about being robbed of the world tree's fruits by a small character like me. Would you? Exchanging information can lead to better understanding through cooperation. The mysterious being seemed to be angry and laughed. A little low-level demon god actually wanted to discuss cooperation with her. If it were outside, an existence at this level wouldn't even be qualified to talk to her. After a moment of silence, the mysterious existence said, I am the sky-devouring demon emperor of the Dark Abyss. Are you really a person from the Dark Abyss? Shinfan said in his mind. Nathanos, the sky-devouring demon emperor of the Dark Abyss. Do you know him? In the beast-controlling space, Nathanos was stunned for a moment and said, King, why did you suddenly ask about the heaven-eating demon emperor? Could it be that she has also come to the holy angel realm? That lord is the strongest person under the demon emperor on the 7th level of the Dark Abyss. With your support, he broke through to the upper-level demon god and became the demon emperor. The 7th level demon emperor. A long time ago, in order to compete with you for the position of the king of demons, he once had a bad relationship with you. Later, you suppressed him with a sky-breaking demon sword. His vitality was severely injured, and he hid in the 7th level of the Dark Abyss. It hasn't come out for 10,000 years. After your death, the 19 demon emperors on the 19th floor of the Dark Abyss were divided into several factions. They refused to obey anyone, and the world was turned upside down. I thought that the 7th level demon emperor would rush out at this time. But unexpectedly, he retreated into the depths of the 7th level and no longer cared about the Dark Abyss. Up to now, I haven't heard from him for tens of thousands of years. And the powerful men on the 7th level, such as the heaven-eating demon emperor, have not appeared in the world for a long time. The strongest person under the 7th level demon emperor? Was the 7th level demon emperor suppressed by himself with a sky-breaking demon sword? It's hard to tell friend from foe. Shinfan did not ask any more questions. Ahead, a vast and unpredictable wave of divine power came over. Shinfan slowed down. He saw a truly towering tree in the distant starry sky, penetrating countless planets, appearing in his sight. Is this the world tree? Seeing this scene in front of him, Shinfan was shocked. Although he is the king of demons, his past life memories have not been recovered, and he has only collected some memory fragments through dreams. As for the world tree, I have only heard about it from Nathanos and Shinnuo. Shinfan was surprised when he actually saw this big tree. And this is actually just a tree trunk. Not the entire world tree. Just a branch. It runs through such a large galaxy. Nathanos and Shinnuo said that the world tree penetrates the entire god realm. And the roots of the world tree have penetrated countless planes in the lower world. It is indeed not a lie. These old guys in the god realm are really shameless. Use the world tree to extract the vitality of heaven and earth from all realms. Now, near the trunk of the world tree, the star power is abundant. More than 10,000 times that of Tanny realm? The surrounding star power has almost condensed into liquid. If you were to practice in a place like this, Even a rabbit would probably become a god after practicing for 180 years. In the lower realm, not only is the star power thin, but the direction of cultivation is also guided by certain people. They practice cultivation in the wrong way. In the end, the sacred bridge is broken and cannot be recast at all, whether it's the cracks in the void in the lower realm, or the cultivation of skills, and all kinds of disasters. They are all the fault of these guys in the god realm. This is really cutting off billions of small worlds like leaks. Chen Fan stopped and remained motionless. The heaven-eating demon emperor behind him didn't say a word either. Already close to the world tree, on the planets that were penetrated by the trunks of the world tree, Chen Fan could sense terrifying auras. High demon god. They are all high-level demons. Among them, there are several who are probably no weaker than the heaven-eating demon emperor who is attached to his virtual soul. In order to protect the fruits of the world tree, almost all the angels and gods mobilized. Outside, the powerful men of the major divine races are watching with eager eyes. No. Maybe. There are already many strong men like the sky-devouring demon emperor nearby, quietly guarding the world tree. Chen Fan activated his void soul to the extreme and restrained his breath, as if it had completely turned into nothingness. Motionless. At this time, the heaven-eating demon emperor, who was attached to his virtual soul, said, "The fruits of the world tree are not yet fully mature. We are all waiting in secret." Chen Fan said, "How long will it take for it to mature?" "Huh?" The heaven-eating demon king said a little strangely. "You don't seem to know much about the world tree?" "Really don't know much, because I only heard it a few times from Natanos and Shen Nuo. This time, I came to the god realm to find powerful help to deal with the void demon god sealed in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, and to implement the Devil's Blood project, to collect the power of faith and void energy. The fruit of the world tree in the holy land of angels is ripe, which is exactly the right time," the heaven-devouring demon emperor said. "The ripening of the fruits of the world tree has reached the final critical moment. But when it matures, it is completely controlled by the angel god clan. This formation absorbs the vitality of heaven and earth from several surrounding galaxies. As long as the angel god clan makes a move, the fruits of the world tree will immediately swallow these vitality of heaven and earth and then mature." Chen Fan was stunned and said, "Since the angel god clan can control the time when the fruit matures, why not let the fruit mature earlier and wait until the powerful men from the major god clan arrive? Now that the powerful men from all the major divine races have arrived, they are all watching with eager eyes. Let the fruit ripen at this time. If you are not careful, you may make wedding clothes for others. Why do the angel gods do this?" The heaven-devouring demon emperor was silent for a moment, and then said, "You little brat. You are not timid, and your brain is not stupid. We don't know what the angel god clan is thinking. But no matter what they are thinking, if they want to monopolize the fruits of the world tree, it is impossible. Except for the Dutin clan. The powerful men from all the major divine clans have taken action. No matter what conspiracy they have, it's not easy to defeat a large number of people with a small number." At this time, the aura of the killing demon sword that spread throughout the void suddenly disappeared without a trace. The heaven-devouring demon emperor was taken aback. At this moment, what is the reason for the angel god clan to put away the most terrifying killing demon sword? Next moment, holy light suddenly fell from the sky and covered the entire galaxy. "Damn it! I was fooled." The heaven-devouring demon emperor was shocked. "It's the god king's 10 wings. The killing angel king is crazy. He just wants to attract us in and refine us." The words just fell. An indescribable suction force came from the direction of the world tree. It was as if a huge black hole had appeared in the location of the world tree. Chen Fan, in the state of virtual soul, was also attracted by that force and was quickly pulled over. God King 10 Wings? Never heard of it. Judging from the name, it should be inferior to Shen Dao's 12 wings of the God King. Why is it so scary? In the virtual soul state, even the space storm only has a little influence and cannot really be blocked. The 10 wings of the God King, combined with this ancient divine formation, can actually suck in all the virtual souls? Sudden, the power of the heaven-eating demon emperor surged out, enveloped Chen Fan, and threw Chen Fan back. "Boy, walk as far as you can. I'm afraid I can't take care of you anymore." Immediately, within this ancient formation, terrifying auras rose into the sky. Really, in addition to the heaven-devouring demon emperor, there are many powerful men from various major divine races who have sneaked into this place. All these high-level demon gods sacrificed their true bodies at this time, and they were all furious. The Angel God Clan. Ha. Such an angel god clan. Actually wants to use high-ranking demon gods like us as food? The Killing Angel King is really crazy. You are not afraid of angering the major Protoss, and will join forces to crush your angel Protoss. King of Killing Angels. Get out of here. I want to see how capable you are. Everyone. If we don't break the 10 wings of the God King, we may all die. The King of Killing Angels wants to refine us and make us the nutrients for the fruits of the World Tree. He directly cuts down the World Tree of the Angel Holy Realm. Ha. The Angel God clan is not as good as our Demon clan. Back then, the King took such good care of you. I never imagined that you would now fall into obscurity and become crazy and cruel under the leadership of the Killing Angel King. I want to see if you can swallow this. Seat. A strong man releases his breath unscrupulously. The powerful angels and gods on that planet all had solemn expressions. There are too many powerful men from all the major Protoss clans. And outside the ancient divine formation, there are countless strong men waiting for opportunities. Such a crazy plan by the Angel God clan has aroused public outrage. Even if they really succeed in refining these high-level demon gods, they may not be able to move forward in the God realm in the future. In the void, a powerful man from the Angel God clan also appeared. With the support of the God King's 10 wings, the devouring formation started to move. A high-ranking demon god felt like a galaxy was pressing down on his body. His divine power was not functioning smoothly, and he was struggling. Not only that, their bodies were still a bit uncontrollable, and kept moving towards the World Tree. In the sky, a huge face appeared. Everyone, you have to pay a price for coveting the things of the Angel God clan. Welcome to the Holy Land of Angels. The demon gods in the void all around were suddenly furious. King of Killing Angels, you are so brave. Do you want to start a war with all the gods? Shameless old guy. Even if your plan succeeds, if you swallow those fruits of the World Tree in the end, you still can't compare to Shin Now, the Angel God King back then. It's even more impossible to compare to the Demon King. I have always known that this old immortal thing is despicable and shameless. Worse than us demons. I never thought he would be so crazy. All around, divine power surged. A strong man, frantically trying to compete with the power of the formation. Chen Fan raised his head, glanced at the appearance of the Killing Angel King in the sky, and then looked in the direction of the holy light. The area where the God King's 10 wings are located is like a sun exploding. With Chen Fan's current spiritual consciousness, it is impossible to penetrate it. I don't know what is happening to them now. Kill! I don't know who shouted. The demon gods, who had been preparing for a while, immediately attacked the powerful angels and gods. But those powerful angels and gods, who had just appeared, stepped back, and all disappeared into the darkness. Damn it. They want to use the God King's 10 wings and the Great Formation to consume our power. Find the God King's 10 wings. Only by destroying the God King's 10 wings can we kill him. First, cut down the trunk of the World Tree. Cut it! They have already set up a large space array around the World Tree. It seems to be only a few 100,000 miles away. Even if you try your best to fly over and fly for thousands of years, you still won't be able to fly to the World Tree. The demon gods from all the major Protoss clans were a little panicked. Sudden. Boom! Boom! Above the void, a roar sounded. It was as if countless planets were exploding at the same time. The heaven-shaking demon claw? It's the 7th level demon emperor of the Dark Abyss. The 7th level demon emperor has taken action. A God King level existence has taken action? Great! It's not just the 7th level demon emperor of the Dark Abyss who has arrived. Look over there. That's the soul-eating claw of the Sky Demon. It's the 8th God King of the Sky Demon tribe who has arrived. Great. There are many God King and Emperor level beings attacking the formation outside. Even if the Killing Angel King personally presides over the formation, there is no way he can sustain it. Stop talking nonsense. Destroy the space formation in front. And approach the World Tree first. The heaven-devouring demon emperor. You control the rules of space. Can you penetrate it? The heaven-devouring demon emperor controls the rules of space? No wonder my virtual soul can be found and attached to it. Chen Fan's consciousness moved quickly, and found the sky-eating demon emperor in the void. At this time, the heaven-devouring demon emperor was wearing a blood-red cloak. His whole figure was fluttering and illusory, as if it was just an image. The heaven-devouring demon king raised his head slightly, and said calmly, Idiot! Shut up! I am looking for the specific location of the God King's 10 wings. The demon god whom she called a fool flashed an angry look in his eyes, but immediately put it away. The heaven-devouring demon emperor is the first person below the level of God King. Ordinary high-level demon gods would not dare to compete with such a being. At this time, the expression of the heaven-devouring demon emperor became extremely weird. It's strange that someone has penetrated the space formation and found the God King's 10 wings? Which God King took action? What? All the demon gods were surprised and happy. There is actually a God King Emperor level existence sneaking in. In this way, wouldn't it be possible for the God King inside and the Great Emperor outside to join forces to easily crush the conspiracy to kill the Angel King? Wrong! The heaven-devouring demon king suddenly changed his expression and said, "Not the God King! Who is it?" As she spoke, her body turned into nothingness and seemed to have penetrated the space. Outside, the demon gods looked at each other, with a thought in Shinfan's mind. His virtual soul state moved forward quickly along with a powerful suction. Several powerful demon gods were stunned for a moment. What the HL? The lower demon gods have broken in. Are you from the Celestial Demon Clan? Very weird divine power. What's going on? He penetrated the space barrier directly. He entered the space formation. Just when a group of demons screamed in surprise, Shinfan, who had just broken into the space formation, received a message from Shin Hongxiu. "Xiao Fan, come and save me! Xianchu and I got the God King's 10 wings, but we can't move it. A large group of powerful angels and gods are coming to kill us. If I don't use Chaos Ling, I'm probably dead." Shin Fan. Chapter 373 swallowed the 10 wings of the God King and destroyed the formation. If you can't move it, is this called getting it? But Hongxiu and Henry Chu are really awesome. Shin Fan took advantage of the chaos, no longer caring whether he would be discovered, and moved directly towards the positions of Chu Xian and Shin Hongxiu like lightning. Although the interaction between the Void Divine Body and the Void Divine Body is not as good as that between the clone and the original body, it is still extremely clear. Several angry shouts came from the void. One after another, powerful men from the Angel God clan discovered Shin Fan and came after him. Shin Fan briefly sensed the auras of the angels and gods behind him, and felt much calmer. They are all mid-level demons. Apparently, several God King and Emperor level beings from the outside world bombarded the formation, making the angelic Protoss feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Their attention is already focused on the God Kings and Emperors outside. With Shin Fan's speed, Void Soul directly threw away a group of strong angels and gods of the mid-level demon god level. Behind, a group of powerful angels and gods were stunned. After a while, God King 10 Wings appeared in Shin Fan's sight. I saw that the 10 wings of the God King were very similar to the 12 wings of the God King, penetrating a huge planet, exuding a soft and holy light, covering the entire galaxy. Chu Xian and Shin Hongxiu were being chased around by a group of angels and gods. No way. Although their void divine bodies have reached the 7th level, their divine power is still at the level of a lower level demon god. Shin Fan didn't let them use the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and Chaos Ling. As a result, a group of powerful angels and gods chased them until they were unable to reach the sky or the earth. But when the two of them were in the state of virtual souls, although the strong men of the Angel God clan could detect them, if they really fought, most of the strong men's attacks would be like scratching an itch for them. Unless the superior demon takes action, it is impossible to imprison Chu Xian and Shin Hongxiu in a short time. Shin Fan sensed it. Li Fengxing, Fang Qingqing, and the others were hiding on the other side and did not show up. Think for a moment. Shin Fan, who was in the virtual soul state, moved and appeared directly above the 10 wings of the God King. Bold rat! Near the God King 10 wings, several figures sneered coldly and rushed towards Shin Fan. With a thought, Shin Fan turned into a huge black hole and swallowed the God King's 10 wings directly. The several powerful angels and gods who rushed up, as well as those who came after Shin Fan, were so shocked that they retreated instead of advancing. A black hole of this level does not pose much of a threat to them at the mid-level demon god level. But similarly, the middle demon god would not dare to challenge such a black hole head-on. A group of powerful angels and gods cursed and dispersed quickly. Call! But in the blink of an eye, the God King's 10 wings were swallowed by Shin Fan. The whole formation made a loud rumble. It was as if the entire void shook violently. A group of powerful angels and gods were immediately furious. The God King's 10 wings are the most critical artifact in maintaining this devouring formation, and it is one of the few powerful artifacts of the Angel God clan after the God King's 12 wings and Chaos Ling were lost. Unless a being at the level of the God King arrives, it is impossible for ordinary demon gods to snatch him away within the formation. Which powerful group of gods is this? It can actually transform into a black hole. And in the blink of an eye, the God King's 10 wings were snatched away. The plan that the killing Angel King has been planning for so long has not even been solved by the existence of the God King and the Great Emperor. A group of powerful angels and gods were furious. A powerful aura swept across the field. There was actually a strong man from the Angelic Protoss, who was at the level of a demon god. Rushing over. Run! Chen Fan snatched the God King's 10 wings and ran away without hesitation. From all directions, groups of angels and gods rushed towards him quickly. Shen Hongxiu and Chu Xian took the opportunity to escape and headed towards the World Tree. The countless demon gods, who were originally trapped in the formation, were all overjoyed. Even a powerful person like the heaven-devouring demon emperor is helpless. A group of demon gods originally thought of relying on the outside demon emperors to break this formation. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Countless strongmen quickly rushed towards the World Tree. Can you run away? In the void, the voice of the killing Angel King sounded. Before Chen Fan could react, a demonic killing sword filled with infinite black energy fell around him. Not good. The void soul, which could penetrate even space storms, was actually nailed to the void by that killing demon sword. Chen Fan's virtual soul seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and it became extremely difficult to move. Upon seeing this, a group of powerful angels and gods immediately dispersed around and mobilized their power to control the killing sword. At this time, crash! There was a sound of chains in the void. Chains flew from nowhere and wrapped around the killing sword with incomparable precision. King of Fallen Angels! A high-ranking demon god from the Angel God clan roared angrily. You actually helped outsiders rob the Angel God clan's artifact? The Fallen Angel King's response was a palm that covered the sky and the sun. That palm seemed to be able to easily crush even the planet. He grabbed it and grabbed the demon god who just spoke, and squeezed it hard. Boom! The superior demon god screamed, and his body was torn apart, leaving only a soul in the void. The surrounding angels and gods were horrified, and they all quickly moved out without being able to care about Chen Fan. At this time, a deep and magnetic voice sounded in the void. Everyone talks about the angels and gods, but you losers! Do you really take the angels and gods to your heart? Look what you are doing now. Use the fruits of the World Tree to lure in the major gods, and then use the God King's 10 wings and the killing demon sword to open the devouring formation, hoping to devour the powerful gods. You are doing this to provoke a war in the divine world and to become enemies of all the gods. This is going to push the Angel God clan to destruction. Today, I am thinking of my old love, so I will only destroy your body and leave your soul alone. Next time you dare to show your teeth and claws in front of me, your soul will be shattered and you will never be reincarnated. The superior demon god whose body was destroyed knelt on one knee in the void, his whole body trembling. Facing an existence of this level, even if he felt endless grievances, he would not dare to say another word at this time. As for the other powerful angels and gods, all of them looked strange and did not dare to say anything. Without the seal of the demon-killing sword, Chen Fan turned into a shadow and slowly looked up. He saw a vague figure in the void, seeming to be watching him. After the two of them looked at each other in the air, Chen Fan moved and submerged into the void again. A group of high-ranking demon gods from the Angelic Protoss saw this and hesitated. Two of them gritted their teeth and chased after him. But as soon as they chased them out, the laughter of the heaven-eating demon emperor came from the void, and the two of them were blocked by the heaven-eating demon emperor. Isn't it a bit embarrassing for a high-level demon to bully a lower-level demon? The heaven-devouring demon emperor said calmly. Do you want me to play with you? Go away. A high-ranking demon god from the Angel God clan shouted coldly and slashed at the sky-eating demon emperor with a sword. The other person moved, as if he wanted to avoid the heaven-eating demon emperor and continued to chase Chen Fan. But the heaven-devouring demon king sneered, split his body into two people, and stopped the two people respectively. The other side, Chen Fan quickly caught up with Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu. Li Fingxing's voice also came over. Brother Fan, the fruit of the World Tree is frantically absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth in this large formation, and is about to mature. However, there are many middle-level demon gods and high-level demon gods nearby, even pretending to be flies. Don't go in. And the demon gods from other Protoss are also rushing over. Chen Fan showed up. Behind him, the God King's 10 wings shine brightly. Impossible. What's going on? Why can he activate the God King's 10 wings? Is he from the Angel God clan? No. His divine power is not that of the angels and gods at all. What exactly is going on? whether it was the Angel God clan or other major God clan. They were all shocked when they saw the God King 10 wings behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan sent a message to everyone and said, I have used the black hole to erase a ray of consciousness of the killing Angel King on the 10 wings of the God King. I will lead these angels and gods away. You can take the opportunity to grab the fruits of the world tree. As he spoke, he had already flown out to the other side. The people who came behind were afraid of the fallen Angel King, and the heaven-devouring Demon King was blocking their way. So they did not pursue them. But when the angels and gods who were guarding near the world tree saw Chen Fan carrying the God King's 10 wings and being able to activate the God King's 10 wings, they couldn't hold back anymore and all came towards Chen Fan. As soon as they moved, the powerful gods of the gods, who were guarding the surroundings, immediately took action. In an instant, a chaotic battle broke out. As for Chu Xian, Shen Hongxiu and other little ants, although those high-level demon gods were aware of their existence, they did not take it seriously. The lower demon god, even if he is somewhat capable, cannot escape after snatching the fruit of the world tree. In this area filled with middle-level demon gods and high-level demon gods, where can the lower-level demon gods get their turn? Neither the Angel God clan nor other God clan cared about Chu Xian and the others, which gave Chu Xian and Shen Tao Tao an excellent opportunity. A group of people crawled around and approached the world tree. As for Chen Fan, he had no choice but to activate the God King's 10 wings to cooperate with the virtual soul, constantly moving and dodging. Although the 10 wings of the God King are not as good as the 12 wings of the God King, the 12 wings of the God King on Shen Tao Tao are just projection clones. But the God King's 10 wings on Chen Fan's body are actually the artifact itself. Chen Fan didn't know what he did back then, but he actually got the recognition of all the artifacts from all the major gods. Whether it is the colorful divine stone, the 12 wings of the divine king, the 10 wings of the divine king, or the heavenly demon staff of the heavenly demon clan, Chen Fan can control it all. Now that Chen Fan has used the black hole to erase the consciousness of the killing Angel King, the God King's 10 wings are not only obedient, but also a little excited. Under Chen Fan's control, the God King's 10 wings, in conjunction with the Void Soul, actually penetrated directly through the interceptions of several high-level demon gods. Ha 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 ha! Chen Fan laughed wildly and turned into a golden light, guiding a group of angels and high-ranking demon gods away from the world tree. On the way, some high-ranking demon gods wanted to catch Chen Fan, but they were stopped by strong men from other gods. For a moment, Chen Fan himself was a little doubtful whether other powerful people from the God clan would already know his identity. Otherwise, why are they so cooperative? Or maybe, because they saw the fallen Angel King saving him. They thought he was the fallen Angel King's man and wanted to sell one to the fallen Angel King near the world tree. Li Fengxing said for a while, We can't let it go anymore. There are at least 6 high-level demon gods below. Why do you, the Angel God clan, have so many high-level demon gods? It's like they don't need money. Shen Hongxiu said, There are high-ranking demon gods from the Sky Demon Clan and the Ancient Demon Clan coming to kill them. It is impossible for the 6 people from the Angel God Clan to stay idle. When the powerful men from the Sky Demon Clan and the Ancient Demon Clan pass by, we will take the opportunity to rush over. Shen Tao Tao nodded. Just look at me later. I'll lure them all away. You must be fast. Henry Chu hurriedly said. It's not possible now. Keep waiting. There are several God King and Emperor level beings outside who are furiously attacking the formation. It is estimated that the killing Angel King will not be able to hold on for long. At least wait until the formation is broken. Otherwise, under the cover of the Great Formation, our virtual souls will be greatly restricted and it will be almost impossible to escape. Fong Qingqing nodded and said, Yes, we must seize this time. Bai Ruch couldn't help but said, Can I use the Holy Mirror of Taishu to steal the fruits of the world tree? No, Chu Xian said. Let Dao Dao reveal the 12 wings of the God King, which is enough to shock all the powerful people and shake the entire God realm. Your Taishu Holy Mirror appears again. By then, not only the angels and the gods will be in chaos, but the entire God realm may be in chaos. Bai Ruch scratched his head. Is it really so exaggerated? I feel like my uncle is a little too worried. Shen Hongxiu rolled her eyes and said, How exaggerated? Can't you use your brain? With the appearance of the 12 wings of the God King, the major Protoss may still make random guesses. If your Taishu Holy Mirror comes out again, even idiots will know that it's us who are back. When the time comes, the opposition among the major Protoss, those who have not been loyal to us in the past, will definitely move out immediately, hoping to find us and then chop us into pieces. Fan Qingqing said. Yes. According to the plan mentioned by Chen Fan and Chu Xian before. We still need to wait for a while. It's really too weak now. Outside the formation, it was also a mess. Several existences at the level of god kings and great emperors confronted each other. The powerful men of the major Protoss simply did not dare to approach. Chen Fan himself circled the edge of the formation several times. But because of the shielding of the large formation, he could not sense the auras of the people inside. According to the plan, his true self will take the beast control space to meet Henry Chu and the others. In addition to the beast controlling space, Chen Fan could not think of any other means that could be used to deal with existences at the level of god kings and great emperors. Even if he turns into a black hole, his power is not enough to compete with a god king level existence. There is only space for beast control. When the time comes, grab the fruit of the world tree. Bring everyone back to the beast controlling space. And then enter the ancient god realm. Let the killing angel king and the others go ahead. Chen Fan can even take everyone directly through the ancient god realm. Back to the 5th restricted area of the Blue Star Demon City. And then back to the Tanny realm. The key is to grab the fruit of the world tree. And after grabbing the fruit of the world tree, the enemies are not only the angels and gods, but also the powerful men of other major gods. The median demon can be ignored. Even if you can't beat him, you can still escape. But the upper level demon is very troublesome. Moreover, there were densely packed high-level demons inside and outside the formation. But the most troublesome thing is the existence of the God King and the Great Emperor. The Angel God clan is not the only one who kills the Angel King. Several gods and emperors came from other Protoss. All the powerful men were staring at the few World Tree fruits. Even if you can get the fruit of the World Tree, escaping from their hands will be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Chen Fan was swimming around in the starry sky, taking advantage of several God Kings and Great Emperors. The world was turned upside down. His true form quietly penetrated the barrier of the formation and entered the formation. Sensed. As soon as he entered the formation, Chen Fan sensed the existence of his clone and Chu Xian. The vitality of heaven and earth in the formation is converging in one direction, as if all the currents are returning to the sea. And that direction is exactly where Henry Chu and the others are. All around, the powerful men from the major Protoss races were fighting with the powerful men from the Angel Protoss race. Chen Fan raised the virtual soul to the extreme and touched the location of the World Tree. My power is much stronger than my own. Those high-ranking demon gods who fight fiercely. It is really difficult to find his existence unless they are deliberately looking for it. Looking at the fluctuations in the vitality of heaven and earth. The fruits of the World Tree should be ripe soon. Hurry up! Chapter 374. Take the fire out of the cauldron. The Angel God clan was in chaos. The plan that had been prepared for thousands of years was inexplicably broken. Even the clan's artifact, God King's 10 Wings, was robbed. It's unimaginable. This kind of thing was originally impossible to happen. Even if a being at the level of a God King enters the formation, it is impossible to snatch away the 10 Wings of the God King. In the end, he was robbed by a weak lower-level demon god. Not only did that man steal the God King's 10 Wings, he could even control the God King's 10 Wings. How can this be? Even within the Angel God clan, there are only a handful of people who can control the 10 Wings of the God King. At this time, a group of old guys from the Killing Angel King and the Angel God clan were still out there trying to contain the God Kings and Emperors of the major God clan. Within the formation, the Tiansheng God clan has completely exploded. On the one hand, they have to resist the powerful men of the major divine races such as the heaven-devouring demon emperor. On the other hand, they also want to catch up with the mysterious man and take back the God King's 10 Wings. In the midst of the chaos, the defense of the fruit of the World Tree was at its weakest. In addition to the 6 high-level demon gods, there are only 20 middle-level demon gods left on the surrounding planets. Once other high-ranking demon gods from the Protoss get to this point, the fruit of the World Tree will be in danger. The strong man from the Angel God clan almost vomited blood. Originally, the plan was perfect. Use the fruits of the World Tree to attract powerful men from all major Protoss races. Then, use the God King's 10 Wings to replace the Killing Demon Sword. Transform the Killing Array into a Devouring Array. And use all the powerful gods who enter the array as nourishment for the fruits of the World Tree. As long as it succeeds, the Angel God clan is likely to add a God King level existence. Did not expect? It's been a waste of time, and my heart has been hanging for half a lifetime. A moment of joy and sudden sadness. Now, even the fruits of the World Tree may not be able to be saved. Near the World Tree, the faces of several high-ranking demon gods from the Angel God clan became extremely ugly. If they were to fight to the death, they would not be afraid at all even if a being like the sky-devouring demon emperor arrived. But now we are not fighting to the death. Now we are protecting the fruits of the World Tree. All around, high-ranking demon gods from other Protoss clans have quietly come over. Once the fruit of the World Tree matures, those guys will definitely pounce on it like hungry wolves. Above the void, Shen Daoao, Chu Xian and others were all in a state of virtual souls, motionless, as if they had completely turned into nothingness. Shen Nua's voice rang in the minds of Shen Taoao and Shen Hongxiu. Wang, the one with a scar on his forehead is Shen Tianxi. He is one of the elders of our Angel God clan, and was the left guard of Her Royal Highness the Princess back then. Over the years, the King of Killing Angels has become more powerful. Although he devoted himself to the Killing Angel King, he was not actually reused, and the Killing Angel King seems to have been wary of him, because he was one of Her Royal Highness's confidants back then. Shen Hongxiu said. So what? We can't reveal our identities right now, and I have no memory of that time at all. So why should I persuade him or order him around? Shen Nua said. Your Highness, if there is going to be a fight, I will hold him back. It's too dangerous, Shen Taodao said. Although you have opened the 7th level of the Void Divine Body, you are still only at the peak of the lower Demon God, while Shen Tianxi is already at the peak of the upper Demon God. The gap is too big. If he really kills him, you can't stop him. He shouldn't be a killer, Shen Nua said. When the Angel God clan was divided, I just didn't want to surrender to the Killing Angel King, so I chose to leave the God realm. If Shen Tianxi is still loyal to the King and Princess, he will not kill me, Shen Hongxiu said coldly. What if he is no longer loyal? How many thousands of years have passed? Tens of thousands of years have passed. The sea has dried up. The rocks have rotted. And everything has decayed. Is there anything that cannot be changed? Henry Chu, who had been silent for the whole time, suddenly said. Give them a little more confidence. Isn't Shen Nua still the same? We are not revealing our identities, just to be cautious. But I still believe that whether it is the Angel God clan, the Ancient Demon clan, or the Sky Demon clan, there must be many people waiting for our return. Shen Taoao and Shen Hongxiu were both silent. Li Fengxing poured cold water on everyone at this moment. Chu Xian, don't bet on people's hearts. We can't afford it. In the Angel God clan, you kill me and I kill each other, regardless of distance. It's the same with all the major Protoss. You hit me and I'll hit you. I just saw that 2 powerful men from the Heavenly Dragon clan, before they started fighting with the Angel God clan, one of them attacked the other and beat him to death. Back then, Brother Fan ruled the world and finally restored peace to the God realm. But when the void pollution came, look at these idiots, killing each other for a little profit. The most shameless and craziest thing is the Angel God clan. They actually set up a devouring formation and want to use the strong men of the major God clan as nutrients. What else can't they do in order to survive? If these powerful angels and gods knew the identities of Tao Tao and Hong Xiu, do you think they would swarm up and cut Tao Tao and Hong Xiu into pieces? Shen Hongxiu. What the hell are you doing? Shen Taoao. Yeah. Have you switched into the form of the Dragon Emperor again? You'd better switch to the state of Li Fengxing in the lower realm. The form of Tianlong Emperor is too annoying. Li Fengxing. I'm telling the truth. The truth must be a bit unpleasant to hear, Fang Qingqing said. There is no need to think so much. Qin Fan's true self has arrived. Our mission is to grab the fruits of the World Tree and deliver them to Qin Fan. We are just clones now. We don't have to worry about life or death. That's right. Shen Hongxiu reacted. Damn. I was led astray by Li Fengxing. GGYYYYYYY said for a long time that we are just clones. Let's take a gamble, and maybe we can get an extra helper. If you lose the bet, you just lose a clone. What does it matter? Shen Nua. Then Shen Tianxi will be left to you. Shen Nua immediately agreed. Yes. Fang Qingqing said. However, you have to be careful. Although you are also a clone, you are carrying the 12 wings of the God King. Don't lose the 12 wings of the God King. Don't worry, Shen Taoda said. If I can't beat him, can I still not run away? With the Void Soul and the 12 wings of the God King, I can instantly penetrate this formation. Unless there is an existence at the level of the God King and the Great Emperor, it is impossible for a high-level demon to catch up with me. Henry Chu warned. Don't be too confident. High-level demon gods also have strengths and weaknesses. Ordinary high-level demon gods may not be able to catch up. But the peak of the high-level demon gods can catch you accidentally. Shen Tao was a little annoyed. Don't say such depressing words. Bai Ruch said. Now Dao. Try your crow's mouth. Shen Tao was furious. That's the great prophecy. It's the great prophecy. Big crow's mouth. Bai Ruch said. Whether it's useful for high-level demon gods or not. You won't lose a piece of meat if you try it. Shen Tao said with a dark face. When I use the great prophecy technique with the 12 wings of the God King in conjunction with the virtual soul, no one can catch up with me. Everyone. Shen Tao. The killing angel king will be entangled by several God Kings and beat him half to death. Everyone. Shen Tao. The fallen angel king is on my side. Everyone. Shen Tao. When I use the 12 wings of the God King, everyone who chases me will have diarrhea. Everyone. Henry Chu. I can't stand it anymore. Is it really useful? Shen Hongxiu. The lower demon god has not eaten for tens of thousands of years. How can he still have diarrhea? Can't you say something reliable? Shen Tao. Those who chase me will be stopped by others. Everyone. Shen Tao. All the fruits of the world tree will fall into Brother Fan's hands. Henry Chu. This is the most reliable sentence. Li Fengxing. Is it really useful? It's useful. Shen Nuo said. The great prophecy technique back then was the most powerful divine skill in the god realm. And it follows what you say. Shen Tao said. But I remember Brother Fan said that once he had a dream and I used the great prophecy technique on him. But it didn't work. The Demon King is an exception. Shen Nuo said. When you used the great prophecy on the heavenly dragon emperor, he fell down and lost 2 of his front teeth. Li Fengxing. Stop talking. Look below. Shen Hongxiu suddenly shouted softly. Everyone took a closer look and saw that the dozen or so fruits on the world tree below were all emitting bright light. Like the sun! The fruits of the world tree are about to mature. The vitality of heaven and earth from all directions, like thousands of currents returning to the sea, converge crazily towards those fruits. Ha 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 ha. In the darkness, a strong man could no longer hold back, laughed wildly, and rushed towards the fruit of the world tree. In all directions, more and more powerful people are showing their aura. Shen Hongxiu and others were stunned. Damn. Why are there so many? Shen Naoto said for a while. In this case, how can we grab the fruit of the world tree? How about I urge the God King's 12 wings to rush over? Grab it and run away? Don't mess around. Shen Hongxiu said in a deep voice. The 12 wings of the God King are more important than the fruits of the world tree. As soon as you appear, the 6 people below will probably look for you as soon as possible. Li Fengxing said. Don't worry. Brother Fan is coming soon. Although there are many strong men from the major divine clans, it is not that simple to break through the defenses of those 6 people. While speaking, one of the 6 powerful angels and gods around the world tree slowly stood up. She glanced up indifferently, and then lightly touched the air with the palm of her right hand. A honeycomb-like translucent barrier instantly appeared around the world tree. A group of strong men swarmed in, unable to dodge, and many of them ran directly into the strange barrier. Call! 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 There was no impact as everyone expected. All the strong men who touched the translucent honeycomb barrier disappeared. And that barrier is still expanding crazily. Careful! Back off! A strong man from the Sky Demon clan, with a pair of curved horns on his forehead, reminded. That girl is Shenwuyu of the Angel God clan. Her attainments in space are still above those of the Sky-Eating Demon Emperor. Those people just now may have been teleported outside the formation by her space magic. The powerful men from all the major Protoss clans cursed and kept retreating. They didn't know whether this kind of space magic would kill people. But after struggling for so long, I finally touched the vicinity of the world tree and was accidentally teleported away, which made me want to vomit blood. Guys like the Angel God clan are cunning and insidious. If they use this kind of space magic to send everyone into a space storm, wouldn't they not even know how they died? A group of strong men looked at the expanding honeycomb barrier and could only keep retreating. No one was willing to touch it. A strong person leaves a distance and uses magic or magic weapons to attack. But all kinds of attacks disappeared without a trace. Shen Taotao and others above the void were also surprised. Shenwuyu alone blocked so many high-level demons. How to break this kind of space magic? At this moment, a devil's claw suddenly appeared in the void, shining on the expanding honeycomb-shaped barrier, and gently grabbed. Tear! That honeycomb-shaped barrier was immediately caught with a huge crack. It's the heaven-devouring demon emperor who's here. Come in! The heaven-devouring demon emperor has opened a hole in the barrier. Rush in! The powerful men of the major Protoss clans were shouting very vigorously. But no one came forward. They all seemed to want to let others be the test subjects. Shinwuyue raised his head slightly and frowned. In the air, a delicate laugh came from the heaven-devouring demon emperor. The crack that was caught by her claws expanded again. But Shintianzi swayed and blocked the opening of the crack. He put his hands behind his back and silently looked at the strong men outside. None of the powerful men from the major divine clans dared to step forward. Shin Tao, Chu Xian and others are thinking about countermeasures. At this moment, golden light flashed in the air. And Shin Fan, carrying the God King's 10 wings, appeared out of thin air outside the crack. What? Whether it was the Angel God clan or the powerful men from the major God clan, they were all stunned for a moment. The mysterious man snatched away the God King's 10 wings and left under the pursuit of the Angel God clan. Didn't he? Why did you come to the World Tree? Isn't this a self-inflicted trap? Behind them, I saw a group of powerful angels and gods. Wu Wu Jia Sha, chasing after them. At the entrance of the crack, Shin Tianxi's expression moved slightly, and he stretched out his hand toward Shin Fan to grab. In the midst of lightning and flint, changes occurred again. A whirlpool space gate appeared out of thin air. Call! Shin Fan took the God King's 10 wings and threw himself directly into the whirlpool space gate, disappearing without a trace. Impossible! Shinwuyue and the heaven-eating demon emperor appeared at the edge of the crack at the same time. The two strong men who were good at space magic instantly locked onto an area tens of thousands of miles in radius. But Shin Fan, who had just rushed over with the God King's 10 wings, seemed to have disappeared from this world, leaving not even a trace of breath behind. Shinwuyue's face was gloomy, and he waved his hands continuously. One layer after another, honeycomb-like barriers appear from all directions. The heaven-devouring demon king cursed secretly and stepped back. In the dark, Shin Fan himself, who had put away his beast control space, did not dare to move. All around him were honeycomb barriers. At this time, he was compressed into the size of a needle tip, hiding in the gaps of those honeycomb barriers. Brother Fan is in a little trouble. Above the void, Shin Naotao said, It's my turn to take action. Henry Chu and others warned. Be careful. After luring them away, come back and go to Brother Fan's beast-controlling space. Shin Tao chuckled and revealed his figure. His appearance is the human form of his beast-controlling dragon-blooded mad lion. But it's not important. The important thing is that the 12 wings of the God King behind him are shining brightly. The 12 wings of the God King! This is impossible! What happened? Whether it was the Angel Protoss or other major Protoss, all the powerful men in the entire formation were attracted by Shin Tao. Shin Naotao grinned. His body swayed, and he entered the virtual soul state. With the 12 wings of the God King, he moved tens of thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. Go after him! Shinwuyue waved his hand, dropped the World Tree, and chased after Shin Naotao. The other 4 high-ranking demon gods near the World Tree, as well as a group of mid-level demon gods, no longer cared about the powerful men of the major gods around them, and all chased after Shin Tao. Not only that, even the powerful angels and gods in the formation, who were far away from the World Tree, after sensing the aura of the God King's 12 wings, abandoned their opponents and headed toward Shin Naotao crazily. God King 12 wings. The 12 wings of the God King have appeared after disappearing for tens of thousands of years. This has indescribable significance for the Angel God clan. No matter what, the Angel God clan must recover the 12 wings of the God King, and find out who that person is. There was only one Shin Tianxi left near the World Tree. The heaven-devouring demon emperor appeared and smiled. Shin Tianxi, do you think you can stop so many of us by yourself? Shin Tianxi had no expression on his face and said calmly, If you don't try it, how will you know? As he spoke, Shin Tianxi turned his palm into a sword and did whatever he wanted. Boom! Outside the crack, where there was nothingness, screams came out, and a figure was cut into 2 pieces. That was a high-ranking demon from the Sky Demon clan. That day, the superior demon god of the demon tribe was furious, and the 2 bodies were frantically trying to connect together. But no matter how hard he tried, the 2 bodies just couldn't close. Shin Tianxi's eyes were unwavering, and he used his left hand to grab the strong man from the Sky Demon tribe, who was broken into 2 pieces. At the critical moment, a chain flew from the void, wrapped up the strong man of the Sky Demon tribe, who was broken into 2 parts, and dragged him to the edge. Lower demon god! Whether it was Shin Tianxi, the heaven-devouring demon emperor, or others, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. There is actually a low-level demon god who can't help but save a strong man from the celestial demon tribe? Are you tired of living? Above the void, Fong Qingqing's face was as sinking as water. The sky-devouring demon emperor's expression moved slightly, and two claws appeared out of thin air, grabbing at Shintianzi. Shintianzi snorted coldly, and a huge sword appeared out of thin air behind him, splitting the two claws apart with one strike. With a loud bang, a storm swept across. Qin Fan took this opportunity and quietly tried to get past Shintianzi. Cunning little mouse! Shintianzi looked surprised and quickly grabbed it with his left hand. Qin Fan groaned and felt that the space around him was instantly imprisoned. Not even the virtual soul can penetrate it. And his figure was also revealed. Depend on! It's that kid who stole the God King's 10 wings! He's still hiding on the edge? A low-level demon god actually wants to reap the benefits. The powerful men of the major Protoss clans were furious. You are indeed still hiding here. Shintianzi smiled slightly and gently shook his left hand. Space is compressed immediately. Qin Fan frowned. And with a thought, it turned into a huge black hole. Not good! Shintianzi's expression changed drastically. The heaven-eating demon emperor was also surprised. The two of them moved out at the same time. Ha 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 ha! The black hole transformed by Qin Fan covered the world tree with a roar. Thank you all! I want the fruit of the world tree! Outside, the powerful men of the major gods were furious. The eyes of Shintianzi and the heaven-eating demon emperor also showed anger. Of course they are not afraid of black holes of this magnitude. But there is nothing they can do about this black hole. A group of strong men watched helplessly as the black hole swallowed the world tree. Not just the fruit. The trunks of the world tree that penetrated many planets were swallowed up by black holes. This guy is really greedy to the extreme. And he directly gave the Angel God clan a blow from the bottom of the cauldron. Chapter 375 The Fallen Angel King Takes Action. Catch him! The powerful men from all major divine races were furious. Everyone tried their best to rush to the world tree. Unexpectedly, someone actually benefited from it. The most unbearable thing is that he is a low-level demon. In front of so many high-level demon gods. He snatched away the God King's 10 wings, and the fruit of the world tree. Do you think that the powerful gods are idiots? If he really succeeds, will all the powerful men have the nerve to hang out in the god realm in the future? But the problem is, the mysterious lower demon god turned into a black hole. What exactly is going on? I have never heard of a powerful person from the Protoss being able to turn into a black hole in the end. What's more, he's just a lower-level demon? Although a group of high-level demon gods can escape the suction of the black hole, it is impossible to destroy the black hole. All that was seen was the light of swords and spells in the void, overwhelmingly covering the black hole. But as soon as it touched the black hole, any attack disappeared without a trace in an instant. A black hole that can swallow even light. The attacks of a group of high-ranking demon gods were completely unable to shake him. Shintianzi! The heaven-devouring demon emperor looked gloomy and said in a deep voice, This kid is quite capable. How about you and I joining forces? Shintianzi nodded slightly. Neither the Angel clan nor any other clan would be willing to let Qin Fan escape. Two existences at the pinnacle of high-ranking demon gods chose to join forces when they had no choice but to face the black hole. But just then, a figure flashed in the air, and Shenhua appeared and stopped in front of Shintianzi. Sir, you can't do this. Shenhua? Shintianzi's face changed slightly. The mysterious man previously snatched away the God King's 10 wings, and was able to control the God King's 10 wings. This had already made Shintianzi and the people from the major Protoss suspect that the mysterious man was someone from within the Angel Protoss. Now that Shenhua appears and wants to stop Shintianzi, this speculation seems to be confirmed. Shenhua said in a deep voice, Sir, I was born as a member of the Angel God clan and died as a ghost of the Angel God clan. I swear on my soul that I will never betray the Angel God clan forever. Please trust me for once. Shintianzi's eyes changed continuously, but he did not speak. Seeing this, the heaven-devouring demon emperor burst into laughter. It seems that I can only test the depth of this black hole myself. She hasn't finished speaking yet. The vortex portal that appeared before appeared again. All the strong men immediately stared at the whirlpool portal. He saw Natanos walking out of the vortex portal. The powerful men from all the major Protoss clans were stunned for a moment. Everyone thought that there might be a powerful high-level demon coming out. Unexpectedly, it was just a low-level demon god. Natanos scratched his head and said a little less confidently, Lord Demon Emperor, why are you? The heaven-devouring demon emperor frowned. What exactly do you want to say? Compared with these high-level demons, Natanos, the lower-level demon, is indeed a bit weak. But no one dared to look down on Natanos, whether it was the sky-devouring demon emperor or the powerful men from the other gods present. Because this guy was the person next to the demon king back then. Although the demon king has fallen, but Natanos still has some weight in the dark abyss. Not to mention the heaven-devouring demon emperor. Even some god king emperor level beings in the dark abyss must give him 3 cents of face. Then I saw Natanos saying, "Lord Demon Emperor, please retreat." "What did you say?" A trace of displeasure flashed in the eyes of the heaven-eating demon emperor. "Nathanos, are you ordering me?" Sudden, there seemed to be a weeping voice coming from the void. The heaven-devouring demon king listened intently, and his expression changed. On the other side, the strong man from the sky demon tribe, who was rescued by Fong Qingqing, tilted his head slightly, and said to Fong Qingqing, "It's the voice of the 7th-level demon emperor of the dark abyss." I just said this. The figures on the field were shaking. Shin Tianxi and the heaven-devouring demon emperor blocked the powerful gods on both sides of the black hole. What? The powerful men from all the major Protoss clans were shocked. The 2 powerful men who just wanted to join forces to deal with the black hole actually started to protect the black hole? The heaven-eating demon emperor, Shin Tianxi, a strong man from the giant elephant tribe, said in a loud voice. "Even if you two are the strongest existences among the upper demon gods, it is probably impossible to stop so many strong men." "Right." As if in response to his words, the powerful men from the surrounding gods released their breath at the same time. A terrifying aura suddenly rose into the sky. Shin Nu and Natanos who were inside were shocked and turned into virtual souls at the same time. The powerful men of the major divine clans, as well as Shin Tianxi and the heaven-eating demon emperor, all noticed this. Shin Nua from the Angelic clan and Natanos from the demon clan actually know the secret method? The mysterious existence that turned into a black hole used this secret method to escape the detection of many high-level demon gods, and rushed to the world tree under the eyes of a group of high-level demon gods. What kind of magic is this? The weak lower demon god can actually use this demonic power to compete with the upper demon god. It's unimaginable. The powerful men from all the major Protoss races began to use their divine power to approach the black hole. As for Shin Tianxi and the heaven-eating demon emperor, their faces were as dark as water, as if they didn't care. At this time, Chen Fen had not completely swallowed the world tree. Upon seeing this, Shin Hongxiu and Bai Rouge appeared and protected themselves around the black hole. "It's the next demon again!" The high-ranking demon gods of all the major Protoss clans had anger in their eyes. Has the world of gods changed? A mere low-level demon god dares to challenge the dignity of a high-level demon god? The heaven-eating demon emperor and Shin Tianxi also frowned and activated their consciousness, and quickly glanced at Shin Hongxiu and others. Very strange power. Even with the knowledge of the heaven-devouring demon emperor and Shin Tianxi, they couldn't even guess which clan of gods Shin Hongxiu and others belonged to. Not only are their powers strange and unfamiliar, but all of them can actually turn into nothingness. These people seem to have never appeared in the god realm before. It's like it came out of nowhere. At this time, an old man in the crowd said in a deep voice, "A black hole of this magnitude can only swallow a small star field at most. As for us, if we try our best, each of our attacks can easily destroy a star field. 3 people from the ancient demon clan and 3 people from the sky demon clan are causing trouble for Shin Tianxi and the heaven-eating demon emperor. Others, if you attack the black hole with all your strength, you can definitely destroy the black hole." The powerful men from the major divine clans around nodded slightly. At this moment, another change occurred. A figure fell from the sky. The fallen angel king put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "If Shin Tianxi and the others can't stop you, what about me?" The strong men of the major Protoss races, with Shin Tianxi and the heaven-eating demon emperor, they actually had no confidence in their hearts. Suddenly a god king level being rushed over. Even if all the strong men come together, they still won't be able to defeat a god king level being. Does the king of killing angels live for a living? He actually rushed to the side of the world tree with his mortal enemy? The fallen angel king smiled slightly and said, "You are all powerful men with status. If I kill you, the god king of your god clan will inevitably cause trouble for me again. How about we all retreat?" The powerful men of the major divine clans looked at each other in confusion. "Don't retreat. You are unwilling to do so. After struggling for so long, I finally got here. Don't retreat. Even if we go together, can a group of high-level demon gods still compete with the fallen angel king? What's more, there are 2 high-ranking demon gods, Shin Tianxi and the heaven-devouring demon emperor, At their peak, it's not as good as what the fallen Angel King has in mind. It's impossible to snatch the World Tree fruit and the God King's 10 wings from this kind of existence. All the powerful men looked evil, but they all stepped back. Although they did not leave immediately, they showed their attitude. When the other strong men saw this, they were extremely angry, but they still had smiles on their faces. The fallen Angel King has come forward in a few days. If we don't give him this face, we will be punished by drinking wine instead of eating. Fallen Angel King, even if you strengthen the fruit of the World Tree and kill the Angel King and the Angel God clan, I will not let you go. It's getting harder and harder to get along in the God realm now. God King and Emperor level existences have to mobilize forces like this just for a few World Tree fruits. Alas, where is the killing Angel King? His home has been taken away, and he is still being beaten to death outside? Back off! Back off! You can't afford to offend an existence at the level of a God King or Great Emperor. All around, powerful men disappeared into the void. The auras disappeared one after another, and it was not known whether they were far away or hidden in the darkness. But with the fallen Angel King guarding here, no one would dare to take action unless a God King level existence arrived. The fallen Angel King smiled slightly and glanced at the black hole beside him. The black hole slowly disappeared, and Xin Fan appeared. The tree of the world only has a dead branch left. The fallen Angel King gave a bitter smile and said, "Is this little friend a little too cruel? Forget it. If you pick the fruit, it will swallow up all the branches of the World Tree. I'm afraid the killing Angel King and those old guys won't let you go." Xin Fan said calmly, "Even if I leave the branches of the World Tree behind, they still won't let me go." Fallen Angel King, Xin Fan added, "If they dare to plan and use the powerful people of the major gods, and they do not hesitate to offend the major gods, they should have the consciousness to bankrupt their entire family." The fallen Angel King burst into laughter. After a moment of silence, he said, "The formation has not been broken. Outside the formation, there are still a group of God King level beings. Even if I want to help you, I can't think of a way to help you escape." Xin Fan smiled and said nothing. The next moment, the void chains on his body were released, enveloping Chu Xian, Shen Hongxiu and others. The whirlpool space door appears again. Xin Fan led a group of people and stepped in. The fallen Angel King watched this scene without stopping or speaking. The heaven-eating demon emperor couldn't help but frown. "I can't find its location in the other dimension at all. It is impossible for a lower demon god to control the rules of space to such an extent." The fallen Angel King remained silent. His consciousness could not penetrate the space barrier at all. He had only seen this kind of weird space power in the Demon King back then. The fallen Angel King raised his head and murmured after a while, "Hope." The heaven-eating demon emperor and Shintianzi glanced at the fallen Angel King at the same time. What does the hope, in the words of the fallen Angel King, mean? Who is the mysterious man who stole the fruit of the World Tree? Suddenly, a storm swept across the void. The furious voice of the killing Angel King came over. "Fallen Angel King, you stole the inside and outside, colluded with outsiders to steal the God King's 10 wings, and destroyed the World Tree. What crime should you do?" The fallen Angel King said calmly, "King of killing angels, you are the real center of the Angel God clan. How dare you plan to attract the powerful gods from all over the world to devour their power? You have pushed the angelic Protoss to the opposite side of all the Protoss. All the efforts of the Angel God King back then, and the countless years of efforts of the Angel God clan, have been destroyed by you. You? Damn it!" The two God Kings faced each other tit for tat. Shintianzi and the heaven-devouring demon emperor were startled and ran out in two directions at the same time. After a while, a terrible storm set off where the World Tree was, sweeping in all directions. In the beast-controlling space, Xin Fan frowned. Got everything. He should be happy. But Shin Naotao is still outside. Shin Taotao took the God King's 12 wings with him, and now he doesn't know where he is gone. The beast-controlling space moves with the movement of Xin Fan. When I enter the beast-controlling space, the position of the beast-controlling space is still at the location of the World Tree, unless Shin Taotao runs back. Otherwise, the key is that the killing Angel King and the fallen Angel King now treat the World Tree area as a battlefield. The two God Kings fought fiercely. Even if Shin Taotao had the 12 wings of the God King, it would be impossible for him to rush into this battle circle at this time. Seeing Xin Fan frowning, Shen Hongxiu said, "Don't think too much. Taotao is just a clone. The worst-case scenario is destroying that clone and losing the 12 wings of the God King. The 12 wings of the God King are also projection clones. No one in the Angel God clan can control it except now Dao. Li Fengxing immediately said. Even if someone can really control you. Do you still remember what happened after Brother Fan came out of the 5th restricted area? What happened? Everyone was stunned. Li Fengxing said. Brother Fan himself obtained several projection clones of the sky-breaking demon sword. And infused them. And finally killed the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss. But after returning to the demonic city, the other projection clones of the sky-breaking demon sword were all taken back overnight. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Li Fengxing grinned and said. I feel that if I go to the Angel God King realm and roar, maybe the God King 12 Wings will directly retrieve the God King 12 Wings that I lost? Shen Hongxiu nodded. Very good. Then I will send the weakest clone out and send a message to Tao Ao to tell him to die quickly. Everyone. It's just a joke, Shen Hongxiu said. Anyway, we don't have to worry about him now. It's not an option to hide here all the time. We might as well enter the Ancient God realm directly. And then go back to Lanzhou through the Ice Hall of the Ancient God realm. The star is fine. Then return from Blue Star to Tanny realm. Then from Tanny realm to Timel realm. And finally return to God realm. That's it. Okay. Chen Fan nodded. I'm going to the Ice Palace now. Angel's Holy Land. Shen Tao Ao mobilized the 12 wings of the God King. And in conjunction with the virtual soul, it was constantly moving in the void. Behind them, powerful demon gods from the angelic and divine tribes were chasing after him. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Come after me. Can you catch me? Shen Nato laughed wildly, jumping among the stars. And in the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of thousands of miles away. The powerful angels and gods in the back all had long faces and said nothing. The existence that can activate the 12 wings of the God King must be someone from the Angel God clan. Moreover, it is very likely that they are the royal family of the Angel God clan. But they have never seen this person before. Where did it come from? The powerful men of the Angel God clan were angry and funny. They all knew that the guy in front of him deliberately used the 12 wings of the God King to lure them away. But the 12 wings of the God King are really too important to the Angel Protoss. In addition to the power of the 12 wings of the God King, they also represent the hope of the Angel God clan. No matter what, I have to get it back. No. To be precise, we should catch the kid in front and bring him back to the Angel God clan. However, that guy is too fast. The strongest point of the God King's 12 wings is speed. The speed that can travel through space. Unless a God King level existence arrives. Even if the higher demon god chases him here and there, he can't catch up. Stop! Just when everyone was depressed, an old voice sounded from the front. A group of powerful angels and gods were immediately overjoyed. The third elder is here! Boom! Shen Yao Ao, who was traveling at an extremely fast speed, accidentally hit a wall of nothingness. His whole body was flattened and turned into a piece of paper. Oh! 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 Shen Tao Tao grabbed his head and pulled it twice to return his body to normal. Only then did he see an old man in front of him, leaning on a cane, looking at him silently. This old man? Sneak attack on me! Shen Naoto rubbed his face and blinked. The 12 wings of the God King can easily shuttle through various formations and spaces. What's more, there are still virtual souls. Even if the old man in front of him is a God King Emperor level being. And even if he is good at space, it is theoretically impossible to trap him. Shen Tao Tao rolled his eyes. His virtual soul improved, and his whole person turned into a shadow. Little friend, the third elder of the Angel God clan said. Have I never seen you in the Angel God clan before? Someone who can control the 12 wings of the God King must be an angel god. There is no doubt about it. Moreover, I am afraid it is the ancient royal family. There was no blame in the eyes of the third elder. Instead, he was full of curiosity about the young man in front of him. Shen Tao Ao tilted his head and said with a sneer. Old man, have all the angels and gods fallen to this level now? What's in your head? Do you also listen to the words of a lunatic like the killing Angel King? After this incident, all the major Protoss have regarded the Angel Protoss as their enemies. Will the Angel Protoss find it difficult to move forward in the divine world in the future? The third elder's eyes moved slightly. Then what do you think we should do? His address to Shen Nato became, you. At this time, a high-ranking demon god from the Angel God clan behind him had already chased after him and surrounded Shen Dao Dao. Shen Tao Ao did not answer the third elder's words, but smiled and waved his hand gently. Call! The 12 wings of the God King flew towards the third elder. The third elder was taken aback, thinking that Shen Tao Tao was using the 12 wings of the God King to attack him, and immediately moved out. However, the 12 wings of the God King did not show an attacking form. Shin Tao Dao said, "Don't you want the 12 wings of the God King? Take it." Third Elder. Shin Tao Dao said again, "I handed over the 12 wings of the God King. Can you let me go?" "I'm sorry," the Third Elder said. "You must go back to the Angel God clan with me. Then there's nothing we can do about it," Shin Tao Dao said with a mocking smile. "I'm going to blow myself up in front of you. Can you imprison me?" As he spoke, a vast and surging power was released from around Shin Nao Tao. Chapter 376. The Dutin God Realm is about to be in chaos. "Wait!" Seeing Shin Nao Tao trying to blow himself up, the Third Elder was startled and hurriedly stopped him. Then, he sighed and said, "That's all. You go." Shin Tao Dao blinked, turned around and left. "Wait!" The Third Elder stopped Shin Nao Tao again. Shin Tao Dao was a little annoyed. "Why? You want to force me to blow myself up again?" The Third Elder said helplessly. "The direction you are going is towards the core area of the Angel Holy Realm." Shin Tao Dao turned around helplessly and walked in the opposite direction. "Wait!" The Third Elder was born again immediately and stopped him. Shin Tao Dao was furious. "Old man, can you finish what you have to say in one go?" The Third Elder said with a strange look on his face. "To leave the Holy Angel Realm, you should go up or down." "Huh?" Shin Tao Dao was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" The Third Elder and a group of powerful angels and gods were also stunned. Isn't this guy an ancient royal family of the Angel God clan? Why is he not even familiar with the Holy Land of Angels? No. From the looks of it, he was not unfamiliar with the Holy Angel Realm. He is not even familiar with the Divine World at all. The Third Elder waved his hand lightly. In the void, a translucent tower-like object appeared in front of Shin Nao Tao. The Third Elder said, "The true appearance of the Divine World is actually like this." Shin Nao Tao scratched his head. The Third Elder said, "The Holy Angel Realm, the Heavenly Dragon Realm, and the Heavenly God Realm are all actually considered to be one layer of the universe." As he spoke, one of the layers of the tower-like object shone with light. The Third Elder pointed to the shining layer and said, "This is the Holy Land of Angels. If you want to leave the Holy Land of Angels, you can either go up or down." Shin Nao Tao had the urge to strangle Shin Nua and Natanos to death. "It seems that those two guys didn't tell me about this kind of thing." The Third Elder said, "The level above the Angel Holy Realm is the Ancient Demon Realm. One level below the Angel Holy Realm is the Heavenly Dragon Realm." Shin Tao Dao rolled his eyes and said, "Please mark each layer with a name and let me see." The Third Elder moved his fingers lightly. Each layer of the tower-like object displays a name. Among them, the Dutin Divine Realm is above the Ancient Demon Realm. The Third Elder added, "If you want to leave the Holy Angel Realm, you have to go up or down. But just by going up or down, you can't leave the Angelic Realm. You need to go to the Plane Maelstrom and pass through the Plane Maelstrom before you can go to other levels of the God Realm. Now that the Angel God clan has sealed the Maelstrom of the plane, you can't get out. I'll send someone to take you there. Which Divine Realm do you want to go to?" Shin Tao Dao immediately said, "I want to go to the Ancient Demon Realm. In fact, I want to go to the Dutian Realm." Shin Nao Tao grinned. The Third Elder tilted his head slightly and said, "Shinlan, please send this little friend to the Ancient Demon Realm." Among the group of strong men who were chasing Shin Tao Dao before, a woman came out and nodded slightly. "Yes." Shin Tao Dao frowned, but didn't say much. He just entered the virtual soul state and became translucent. The woman named Shinlan, with her cloak moving behind her, appeared in front of Shin Tao Dao and said, "Please follow me." The two of them went one after the other and soon disappeared into the void. The Third Elder looked at the direction in which they disappeared and remained silent for a long time. A strong man couldn't help but step forward and said, "Third Elder, are you going to let him leave the Holy Angel Realm like this? He can activate the 12 wings of the God King. He is most likely an ancient royal family of our Angel God clan. Moreover, he teamed up with several other mysterious people to steal the fruits of the World Tree from our Angel God clan. Let him go. I'm afraid the killing Angel King won't be able to do anything." The Third Elder lowered his head slightly. The 12 wings of the God King turned into a small statue, slowly rotating in his palm. "Snort." The Third Elder snorted and said, "When I do something, do I still need to report to the killing Angel King?" The strong man who just spoke immediately lowered his head. The Third Elder said, "The silence of us old guys does not mean that we support the killing Angel King. After this battle, it's time for him to restrain himself." The other strong men had different expressions and said nothing. The Third Elder said again, "This young man is not simple. But with my means, There is no way I can keep him. You have also seen that he blew himself up whenever he disagreed. Even if it's just a clone. It's not easy to practice after all. And his identity is of great significance to us. The Angel God clan. Let Shenlong follow him for a while. Obviously, what the Killing Angel King has done over the years has made it impossible for him to trust the Angel God clan. In the Angel God clan, there is an existence that can activate the 12 wings of the God King. I don't believe in the Angel God clan. Do you know what this means? At the end of the sentence, the third elder's tone had become very harsh. All the strong men looked solemn and did not dare to speak. The third elder sneered and said, "The 12 wings of the God King are different from the 10 wings of the God King. Although there is only 2 wings difference. But the 12 wings of the God King are the pillars of the Angel God clan. It is also the lifeblood of the continuation of the Angel God clan. And the master of the 12 wings of the God King is the true king of the Angel God clan. Now, the king has left us." The heads of a group of powerful angels and gods were lowered. In fact, the third elders don't need to say these words. They all understand them. But the third elder said it himself, representing his position and anger. Anger against the Killing Angel King. Well, when the Angel God clan is facing internal and external troubles, the 12 wings of the God King appear. Is this hope or despair? Dushinshan realm. In the void, Yi Hongyan and Yi Hao appeared a little embarrassed. Yeah. Yi Hao gasped and said, "Do these lunatics from the ancient demon tribe really think that we, my sister and our brother, are ginseng fruits? They have been chasing us for tens of millions of miles. How did Henry Chu suppress these madmen back then?" Yi Hongyan stepped in the void and said calmly, "The ancient demon clan is the purest demon clan. We don't care about life and death. If you don't accept it, you will do it. Later, it was just because the Dark Abyss demon clan became bigger and suppressed their popularity. Crazy? Which god is not crazy now? The angel Protoss all regard other powerful Protoss as food. And they want to have a meal all at once." Yi Hao scratched his head and said, "We heard from Shinua and Natanos before. And we caught a lot of people and asked questions along the way. It seems that the heavenly god realm has always been peaceful. I always feel like something is wrong. I haven't had many dreams before." "Sister, haven't you had many dreams? Have you ever dreamed that the Dutin clan is like the Angel God clan, divided into several major factions? Are they dissatisfied with each other?" Yi Hongyan shook her head and said, "In my dream, the Dutin clan is very united. The only time we are not united. It's time for me to take action and block all the powerful gods from the gods for him." He is naturally Chen Fan. Yi Hao also heard Chen Fan talk about it. In the dream, Chen Fan was once forced into a desperate situation by the powerful gods. However, Dutin Empress Yi Hongyan became an enemy of the entire god realm for him. Yi Hongyan stands in front of Chen Fan and threatens all the gods. Anyone who dares to touch Chen Fan will become her enemy. Whoever dares to kill Chen Fan will be slaughtered by her entire clan. Those old guys from the Dutin clan would naturally not be willing to make enemies of the entire god realm just because they were little devils. What's more, those old guys were originally sworn enemies of the old demon dragon in the Dark Abyss. In the end, the Dutin clan split into 2 factions. One group supports the Empress Yi Hongyan. One faction supports several ancestors. That was the only time the Dutin clan was not united. Yi Hao raised his head slightly and said, "What about now? Later, when you became the true Empress of Dutin, did you directly cripple the people who opposed you?" "I don't remember." Yi Hongyan shook her head and said, "Almost every dream of mine contains Chen Fan. There are almost no dreams alone." "Yi Hao, I've lived for countless thousands of years. How come no woman is so infatuated with me?" Yi Hongyan was about to speak when her expression suddenly changed slightly, and she said, "Someone is coming from the front. I saw a woman in front of me flying over quickly with 2 men. Yi Hao and Yi Hongyan came forward. The woman glanced at Yi Hao and Yi Hongyan a little warily and said, "Did you two just come from the plain Maelstrom? Which clan of gods are you from?" Yi Hongyan said, "Dark Abyss. Serious demon clan." The woman frowned, glanced at the other person and said, "Is there this demon clan in the Dark Abyss? I've never heard of it." Yi Hongyan's eyes flashed. Brush! Void chains flew out of her body like lightning, instantly imprisoning and sealing the 3 people in front of her. Yi Hao scratched his head. "My sister is really simple and rough in what she does. If it were my brother, he would step forward and ask if this beauty is free tonight." The brother he was talking about was Yi Zhan. However, Yi Zhan, Li Qingyan and others are now killing each other in the ancient god realm. and they may have forgotten that they have a younger brother named Yihao. Immediately, Yihao and Yi Hongyan entered the virtual soul state at the same time, dragging the three people to an uninhabited planet. Yi Hongyan had a thought in her mind, and threw the three of them to the ground. But the chains of void still bound them. "Who are you? How dare you go to the Dutin god realm and act wild?" The imprisoned woman, her eyes spitting fire, shouted, "In this huge world of gods, no god has ever dared to provoke us. The Tianai clan." Yihao tilted his head and said, "Who is in charge of the Dutin divine realm now?" The three people on the ground were stunned for a while. Yihao rolled his eyes and said, "I mean, in the Dutin divine realm now, who is the boss? Who is the emperor? What kind of king or something like that?" Three people on the ground. Yihao looked at Yi Hongyan. "Looks like three fools?" The woman lying on the ground narrowed her eyes slightly. "You have just come to the god realm. Right. You don't even know about the Dutin god realm? I was discovered by you." Yihao winked and said, "It's true that I just came to the god realm not long ago." The faces of the three people on the ground were a little ugly. The lowest level demon god, who had just arrived in the god realm, took them down with one move. Had they practiced for tens of thousands of years in vain? The woman gritted her teeth and said, "In the Dutin divine realm, the elders now make the decision. After the death of the Dutin empress, there was no longer a great emperor in the Dutin divine realm, because no one deserves that position. Isn't that right?" Yihao frowned and said, "Shen Nuo said that the current emperor of the Dutin divine realm should be the father of the Dutin empress?" The three people on the ground looked at each other, and their expressions became even weirder. After a while, the woman said, "The emperor entered the sanctuary to protect his tribe and fought with a void demon for hundreds of years. He was contaminated by the void and fell into madness." "What?" Yihao and Yi Hongyan were shocked. This should be what happens after Shenhua and Natanos go down to the next world. The woman then said, "The emperor has been suppressed by several elders using the Tongtian divine pillar for more than 4,000 years. "Oh!" Yi Hongyan Feng Qinyan said calmly, and retracted the void chain. The three people on the ground were brushed and all flew up. The three of them were surrounded by divine light. Their swords were unsheathed, and their auras soared into the sky. Crash! The void chains on Yi Hongyan flew out like lightning, completely imprisoning the three of them, and threw them to the ground. No resistance. Those three people. Yi Hongyan put away the void chain again, put her hands behind her back, and stepped out. Yihao smiled and followed. The three people behind were silent for a long time. "It seems that the Dutin clan is not at peace either." Yihao frowned and said, "I don't know how Brother Fan and the others are doing. It would be great if Brother Fan came." Chen Fan's voice suddenly sounded from the side. "I'm here." "Huh." Yihao was surprised and happy. "Brother Fan?" A ray of light flew out from the pendant on Yi Hongyan's neck and condensed into the appearance of Chen Fan. Chen Fan frowned and said, "The Dutin clan is also undercurrent, so we should be careful. By the way, Brother Fan," Yihao said, "please pass on the whisper of the Demon King and the 9 sky-breaking swords to me as well." Chen Fan was startled. "Don't you like using axes? Why do you suddenly want to practice the 9 heaven-breaking swords?" Yihao smiled bitterly and said, "There is no axe-like technique. Even if there is one, it is not as powerful as the 9 heaven-destroying swords." Chen Fan nodded. "Well, let's sneak into the Dutin clan first and find your father." Yihao was stunned. "Why sneak in secretly?" Chen Fan looked at Yi Hongyan and said, "I suddenly suspected that Haozi might have been taken away by Feng Xing." Yi Hongyan nodded. "I doubt it too." Chen Fan rolled his eyes at Yihao and said, "Those people you caught on the road are of low strength and are not core members of the Dutin clan. What they know is just what the Dutin clan wants the outside world to know. As for what's going on inside the Dutin clan, no one knows. Don't think that you can do whatever you want after the void divine body has reached the 7th level. I have reached the 8th level, and in the world tree of Angel Saint realm, I can only get beaten." Yihao's eyes flashed with sternness. "If those old guys don't treat my family well..." Yi Hongyan tilted her head slightly. "What about that?" Yihao gritted his teeth and said, "I will steal all their divine pillars, then smash the Dutin divine realm to pieces." Chen Fan geared up. "I'm good at this." Yi Hongyan looked at Chen Fan silently. Chen Fan felt a little guilty and looked away. Yi Hongyan said, "Let me do it myself this time." Chen Fan and Yihao looked at each other. Her Majesty the Empress is furious. The heavenly god realm is going to be in chaos. Chapter 377 Breakthrough. The peak of the middle demon god. Tanny world. Cultivation of the demonic sea. On the human emperor island. All the powerful men gathered together and surrounded Chen Fan. This is Chen Fan, who has returned from the God Realm. Chen Fan teleported from the Ice Hall of the Ancient God Realm to the 5th restricted area of the Demon City, and then returned to the Tanny Realm from Blue Star. At this time, seeing everyone surrounding him, Chen Fan smiled slightly and opened his mouth slightly. Call! A green light flew out of his mouth and quickly grew in size. After a while, a withered towering tree appeared in everyone's sight. Chen Fan said, "This is just a branch of the World Tree, but the diameter of this branch is actually larger than the Tanny Realm. I activated my divine power and compressed it countless times, and it became like this." Li Mu and others' eyes widened with disbelief. Suddenly, Zhang Jiang took a step forward and said, "Junior brother, give me the branch of the world, and I will see if I can use it to make a knife." Eh? Li Mu jumped up immediately. "Are you too greedy? Give you one branch and give me the others." Chen Han stepped forward, slapped Li Mu away, and said, "Just use it to forge a knife for Zhang Jiang. Although it is far inferior to the sky-breaking demon sword, it can be refined into a divine weapon." Li Mu covered his mouth and flew back. "Master, are you too partial?" Chen Han ignored him, looked at Chen Fan and said, "Did you just say that there are still 12 fruits of the World Tree?" Li Mu immediately became excited again. "The trunk of the World Tree was given to Zhang Jiang, so you should give me one of the fruits." "Right." Han Jianqua rolled her eyes and said, "I'll give you a useless use. At most, I'll make you a mid-level demon god." Li Mu looked at Void Demon Emperor Nano and said, "Look, she is only a lower-level demon god, and she is the bottom among the lower-level demon gods. This makes her look down on the middle-level demon god." Nano looked at Li Mu, then at Han Jianqua, and said, "She is right. The words I gave you were wasted. I watched that TV a few days ago. There was a saying on TV, 'Good steel should be used on the blade.' I think it's better for Chen Fan to eat them all. After he swallowed a clone of the Void Demon God, he is already infinitely close to the mid-level demon god. Perhaps he only needs one fruit from the World Tree to directly reach the late stage of the mid-level demon god. With the addition of several other World Tree fruits, there shouldn't be much of a problem in reaching the early stages of becoming a high-ranking demon." Yi Hongyan nodded slightly and said, "Even if the fruits of the 12 World Trees can create 12 intermediate demon gods, they will not be able to create one high-level demon god. What's more, he is still a high-ranking demon on the 8th level of the Void Divine Body." Just as Li Mu was about to speak, Han Jianqua covered his mouth. He wants to struggle. Wisteria Shinichi and Katas came over and grabbed his arms, one on the left and the other on the right. Li Mu looked at the two men angrily. Yi Hao laughed and said, "That's it. Brother Fan. Just eat it all. For such a long time, we have robbed you of a lot of void energy and power of faith. If you hadn't helped us break through, you would have become a high-ranking demon god by now. I could not be anxious before, but now I have to be anxious. The world of gods is in chaos. The seals of the ancient god realm and other 4 realms have also been loosened. The sooner you break through to the upper-level demon god, the better we can feel at ease." Shen Tao Thao and the others didn't speak. They just nodded at the same time. "It's not that easy to break through to the upper-level demon god." Chen Fan sighed and said, "It is because of the bonus of the Void Divine Body, combined with the power of void energy and faith, that it is so easy for us to practice." Chen Han said, "In any case, your Void Divine Body has reached the 8th level, and your divine power is far from being able to keep up with the progress of the Void Divine Body. The fruits of the World Tree absorb the infinite energy of heaven and earth. Perhaps one fruit is equivalent to the energy of many Tianyu realms. Absorb this power and transform it into Void Divine Power. Even if it cannot help you break through to the upper-level demon god in the end, it can increase your strength hundreds and thousands of times." Chen Fan nodded. "I understand." As he said this, he had a thought in his mind. Above the void, a huge black hole appeared. The suns slowly flew out of the black hole. "Ah!" The orange cat screamed. "What blinded my Krypton gold dog eyes?" Yi Hao also shouted. "The sun has 12 suns! Where is Ho-E? Come and shoot the sun!" A group of strong men looked at these two people as if they were fools. Xiao He chuckled. "These two fools!" Before he finished speaking, Xiao He's head was already being held down by Yi Hao and Orange Cat. Bang, bang, bang! Before Xiao He could react, he had been punched 3 times and was beaten to tears. He looked at Gongzi next to him aggrievedly. Gongzi rolled his eyes, turned to the Night Elf Princess, who came from the Orc world, and said, "I don't know him. I, Gongzi, am upright. How could I possibly know such a bastard? Jade grinned. Xiaohei said with a dark face. Speaking of which, Jade, are you a male or a female? Jade was stunned for a moment, then opened her mouth and spat out. A whirlwind like a black hole swept Xiaohei out. Everyone watched Xiaohei disappear into the horizon, then turned their gaze back and looked at the 12 suns. Too big. Too bright. Like 12 suns indeed. If Qin Fan hadn't used magic power to compress the 12 fruits and set up a barrier to cover the entire human emperor island, the entire Tanny realm might have been alarmed. When the lower demon god's consciousness probed over, he could only see a dazzling light. I can't even see what this fruit looks like. Li Mu was stunned for a moment and then said, This is almost as big as Blue Star. I can't eat it even if you give it to me. Everyone, take one first. Qin Fan was also a little excited. I was very excited when I grabbed the fruit of the world tree. But that kind of excitement is still different from the current excitement. Qin Fan took one step forward, and his whole body turned into a black hole, directly swallowing a world tree fruit. After devouring it, he quickly returned to his human form. Sitting cross-legged in the void, a dazzling light was released from his body. At this time, Qin Fan seemed to have turned into a sun. What a terrifying power! Li Mu spoke up again. Those lofty gods and demons are really shameless of him. They took away the energy of heaven and earth in the worlds below just to achieve their own success. Just because they messed around like this. There were so many cracks in the world below, and countless monsters were raging. Tianyuji and Blue Star have managed to block the tide of monsters. Many worlds we don't know about have probably been completely destroyed by monsters. No one spoke. Think about it. It's indeed something to be thankful for. But there is no way. How are mortals different from ants in front of gods and demons? Even low-level demon gods are nothing more than ants in the eyes of those powerful demon gods. When Qin Fan and the others came back, Xin Taoao had already told everyone about the Angel Holy Realm. The killing Angel King actually took the Angel God clan and used the fruit of the World Tree to lure the powerful men of the Major God clan, hoping to use those strong men of the God clan as nutrients from the World Tree fruit. It seems simple to say, but it's scary to think about it. Even the high-level demon gods and middle-level demon gods of the powerful Protoss were targeted by the Angel Protoss, and they almost died in that ancient formation. Is there anything crazier than this? Obviously. Even the highest plane of God realm has now been polluted by the void and forced to a desperate situation. The Angel God clan is desperate for their own clan to survive, even if it offends all the other powerful gods. He will not hesitate. If it weren't for Qin Fan's appearance. If Qin Fan hadn't snatched the fruit of the World Tree, I don't know how many high-ranking demon gods would have fallen this time. A high-ranking demon god, who has lived for who knows how many years, is as humble as an ant in this kind of disaster. On the contrary, the Blue Star and Tanny worlds are now stable and peaceful. As for the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, although crises are surging, they are still controllable for now. If there were no chaos in the divine world, in fact, they can live peacefully like this for tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. If the divine world collapses, billions of small worlds will follow. Neither Blue Star nor Tanny realm, nor the Earth, which is now in the age of ending law, can escape this disaster. All hope lies in Qin Fan and Yi Hongyan. Li Mu rolled his eyes, walked to Yi Hao, and said, Howsy, where are the world tree fruits in the god realm? Yi Hao, the minister has only so much cultivation, but he is very courageous. Brother Fan here hasn't really digested one of the world tree fruits, but he has already started to hit other fruits of the world tree in the god realm. After confirming that they saw Katas, Wisteria Shinichi and others, they all gathered around. Even the 4 blind men came over. Yi Hao, why are you coming for me? Then the lame man said, Hazi, I heard that your Tanny clan also has the world tree. Right. Shintao came over and said, Hazi and the Empress have now returned to the Tanny clan. My original body did not receive the feeling of the destruction of the clone. If nothing else happens, my clone should also go to the Dutin clan. I don't know if we can successfully cut down the world tree of the Dutin clan. The surrounding noise suddenly disappeared. Shintao was taken aback and shut up immediately. When he turned around, he saw Yi Hongyan standing behind him with an expressionless face. But I heard Yi Hongyan say, It's too difficult. The reason why we succeeded in grabbing the fruit of the world tree of the Angel God clan this time was because Xiaofan himself went away, and also caused Tao Tao to lose a 12-wing projection clone of the God King. At the same time, in addition to a group of high-ranking demon gods from the major gods, even the 7th-level demon emperor of the Dark Abyss, a god king and emperor level existence, has taken action. The Dutin clan has been very low-key these years. Not only is it powerful, but it also has very good relations with the major gods. If the fruits of the world tree of the Dutin clan were ripe, there wouldn't be so many strong men from the god clan rushing to grab them. And the few of us are just clones, let alone fight against the upper demon god. We can't even outrun the upper demon god. That's not necessarily true. Yihao smiled and said, isn't there still my father and my mother? As long as they cooperate with us. Even if the old guys from the Dutin clan don't want to, we can still cut down the world tree. Everyone's expressions became extremely strange. It always feels wrong to bring outsiders to rob your own home. But it's exciting. While speaking, Chen Fan, who was above the void, suddenly shook his body, as if a black hole had been activated. The star power in the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly converged towards him like a surging river. A breakthrough is coming, Nano said, just by breaking through to the middle level of the demon god. It is so powerful. This void divine body is truly unprecedented. On the side, Shin Hongxiu couldn't help but ask, I feel the power of a world tree fruit. So vast and surging. It's hard to imagine that if we eat one, will we be able to break through to the middle level demon god? Okay, Nano said. I just estimated that the power of this world tree fruit itself has exceeded that of an ordinary mid-level demon. If you refine it, you can 100% break through to the mid-level demon god. And you may even reach the middle stage of the mid-level demon god. Hearing this, Shin Hongxiu couldn't help but lick her tongue. It's really too tempting. If you take one of the ordinary low-level demon gods, you can directly hit the middle stage of the middle-level demon god. Shin Hongxiu raised her eyebrows and said, when my husband breaks through to the upper-level demon god, let him take me back to the god realm to snatch all the world tree fruits from all the major gods. Fong Qingqing said expressionlessly, some people are so shameless. They call them husband or husband even before they are in love. They didn't admit it. Shin Hongxiu grinned and said, you've never been in love? Who said you've never been in love? In the last life, we have been talking about it for hundreds of thousands of years. Or even hundreds of thousands of years. Fong Qingqing, do you have any memories from your previous life? Shin Hongxiu said lightly. No, but I feel that before I was reincarnated, I must have left some backup plans. Perhaps, somewhere in the Angel God clan, the memories of my previous life are stored. In other words, there may be memories of my previous life in Chaos Ling. Bai Ruch came over and said, I was thinking about this problem before. How about after a while, after we return to the God realm, we each send our clones back to look for it? The three girls suddenly became a little excited. However, Shin Taotao came over and poured a bucket of cold water. The God realm is in chaos now. And the Angel Holy Realm is even more chaotic. The world tree was cut down by Brother Fan. And the God King's 10 wings were also robbed. Now they seem to have the path to other God realms. The passage has been blocked. And people all over the world are looking for us. Shin Hongxiu looked at the sky speechlessly. Breakthrough. Someone called out. And everyone raised their heads. Above the void, Chen Fan slowly stood up. His whole body shining brightly. A group of powerful gods felt his aura. And they were all frightened. I'm so strong. But I didn't feel this frightened when I faced Nano. Did I? It's definitely not the mid-stage demon god. It should be the late stage. It's too strong. The power of a world tree fruit has been absorbed by him. There are 11 more. What will happen if you swallow all the remaining 11? Perhaps you can take the sky-breaking demon sword and kill the void demon god under the tower of the ancient god realm with one strike? If you can't chop it to death, you'll have to swallow it with a black hole. On the human Emperor Island, countless powerful people were talking about it. The people from the demon sect roared loudly. The people of Blue Star cheered. Chen Fan opened his eyes and made fists with both hands. Crack! The electric light flashed, and bolts of lightning exploded between his fingers. The peak of the middle demon god. It's only a small step away from breaking through to the upper-level demon god. At this time, Xiaobai, Gengzi, and the others covered their heads at the same time and squatted down. It starts again, the blind man said with surprise and joy. Xiaofan broke through from the lower demon god to the middle demon god, and brought Xiaobai, Gengzi, and the others with him. Nano moved and appeared in front of Xiaobai and Gengzi. All of Chen Fan's beasts showed pain at this time. Xiao Hei yelled, my head hurts so much. Countless information seems to be pouring out of my head. Like a torrent. I can't stand it anymore. Nano said in a deep voice. Sit down cross-legged. Imagine yourself as a black hole and take in that information. All Chen Fan's beast masters endured the pain and sat down. Nano immediately turned around and said to Chen Fan, "After you broke through, because your souls were intertwined with theirs, your insights also flowed to them. But even if they understand these things, they still don't have enough power. So as the level of cultivation increases, there will be a very contradictory state. You have to give them some strength to make up for this gap." Li Fengxing scratched his head and said, "Is it the same as the Beast Master feeding back the Beast Master? Now is the Beast Master feeding back the Beast?" Nano nodded. "It's not the same. But it's not wrong to understand it that way." Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately divided part of his power and passed it on to Xiaobai and Gongzi. The pain in Xiaobai and Gongzi's expressions immediately faded away. Everyone sat cross-legged while absorbing the information and power transmitted by Chen Fan. The aura on everyone's body is rising steadily. Li Fengxing couldn't help scratching his head. "I said at the beginning that Brother Fan should be allowed to sign with us after we transform into void demons. Back then you were rolling your eyes at me." Everyone. Chapter 378, At the Peak of the Demon God. There are still 6 world tree fruits left. Chen Fanqiu floated in the air, motionless. He didn't look at his data panel. On today's data panel, whether it is void energy, power of faith, or void divine power, the numbers have become astronomical. Starting from the lower demon gods, this amount of data is already very large. The lower demon gods, the realm of the free world, the realm of wishful thinking, the realm of free heaven, and the realm of nirvana. The intermediate demon god, the realm of all phenomena, the realm of netherworld, the realm of immortality, and the realm of reincarnation. High-ranking demon gods, Tongtian realm, broken realm, Tianji realm, and imperial realm. The upper, middle, and lower realms are each divided into 4 small realms, and each small realm is divided into 5 heavens. But everything is only useful to other demon gods. Even those powerful men in the god realm who have lived for many thousands of years need to determine their precise cultivation realm when practicing. But Chen Fan doesn't need it. To be precise, all those who are already void gods do not need it. These cultivation realms in the god realm are nothing more than a ruler, used to roughly measure strength for the void divine body. Moreover, this ruler is no longer very accurate for the void divine body. Each level of the void divine body originally needed to match a certain level of strength. But in order to explore the mystery of the void, Chen Fan activated the void divine bodies of himself, and he to a very high level when the divine power of the void was still very weak. When he first opened the first level of the void divine body, he had not even reached the 8th level of the mortal world. As a result, although the first level of the void divine body was successfully opened, he could only call one of the more than 80,000 void characters in the void divine body, then open to the 7th and 8th floors. The same thing. Even if he can now transform into a black hole. Black holes can be big or small, strong or weak. Only with enough support from the divine power of the void can the power of the black hole become stronger. Although the black hole opened by Chen Fan's lower demon god's peak strength can frighten the upper demon god, it cannot threaten the upper demon god. When they were snatching the world tree in the holy land of angels, a group of high-ranking demons were afraid of the black hole. But the black hole transformed by Chen Fan could not stop them. Now that he has swallowed a fruit of the world tree, Chen Fan's void power has reached the peak of the mid-level demon god. Just pure void power. He is already at the 8th level of the void divine body. Unlike other gods and demons, he needs to spend countless years to understand the mysteries of heaven and earth. The void divine body is the mystery. Perhaps, the void divine body is also the ultimate. Chen Fan doesn't even need to comprehend the void divine body. He just needs to obtain a large amount of void energy and the power of faith. This system was created by him, Yi Hongyan, Chu Xian, and a group of ancestor gods after several lifetimes of hard work. For this reason, all the ancestor gods died and were reincarnated. For this reason, Chen Fan escaped into the void, understood the void, and was finally surrounded and killed by the Lord of the Void and the Lord of the Void. For this reason, even Tiandao lost 2/3 of its power. Chen Fan now only needs void energy, the power of faith, and the purest energy. Obviously, after taking control of several small worlds, obtaining void energy and the power of faith has become simpler and more direct. But the purest energy is only the fruit of the world tree. This kind of thing is rare in quantity and is controlled by those powerful gods. Chen Fan raised his head slightly, and his eyes fell on the second world tree fruit. Just looked at it silently. He transformed into a black hole again and completely swallowed the world tree fruit. Below, The originally noisy scene became much quieter. Everyone looked at Chen Fan in the sky with infinite anticipation. 12 fruits of the world tree. Everyone is looking forward to what level Chen Fan will reach after swallowing all 12 world tree fruits. The pinnacle of the demon god? Or the legendary God King Emperor level? The level of God King and Great Emperor is a bit difficult. Everyone only knew a little bit of information about the God King and the Great Emperor from Shinua and Natanos. The God King is a being who is superior to the higher demon gods. Shin Naotao, the angel God King, is at the level of the God King. Dutin Empress Yi Hongyan is at the level of the God King. Chu Xian, the Lord of Ancient Demons, is also at the level of God King. According to legend, there are even more powerful beings above the level of the God King. But Shinua and Natanos have never met. Without the void divine body, these 12 world tree fruits would not have been able to help a Protoss break through to the level of the God King. Because of this, the angel Protoss came up with a plan to offend the major Protoss, and wanted to introduce many high-ranking demons from the Protoss into the circle, and finally refine them all. If the Angel God clan really succeeds, those 12 world tree fruits may really help the Angel God clan become another God King. It's a pity that after so many years of hard work, I finally made Chen Fan's wedding clothes. The second fruit of the world tree. The third fruit of the world tree. The fourth fruit of the world tree. As he swallowed the world tree fruits one by one, the aura around Chen Fan became more and more terrifying. The early stage of becoming a demon god. The middle stage of the upper demon god. The pinnacle of the demon god. When swallowing the sixth world tree fruit, Chen Fan frowned and stopped. Brother Fan, what's wrong? Yi Hao raised his head and shouted. Keep going! There are still 6 more. Chen Fan shook his head. Chen Han flew high into the sky, arrived in front of Chen Fan, and said, Is the void divine body unable to carry such a huge power? No. Chen Fan shook his head and said, My current void divine body is like a real black hole. Even if there are another 1,000 or 10,000 world trees on a business trip, I can swallow it. But it's weird. When I swallowed the 5th world tree fruit, I had already reached the peak of the demon god. But after swallowing the 6th world tree fruit, I did not break through this bottleneck. The void ability has indeed increased a lot, but it has not reached the level of the God King. The God King Emperor level should still need some kind of opportunity. Everyone's eyes fell on Shinua and Natanos. Shinua and the other two blushed and shook their heads slightly. The strength of the two of them is actually very average, even far inferior to Void Demon Emperor Nano. Everyone was a little depressed and turned their attention to Nano again. Nano was also very depressed. He spread his hands and said, The practice of the Void Demon comes at the cost of endless devouring and endless years. No one teaches or studies it. It is not at all the same as the cultivation system of the God Realm. Same. To be honest, I don't know anything about how the Void Demon God and the Void Lord came into being or how they succeeded in their cultivation. Everyone was helpless. At this time, Chen Fan said, There are still 6 world tree fruits left. Let's give them to Chu Xian and Hong Yan. But 8 people, 6 pills, 2 pills missing. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao, who had just shown excited expressions, suddenly looked sad. Chu Xian, Yi Hongyan, Yi Hao, Shen Hongxiu, Shen Naotao, Fang Qingqing, Bai Rouge, Li Fingxing. 8 people. There are only 6. Suddenly, Li Fingxing grinned and said, Remove my quota. Everyone took a fancy to Li Fingxing. This guy was originally regarded as a fool by everyone. But he also has a Dragon Emperor form. And he will switch to the Dragon Emperor form from time to time. And then say words that shock everyone. Now that he was the first to withdraw, he surprised everyone again. Li Fingxing sighed and said, I used to be young and ignorant. And I did a lot of things that I'm sorry for everyone. I also tried various ways to kill Brother Fan. And even tried various methods to kill Tao Ao and Henry Chu together. Well, dominate the God Realm. Yi Hao scratched his head. Is that what happened when you were young? Shen Taoao bumped into Henry Chu with his shoulder and said, Has this guy switched to the Tianlong Emperor form again? Henry Chu touched his chin. I suspect that he has awakened his past life memory. But none of us have awakened. Li Fingxing burst into laughter and said, Why are you all looking at me like that? What a big deal. Brother Fan was just a low-level demon god. And he led us to snatch the fruit of the world tree from the Angel God clan's family, under the eyes of the killing Angel King. Now that Brother Fan has reached the peak of the demon god, which clan of gods does he want to grab the fruit of the world tree? Who can stop him? I won't eat today. But it's not like I won't eat forever. It's just a few days later than you. Shen Hongxiu glanced at Li Fengxing sideways and said, It's okay if you don't tell me. But when you say that, I feel a little embarrassed. At this time, Li Fengxing's sister Li Qingyan flew out from the crowd. She flew to Li Fengxing, rubbed the latter's head, and said, My idiot brother will grow up one day. I never dreamed that my brother would be the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor of the God Realm. But whether you are the Dragon Emperor or not, I am proud of you. Li Fengxing scratched his head. Sister, aren't you in the Angel God King realm? Why did you come out? Li Qingyan pointed to the fruit of the world tree in the air and said, As soon as you came back. The news has spread all over the world. Everyone knows that you ran to the Angel Holy Land and snatched the fruit of the world tree under the eyes of a group of powerful gods. So come out and watch the excitement and see what the fruit of the world tree looks like. It's so dazzling. Everyone present laughed. Suddenly, Feng Qingqing's face turned red and she said, I'm the same as Feng Xing. We'll talk about it later. Don't worry for a day or two. Shen Hongxiu and Bai Rouge were about to talk. Chen Fan waved his hand gently and said, Then let's do it. Hong Yan and Chu Xian will each devour a world tree fruit first. Then we will return to God Realm. Look at which of the gods' world tree fruits are ripe, or are about to mature. When everyone saw this, they stopped being polite. Yi Hongyan and Shen Tao each flew to a world tree fruit. Their void divine bodies are only at the 7th level, so they can only use the void chains to swallow the power of the fruit of the world tree. At this time, due to Chen Fan's breakthrough, Xiao Bai, Gongzi and the others were also making breakthroughs in their cultivation strength. Chen Fan is already at the peak of the demon god level. The strength of Xiao Bai and the others has reached the level of the middle demon god. And they are still going up. And Nano, who was already very powerful, although the improvement was much smaller, her strength was also skyrocketing at this time. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but think of what Li Fengxing said about signing a contract with Chen Fan. This is so jealous. Even though they are talented like Yi Hongyan and Chu Xian, and possess artifacts such as the 5-colored divine stone and the sky sacrifice monument, they are still only lower-level demon gods and need to devour the fruits of the world tree to gain promotion. But Xiao Bai and the others, because they were Chen Fan's beast masters, broke through directly because of Chen Fan's breakthrough. In the mortal realm, although the breakthrough of a beast master can theoretically help the beast through the improvement of the beast master space, there has been no obvious evidence. It wasn't until Chen Fan broke through to the divine realm and instantly led Xiao Bai and the others to break through to the demigod realm that countless monsters went crazy and began to seek contracts with the human race. Now Xiao Bai and the others have not touched the fruit of the world tree, and they have broken through to the middle-level demon god one step ahead of Yi Hongyan and Chu Xian. If everyone had signed a contract with Chen Fan early on, as Li Fengxing said, wouldn't they all be mid-level demons already? In the crowd, Feng Tianlin raised his head high and said loudly, Brother Fan, how about you sign me up? Everyone. Shamelessness is the passport of the shameless. Many people could only say a few words in their hearts, but Feng Tianlin actually said it directly, before everyone could react. Kimura Lingfeng also said, Leader, please sign me up as well. The orange cat sitting cross-legged opened his eyes and said angrily, A bunch of shameless people who just want to get something for nothing. I'm so ashamed for you. Everyone. Mud. The person least qualified to say this is probably you. Xiao Hei shook his head repeatedly. I can't stand it anymore. Each one is more shameless than the other. Xiao Bai stretched out his hand and gave Xiao Hei a slap. Be obedient and understand. Don't be distracted. Don't imitate that idiot from Orange Cat. The Orange Cat was not happy. Xiao Bai. If you say that, I am going too far. Xiao Bai's eyes flashed with thunder. The Orange Cat shuddered and said, Xiao Bai. You are right. We can't be distracted by the words of those idiots below. We must take this opportunity to work hard and rush to the upper demon god. In the air, Chen Han suddenly said, I think Fengxing's words are worth considering. Dad. Chen Fan was stunned. Although his breakthrough can lead to a breakthrough in beast control, but it always feels morally unjustifiable to sign a contract with a friend. To contract a friend or someone I know to become a beast master. At this time, the blind man flew up and said, Your father is right. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Look at this period of time. Everyone has tried their best to kill the void demon in the ancient god world and other 4 realms, and then promoted the demon blood project in other worlds. But the void energy and the power of faith were used to give Henry Chu after they opened the void divine body. There was very little left, and it was completely insufficient. With this level of void energy and power of faith, I am afraid that only 1 or 2 mid-level demon gods can be created in a short period of time. It is still far away to use the energy of the void and the power of faith to create a superior demon god, unless you can lead all the major gods in a short time. But this is obviously unrealistic. And your breakthrough can lead to a breakthrough in beast control. Now that you have broken through to the peak of the high demon god, you may lead Xiaobai and the others to also break through to the high demon god. Even if you can't reach the upper level demon god, it is very possible to reach the mid to late stage of the intermediate demon god, waiting for you to break through to the level of god, king, and emperor. Maybe we can create a large number of high-level demon gods without using the energy of the void and the power of faith. Li Mu and the others all flew up and nodded repeatedly. Han Jiangxue said, Sifan, you are a god and the king of demons. There is no need to think about these things with mortal thinking. And there is no need to restrain yourself with mortal morality. For this world, for all living beings, for us, what does this kind of thing mean? There are so many people below who are not only willing, but also eager to be the first. Li Fengxing flew over and said, I just don't know how many people Brother Fan can sign. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said, after I broke through to the 8th level of the void divine body, I have billions of clones. And there is no limit to the number of beasts I can sign. Li Mu took a step forward. Okay. Then I will be the first one to eat crabs. Everyone looked sideways. The blind man said, there's no need to worry. Let's do it one by one. But, Chen Han, please step aside. Although Han Jiangxue has said that there is no need to consider the morality of mortals, it is definitely wrong to let his son sign a contract with me. You and the 4th Heaven Demon King. Please go and take care of yourself. This can be regarded as your punishment for digging up the ancestral graves of the 4 holy lands. Senior. Chen Han was completely speechless. He had never thought about asking his son to sign with him. This was really wrong. But what the blind man said, this old man really holds a grudge. I still remember that I stole the inherited power of the 4 holy lands. Outside the crowd, Feng Tianlin couldn't squeeze in, with a look of despair on his face. You are so unqualified. If you stand in line, I will be the first one. Why do so many people jump in line? From behind, Feng Xiaoxiao pushed him. Squeeze in. Feng Tianlin turned back with an expressionless face. You don't want me to squeeze in. You want me to die. Right? I'm in the Holy Realm. How can I squeeze through a group of strong God Realm people? Kimura Reifeng sighed. A bunch of old guys are so shameless, and they all pretend to be pretentious. Finally, when we said what we said, they came up to pick the fruits. A figure flashed beside him, and Shinichi Wisteria appeared next to Kimura Reifeng with a look of astonishment. Kimura Reifeng. Sir. You? Shinichi Wisteria's face turned livid. Mad. Some bastard kicked me out. I am Chen Fan's senior brother. How dare you do such a thing? You guys get out of the way. I'm about to use my ultimate move. I'll go right in. Everyone. Among the crowd, Zhang Chen looked at Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai was stunned for a moment, kicked Zhang Chen and said, What are you doing standing still? Just rush forward. If it doesn't work, just shout out to Uncle Master and ask Xiaofan to pull you up. And that's it. Zhang Chen blinked, immediately flew up, and shouted, Uncle, leave a place for me. Chapter 379 Get Back the 12 Wings of the God King. Chen Fan never thought of such a thing in his dreams. One day, instead of signing a contract to control beasts, he began to sign contracts with humans. Li Fengxing once said this before, but everyone laughed it off and even thought this guy had a strange mind. Now, I really started to do what Li Fengxing said, and countless people are rushing to do it. Not only Li Mu and Ziding Shinichi, as well as Feng Tianlin and Kimura Lingfeng, but also Chu Xian and Yi Hongyan. The most critical thing is actually Chu Xian and Yi Hongyan. They have been guarding this world for too long. Perhaps, they had already decided to do this when they and Chen Fan worked together to build the void system. However, it wasn't until Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others provoked them many times that everyone got a little bit embarrassed and chose to follow the herd. In other words, there is no limit to the number of beasts that Chen Fan can contract. If there were restrictions, then Chu Xian and Yi Hao would definitely come first. Suddenly, Li Fengxing sighed and said, It's funny to think about how Brother Fan held hands and led us into the beast-controlling space. How wonderful it is after signing the contract like this. With just a thought, you can directly enter the beast-controlling space through the summoning circle. At that time, just in case, Brother Fan repeatedly warned us that we must hold hands when the situation is most dangerous. At that time, I thought he was showing loyalty, Like a group of brothers holding hands and going to H.L. together. Everyone, Henry Chu said lightly. Even if I wanted to sign a contract at that time, it was impossible. You can only sign contracts after you transform into a void demon. And you can't sign people directly. Feng Tianlin flew over and said with a smile. Now that I have signed a contract, can I catch up with you soon? Kimura Reifeng looked at Zixiong as if he was a superior demon god now, and was kicked out by the orange cat. Chen Fan opened his eyes, frowned and said, Xiao Bai and the others are still a little short of breaking through to the upper-level demon god. Shen Hongxiu immediately said, Give them some of the fruits of our world tree. Henry Chu and others nodded. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, chains of the void flew out and penetrated through the fruits of the world tree. Then, several more void chains flew out and penetrated the bodies of Xiaobai and Gongzi. Feng Tianlin rubbed his hands together. Oh, if I had listened to Feng Xing and signed a contract with Brother Fan earlier, wouldn't I also be a high-ranking demon god now? Kimura Reifeng, who was kicked out, came back at some point and said expressionlessly, The leader is now at the peak of the demon god, and is only one step away from reaching the legendary level of God King. When the time comes, it's easy for us to become high-level demon gods. The orange cat looked up to the sky and sighed. The world is deteriorating, and people's hearts are not as old as before. People nowadays have become so lazy and shameless. Everyone just wants to get something for nothing. Everyone around them turned away from the orange cat. Cripple wanted to go over and scold him. But suddenly he remembered that Orange Cat was about to break through to the upper-level demon god like Xiaobai and the others. The lame man cursed twice in his mind and turned away. Away from the Orange Cat. A group of powerful men from the demon sect lowered their heads. Well, the old leader was not like this before. Now I really let myself go, and I am becoming more and more shameless. Ancient Demon Realm. Shenlong held up Shen Nao's collar and quickly shuttled through the void. Shen Tao had a look of despair. Behind them, there was a group of powerful ancient demons chasing after him. Why did it become like this? I just want to pass through the ancient demon realm and enter the Dutin divine realm. A good journey was ruined by Shenlong. I asked you not to follow me. Not to follow me. And now you have attracted a group of powerful people from the ancient demon clan. Shen Tao said angrily. The ones you attract are all high-level demon gods. Put me down and you lead them away. Shenlong was expressionless. Shen Tao was helpless. Without the 12 wings of the God King, he could not outrun the high-ranking demon god now. Ha 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 ha! Behind him, a strong man from the ancient demon clan suddenly increased his speed, and the distance between the two parties actually narrowed. Shenlong, you can't run away! The other powerful ancient demons also showed their teeth and claws with a fierce aura. Shen Tao turned around and glanced, murmuring, What the hell are these monsters? These things are full of demonic energy. What's the difference between them and demons? Shenlong glanced at Shen Nado. She, the third elder, and others had discovered before that this boy did not understand the God Realm at all, and did not even understand the overall structure of the God Realm. Now the other party compares the ancient demon with the devil again, although they are both demons. The difference between the ancient demon clan and the demon clan is very big. Suddenly, Shen Nao said again, The God Realm disappoints me so much. Shenlong frowned slightly and said nothing. Shen Tao said, The Angel God clan in my imagination is completely different from the Angel God clan in reality. I thought the angels and gods were righteous and holy. They exude a holy light, and a pair of white wings behind them make people calm and feel at ease. Unexpectedly, the angels and gods I saw are no different from demons. Shenlong was about to speak but stopped. Shen Tao didn't speak anymore. His heart now is extremely complicated. This is the world of gods. This is the world that he and Shen Fan have protected for countless thousands of years. Is it really him? The irony. They gave their lives to protect such a group of selfish, despicable and shameless guys. These bastards planted the world tree for themselves, turning the lower world upside down and almost draining the energy of heaven and earth from all the worlds in the lower world. At the same time, the major gods are still scheming against each other and fighting each other. Shen Tao was very shocked. Although he obtained the 12 wings of the God King very early, he did not regain the memory of his previous life. Except for the countless angels with broken wings in that dream. He had far fewer dreams than Shen Fan. Piecing them together was far from enough to restore a story. After Shen Nuo was brought back to the Tanny realm by Shen Fan, although he ended many things involving the Angel God clan, he intentionally or unintentionally concealed the dirty things of the Angel God clan. Therefore, Shinadwa has always only described things about the angel god clan through his own imagination. In his imagination, the angels and gods were the mortal enemies of the demons, and they should be the righteous and bright side. But the scene in the holy land of angels shattered all his illusions. The killing angel king and a group of powerful angels and gods actually laid a conspiracy to devour the countless demon gods from the gods. How crazy is this? The angel Protoss. Do you want to be enemies with all the Protoss? It is clear that the void has been polluted for many years, and the enemy is clearly clear. These little bastards are still killing each other. Although because of him and Shinfan, the plan of the Angel God clan ultimately failed. But now, the consequences of the Angel God clan's conspiracy have begun to appear. Although Shinlan transformed her body and restrained her aura, she was still discovered by the strong men from the ancient demon realm. As soon as she was discovered by the powerful ancient demon clan, the high-ranking demon gods in the star fields came after her at all costs. This is the current Angel God clan. Under the leadership of the killing Angel King, they have turned into street rats, and everyone is shouting to beat them. Even the demon clan back then didn't exaggerate to this extent. Right? Shinado felt very lost. What do I want from such a clan of angels and gods? Shin Tao was a little lucky that he was not an angel now. But his identity as the Angel God King bound him tightly like a shackle, even if he doesn't have much past life memory. But it can't change his identity as the King of Angels. And this identity represents responsibility. Shin Tao tilted his head slightly and said with a sneer, "The Angel God clan has now become a street rat. Are you happy?" Shinlan said nothing. Shin Tao continued, "You guys disappoint me so much." Shinlan opened her mouth, but stopped talking. This person has been recognized by the 12 wings of the God King, and can control the 12 wings of the God King. It seems that he may really be an ancient royal family of the Angel God clan. Or maybe it's the reincarnation of a certain God King? Shinlan was silent for a moment, and then said, "Not everyone in the Angel God clan is as crazy as the killing Angel King. I also cannot accept the idea of the killing Angel King. The reason why I didn't betray the Angel God clan or follow the fallen Angel King is because I didn't want the Angel God clan to kill me." This time it was Shinada's turn to be silent. Shinlan added, "Since you have returned, shouldn't you reveal your identity and raise your arms to end the chaos and madness of the Angel God clan? I can't do it." Shinado shook his head and said, "I'm too weak. Even with the 12 wings of the God King, there are still many people in the Angel God clan who can crush me to death." Shinlan said, "The elders and us will not let anyone touch you." Shin Nao grinned. "If the killing Angel King wants to kill me, can you stop him? I can't stop it." Shinlan shook her head. "But I will work hard regardless of my own safety. That's just a fearless sacrifice," Shin Tao said. Shinlan said in a deep voice, "When we came to the ancient demon realm, news came that your friend had snatched away the fruit of the world tree. The fallen Angel King has taken action. If you and those existing deities swallow those world tree fruits." Hearing this, Shin Tao was in a great mood. Brother Fan never fails when he takes action. Brother Fan? Shinlan's expression changed slightly. At this time, a ray of golden light came through the sky at an extremely fast speed. Huh? Shin Tao was surprised and happy. "My God King's 12 wings are back." Even Shinlan, who was at the pinnacle of the demon god, didn't see clearly what the golden light was. But Shin Tao's soul was connected to the 12 wings of the God King, and he had already felt that the 12 wings of the God King were back. Shinlan was slightly startled. It was the third elder who sent the 12 wings of the God King over. Or is it that the 12 wings of the God King got rid of the 3 elders and the others? "Receive!" Shinado stretched out his hand, and the golden light sank directly into his palm and disappeared without a trace. Immediately, Shin Tao entered the virtual soul state, and his whole person turned into nothingness. With Shinlan's level of cultivation, he can sense his presence, but unless he uses all his strength, he cannot be imprisoned. A nagging voice sounded in Shinlan's mind. "Lead them away." The tone was very flat, but it has an unquestionable and supreme majesty. Shinlan was silent for a moment, then swayed and flew out in another direction. A group of powerful ancient demons immediately chased her. Although the people who were chasing Shinlan already knew what was going on around the world tree, they were not the ones who had entered the world tree formation. So they did not know Shinyateo, and did not notice what had happened just now. The golden light is the 12 wings of the God King. A mere low-level demon god, even if a little weird, is not worthy of being hunted down by a group of high-level demon gods. Therefore, all the demon gods chased Shinlan. These high-ranking demon gods from the ancient demon clan had their eyes on Shenlong, and they looked like they would not give up until Shenlong was killed. This gave Nato a chance. He immediately entered the virtual soul state and headed crazily towards the plane maelstrom. He didn't pay too much attention to Shenlong. Even if a strong person of this level cannot defeat many with one person, those guys from the ancient demon tribe are still dreaming if they want to kill her. Unless a being at the level of the God King takes action, how can it be that the top demon god is taking things for granted? Shenlong wanted to escape, but no one could stop her. Speed has always been the greatest advantage of the Angel God clan. Even the 12 wings of the God King are like this. Shen Naotao turned into a virtual soul and kept traveling through the starry sky, passing through one star field after another. Dutin Shenrealm, Shen Fan, Yi Hongyan, and Yi Hao stopped above a planet. Surrounded by them were 3 powerful men from the Dutin clan. Another high-ranking demon, Qin Fan, and the other 3 were also a little strange. From Shenhua and Natanos. They also learned that high-level demon gods were very rare and would never appear. How come I met 3 of them casually in the Dutin god realm? Dutin Shen realm seems to be on tight guard. I saw one of them, smiled slightly and said, I wonder where the 3 little friends came from and where they are going. Qin Fan clasped his hands together and said, Ba. The poor monk came from the Tang dynasty in the east and went to the west to obtain the true scriptures. Yi Hao grinned. The faces of the 3 Dutin clan powerhouses turned dark. After the void pollution, the world was really in chaos. How dare a low-level demon be so arrogant in front of a high-level demon? The strong man from the Dutin clan who spoke before said, I have never seen the supernatural power of these 3 little friends. And I can't remember which clan of gods they come from. Can the 3 little friends introduce themselves? Qin Fan tilted his head and said, Is it so strict now that we have entered the Dutin divine realm? Do you want to find out the details of every person who comes out of the maelstrom of the plane? Yi Hongyan said calmly. In order to investigate our 3 lower-level demon gods. 3 upper-level demon gods came unexpectedly. Do they really think highly of us? Or is there something happening to the Dutin clan that makes you like frightened birds? The expressions of the 3 Dutin clan powerhouses changed. At this moment, Qin Fan and the other 3 turned into virtual souls at the same time. This state of nothingness turns out that the 3 little friends are the mysterious people who stole the fruits of the world tree from the angels and gods. Chapter 380, Almost Trapped to Death. Qin Fan was stunned for a moment. Did I and the others really grab the fruit of the world tree? Yi Hao suddenly beamed. Well done! 3 powerful men from the Dutin clan. Yi Hongyan narrowed her eyes slightly and said, The fruits of the Dutin clan's world tree are also ripe? That's why you are so nervous? The 3 Dutin clan powerhouses just smiled. The old monster who has lived for who knows how many years. The city is indeed deep enough. Yi Hongyan wanted to deceive the Dutin realm. But the other party was not fooled at all. At this time, Yi Hao raised his eyebrows and said, You 3, we are going to decide on the fruit of the world tree of the Dutin clan. We want to get something. And you can't stop us. Yi Hongyan couldn't help but cover her forehead. This guy is getting more and more arrogant. The 3 Dutin clan strong men had expressionless faces. Such words coming from the mouth of a low-level demon god are simply a joke. But they dare not laugh. Because they already have success stories. Whether it was coincidence, luck, or other reasons. These people grabbed the fruit of the world tree of the Angel God clan under the eyes of the killing Angel King and several God Kings. They even heard that the other party directly cut down the trunk of the world tree. How crazy and incredible this is. A bunch of low-level demons. When this matter spread throughout the major divine clans in the God realm, countless powerful people first felt that it was impossible. Many powerful people from the Protoss think that this is a lie from the angels and Protoss. However, there were many other strong men from the God clan beside the world tree of the Angel God clan. Although the demon emperor of the 7th level of the Dark Abyss did not enter the big formation, he could never hide the fact that the world tree was cut down. And the powerful heaven-eating demon emperor under the 7th level demon emperor witnessed all this with his own eyes. In addition to the heaven-eating demon emperor, there are also powerful men from other major divine races. Among them, Fang Zheng, a strong man from the Sky Demon clan, had his body cut off with a single move. In the moment of danger, he was saved by a lower demon god. The fact that the fruits of the world tree of the Angel God clan were robbed is absolutely true. As for the person who took action, although the powerful gods of the major gods are still unclear about their details, they can be 100% sure that they are the lower demon gods. However, I am afraid that the ancient Protoss of the Angel Protoss is involved. Because when the Angel God clan mobilized the Devouring Formation and wanted to use the powerful men of the Major God clan as nutrients. A lower demon god took action and snatched away the God King's 10 wings that maintained the formation. Except for the Angel God clan. No one can activate the God King's 10 wings. Later, there were even rumors that even the 12 wings of the God King, which had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, appeared. In the end, the strong man who activated the 12 wings of the God King lured away a group of high-ranking demon gods from the Angel God clan. This caused the fruits of the world tree of the Angel God clan to fall into the hands of others. The 3 powerful men from the Dutin clan silently stared ahead. There is nothingness ahead. But they could sense the presence of those 3 people. However, even for a high-level demon god, it would be very difficult to capture these 3 people. Which divine skill is this? A mere low-level demon god can turn into nothingness, giving even a high-level demon god a headache. The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded slightly. One of them flipped his right wrist, and a small spire slowly appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Yi Hao was a little worried and said, "Brother Fan, they seem to be preparing to activate the magic weapon to imprison us. Can the virtual soul stop them?" Chen Fan grinned. "How do I know? That little tower exudes a strange energy. It seems very unusual. Do you have such a magic weapon in your memory?" Yi Hao said depressedly. "I only had a few dreams, and they were all about Sister Dutin, who was almost massacred by the Yi clan. I have more dreams. Do you have such memories? We won't be able to escape without magic weapons," Chen Fan said. "Which idiot was he just now? Arrogantly saying that we want to order the fruit of your world tree? You just said this, and now you're so frustrated? Don't make any noise. I'm thinking," Yi Hongyan said. "I seem to have seen it in my dream. I remembered. This is the Styx Tower of the Styx tribe of the Dutin clan. If this thing is dropped, the entire star field will be enveloped by the Styx. That thing is more terrifying than an ordinary space storm. Our clone's virtual soul may not be able to rush out," Chen Fan said in a deep voice. "Is there a way to crack it? Be careful. It's coming." Just finished speaking, I saw the man throwing the small tower out. Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan gathered together and rushed out to the right side like lightning. "Call! The virtual soul seems to be stuck in the quagmire." "Not good." Chen Fan was surprised and said, "This river of Styx is really extraordinary. It can even block the virtual soul." Yi Hao also screamed, "Brother Fan, my figure is revealed. This thing can corrode my body." Chen Fan turned his head to look at Yi Hongyan, and sure enough, he saw a shadow of Yi Hao. Looking at this situation, as the water of the Styx River corrodes, Yi Hao will soon reveal his true form. Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan looked up and saw that the small tower had disappeared. No, to be precise, the small tower became huge, covering the bottom like a huge black hole. The entire nearby star field has been enveloped by this tower. There is Styx water everywhere around the star field. It was as if the river Styx poured down and flooded the entire star field. "Oh! Oh! Oh! I'm dead this time!" Yi Hao shouted. "It's difficult for me to move now. I feel that most of my strength has been restricted, and it's hard for me to activate my divine power. Brother Fan, think of a way. They want to catch a turtle in an urn. No, they clearly want to close the door and beat the dog. Shut up!" Chen Fan was furious. "You are willing to be a turtle or a dog, so don't involve us." 3 powerful men from the Dutin clan. Were the fruits of the world tree of the Angel God clan really snatched away by these guys? And in the presence of a God King Emperor level presence? Chen Fan's body was slowly revealed under the corrosion of the Styx. "This Styx river is a bit evil," Chen Fan said in a depressed voice. "Hongyan, try to use your spiritual consciousness to communicate with the Styx tower and see if you can control it. No matter what. You are the Empress of Dutin." "What?" Yi Hao was stunned for a moment. "Brother Fan, are you thinking too much? This is not our magic weapon, although it is the magic weapon of the Styx tribe of the Dutin clan. Unless I show off the magic weapon of Empress Dutin attitude." "No," Yi Hongyan said. "My consciousness can't penetrate it all. This magic weapon itself is very powerful, and it is controlled by a high-level demon, let alone my divine consciousness. Even a high-level demon cannot shake it, let alone penetrate it. There is really no other way. Then I can only use the sky-breaking demon sword to split the tower apart," Chen Fan said. "I'll try it with the whisper of the Demon King. This magic weapon obviously has a weapon spirit. Look at the Demon King whisper, I'll tell you if it works." Yi Hao immediately said, "Hurry! Hurry! It's too late." "I'm almost ready." Chen Fan activated the whisper of the Demon King, and his spiritual consciousness enveloped the giant tower, saying, "Bold Styx Tower, I am the King of Demons. How dare you use the water of the Styx to deal with me? I will suppress you in the abyss of darkness for thousands of years." Yi Hao was speechless. Brother Fan, if you are trying to scare a 3-year-old child like this, why don't you say something more powerful and domineering? Shut up, Chen Fan said angrily. Why don't you think of something for me? The power of Styx has faded? Yi Hao? Damn. Is this okay? Chen Fan immediately said, "Styx Tower, as the King of Demons, I order you to use the Styx to trap the 3 people from Dutin clan." Yi Hao? Is this too much to ask for? The key is, will this work? Just when Yi Hao laughed strangely, boom, the Styx Tower that enveloped the entire galaxy began to shake violently. What happened? The 2 powerful men from the Dutin clan looked at the person who activated the Styx Tower at the same time. The strong man who activated the Styx Tower said with a strange look on his face, "The Styx Tower is resisting my order." What? The other 2 powerful men from the Dutin clan were shocked. Just when the 3 Dutin clan powerhouses were in disbelief, changes occur again. The Styx River that originally trapped Chen Fan and the others suddenly rumbling and quickly turned, trapping the 3 Dutin clan powerhouses. Yi Hong, what are you doing? Damn it. Why did Styx change its attack target? Yi Hong, who was controlling the Styx Tower, looked horrified and said, "The Styx Tower is out of control. How is this going?" The 3 powerful men from the Dutin clan used their divine power to get rid of the Styx, but the 3 of them have fallen into the river Styx. Just like ordinary people falling into a swamp, the more they struggle, the deeper they fall. The Styx Tower above the void actually started to tremble with excitement. "Run!" Chen Fan shouted. The 3 of them raised their virtual souls to the extreme, trapped 3 strong men from the Dutin clan in the Styx Tower, and rushed out in a hurry. In the Styx River, Yi Hong and the other 2 looked at each other. This kind of thing is simply unimaginable. The Styx Tower of the Styx Department can actually be controlled by others. No one would believe it if I told you. The 3 of them tried their best, but although they blocked the erosion of the Styx, their faces became extremely ugly. I can't pay the difference if I go back. Said that the Styx Tower was controlled by 3 lower-level demons? What a joke. The virtual soul is extremely fast. Chen Fan and the other 3 increased their speed to the extreme. Even ordinary high-level demons would have to put in a lot of effort to catch up with them. During the short time when Yi Hong and the others were trapped by the Styx River, Chen Fan and the others had already traveled through several galaxies and headed deep into the Dutin God realm. Brother Fan, how on earth did you do this? Yi Hao endured it for a long time, but finally couldn't hold it back. Why does the Styx Tower really listen to you? How did I do it? Didn't you see it? Chen Fan said, I activated the whisper of the Demon King, ordered the Styx Tower to release its restraints, and then trapped the 3 strong men of the Dutin clan. And Stygian Tower did just that. Yi Hao was speechless for a while. I suddenly remembered that, Brother Fan. You controlled the heaven-reaching divine pillar, the 5-colored divine stone, and the heaven sacrifice monument. You didn't leave a backdoor on all these powerful magic weapons in your previous life. Right? Chen Fan thought for a while and said, to be honest, I have had so many dreams, but I have never dreamed about the relevant situation. Maybe it's because I'm handsome? Yi Hao and Yi Hongyan. Yi Hongyan said, we are all just lower-level demons. When we come out of the maelstrom of planes, we are targeted by upper-level demons. This is not normal. I suspect that the fruits of the world tree of the Dutin clan may also be ripe. Chen Fan muttered. Regardless of whether he is mature or not, you still have to rescue your father first. If we can rescue him and have his help, it will be much easier to steal the fruit of the world tree from the Dutin clan. Yi Hongyan nodded. While you are thinking of a way to save him, wait for you to come over. Listen to what the 3 people just said. You and Tao Tao have successfully grabbed the fruit of the world tree of the Angel God clan. Although I don't know how powerful that thing is, but it can alarm the presence of the God King and the Great Emperor, and make the high-ranking demon gods of the major gods rush over like crazy. The fruit of the world tree is extraordinary. Perhaps it can help you break through to the upper-level demon god in one fell swoop. Yi Hao nodded and said, Brother Fan is still at the peak of the lower demon god, and he can lead them to snatch the fruit of the world tree under the eyes of the killing Angel King. If Brother Fan breaks through to the upper-level demon god and robs the fruit of Dutin clan's world tree, I'm afraid it won't take too much effort. Right? Chen Fan said with a serious face. Don't think too simplistically. A few of us were almost trapped to death just now. We don't know the specific situation on the side of the Angel God clan. But with some luck, they said that the 7th level Demon Emperor of the Dark Abyss has taken action. And the Angel God clan's fallen Angel King has also taken action. Maybe we just seized the opportunity. Just sitting back and reaping the benefits. Besides, the Dutin clan is different from the Angel God clan. The Dutin clan is much more united than the Angel God clan. Lower demon gods like us, as soon as we enter the Dutin god realm, are chased by upper demon gods. This is still outside the Dutin god realm. I'm afraid not even a fly can fly into the core area of Dutin divine realm. As the three of them talked, they quietly flew towards the core area of the Dutin clan in the virtual soul state. If they are too close, powerful high-level demons can still detect their presence. But if there is no way to check, the three people's virtual soul state can also deceive most ordinary high-level demons. Be careful. There is a faint breath on the planet ahead. Brother Fan, are you too careful? There is no grass on that planet. And the heat is extremely high. It is completely like a big fireball. There are really people. I can feel it too. They are 2 middle-level demons. It feels like 3 steps. 1 post. 5 steps and 1 sentry. Are the Dutin clan too cautious? Everyone is a soldier. If it is really because the fruit of the world tree, the Tanny clan, is focusing most of its attention on the fruit of the world tree, would it be much easier to find your father in the previous life? Dad, in my previous life, I always felt a little weird. Stop. It makes no sense that there are people patrolling in front of you. I have broken into the Dutin clan countless times in my dreams, and I have never seen this kind of posture. Didn't it mean that all the major Protoss clans have built shelters and entered the shelter? Why, Shinkong? Are there strong men like this patrolling everywhere? It feels like we, the Tanny clan, are very powerful. They guard a city or a country. But we, the Tanny clan, guard a universe. Every galaxy is guarded by strong men. Shut up, you two. It's so noisy. Sister, what are you thinking about? Dream memories. Let's see if we can find a route. This is still just on the outskirts of Dutin realm, with only some scattered strongmen patrolling. But there are many important formations in the core area. Yes, back then I often entered the Dutin god realm. After all, it was actually your sister who helped me. Brother Fan, can't you use the heaven-reaching divine axe and the 5-colored divine stone this time? Look at this posture. It's like H.L. Yi Hongyan stopped. Chen Fan and Yi Hao stopped when they saw this. What's wrong? Yi Hongyan said. I remembered that the name of the galaxy in front of me is Yin Hong Chen Dot. Chen Fan was stunned. Which idiot came up with such a name? Yi Hongyan said lightly. I got up. Chen Fan. This name is really nice and poetic. It also incorporates your name and mine. How on earth did you come up with such a nice name? Yi Hao. Brother Fan, your name is not included in those 4 words. Right? Chen Fan said shamelessly. Yin Hong Chen Chen. Why not? Dong Chen. Do you understand? Yi Hongyan rolled her eyes and said, in the past, this galaxy was dominated by powerful demon gods. Huh? Chen Fan was surprised. Then let's go around the edge of this galaxy. It can't be bypassed, Yi Hongyan said. On both sides of this galaxy, there are space turbulence, stretching for countless light years. Chen Fan frowned. What should we do? Yi Hao puffed up his chest. Break through. Snapped. Yi Hongyan slapped Yi Hao on the back of the head. Catch 2 people from the Dutin clan. Then use the power of the void to simulate their power. Transform into their appearance. And then enter this galaxy. Yi Hao nodded. My sister is wise.